to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Oh, I love a good Thursday, man. I wrote that down. I told you guys I write my little day and date on the thing, and I wrote Thursday, February 20th. It gave me joy to write Thursday down. So happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Baby Friday. Warrior basketball tonight. Giant baseball on the radio this weekend. John Lynch dropping all sorts of 49ers. I wouldn't say news, Waterboy, but comments, maybe news. I don't know. Good morning, brother. How are you, man?
What's up, Murph? How we doing? I know our boys, Greg Silver and Greg Popper, are out at the NFL Combine getting ready for the Underwear Olympics to really kick off today. I know there's been some interviews going on, and as you mentioned, John Lynch spoke to the media yesterday, dropping some nuggets about the future of the 49ers, but I'm always looking forward to the Combine. I don't know why. It makes no sense. It's probably the dumbest thing in the world how draft grades will rise and fall during the Combine, but I got to admit, I'll watch. I'll be tuned in, and I'll be checking it out.
So you are a Combine guy?
I'm a Combine guy.
And has that always been, or has it worn you down over the years?
No, since the moment I laid eyes on those tight spandex thighs. If you want to go straight into it. That was a nice little rhyme at 6:01
Is that
in the
a bar,
morning.
as the kids
That
would
was
say?
a bar
Yes.
just dropped. But yeah, dude, I don't know what it is. Whether it's guys just running 40 times. I know that it doesn't truly translate to skill on the field, but there I am like a sucker watching every single year.
I mean, listen, if it gets the old burst your bubble thing, I won't go around bursting your bubble, you won't go around bursting mine. I remember like Tolbert used to be like actively angry about people who got into the Combine. Like, what do you do? Actually, maybe he wasn't that's an overstatement. But he was like, bro, I'm not watching that. And Pecan, on the other hand, for example, was a guy who brought that to the KNBR, was just, the Combine is everything. It's actually better than the games, all that stuff. So there's two extremes here we've had with people who've worked here through the years. I'm definitely more towards Tolbert, but I don't totally disdain it. For example, it starts today, noon, just to get you guys a little like, I don't even like when it's on. It seems like it's always on or it's not on. So defensive linemen, linebackers, if I have my information right, you'll start watching at noon. I mean, honestly, at the best for me, it'd be like on in the background, or more accurately, this is a great time for social media to give me the highlights.
Yeah, exactly. There's always great clips going around,
Yeah.
and you're right. I'll probably like throw it on today, do some chores around the house, and kind of just have it on as background noise. But to me, really, like, this is my opportunity to do my own personal scouting report.
Okay.
Because, like, of course, we're all fantasy football players, but I play in a dynasty league.
Oh.
So every year I draft rookies. So I'm really doing my scouting reports, and I'm watching guys, like, whether it's a Luther Burden, whether or not he's going to go up and down my board. I want to get a scouting report on these guys. And then, of course, you're always looking through the lens and perspective of your own team.
This is the real deal. You're scouting for your fantasy draft today.
I've got my big board already.
You know what?
I've got my rookie dynasty big board ready to go.
That is? Commitment to excellence.
That's dedication.
Commitment to excellence.
Well, I mean, I've been in this dynasty league now going on 12 years. I've got 5 titles, Murph.
5 titles?
I'm a dynasty. I'm a legacy in this league.
Because I'm in a league with you here, and we never see you.
I know, dude. That redraft league screws me. I am cursed in the KNBR league.
We never see you.
But hey, if you check my Yahoo fantasy profile, you would see a diamond fantasy player, all right? A diamond fantasy player. I've got championships in each major 3 sports. Football, baseball, and basketball. Put some respect on my name.
I did not wake up this morning expecting the Marcus woofing about his diamond fantasy status.
Yeah, huh? What's your fantasy profile look like,
I'm about to
Murph?
look it up right now. I had no idea we had him.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
I'm diamond level.
Here's how out of it I am. I have to re-download the app. That's how long it's been.
Let me see if I can find it for you.
Diamond. So, all right. Anyway, we'll figure it out. And the thing is, you can tell from watching a skill set that will translate to the NFL, to your fantasy draft.
Yeah, not really, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'll sit here and
You
I'll
wanna see
BS like I
name?
do.
Okay,
Yeah,
there
I
you
want to
go.
see name. I like seeing the highlight tape.
I like that honest
I'm
answer.
being completely honest with
I
you.
like that
I'm not going to be
honest
like,
answer.
oh, this guy, the 3-cone shuttle
The way his
really
hips
showed to me
move,
that he
right?
can run the Z-drag in the NFL. He'll line up in a slot. He'll be great.
Where do I find this here? I have
So
the
go
app.
to
Brian
your
Murphy, here I am. Rate this app. No, settings. Fantasy profile.
Yep.
Fantasy profile.
Let me see your profile.
What do I have here? Gold.
Oh, see?
Gold.
What a sucker. You've got a gold profile. Trying to talk S to someone that has a diamond profile. I see you with your 764 rating.
Yeah. Oh, you can look me up.
Oh, yeah, Look at you. You're 71 and 57 all time. What kind of record is that?
That's a W, baby.
That is. You're
That's
in the
a
green,
freaking
Murph.
winning record,
You are in the
baby.
green.
Yes.
8 teams, 5 trophies, though, Murph. You will hit the podium.
Yes. So, I mean, and I do it without watching every snap at the
Check it out. I can see your 2019 championship. I can see your 2021 championship. I can see your silver in 2023. I can dive deep into your profile here, Murph.
This is awesome.
You want to talk about an in-depth scouting report?
But then if I went into yours, I'd just be so blinged out, I'd have to wear shades.
I'm telling you, look at this boosh since 2006, man.
Look at that.
Oh, no, I dropped the gold, too? After all this talk. Dude, what? How does this thing change? How does this thing change?
Because you had a pretty bad year in our league.
Okay, so yeah, I've dropped down. I'm a diamond baseball player. That's it.
Okay.
I know ball.
This is hilarious.
I'm a diamond baseball
I didn't
player.
know any of this. To all you listeners out there, were you guys aware of your fantasy status, profile status? Young Tony, thumbs up, thumbs down. You were aware? Yes, everybody knows? Everybody, oh man.
See, this is great. Yeah, you're right. Like 2019, I was in diamond status, and then I dropped down about 2020, 2021. That's when I started sucking in the KNBR league.
What do you give me for you and Debo Samuel, dude?
Oh, dude.
2021.
Dude, the graph of my fantasy profile might be the track of Debo Samuel. That's a good call.
Oh, my God.
He used to be a diamond. Now he's just gold.
Exactly.
Now he's just gold.
I don't know what they're going to get for him either because the cap implications are gigantic, too. So we can get that. By the way, I want to circle back to something you said today about putting it on. You said when I'm, quote, doing chores.
Oh, yeah.
Around the house. Now, you're a man who lives alone.
This is true.
So, I mean, there's not you're not cleaning up somebody else's mess.
No,
you're
I'm
not
just
making
cleaning
a
up my own
meal
mess
for somebody else, but I think you can individually create a mess that needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I got to do a lot of laundry today. That's not really a mess, but it's just like
Is
there's
your
dry
laundry
clothes
machine
in my
like
dryer.
several floors away from your
No,
apartment?
I actually have an in-unit
Dude.
washer and dryer.
What are you, aristocrat?
Dude, it's one of the best
Do you know
parts
how
about my
long
apartment.
Candace and I had to live before we got
Oh, dude, no.
Honestly, it wasn't until we bought our first house at age 37.
Damn.
I went 0 to 18, I had mom. But I went ages 18 to 37.
Oh, no, dude, it's
having
a
to
requirement.
Schlep. And, dude, we lived in some, I'll tell you, when we lived from 96 to 03, we lived in the Haight, Ashbury, and we lived up, ready for this? So we lived on the side of a hill. So it was a steep hill to begin with, right? So it was hard to, like, find parking and everything. So then once you entered, we were on the 4th floor of a walk-up. It was a beautiful old building. But, dude, so now you're going down 4 floors with the basket, down the steep hill, and then down Haight Street where, anything can happen,
Anything.
by the way. So if you wanted to do your car, you had to pull your car in kind of illegally to load it up and all that. So, dude, let me tell you what. You want to have a chore. It was a freaking chore. When we finally got our first apartment, like my mom and dad bought as a housewarming gift, bought us, it was like, we were like weeping. It was like an emotional moment. We have a washer and dryer. So, dude, you're diamond. You're platinum.
Oh, dude, that's why
You're
I'm
platinum.
diamond level.
You're
This
platinum.
apartment is diamond level. It was one of my
your unit?
It was one of my main
your
requirements
unit?
to have it. Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
my
and it's
God.
tucked away in a closet too, so you don't even see it. It's nice and hidden. It's fantastic. It's a huge perk.
Why don't we do this show from your apartment?
We probably could. It might be a little bit bigger than the studio.
Probably just more comfortable.
Yeah,
and
probably
cool
more
and all that.
comfortable, better vibes.
So,
I'll tell you
yeah,
that.
exactly.
More candles lit, like my guy Jimmy Butler.
Oh, there you go, buddy. There you go. All right, well, that's a huge piece of information.
Honestly, you know what we should do? We should broadcast a show from my rooftop. Last night, I did Walter E. Caboseta's Passion for the Pastime podcast, and I did it from the rooftop during the sunset, and man, oh man, it was a beautiful
So
vibe.
you were on video?
I was on video, yeah,
You
on
were-
top
you
of the
were- You were
rooftop.
providing spectacular vistas?
Oh, yeah, you can see planes flying in the background, shooting stars, all types of things.
Well, the planes, we better hopefully it was go okay with the planes.
Yeah,
Oh,
come on.
guys, yeah.
Hopefully.
As the listener said to us when we were going on our trip, hey, aren't you a little sketched out getting on a plane? I was like, thanks for the good vibe.
Yeah, it
buddy.
wasn't until you texted me that. But to your point, that's why KNBR put us on 2 different flights, just in case something went bad.
So the show survives.
Hey, so the show must go on.
By the way, it is supposed to be like the best day of the year today. It's supposed to be like perfect weather.
Dude, it's been nice the last 2 days. That's why I went up and did that hit on the rooftop. I was like, dude, it's too damn nice to be talking baseball inside. Let me go
Start to get
outside.
that, and because I'm in that environment, even though my kid's not playing because he's doing all aqua stuff, but high school baseball has started this week, and all my buddies who I've known through all my years, they're all playing, and there's like a certain smell to the Bay Area, especially maybe to the grass around March and April in the Bay Area when you're playing high school baseball. It's very freaking triggers something in my brain, so I can kind of starting to smell that a little bit.
Dude, I started to smell that down in spring training, down in Scottsdale. You smell the grass, you start
but
thinking
I
baseball.
even think there's even something particular to the Bay Area.
Ooh.
At least it's just in my mind from having grown up playing baseball, and then now coaching baseball, and now seeing our kids. It's like there's a certain thing about it. By the way, saw a great stat. Speaking of this, a meteorologist I follow said yesterday the sun set after 6 p.m., and it will not set before 6 p.m. again until November 2nd.
Good.
How about that, brother?
The sun should never set before 6 p.m. ever. I'm done with daylight savings. Set the clock, leave it at something. I don't know.
Even with
it was on the ballot like 8 years ago. I voted for it. I thought we got rid of this damn thing.
No. I think even if you didn't have daylight savings, the way the world works, here I am. I'm going to go down a road I'm not sure. I think you'd still have sunsets in winter before 6 p.m., even without daylight savings. But yeah, because sometimes it sets in the 4 o'clock hour. But anyway, point is just enjoy this.
Yeah, come on.
Enjoy this.
I need longer days. I need later sunsets.
Wasted days and wasted nights, said Freddie Fender and Matt Mayoko. All right, Warriors at Orlando tonight. Bad scoreboard watching last night. Clippers won. Sacramento won. Houston won. All right, fine. We'll just have to answer with a win of our own. That's why I said our own. I'm wearing a jersey tonight. I'm wearing tonight. But anyway,
squad up.
Warriors at Orlando tonight. Jordan Hicks was throwing 100 miles an hour down in Scottsdale. Rennell is on MLB The Show, and we lost one of the all-time greats. Gene Hackman passed away overnight. We'll have to get into that. What a career. 95 years old, man. He made it a long, long, long run and gave us a lot of cinema joy in his time. So we'll get into all those stories. Say good morning to young Tony. Check in on the status of the beef. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Since the moment I laid eyes on those tight spandex thighs.
Okay. All right, man. Never too early to talk about pizza. Who would eat a pizza right? If I gave you a pizza right now, would you eat it? The answer is yes. Yes, you would. Marcus said absolutely he'd eat it. But if I gave you a half-baked pizza, you'd have to go put it in the oven, which is good, though. Because the half-baked pizza out of the oven is the best kept secret at Amici's. So what they do is they make them half-baked. So you buy it or you pick it up on your way home, whatever, take out, whatever. Or you can have them delivered, quite frankly. And what happens is you keep it, and then when your family that's been running around like crazy finally gets to sit down for dinner, you slide it in, shout out Whitesnake, and slide it out in less than 5 minutes, and it's beautiful. The cheese is bubbly, it's warm, it's crispy, it's fresh. So it's the half-baked pizza, and here's the deal. For the rest of February, which is the rest of this week, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. So again, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. And we will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour today, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So.
Ooh, no guarantees. It's interesting. I was just talking to the higher ups at Cumulus. I said, I don't have a contract, and they said to me, yeah, we'd like to give you a contract, but there's no guarantees. So I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good right now.
No guarantees in life, Murph.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what the guarantee is. The guarantee is that I was just informed that this, what I thought was a fun and light beef between the morning and the afternoon, took some sort of dark turn yesterday. I'm just going to speak briefly on this. Number one, I had no idea it took a dark turn, Marcus, because I don't listen in the afternoons, okay? So you guys had to inform me. Number two, I would say that youngsters in the afternoon, by the way, I was recently informed we do have an afternoon show. I didn't even know. But I want to explain to the youngsters who we were trying to have a little fun with two things. Number one, we only entered into the fray to entertain you in a lighthearted and enjoyable manner. And quite frankly, to give you guys a little legitimacy. And number two, it's not that deep, kids. No. It's not that deep. So, young Tony, I don't know. Does this mean these sensitive kids have pretty much squashed the beat because they got too serious?
Who are these sensitive kids?
Okay, all right.
We have an afternoon show?
We'll move on then. We'll move on. Okay, so kids, try to have fun.
Yeah.
All right, guys, try to have fun.
It's nothing personal. It's not that deep. Shout out to the afternoon boys. They're trying to get on their feet. And look, my guy Copes is a seasoned S-talker. And he's been publicly going on
Joey
air.
Votto?
I do think I got Joey Votto for you right here. I mean, we got some S-talking MFers in the bullpen. One of them is Adam Copley.
We had some talking motherfuckers in St. Louis.
Look, and Copes wants to be the heel of KNBR,
Right.
all right? He's fine being the bad guy,
Yes.
which is fine.
Yes.
I just don't think the rest of his show knows that he wants to be the heel. Okay. And I don't want to upset Thin Tim. I don't want to upset Derek Papa. We love you guys. It's all fun and games. It's nothing personal. We don't got to be out here recruiting armies at KNBR to pick sides in this beef. It's not that deep, boys. We're riffing a little bit, and we still have the best board up in the station.
Man,
Shout out to my guy, Young Tony.
I can't believe all this stuff happened on Thin Tim's birthday.
On Thin
I
Tim's
can't believe it.
birthday.
Anyway, wow. So again, I was unaware, and everybody chill. All right, Young Tone, how was your Wednesday, buddy?
It was good.
Well, you were glued to the radio, listening to what other people were saying about you.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait, what's a radio? We have an afternoon show?
You been playing golf, buddy?
I did, yes. I played a little golf.
Oh, look at you, man.
Beautiful day yesterday. Like one of the best days of the year.
Yeah. I could tell you guys yet another Coach Murph ref story. But these refs, man, these refs are. But I probably shouldn't, because the playoffs are coming up, and I might get this guy. And suffice to say, it would be pretty funny. I don't want to riff too much because, like I said, the playoffs are coming up. But let it be known that when you walk into the post office and it says wanted, but this is the old days. I'm dating myself yet again. So in the old days, you used to walk into the post office and the FBI had the 10 most wanted people on the wall. Let me tell you, when I was a kid, going to the post office with my mom, and I'm terrified. I'm like, these guys, just mug shots of these killers. They're like, these people are on the run. They put this stuff up in the post office.
That's nightmare-inducing.
Oh, dude, and let me tell you what, these mugshots, these guys didn't look like Mr. Rogers, dude. Let me tell you, man. These guys, they were terrifying, stone-cold murderers who, by the way, were on the loose. We're on the loose. And the FBI was like, have you seen these people?
This guy could be in your neighborhood.
Well, let me tell you, when the refs go to the post office, my picture's on the wall. They're like,
Watch out for Brian Murphy.
Have you seen this man? And let me also add, unfairly maligned, everybody. Unfairly maligned. Yesterday, I had one of the most outrageously unfair accusations from a ref. I wasn't even talking to the ref. I was like, I'm not even talking to you, bro. And so anyway, I let it be known that it's comedy. If you want to get your popcorn, just come watch one of my basketball games.
Look, Murph.
Just entertainment, pure entertainment.
I'll tell you what my pops used to tell me as a kid. Your reputation precedes you.
There it is.
And that was my reputation because I was a troublemaker. I was the kid that had my own parole officer in elementary school follow me around. So, like, I always had that reputation. So I couldn't do anything. There's a reason why I had that yard duty on my hip, whether I was at the basketball court or at the playground. They were following me everywhere because of my reputation.
But yeah, and I think there's a full-on situation with me right now. I will say this, though. This shines a light on refs who are good. Like refs, I think we need to appreciate good refs. I mean, there are a lot. There are a good number of them out there, and a good ref goes a long way. You're like, you know what? You ran a good game today, buddy. Thank you for your work. So I want to salute. We get some applause for the good refs out there. Thank you very much.
You know, it goes a long way. A good ref, a good umpire.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy, Jamie. Home plate umpire, probably my favorite umpire of all time, dude.
Yeah.
Whether it was like Babe Ruth games or playing out at Washington Park, anytime I showed up to the ballpark, I saw Jamie behind home plate. I knew it was going to be a good day.
And you're not saying that because he gave you every call?
No, not at all. And, you know, maybe he liked me also. Maybe he gave me a few strikes on the outside, but that's the reputation and kind of the back and forth and the repertoire that you build with these guys.
It's good that you crossed over into different sports. Baseball, too. Now, I didn't play high school football, but baseball and basketball, and I've coached baseball and basketball for 20 years now or whatever, and a really good ref or a really good ump, it's not even just the way they call the game, too. It's the way they handle themselves. It's the way they talk to the kids. You know what I mean? Certain ones of them can really elevate the experience by, like, running a nice ship. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the game, you're like, you know what? You call a good game, buddy. You know
and just kind of being respectful, too.
Yeah.
And not a D-bag. Like, that's key. Like, there was multiple times, like, high school football, like, I complain about being held as a defensive end. And I'm like, yo, ref, this guy's got his hands all over me. And some guys would just like ignore me, but other guys would be like, okay, I'll watch out for it. I'll keep an eye on it. And like to just have that type of communication makes you a better referee, makes you a better umpire.
I just got to tell you guys right now, because we're having a good season, the school team, and actually the CYO team. If we win on Saturday, I think we make the playoffs, so we got a big one coming. Let me just tell you guys right now, I'm making a call. And I'm not trying to speak this into existence. Part of this is for radio riffs and entertainment and bits. I'm making a call that sometime in the playoffs, either on my school team or CYO team, something dramatic is going to happen. And I'm going to be the bad guy.
And I hope,
I'm going to be the bad guy.
I hope and pray somebody's rolling tape.
Oh, dude. And I'm
actually probably not for the future of your job. I actually hope nobody's rolling tape.
I'm going to go ahead and pre-call that I will be unfairly maligned. All right, dude. So anyway, that's a long way of saying that was my Wednesday. That was my Wednesday. And we got the dub.
Nice Wednesday, Murph. Way to get that dub.
And we went out for pizza.
You can't spell Wednesday without a W.
You know what? I had a freaking beer.
Ooh,
which I don't, I usually, I try to, Monday through Thursday, I try to shut it down for my body cycle and sleep and health and all that. And I was like, nah, man, I'm getting a freaking beer.
And we're going full-blown real beer. Not one of the non-alcohol ones.
Alvarado Street Hazy IPA.
I like Alvarado.
Yeah. And you know what? You know how hard it was to stop at 1?
Oh, dude, that's always the biggest thing.
So I worked with a legendary sports writer, John Crumpacker, who we lost. Rest in peace, John Crumpacker. But he used to say to me, he said, there are certain things in life that aren't true, and saying I'm going to have 1 beer is not true. He said, never stop at 1, Murph. Never.
Why would you stop at 1?
Well, I mean, that's been in my head for 30 years since he told me that. It's kind of true. Having 1 beer is kind of a, dare I say, a blue ball experience?
It's a tease, Murph. It's a big tease.
Can you spin 1 beer being positive? Like, I'm going to have 1 beer and enjoy it, then go to bed.
See, like, I can tell myself that if, like, I'm drinking something pretty strong and, like, a tall can or something like that, or even give me, like, a Pliny the Elder. You get it on that big old bottle. It's strong enough where you get a nice little buzz after 1. But even after finishing the first, I always want a second.
I know, but
That's
so
always the issue.
can you declare victory after one beer and say that's a good beer and now I'm moving on?
If it gives me a decent buzz, the answer is yes.
Young Tony, what about you? Good morning to you. Can you have one beer, like after a round of golf, can you have one beer and then get in your car and go?
If I'm like, if you stop yourself, if you limit yourself, yes, but it's hard to. I'm the guy where if you have one beer, you get a good taste.
Well,
I want another. And if you have time to have one beer, you can probably have time to have two.
My dad taught me many, 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 many things, and one of them is, he said, Bri, never underestimate the joy of the first sip of an ice-cold beer on a hot day.
Oh, yeah.
That's been in my head forever, too. And every time it happens, I'm like, thanks, Dad. It is awesome. Don't forget that frosted mug, hot day, that first sip, bro.
Oh, after a long day of yard work or something.
yeah.
Man, it hits
Wait a minute,
different.
yard work? What's that?
Yard work.
Was that part of your chores?
Yeah, you never grew up doing yard work?
Well, let's say my parents wished I did a little more. Let's
Oh,
put it that
man.
way.
Oh, bro, I was out there every single weekend cutting bushes,
See,
picking
that's
up
when- you
leaves,
know what?
chopping wood,
You know what?
stacking wood in the
You
back.
know what? Despite our relative GPAs, I think you were the better kid.
Ah,
I think
thank
you were the better kid.
Hard working.
All right, guess
Street smart, not book smart.
Yeah, and hard working. Hard working. I was, they're like, dude, I think I passed it on too, because yesterday it's garbage day in our family, and I did all the bins. The kids were supposed to do it, so I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these in the driveway, and they're going to take, because we live at the bottom of a hill driveway, and unfortunately our garbage truck doesn't come down. You have to bring it to them. It's a little bit of a pain to walk up a hill with a bin. So I'm going to leave these here and let the kids see them here. And I went out, did our game, drove home. The bins are still there.
Bins
are
didn't
still there.
move.
I was like, and so I had to send a sharply worded text, shall we say.
Those bins aren't going to move themselves, kids.
All right.
They ain't going to move
Young
themselves.
Joe, were you a hardworking kid? Yard work, garbage bins, etc.?
Absolutely, dude. Picking up the leaves, mowing the lawn, whatever they needed, I was doing it. By the way, shout out 707. Everybody's got to chill. The Niners have a last place schedule.
This is absolutely true.
All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:30, Mike Krukow is going to join the show. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler content, 8:30, our Gene Hackman tribute. We got a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
R.I.P. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. He is in Indy. He was talking to John Lynch yesterday. We'll get his take on everything. And then Sergio Romo at 9:15.
Woo!
He's promoting FanFest at Oracle Park on March 8th. Everybody's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Marcus is going to be there. I believe Copes, who apparently is on the afternoon show, will also be there.
All right, man. That's good stuff. Good. Well done on the guesses. Okay, we played the John Lynch sound coming in, and then we never got back to it. So why don't we get into the John Lynch Indy stuff next on the Sports Leader?
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So.
Okay, so what do you say? I mean, of course, he's going to be cagey. He's going to be a gambler. He's going to be a poker player, all that good stuff. But this belief that, like, Brock Purdy and the Niners are going to hold hands and skip in the meadow and sign a deal because Brock is such a nice guy, right? He would never turn over the apple cart and all that stuff. They're negotiating. Yeah. As nice a guy as Brock Purdy is, he'll negotiate. And as professional a guy as John Lynch is, well, we've seen him negotiate. And unfortunately, we've seen him negotiate too long. Now, whether that's Lynch or Parag Marate or Jed York, we've seen the Niners draw things out too long. Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk come to mind. So people are thinking this can't happen between Brock and Lynch this time. But now, no deal. Now it's February 27th. But there he was saying, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. And Murph, I'll add a couple more names to that list. A Deebo Samuel, a George Kittle. You mentioned Bosa and Ayuk. It seems like the 49ers have taken this approach over the last couple of seasons to kind of let it drag out throughout the offseason. So, no, I don't think we're going to snap our fingers and wake up tomorrow morning with Brock Purdy having a contract. But it's good to hear that they've started working on it, which to me doesn't really feel like breaking news. We know that they've been talking since the end of the season. We know that John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the entire front office endorsed Brock Purdy as the future face of this franchise. So it's going to take some work to kind of figure out what those numbers are going to be. I'm sure they're trying to set it up and move money around in certain places where they're paying more 1 year so they have more money on the back end. I don't know, Murph. You know how complicated all this contract situation is, but there's ways to set up contracts to defer money to later on or get more guaranteed up front. It feels like those are the details they're working out right now.
Right. And again, so I think maybe people are looking for, mostly you want to get it done by OTAs. You'd also like to get it done maybe even by free agency so you can figure it out. But that's a big ask. I mean, it's a big ask to get these things done. But I'm wishing the Niners sort of shed that reputation as the guys who kind of drag their feet and just don't make it happen. And the belief that Brock would be easy is not really in alignment with reality. In reality, they want their money. Agents want their money, and now we got to play hardball, man. It's nothing personal. It's strictly business, right? So here's the deal. He said no guarantees, and if you're a negotiator, that's what you do, right? So he's got to fire a shot across the bow to Brock's group, saying, we could just play this out on 1 year deal because there is that option.
I mean, there's the option of letting it play out and then even taking it a step further. Then franchise tagging him the next year. So they could play out this last year on his rookie deal, franchise tag him for 1, if not 2 more seasons. I believe Kirk Cousins was franchise tagged twice. But the question is, how will Brock Purdy react if you tell him that's the game plan? Would he hold out from OTAs or training camp this year because he doesn't get the bag? Now, to your point, most people don't expect a guy like Brock Purdy to handle himself that way. But once money gets on the table, once the agent starts having to say about it, who knows how Brock Purdy and his camp is going to react? Should we even think about, because Greg Papa and Tim Ryan, both, and there was some interest, because a lot of people believe Greg and Tim, they're on the plane, they're in the building, they might be privy to more information than we schlubs are on the outside. And both of them suggested that the Niners don't need to re-sign Brock Purdy. Now, that could have just been their opinion. Could have been Papa's opinion, could have been Tim Ryan's opinion. But there is a way to think that, maybe they were talking to some people who were like, we don't have to sign him. And so maybe Papa and Ryan were like, they don't have to sign him. So I'm just saying, and again, that's also negotiations. Yeah. That's scaring Brock Purdy into, wait a minute, they're going to make me play on this 1 year deal, so maybe I should accept 50 instead of 60. Something like that. So again, as we know in terms of negotiating how bad I am, I sold a TV for $5 once because I thought it was important that we move the TV rather than hold out for a high price, and I'm still paying the price all these years later. Public humiliation on 50,000 watts. People don't forget.
So So I'm not a great negotiator, but if you're the Niners, you got to be cagey a little bit about this and keep Brock on his toes.
Yeah, it's part of the back and forth. And that's why I'm not surprised to hear these comments about how the contract is not guaranteed. I mean, I like to remind people, Kyle Shanahan will remind you yourself, you can't guarantee anybody's going to be alive this Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Brock Purdy also. But I think eventually they are going to get a deal done.
Yeah.
The question is, do you want to play that waiting game? To your point, if Tim Ryan and Greg Papa and other people are suggesting maybe you do let this play out for another year, what's the quarterback market going to look like in another year?
Right.
What happens if Josh Allen gets paid? What if C.J. Stroud resets the market once his rookie contract is up? Then we're talking about Brock Purdy maybe being in the range of $70 to $75 million. I mean, people think it's ridiculous, but a couple of years ago, Patrick Mahomes reset the market, and we were talking about how $50 million was such a large number. Hell, I remember when Jimmy Garoppolo was named the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and everybody was freaking out. Can you believe they're paying a quarterback $25 million now? That's small potatoes. Look at the way the market has gone up for quarterbacks. So if you don't strike now, you might end up paying more for Brock Purdy down the road.
I mean, that's 100%. I'm with you 100%. And we're all hoping that Brock Purdy's agent, what's his name? His name is Strongen, right? His name is Rick. I had it written down. I know Kyle Strongen. We hope Kyle Strongen is his name. And,
come on, Kyle.
What kind of guy is he?
Yeah, come on,
Is he the
Kyle.
kind who's telling Brock, no, man, you can get more. No, man, you can get more. Hold out. I mean, he might, is he a bad influence on Brock?
I mean, what agent has ever said take less?
Do we have the Gene Simmons cut?
Yeah, not at all. I mean, in agents, their job is to get you more money so that they get more money.
If I was an agent, I'd be like out of business within a year. I'd be like, hey, you're getting a series of bad deals for your guys. I'm like, no, I'm not good at this. Yeah, and again, once again, Gene Simmons from KISS taught us everything we need to know about whether or not agents should ask for more money or for less money. Oh, you don't have it at the ready?
Damn.
I thought this guy was a
The
good
best board up in the building would have found that
dude.
drop.
Now, if you were back there behind the glass and I was throwing you a hot potato like that,
I would have grabbed it.
how would you explain to the people out there how that happens?
So the process is...
So first of all, it's an incredibly difficult position because you don't know where the host is going to go.
Absolutely not.
And then all of a sudden the host throws, hey, Marcus, it's like Gene Simmons says from KISS. Now tell me the process from that point
So
in
the
time.
process is immediately you go over to PC2, you go into the Z drive, and you start typing keywords. Now, the key to me was one word at a time. So I would just type in Gene or Gene Money, and you're trying to find it as quick as possible. It feels like young Tony sometimes is specifically looking for Gene Simmons talks about money. He'll be a little bit too detailed, so I don't think he's as quick. I'm going for one word and just trying to get inside the Z drive as fast as possible, young Tony.
Wait a minute, he still doesn't.
There was also a massive issue with the system that just deleted all of my drops.
Yeah, this is true too. So Tony doesn't have his own
Everything's
drops
saved. I've
anymore.
always been great
KNBR
about
is
it.
that?
Dude.
How can it be the sports leader?
So that's an issue.
Where's freaking Pete Franklin and Dave Newhouse now?
Which I will
Come on,
say,
man.
because Tony doesn't have his own folder, it does take a little bit longer to search for the Z drive. But man, it's live radio. You got to be quick
Suffice to
with
say
it.
that we have that soundbite from. Oh, look at just in time. Here we go.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money. I just want enough money. You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead.
Yeah.
That's when it's enough.
One of the greatest quotes of all time. And it applies to Brock freaking Purdy of all people.
It applies to everybody, Murph.
Brock Purdy,
It applies
man.
to everybody.
Oh, man. Very, very funny.
Everybody wants more
All right, well,
money.
listen, there was more from Indianapolis. Debo Samuel was discussed. Christian McCaffrey was discussed. Trent Williams was discussed. So why don't we do this? Why don't we get responsible on the clock, because we are professionals. Tell you guys that we are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts. That's huge. Neil freaking Young, man, on Shoreline Amphitheater, September 12th. We're giving away these tickets in the 9 a.m. hour. He ain't going to be around forever. Go see Neil, man. Neil's written a couple ditties, a couple of toe tappers. You want to get in there. By the way, his dad, was a famous sports writer in Toronto.
I did not
Yeah,
know that.
isn't that cool?
That is pretty cool.
Dad's one of the most decorated, famous sports writers.
You cover the Jays, Raptors?
I think he was one of those columnists. He covered everything.
wow.
I think mostly they like the puck. Buddy.
Okay.
They
Oh,
like
yeah,
the
that
puck.
makes sense.
Which is maybe why Neil chose the San Jose, because he lives in the Redwood Forest down by Santa Cruz,
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe he chose that because he could get to a Sharks game
That's
easily.
it. About 35 minutes over Highway 17. You're there.
Yeah. Old man, give me my puck. All right, guys. So Debo, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, 49ers at the Combine. Next on the Sports Leader.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. Are we staying on our GP2 vibes here, Tony?
Oh, dude, absolutely. I was banging some of this on the way home. And oh, by the way, Lauryn Hill, Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, just great vibes. Like, GP2 knows ball.
Maybe, I know we're supposed to be moving on, but maybe the afternoon guy should listen a little bit. Some Jill Scott, some Erykah
Let some
Badu.
good vibes their way.
We're riffing, Jerry.
There's an afternoon
we're
show, Murph?
riffing.
Is it actually an afternoon show?
Jerry, we're riffing. We're riffing. The fact that I know we should be moving on, but this is too gold for me to pass up. The legendary Shannon Kaler, who, of course, is just the guy. He's been our icon at KNBR for years and years and years, and is the lead singer of the awesome rock band, the Stone Foxes, who've played coast to coast and rocked your cojones off, even up on Mount Tam. And was, of course, the assistant creative director to Tony and played a huge role in a lot of Pauly songs through the years.
A big voice in the parody songs.
Yeah. But he checked in at 6:39. He said, remember, he talks like this, man.
Hey, man.
He says he does. He kind of it's unusual cadence on him, man. But he said the afternoon boys sounded like they got their feelings hurt yesterday. It's understandable, man. Our generation is fragile. He goes, if you both can try to be vulnerable with each other, you might find a path to peace and healing, man. I said, you just made my day, buddy. First of all, it's 6:50 and my day is made. All right. So I said, and then he said, I said, the perfect Kaler text, vulnerable and healing. I love you, buddy. And he writes, no, I did get the vibe they were actually upset. And then I turned it off. He said,
Oh, that's
so
classic
very,
Shannon.
very funny. So anyway, moving on to
let's find the path, Murph.
It's not that deep, kids.
It's not that deep.
Anyway, 49ers, that is deep. Because they went 6-11 last year. Did get them a last place schedule.
Yeah, that is true.
But so will this last place schedule bring you a Brock Purdy resolution? We just discussed that in the last segment. And we can talk about that with Matt Mayoko at 8:50 from Indianapolis. And oh, by the way, from Indy, you'll get your Papa and Silver. How about that? How about
That's
KNBR
live.
winging those guys out to Indy?
I know.
Well, they found a couple bucks in the drawer.
I heard the boys
were
were on the red eye last night, flying in this morning. I'm sure they'll be at St. Elmo's sometime soon, eating that horseradish.
You know I love to digress. So 808 KNBR, the red eye. Are you in? You out?
I've only think I've been on maybe one, but I'm down because you just sleep the entire flight.
If you can, it's potential. The potential of it is a huge win. If you can't fall asleep, it's a huge L. But so it's a big risk reward. Like maybe some people take a little. What is it? What's the sleep thing? Ambien? Is that it?
Oh, I was gonna say I just take a bunch of gummies.
Doesn't okay, gummies. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, that's great. I know, it's awesome.
That's the go-to way
totally
to
with you,
fly.
buddy.
If you're on a long flight and you're able to pass out, dude, I sleep on every single flight I'm on because I kind of pregame before I get on the flight.
God, man, see, look at you. You're better than me, man. I haven't planned that out. If you fly from San Francisco to, say, Dublin, Ireland, that is effectively a red eye because you leave at 5 in the afternoon and you get there, it's noon. You're in a fog. There's no doubt you're in a fog. So you know what you do to get out of that fog, Marcus? You go to the pub.
You drink.
You go to the pub.
You go get a pint. Solves all your problems.
And let me tell you what, you do not stop at
No,
one pint.
absolutely not.
I don't think I've ever had one pint of Guinness in an
I
Irish
think it's
pub.
against the law to only order one pint.
But anyway, so they flew to Indy. They'll give you guys the sights and sounds of Indianapolis from 10 to 2 this morning, at 10 to 2 this afternoon. John Lynch talked about more than Brock, though. He talked about Deebo Samuel. Well, you know. I mean, this is a guy, he's been essentially the face of the 49ers. The boombox, you know, his name. People love his name. People loved everything. His wide back. I mean, he's been one of the most well-known 49ers of the last 5 years.
Yeah, I would say maybe the mentality of the 49ers, like the energy and the vibes and kind of that smash mouth style of football that we used to see from Kyle Shanahan's offense. When we think about the Yak Bros, it started with Deebo Samuel. Of course, you throw George Kittle into the mix, and then Christian McCaffrey comes to town too. But it really seemed like the identity and kind of the hard-nosed wide receiver tone was set by Deebo Samuel. But the problem is, we haven't seen that version of Deebo Samuel over the last couple of years.
No. Actually, I wonder about this. Like, if you go back to 2019, when the 49ers started this run, I wonder if you did a Q rating thing coast to coast, if Deebo would be the most famous Niner. The only other candidates are Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Fred Warner.
Hell, in 2019, it might be this man.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Who, by the way, as the Rams are threatening, Matt Stafford because they don't want to pay him. That Stafford story is all the rage, by the way, nationally.
Him with Brady out in Montana.
By the way, you okay with me calling your team the Las Vegas Braiders?
No, I'm not.
Can I call them the
I'm not okay with that.
The Braiders?
No, I'm not okay with that.
I just came up with that on the way in today.
Yeah, it's not that
They were
good.
talking about Brady and Stafford, and I said, I'm going to tell Marcus I'm going to start calling this team the Braiders.
No, it's not very good.
What do you think, Tony? You like that
it.
one? The Braiders?
No.
It's actually pretty good.
I don't
but,
think it's working.
I understand where Marcus is coming
I
from.
don't think it's working, Murph.
What if this guy's out here trying to make your team better, bro?
Yeah, trying to.
Well, if I were you, I'd embrace him. I'd embrace him.
Once he starts winning, maybe.
Okay. I understand the beef and all that, but he's out here trying to help you guys win, man.
Actively. Well, it depends who you ask. Whether or not it was a play-in meeting out in Montana with Matthew Stafford, or was it just a coincidence like Matthew Stafford running into Sean McVay down in Mexico?
Don't ask Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz.
I know, dude. Next thing you know, we got beef in the middle of a Starbucks.
Yeah.
We thought there was bad blood between Young Tony and Thin Tim, Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport. It's on site at Starbucks.
So for people who don't, there's probably a lot of people who don't know this, but Jordan Schultz, is an NFL reporter for was it for Fox? Does he work for Fox?
Yeah, I believe he works for Fox.
He reported that Tom Brady hosted Matt Stafford at his Montana ranch on a recruiting trip. Now, there's a lot going on there because that's tampering.
That's tampering.
Yeah, that's tampering.
That's illegal.
Number two, how about just Brady inviting Stafford to his freaking lodge in Montana? How, it's freaking like stepbrothers, right? And then Ian Rappaport reported on NFL Network that it was not true. It was not an arranged meeting. It was not that they only saw each other accidentally. Jordan Schultz apparently took beef with Ian Rappaport undermining his reporting and confronted him, wait for it, in a Starbucks. And yes, he's the son of Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz. So,
wow.
If there was beef in Starbucks, mostly I'd be beefing with somebody about why are we here waiting 25 minutes for our order?
Oh, bro.
Well, that'd be my beef.
You walking into that Starbucks in Scottsdale with DC and not being able to order a cup of coffee has got to be a crime against humanity.
So I asked for the box of coffee. DC's of Starbucks. By the way, I'm not a... Listen, no shade. I might be doing reads for Starbucks in a month, so just bear with me, all right? But I'm a Pete's guy.
Ooh.
I take Pete's over Starbucks.
Okay.
Now, if Starbucks is the only option, I'll take it. It's not my first option, but I'll take it. So I haven't been to one in a while. So DC, Darren Chan at Scottsdale, he goes, hey, man, do you want to go to Starbucks? I'm like, listen, anything coffee, yes, let's go. So I said, in fact, I'm going to go get the big box. What do they call it? The travel? I don't know what they call those things.
It's
I just
a big
called
box.
a box of coffee.
It's a vat of coffee.
Shout out Phil Lesh, box of coffee, right? For the deadheads out there. But so I walk in. By the way, the place is a freaking ghost town. No, it's 5:55 in the morning, but it doesn't matter because everybody does mobile orders now. And they had all these mobile orders, and people are just dashing in and dashing out. It's wild. So shout out the mobile order Starbucks crowd. I wonder if Ian Rappaport or Jordan Schultz had done a mobile order when they got into their beef. Anyway, I said, well, I didn't do a mobile order. It's like a box of coffee. She goes, yeah, that's going to be about 25, 30 minutes.
For coffee?
I was like, wait a minute, don't you guys make coffee here? What's going on?
Isn't your whole business coffee?
She's like, that's a lot of coffee. I'm like, well, yeah. I'm not at the deli.
Yeah, what is this?
I'm not at the hardware store.
What is this, a lemonade stand where like you only have one pitcher of lemonade, one pitcher of coffee?
So anyway.
That's ridiculous. By the way,
beware, if you're going to get the box, you got to like call them in advance.
And I've always hated that. Why do people who put in a mobile order get priority over me where I actually walked in, I showed up, I came to your place of business, and you're going to put me at the back of the line behind the mobile orders?
Dude, not only that. So
that's un-American.
I finally settled for a bagel, which I don't usually get. But I'm like, I'm here, give me a freaking bagel. Bro, it took her like 12 minutes to get the bagel because you were doing all the mobile orders first.
It does not take that long to toast a bagel.
That's right. I was like, dude, hop over the... I'll
do it myself.
I'll hop over the counter and do it. Give me the knife. Give me the cream cheese.
Storm the Starbucks.
I'll leave a buck in the tip jar.
Yeah.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Deebo Samuel. John Lynch on Deebo Samuel here.
We asked you about Deebo last month. You said you were not interested in moving on from a good player. Since then, he's requested a trade.
Yeah.
What's the latest with him?
Yeah, still not interested, Grant, but along those lines of the financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Debo, it's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Debo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks in my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
Man, oh man, you guys ready to say goodbye to Debo?
Yeah,
you are. God, as he said, time
feels
happens,
like it's
right?
happening. Yeah,
time happens.
Mm-hmm. He wants out, and John Lynch seems like he's going to accommodate that request.
So here, according to Eric Branch of the Chronicle, the 49ers would assume a dead money salary cap charge of $31 million if they trade Samuel before June 1st. Can they absorb that? I mean, that seems crazy, right? But it says they will likely trade him because Debo has a $15 million option bonus that triggers March 22nd. So they got to trade him by then.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, it's a difference of $16 million. They either pay Debo $15 or take the $31 million hit. So this is like a $16 million hit. They could also release him with a post-June 1st designation, which would spread out the financial hit over 2 seasons. That would be $10 million this year and $20 million in 2026. So I'd like to get something for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key, and that's one thing I will point out about one of the negatives of how Debo Samuel's contract is set up now. Why there would be that dead cap hit, it's because they restructured his contract and moved money around. And we do give the 49ers credit all the time for being able to move money to create more cap space. But this is a situation where it's coming back to bite them because if they don't want him on the roster, they don't have too many options. And I feel like if you're a team around the league, unless you're desperate for a Debo Samuel, why would you trade anything? What kind of value would you get up when you're expecting the 49ers to release him anyways if they're not able to find a trade partner?
Yeah, man, oh man. I mean, so teams out there right now have a choice. They could either say, well, let's just wait for the Niners to release him, and then we'll try to sign him, or get ahead of the game. We want him.
Yeah.
Go get him.
They don't want to play the waiver wire game.
I wonder if a team that acquires him, what they think they're getting. What do they think they're getting? Are they getting a 29-year-old guy who's not as explosive, but they're getting a guy who, if healthy and motivated and is not maybe the number one option, can be that number 2 or 3 or receiver who can bowl over a tackler?
And I think it really depends on the fit of the team and how you want to run your offense, because we know that Debo Samuel is a different type of wide receiver. He's the wide back. He's the only guy in NFL history with 20 receiving touchdowns and 20 rushing touchdowns. So the 2 teams that I've seen that have had interest in Debo Samuel are the Baltimore Ravens and the Washington Commanders. Those were the reports I saw yesterday. And you start to think about their style of offense and obviously the fact that they have mobile quarterbacks. So maybe if you want to get Debo Samuel, you can even move him to the backfield a little bit, run a little RPO, the jet motion, we know it's there. So I think it has to be a creative rushing offense to capitalize on the skill set of a Debo Samuel. So maybe those are offenses that will fit in with Debo's skill set.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. And then interesting to see how he plays that year.
Yeah.
So the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text lines reacting. First of all, 707 says in terms of his fame, Kendrick is dropping Debo, not Jimmy, in his songs. Kendrick name checks Debo?
Which song does he name Debo?
707, help us out
And
on that.
are we sure he's talking about Debo Samuel and not Debo from the movie Friday?
These are good questions.
Yes, these are the questions I have.
408 says, as a lifelong Oakland Raiders fan, Tom Brady running the ship is an absolute nightmare scenario.
Yeah, dude. I'm living in a nightmare.
New Giants president of baseball ops, Steve Garvey.
Yeah.
Like, my God, man. A lot of people checking in on the Pete's and Starbucks debate. And here's a guy defending his mobile order. He said, 408 says, I took the time to think ahead in mobile order. Not my fault I thought ahead. Right? I mean, it is kind of true. He kind of outfoxes you.
He did prep it, and that's fine, but I just don't think it should prioritize the people in line. That's fine. There's people there. I don't know. Maybe this is a bad take.
I spent my whole life getting outfoxed.
Yeah.
And 538 says, don't forget, Murph, if you're going to leave $1, make sure they see you put the $1 in the tip jar. Shout out Curly, George Costanza, making sure they see you. And then they didn't see it, so he tried to take it out to redo it, and then they turned around right when he was taking it out. So there you go, right? A very Larry David plot turn. Okay, so that was Debo, and we expect him maybe to be moved in the next coming weeks. This is that time of year where I just wish all the NFL deadlines would move up. You know, free agency March 10, 12, Debo's bonus March 22. It's like, let's just get this stuff going, man, because it's February and we'd like some action. You know, we'd like some because right now it's just speculation. Matt Stafford and all that stuff going on.
I mean, even speculations about teams reaching out about Brandon Ayuk. But I don't think there's any way in hell where you're looking at an offseason where the 49ers move on from both Debo and Brandon Ayuk in the same season.
I think that was one of those segments that files under, when we did it yesterday on the radio, one of those, there's no topic beneath us. One of those ones. The new world I'm living in. This whole no topic beneath you world. 385 says trade Debo and Ayuk after June 1st.
There it is.
Man, they don't deserve that kind of money. We don't need the headache. All right, well, now all of a sudden you got just Juwan Jennings and Pierce all looking at each other. Huh?
Line them up. Let's go.
Okay. And then my Pete's people are checking in, too. Okay, guys, the other update, Christian McCaffrey. You know, in reality, guys, we talk about running backs and their shelf life. Are we getting to the point where, are you expecting Christian McCaffrey next year to be Christian McCaffrey of yore? And so John Lynch addressed that, young Tony, in Indianapolis.
He's doing great. Christian's doing really well. And, I think was real frustrated with the way last season went and doing everything in his possible as he did in preparation for last year. And we're hoping CMC's out there going to have a tremendous year. If he's healthy, he will have a tremendous year. That's just what he does.
Now, they said that do you have the cut about him being cautious or judicious with his offseason participation? So more John Lynch from Indianapolis. Here you go.
I think so. I think at least parts of it. We'll be judicious and follow the medical folks' advice on that. But Christian's, he's done a great job doing the rehab. He's tireless. If anything, you always gotta say whoa to Christian. And as my friend Mike Tomlin, it's a lot better to have to say whoa than it is to say sick him. So Christian is a whoa guy, and because he's going to do everything possible to give himself.
Yeah. So again, I'm just looking. See, he's 28. He'll be 29 in June. Okay, so he'll be 29. I'll give you an example. Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry turned 31 a couple weeks ago. So in other words, 29, 30. You've seen Derrick Henry in his 29 and 30-year-old years. He's an absolute monster, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He's a lock. Everybody's different. I'm not saying Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry are apples to apples, but could Christian McCaffrey have 2 more really good years, just given that vague comp there to a guy like Derrick Henry?
Yeah, and I think the comp is a little wonky because they're such different types of running backs.
Yeah.
And that's why I think Christian McCaffrey might be successful longer than someone like Derrick Henry because of his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah.
Like, if you really want to get crazy, we can talk about Christian McCaffrey at 32 years old as a slot wide receiver. Like, he has that kind of skill set. Now, I don't think that will happen, but that's just kind of the example I'm using. When you look at a guy like Darren Sproles, who was still very productive even later on in his career as a receiver out of the backfield. Even when Christian McCaffrey is not a workhorse at 32, 33, 34, you can still use him as a third down back. So I do think there's still production there with Christian McCaffrey. The question is the health. And you heard John Lynch say it right there. It all depends on whether or not you have a healthy Christian McCaffrey. And if he's healthy, I'm not betting against him to be one of the best running backs in the league, because we're only a year out from him arguably being the best player in football. I thought he should have got more love in the MVP conversation. Yeah. And even last year, dealing with the Achilles injuries, in that game against Buffalo, you started to see flashes of the old Christian McCaffrey, and then he goes down with the knee injury. But I'd be lying if I'm sitting here saying I'm 100% confident that he is going to be healthy, because I don't know with these Achilles injuries how long they linger, if that's no longer a problem, if that's in a rearview mirror. To me, the key is health with Christian McCaffrey. But if he's healthy, he's one of the best running backs in football.
Yeah,
no
and
doubt.
Just to your general point, Derrick Henry kind of thrives on contact more than McCaffrey does. So hopefully he'd have more, maybe 2. But realistically, I'll take 2 great years out of McCaffrey. That's what, like, if you're following the Derrick Henry comp, I'll take 2 great years. But again, Achilles are Achilles.
Yeah, that's the question.
I don't know how much you can truly come back from those, which so obviously, fingers crossed. That brings into a factor a guy like Jordan Mason, who's going to be an unrestricted free agent too.
Absolutely, and like another name we should also throw out there, Isaac Guerrero, who showed some flashes this year. I think he's going to be the guy that can help replace Deebo Samuel in this offense.
Maybe, yeah.
Like Isaac,
a little bit of a bull in a china shop when he runs. Kind of doesn't really kind of but he's raw.
Yeah, he's raw. He has speed, and it's crazy when you look at the fact that when he was in college, he actually lined up at wide receiver more than he did at running back.
Yeah.
So that's a guy that can kind of line up in that same role as Deebo Samuel, the end arounds, the jet sweeps, that kind of stuff. I think it gives you a little bit of an element of a Deebo Samuel, even if he does leave your offense.
Had a couple of moments of explosiveness last year. And then the last guy is Trent Williams, who's 36. He'll be 37 in July, and definitely did not have his best year last year between injuries and performance. But the big news always on him is he going to keep playing? And I think, thankfully for 49ers fans, I think John Lynch says he thinks he's playing. Yeah.
Trent's playing, and he's ready. And I think he's really motivated to come back. And, when you're that's rarefied air that Trent lives in. And when you're a player that has experience playing at those heights, you don't want to play unless you're playing at that level. And I think that's where Trent's at. And I think we're going to see a real motivated Trent Williams to come back and have a great year, and that's a good thing for us.
That would be awesome. I mean, he's talked about playing until he's 40. I mean, he's 36. He's talking about like 4 more years of Trent Williams, dude. That'd be insane. And hopefully at a high level, too. So
yeah, and that's the thing. Trent Williams is the staple. He's the linchpin of this offensive line. Like, you remove Trent Williams from this offensive line, and we got some issues. There are some problems. Now, even with Trent coming back, I do think they need to invest more within the trenches on the interior offensive line. But man, oh man, it's good news that Trent Williams is headed back.
Just a quick clear of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on these topics. Some skeptical 925 CMC injury history is a problem. He was hurt in Carolina too. That was why Carolina, I think, felt okay trading him. Then they saw him absolutely explode in San Francisco or Santa Clara. 916 says CMC is dealing with Achilles tendonitis, and tendonitis is something that doesn't go away easily. That is scary, but I am not a doctor. 415 says, why not use McCaffrey in a Darren Sproles role? More rest. Keep Mason and Jordan Mason and Isaac Rendo. Now you've got a potential 3-headed monster.
Yeah, and I don't hate that idea. Even when Christian McCaffrey came back from injury last year, I thought they would mix Jordan Mason in more early on, first, second down, and use Christian McCaffrey in that third down role. The problem is, you heard John Lynch describe Christian McCaffrey as a woe guy. This is a guy that always wants to go out there, always wants to be on the field, will complain if he's not on the field. The problem is trying to contain Christian McCaffrey from hurting himself because he gives 100% of the effort all the time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's got to realize now he's 28 going on 29, and he ain't 21 anymore. He ain't that kid catching that ball out of the backfield in the Rose Bowl against Iowa on the first play in the sunshine in Pasadena and streaking past those gold pants and black helmets on the Iowa Hawkeyes. 530 says, all this talk about CMC being one of the best players in football, Trent Williams is the best player in football.
Best left tackle in football.
Is he the best player?
I mean, pick
Possibly.
your poison. Yeah,
Possibly.
you can put. I mean, if you're the best at your position, you can make the argument you're the best player.
And then finally, 408 sums it up by saying, you said no topic beneath us. Is that like no move too small? That's pretty high level.
Damn.
High level text.
Is someone calling John Joe Curley the Farhan of producers?
Well, we know that. This nerd loves endless talks about contracts. All right, guys. All right, hey, we got to shift over. We got Mike Krukow at 7:30, which would be great. We could talk a little Giants baseball, but also the Warriors are starting a road trip, man. We got to catch you guys up. Mark Spears came on yesterday with Papa and Silver, had some interesting stuff to say. We'll get into some Warriors preview and get a little ready for some Mike Krukow Giants. Jordan Hicks was pitching yesterday. Casey Schmidt hit a home run.
Casey.
I mean, Casey Schmidt, we haven't talked about a guy kind of on that David VR path. I don't want it. I love Casey Schmidt. My kid has a Casey Schmidt jersey.
A number 6 Casey Schmidt jersey.
That thing's going to be one of the most vintage things of all time.
That's going to be a one-of-one jersey. That's going to be worth some money
and
one
I
day.
think also, on top of everything else, is the one with the lousy small letters, is it? From the bad year? Did you see they fixed the letters?
Yeah, thank God. Well, speaking of Casey Schmidt, we all saw those photos last year.
There you go. Yeah, I'm trying to move past that.
Hey.
That letter stuff from last year's jerseys is is like another example of why when we call in wins to Rob Manfred, you say you freaking empty suit. I love my anti-commissioner rage. All right, guys. So Warriors, what's laying ahead of them? And of course, Mike Krukow at 7:30 on the Sports Leader.
Golden vibes.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Let's straighten our teeth, y'all. Let's do it. Let's get Invisalign clear aligners. I'll show my teeth right now. I'd happily wear these. I had braces when I was a kid. I was one of those kids. Maybe you're an adult and you didn't have braces, and then you're like, gosh, I want to fix my teeth. Is it too late? As 209 told us, with Invisalign, it's never too late to set them straight. Now, 559 wanted to get in the party. And they said that, you should talk about the fact that, you can do this financially. He said, it won't cost you $1 million to fix your grill. All right, that was 559. This all goes back to Rory's dad telling him with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So we're taking because, the copy was light. So we're taking copy advice from you guys. If you guys have another one, send it in. Tony puts these things in the reads. Bottom line is Invisalign Clear Aligners is the place to go to fix your teeth and your smile. It's a no-brainer to choose Invisalign treatment. It is the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. And there's an easy website to get started that has all the information. And that website, friends, is Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
What's the chemistry like now with Jim?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
Absolutely. Golden quote of the season there from Gary Payton. That's how good the Warriors are going right now. We got Jill Scott. We got Erykah Badu. We got Lauryn Hill vibes. We got candles. We got coffee and wins as the Warriors go to Orlando tonight. By the way, just real quick, 707 says to remind everybody, because we had him on a few weeks ago, Bill Martin's last night at KTVU tonight. So let's roll some film on that, guys. Roll some sound for the Kula of content, too. So... By the way, and 707 says their kid has a number 6 Schmidt jersey as well. Vintage, that's incredible.
Damn,
that just goes to show that there's that many people in the world, because I thought he would have been the only one with a Casey Schmidt 6 jersey. But good to know there's others out there, too. Okay, back to the Warriors. They are at Orlando tonight. I mean, do I want to steal from the Papa and Silver opening and say, I wouldn't say it's a must-win, but it's a nice gotta win, right? I mean, seriously, they're in a pennant race right now, and yesterday the Clippers won. They beat the Bulls. Even Sacramento won and Houston won. These are all teams that are either behind them or above them. So you'd like to see some teams, you can't really lose ground. Now, life doesn't come to an end if they lose the game, but I mean, I don't know, Marcus, is it a must win tonight at 4 o'clock early tip?
I mean, I don't think you call it a must win, but to your point, we're coming down to the stretch where every game means something, and you're trying to get that 6th spot. You're only a half game out right now, so there's a huge opportunity to avoid the play-in bracket, because as much as we talk about what Jimmy Butler brings to this team, especially if we get to see a version of playoff Jimmy, you don't want to risk losing it all in a one-game play-in. So the goal is to avoid the play-in bracket, and to achieve that goal, you got to win games. I'm not breaking anything new here. Like, they know this. They got to go out and win, and they've been winning a lot with Jimmy Butler, so I expect them to go out and win tonight in Orlando.
Warriors on a 4-game win streak. Orlando is playing at home here. They slipped down to 29-31. I heard Mark Spears talking yesterday to Papa and Silver saying Orlando's not in a good way. Like, they're kind of scuffling along, 5-5 in their last 10. He thinks the Warriors should go get him. Jalen Suggs is day-to-day. Now, here's the big question. Johnny Kuminga. That's the question. Does he play tonight? I think we won't find out until today. I think there was a lean towards maybe waiting until Saturday when they go to Philly. But man, oh man, like we said, it's been almost January 4. Bro, that was a big old injury that took a long time to heal up. I heard Papa say that he has participated in 5-on-5 full-court scrimmages, so see how he does. Maybe he plays tonight, and that leads to maybe the biggest question on the Warriors going forward. How does he fit in? Because right now they got it going without him.
How does he change the vibes,
Well,
Murph?
there it is. And, originally, remember the first vibe was that when the beat writers went in, Butler's first game, Kuminga pointed at Butler and said, I like this guy. So,
which is a great start, but also I believe Steve Kerr has already came out and said that Jonathan Kuminga will be coming off the bench. He will not be in the starting rotation.
Yeah.
Now, how much does that actually matter? The starting lineup versus the closing lineup, that's something that we can debate. But we've also seen in the past Jonathan Kuminga not too happy with his playing time and not too happy with his minutes, to the point where we were talking about trading away Jonathan Kuminga. Now, that was last season, and it seems like they've moved past those issues. But I'm curious to see how he reacts to now maybe not having a starting spot in the rotation and seeing how his minutes play out.
So here's Steve Kerr on this very topic. I mean, because it should theoretically be a monster positive that Johnny Kuminga's coming back, but now you're like, okay, well, how's this going to happen? Because they're winning without him.
How's it going to fit?
Yeah.
How's the floor spacing going to be?
You want a guy who's grown to 7'2" to be on your team.
I know he keeps growing. He might be 7'5" by the time he comes back.
Here's Kerr on Kuminga.
He's the perfect guy for JK to emulate. What makes Jimmy special is that he doesn't try to be special. He just plays fundamental basketball. And, the constant fundamental play, he never turns it over. He just makes a simple play over and over again. And I want JK to learn some of that. He's so explosive. I think it's always hardest for guys who are the most talented to make decisions because they've got too many options at their disposal. So I'm hoping that he can learn from Jimmy and that Jimmy will spend some time with him. I know he will. Jimmy's really good about that. But just understanding that, attacking the rim, nothing there, jump stop, pass the ball. That's a great basketball, especially for us because Steph Curry's on the other end of the play a lot. And so just some basic stuff like that. And I think, as I mentioned, JK, before he got hurt, was the best I've ever seen him play. So he was already on a really good track. And it's just a reminder to, these are kind of the things we want.
I mean, the potential is so high. The positives are so high. He was right. Remember, there was a point where we were saying if the Warriors weren't going to make a trade, Kuminga was going to have to be the guy to save Steph Curry. And then he went down. We've forgotten what it was like to have a guy like Kuminga out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point by Steve Kerr to point out the benefits of Jimmy Butler and now Jonathan Kuminga being on the same roster. Because I think if there's anybody on this team, or hell, even around the league, that maybe he should model his game after, it's Jimmy Butler. But my question is, how do they fit on the floor together? Like, can you throw a Kuminga, a Draymond Green, and a Jimmy Butler out there, but will you have enough floor spacing? Like, these are the questions in the combination that Steve Kerr has to figure out. Obviously, it's nice if you have Steph Curry and maybe throw in a Quentin Post into that lineup and you can space it out a little bit. But because Kuminga and Jimmy are so similar, it's going to be interesting to see how often they actually get on the court together.
707 says, you mean Jonathan Doval Kuminga?
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a pretty, pretty high-level cross-sport text, because you're talking about all the potential in the world with maybe some missing sort of connections where it hasn't all come together just yet. I think Kuminga was playing better than Doval was pitching last year, so.
Last year, yes, but we're only a year away from Camilo Doval being an all-star himself.
Right. 925 says, don't forget Kuminga's pushing for a max contract. It's going to be hard for him on the sidelines and not try to be number 2 just for the benefit of going for a ring. I can see issues arising.
Well, that's why I think it's actually a good idea that he will be coming off the bench so that he can just have the second
come off
unit.
The bench unhappy.
That's the question.
Yeah.
And that goes back to our Camilo Doval comp, because Camilo had times where he was not happy pitching in non-safe situations when it wasn't the 9th inning, when the bright lights were not on. Again, I don't know if it's apples to apples here, but we've seen Kuminga displeased before with his minutes, and so I don't want to run into any issues. But hell, if they're winning, how do you keep complaining?
Wasn't it a year ago, December, when he leaked that thing to The Athletic? I'm out, or I'm very displeased, all that stuff.
Like right before Christmas.
How many times do we need to learn from the greats? And I'm all over Rick Pitino's return at St. John's. By the way, they just clinched to share the Big East title for the first time since 1992. Damn. This is so great to have St. John's in New York City back in business, and Rick Pitino, the charismatic Rick Pitino, who will let his kids know, by the way, how weak they are. He had the one the other day. I tell him all the time, if you play for the name on the front of your jersey, the name on the back of your jersey will flourish. And I mean, Kuminga needs to learn that. Like, okay, you want to get a big contract. Play team ball and win, and your stock will go up, buddy.
Exactly.
You play individual ball and lose, bro, you're going down.
There's a higher likelihood of you getting a big contract. I don't know if he's going to get the max contract if the Warriors make a deep postseason run, and you're a vital piece of that run. But if you show up, if you cause problems, if next thing you know we're talking about bad team chemistry and the Warriors fall back down to the play and then knocked out in the first round, then his future's up in the air.
But when you're young, when you're young, and as Jason Giambi used to say, maybe you don't always think like a team player. That's why that's why Andre Iguodala was so special. That's why Jimmy Butler, when he's happy and paid, is special. And why Steph Curry remains like the greatest human being any of us have ever encountered.
It's the great line from Steph's kind of speech he gave at Andre Iguodala's retirement ceremony. You sacrifice ego for excellence.
It's tough.
And that's what they need people to do to buy into that Warriors culture.
It's tough, man. It's tough. It really is. You want, especially you're young and you want to get yours, but he's got it. This is his time to learn from Butler and Curry and Draymond and Kerr and Bruce Frazier and Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse and the whole crew. Young man, follow the way to wins, play team basketball, and you will be rewarded. You will be rewarded. 707 says on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, Kuminga is still going to get around 28 to 35 minutes every night. That's as long as he's part of the core 6, he will be fine. It's a crucial time for him. Will that time be tonight? We don't know. It might be tonight or it might be Saturday. And these 510, this is Stan Tim. He said you're talking about Jamie Tart from Ted Lasso. Jamie Tart was the egomaniacal, selfish guy who turned off the whole team and then finally discovered the joys of Ted Lasso's John Wooden ways, right? Happiness begins where selfishness ends.
Look at
right?
you.
Remember I said that to Kittle? He's like, wait, say that again?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
He's like, let me write that down.
George Kittle. And yes, everybody checking in on Gene Hackman, definitely. We mentioned it last hour, and we will have tributes in the cooler of content, right? So 95, what a run, man. What a run. Okay, so we got you through some Warriors right 4 o'clock tonight. That's good stuff.
Nice and early.
Yeah, that's really
good
good
stuff. Which is perfect for my happy hour schedule.
Watching maybe up on the roof where you're doing, what did you and Walter decide about the Giants last night?
We decided that we're excited about Bryce Eldridge. We're excited.
Even with the 3Ks?
Even with the 3Ks, man. It was a lot of Bryce Eldridge talk, a lot of talk about the outfield, Luis Matos, where Marco Luciano fits in as maybe a fourth outfielder or a DH, and then a lot of breakdown on the rotation. And my scorching hot take that I think Kyle Harrison will be the second best pitcher in the rotation by the end of the season.
I like it. I hope so. That'd be great. I didn't get to see it, but I read that Eldridge played first and kicked a ball yesterday. Oh. They said it was the description was a routine ground ball went past him, and it was ruled a double.
Keep getting your reps, kid. Keep getting your reps.
I'm going to say right now, just after we went through the Scottsdale romance and all that, let's just chill out and start him in AAA. I'm okay with it. Let's just start him in AAA and let him take the heat off him a little bit. Let him floor. Have a great spring. Go to AAA, and then we'll see you in a little bit.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Right. I wouldn't be mad. I don't know if I'd be mad, but I wouldn't be surprised if he started in Double-A out in Richmond.
Okay.
Closer to home, better field to work on it defensively. Small cup of coffee, get him up in Sacramento, and eventually get him in San Francisco.
408 says, who is Walter? Come on, 408.
Oh.
First of all, he's one of the guys who's not involved in the beef. Second of all, Walter is our famous Papa and Silver board op, and he has his podcast, Passion for the Pastime.
Shout out to our guy, Walter Icaboseta.
Check it out.
He brought me on the show yesterday. I said, Wall Leasy, best board up in the building, best producer in the building, one of the best Giants voices in the building.
By the way, when you were on the roof of your building, did anybody come up there to like do some stretching or something?
Honestly, dude, I use my rooftop more than anybody else in my building.
See?
And it was pretty empty.
Look at you.
And there's a nice barbecue up there. Grilled up some short ribs after.
Where will we have the barbecue first? On your rooftop or Tony's backyard?
I would say more likely my rooftop than Tony's backyard.
All right. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7-2.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Thursday morning with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action all year long. And whether we're talking about baseball, basketball, or football, Prize Picks is the best place to get action on sports. Hell, you can even get some action on the UFC fights this weekend. Maybe I'll give you a couple picks tomorrow. But today, I got a pick for you in today's Warriors matchup against the Orlando Magic. 4 p.m., so set your clocks and set your lineups with Draymond Green in the middle of your lineup. I know, Mr. Single, Triple, Double himself, Draymond Green has been hot recently with 15 points and 13 points in the last 2 games. His line is set at 7 points tonight, so I'll take Draymond Green to have more than 7 points. Yes, I'm doing it. I'm going with Day in my lineup today. So you can join me or you can fade my lineups on Prize Picks. And if you don't have the app, use the code word leader and we will give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 bet. That's code leader on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. And it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, Giants baseball 4 weeks from today gets going. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow. He is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Of course, you can always see your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike, 4 weeks from today, you're calling a game. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Oh, my God, I can't wait. I'm going crazy. Kipe's lucky. He's down there. He and John have done games, and they had more fun. Oh, my gosh. It's great. When you get a phone call from John or Dwayne after their first weekend of baseball and spring training, I mean, this happens every year. It's just like get yourself a cup of coffee, sit down, and just shut up, because once they start talking, they don't stop, and they're like little kids in a candy store. They just, and they're my lead scouts. You know, you get a whole overview with what's going on, what's going on the field, what's going on in the clubhouse, what's going on in the stands, what they're serving for lunch to the broadcasters in the commissary there at the ballpark. I mean, it's the whole overview, and it's just fantastic. And I miss that. So I'm psyched. 4 weeks I have to wait, but when I get there, I'll be ready.
I want to know, though, are you doing any of the spring training TV games or no?
Well, I don't have a game until the 24th against the Tigers. So
okay.
It's the last two games that we do at Oracle Park are my first two.
Okay, I think, but NBC, they're going to show, I think, I just looked, March 8th will be the first Giants TV game, but we'll wait till the 24th to get Mike. All right, let's talk about the stuff that's going on down there. Every day, somebody performs. Every day, they get evaluated. And yesterday, the starting pitcher was Jordan Hicks. And, we've talked to you about him throughout the offseason, and I had him at the Napa Fan Fest, and he talked about staying in San Francisco, buying a house in San Francisco, working out in San Francisco, putting on 15 pounds, running more, all that stuff. Then he pitched yesterday. He hit 100 at one point, was mostly around 96, 98. He had a comment. He said, yeah, but even if I get tired later in a game, 94 still plays. So, I don't know. This is, to me, one of the low-key, more underrated, I don't want to say gambles or risks, that the Giants are kind of handing the keys to this guy, and he still has never been a starter for a full season. So what are your evaluations thus far?
Well, that's not true. I mean, when he came up with the Cardinals, he was a starter in the minor leagues. When he got to the big leagues, I mean, they kind of rushed him because he had two really good pitches. He was throwing 103 miles an hour. There's not a lot of finesse in that game. Just get him out there and say, hey, throw strikes, kid. I mean, they don't even care what kind of strikes you throw. Just throw that stuff over the plate. So from a perspective, hey, he was psyched to get to the big leagues, and he was there 6 years in the pen. But they kind of stunted his growth. I mean, as a starter, you have a responsibility to more pitches. I mean, you have to understand there's two types of fastball. You have to have three different types of speed. And they all said, well, just put that on hold while you go in the bullpen. Meanwhile, he never let go of the idea that he saw himself as a starter. So that was a big deal when he signed on with the Giants. That they agreed that okay, well, we'll think of you as a starter and see how it goes. I mean, it's really a no-risk situation for the Giants when you consider, well, hey, if you get a starter, great, he goes into your rotation. But if he tires or he doesn't do well there, he can always go back into the pen, and he's going to be great for your bullpen. Last year when I saw him, I was really impressed early in the year with his sinker. I like everybody else in baseball, wanted to see 100 miles an hour, which you normally throw with a four-seam grip. And all of a sudden, here's this guy who has this great sinker. Well, sinkers get you quick outs. Sinkers eliminate a lot of problems. They can get 2 outs and get you out of an inning quickly with a ground ball. And he had one of the best sinkers in the National League West. And as the season wore on, this sinker kind of eroded. And by the time he got to the pen and he was in the last couple months of the season, it just wasn't the same pitch we saw early in the year. So I wanted to see what he came back looking like physically this season. And as you mentioned, he gained weight. It's good weight. I mean, he put on solid muscle. He got bigger. He knew he had to get stronger if he's going to withstand the rigors of being a starting pitcher for 6 months and hopefully a 7th month. And he's sinking the ball. I mean, yesterday he was throwing ground balls. He had 3 strikeouts. So, I mean, I'm really anxious to see just what he applies from what he learned last year. And I think he's one of the really great stories in that camp.
Yeah, and what we've heard so far from Bob Melvin sounds like he's going to start the year as the 4-man in that rotation. But I wanted to ask you about the fifth spot and the open competition this spring. We've seen Hayden Birdsong. We've seen Landon Roop. Have still not seen Kyle Harrison throw this spring, but how do you think that competition plays out this spring?
I think it's another great story. Landon Roop, his first outing, he was unbelievable. 2 innings, he struck out 3 guys, and he mismatched guys with his breaking ball. He's got great stuff. He really reminds me of a lot of guys that I played with in our era, guys who had really good curveballs. And they kind of get rushed a little bit because of that pitch. And he's got an explosive pitch. And the reason it's such a significant pitch, it's a big curveball that plays well against righties and lefties. And then you can teach a guy a changeup or a softer breaking ball, give him a second fastball, and boom, now you got 5 different types of movement. And that's the path that he's on right now. They really like him. And they think of him as a starter, as does he. But he also has learned to warm up quickly, come out of the bullpen, be ready, and he can get people out with just 2 outs from both sides. So, he's an asset, but he thinks of himself as a starter. And I think that right now, he's the guy that is the forerunner for that 5th spot.
All right, we're talking to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line as the Giants continue to stack days and stack lines. Yesterday, Tyler Rogers threw an inning, Sean Jelly threw an inning, Camilo Doval threw an inning. They all had shutout innings, all good. But I'm looking at the box score, and a name, and this was written about in the Chronicle today, are a couple of infielders, Casey Schmidt and Brett Wisely. They're sort of essentially fighting for one job, if I'm reading it correctly. And Casey Schmidt is one of those guys, there was a lot of high hopes, and then he's been derailed. I know he got hit with a pitch that kind of set him back a little bit. But he hit a bomb yesterday, and he finished last year kind of strong. Brett Wisely, totally different player. Lefty, speedy, sort of a slappy speed guy. Your evaluation of these 2 guys, Mike, and which one would fit better? Wisely's left-handed bat on a team that needs left-handed bats, but Schmidt has that power. I wonder if he'd kind of start slipping down the David BR path where they just don't really find a place for him. I don't know. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't think that's the case at all with him. I think that what we saw last year, you said he kind of got better. He got way better. The last couple of weeks of the season, he looked like he belonged. Just the way he put himself in the batter's box, the way that he took batting practice, the way that he was able to move the ball around from the right field line to the left field line during batting practice. I think for the most part when he came up, he was just trying to hit the ball as hard as he could to left field. Now I think he can hit the ball all over the park, and he backspins the opposite gap now, which we didn't see him do when he first came up. Skill-wise on the field, he's a guy who came up with a great reputation, and I think for the most part he's delivered. I think it's been hard on him to move away from third base and learn other positions in the infield, so that took him time. But I see him catching up to that expectation. I see this guy as a player who at some point in his career is going to be an everyday player. That's how much respect I have for his game. The difference between him and Wisely is, and I thought Wisely really came up and showed great things last year, things to the point where, you could put him anywhere and become comfortable, especially shortstop. For the most part, we saw him come up initially. He could play second base, but I think he's invaluable in that he can play both sides of second base. And I thought his at-bats were really good. I saw a lot of barrel control. We put a lot of balls in the sweet spot last year, which he wasn't doing before. To me, he looked like he was trying to work a count and see pitches. When he came up a second time, he started to get more aggressive, and he started hitting pitches. And the other thing, too, he's not a big guy, and he had an uppercut. And last year, he made big strides leveling his swing out and being able to handle the high pitch, what he couldn't do when he first got up. And it really kind of frustrated him. So I thought his progress as a hitter was essential because he was able to hit the top end of the strike zone. So the question is, which guy do you use between the 2 of them? Well, what guy can handle sitting for long periods of time, and then when he gets the call can make the contribution? And I think at this point, between the 2 of them, I think it's Wisely who can do that. And I say that because when the season starts and you're a bench player, you're going to see a lot of bench. And I don't think that you can do that to Casey Schmidt right now. I think he has to play. And if it comes down to which guy you want to go with, I think you make a decision to send Casey Schmidt back to AAA so he can play every day. That's how he's going to get better. And that's how he's eventually going to be an everyday player. I don't know if I see Brett Wisely as an everyday player. I think of him more as a guy who is interchangeable and can play different positions. So I think that's the player that you keep at this point in the season, because I do believe that Schmidt has to go down and play.
Few more minutes here with Mike Krukow this morning on the UMA guest line. And Mike, I wanted to ask you about this on Tuesday, but we ran out of time. I wanted to ask you about the ABS challenge system that Major League Baseball is testing out right now in spring training, and just get your thoughts on pitchers and batters having the ability to challenge balls and strikes.
Well, I was intrigued by that when I first saw it. I thought, oh, what are we doing here? And then I saw it, how it actually played out. It didn't delay the game, and it worked. I mean, and now guys are starting to realize that you have two of those challenges. You're never seeing a first pitch challenge, or at least I haven't. For the most part, they're saving it for 2-strike scenarios. And I didn't know that pitchers could do it. I thought that was intriguing because, look, when I pitched the game, I thought everything I threw, if it didn't bounce, it was a strike. That was my opinion. And so you really have to preserve the right to challenge. And so that's kind of the deal. You only get 2. I mean, you kind of have to save them. But I do think it's intriguing, and I want to see how it plays. It's going to take guys time to learn how to use it, and then time to learn how to take advantage of it. And I don't think we're at that time yet. So I'm still interested. I still think it's an intriguing story, and I could actually see where you could find a place for it.
I'm going to throw some really interesting quotes from Max Scherzer, who's now a Blue Jay, by the way, into The Athletic. He had some he sounded like, I felt like I was talking to you, because he said, first of all, his lead quote was, he said, we're humans. Can we just be judged by humans? That's what Max Scherzer said, number one. But then he got a little bit inside baseball here, and he said, here's one of the things he's concerned about. He said, when a pitcher hits a spot and pops the catcher's glove, human umps reward that, and you might get a quarter inch. He says, but when a pitcher misses a spot with, say, a backup slider, it might tick the strike zone, but human umps know not to reward that miss, and they call it a ball. He said, that's kind of how we've always played baseball. He said, you get to this robot world, if we're going to sit here and say it's a laser zone, then we don't care if a pitcher hits his spot or not. And then he went on to say that he thinks umpires are really, really good, and people don't realize how good they are. So your reaction to Scherzer's comments there?
Well, I agree with that. I don't think umpires get enough credit. I mean, the only time you talk about an umpire is when he misses a play or misses a call. And I don't think that's fair. I mean, when we saw the umpires strike for the first time back in the 80s, oh my God, it was so obvious after a day as to how bad the replacements were and how good the real umpires were. So I do think, for the most part, when these challenges are made, I mean, it kind of highlights just how good the umpires are. But I do believe the point that he makes, and I talk about it all the time, an umpire, one of their strengths, I think, is their ability to have a strike zone and to be able to call strikes away from a catcher. Meaning, if a guy sets up on an inside corner to a left-handed hitter, and you, as the pitcher, throw a pitch on the right-hander side, the third base side of home plate, a lot of times, if it's not between the knees of the catcher, umpires don't call it. But the really good umpires, they do. They have their strike zone. So you'll see a catcher reach away from the target. He sets his hand between his legs, and all of a sudden, to catch the ball, the glove goes outside his left leg to catch that third base side. And if it's a strike to that umpire's strike zone, the good umpires will call it. Other guys don't. And I think that's one of the things I try and cover in a scouting report on an umpire. He'll call a strike outside of the knees of a catcher. So it's interesting that the more you get automation into the game of baseball, the more you're going to see that a catcher just isn't that important. Framing isn't that important. Just catch the ball. Yeah, that's it. Let the automated strike zone do its thing. And I don't want to ever see that. I want to see umpires have everything to do with the game. I want to see a really great umpire highlighted because he has the ability to nail a strike zone, even if it's at times caught outside the catcher's knees. I like that. and I don't want to go away from it. But I do like the fact that that Scherzer's talking about it, and I think anybody who's pitched for a long time feels the same way.
Yeah, I know you read The Athletic. I don't know if you said Jason Stark. Look up the Jason Stark story with Max Scherzer. It's kind of geeked out pitching stuff. You'll love it. Last one on geeked out pitching. I know we've gone long with you, but just because this story is so good and we don't get to talk to you till next Tuesday. Robbie Ray saying that he reached out to American League Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal about his changeup grip, and Tarek Skubal responding to him and explaining how he throws his changeup and doing video exchanges and everything. Mike, fraternizing with the enemy, even though the Giants and Tigers aren't really rivals. But what did you think of a fellow pitcher from another team giving away the secrets?
Well, that's been going on for years. And, two things. When I played, there was only two divisions, the West and the East. When I was having trouble with a guy in my division, I would go to somebody in the other division who had similar style. Brent Smith was a guy that was one. Rick Mather was another guy. And Vern Rule was another guy who pitched like I did. Yeah. And I would go, he said, how are you getting this guy out? And they would tell you. Bob Walk. I went to Bob Walk, who was in the Phillies and the Pirates, and I said, how are you getting out Sheffield? He goes, throw him hanging sliders, can't hit him. But you never asked a guy within your division, obviously, but the other division, they didn't care. But I mean, that's the pitcher fraternity. I mean, that's the way it is. Now, from Robbie Ray's perspective, the hardest pitch I think to learn for a lot of guys is the changeup, because it doesn't feel right in your hand. The circle grip, the biggest mistake most guys make when they're trying to learn the circle grip, is they get it too deep in their hand. They choke it. They get it deep in the palm, and it gets away from the fingertips. You need the pitch to be on the fingertips to be able to control it. So what we saw in Robbie Ray's first outing, he had 5 swing and misses on changeups. Well, good pitch. What he's done, I think, and I haven't talked about him or talked to him about it, I think he's gotten that grip that Skubal showed him out there towards his fingertips. And once you can do that, now all of a sudden you can start changing grips. Now you can throw a 4-seam grip on it and a 2-seam grip, and you get different movement with it. It becomes a lethal pitch. And I'm hoping, because he's always been a one-speeded guy. For the most part, a fastball slider guy is one-speeded. Now you put in a changeup to this guy, and look out. Now, I mean, when you're hitting against a 2-pitch guy, you look one or the other. There's not a whole lot of thought involved. You throw a third speed and a third pitch at a hitter, now it's a whole different ball game. And you're talking about a guy who's won a Cy Young. He did it with 2 pitches. Now you give him a feel for 3, look the hell out.
Good stuff, man. Love talking it. Love talking ball, change-up grips, and you name it. So, Mike, enjoy the heck out of the weekend. We'll stack box scores between now and next Tuesday, and talk to you then.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. How's your change-up, buddy?
Not as good as Skubal, I can tell you that. Not as good as Logan Webb.
You just started to throw the 4-seamer?
Well, yeah, I had the problems that Mike was talking about. I used to choke the hell out of my changeup. Too far back in the palm. It wasn't really until I got a better pitching coach who told me, just relax, just breathe, just let the fingers do the work.
The old bull and the young bull?
Yeah.
And by the way, to keep this thing PG-13, you were doing a lot. You were a teenager. You were doing a lot of choking.
A lot of choking was going on.
Whoa, everybody.
You said it.
No, Marcus, how great.
Let the fingers do the work, Murph. Let the fingers do the work.
Brock Purdy's future. Did John Lynch fire a shot across the bow? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Give us an update, if there is one, on Brock Purdy negotiations. Where does that stand right now?
Yeah, we have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
So a fairly benign quote turns sideways when he says there's no guarantees, and we live for creating fake controversy on The Big Hit. Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Different music I'm hearing here, buddy.
Ooh.
Young Tony Farias behind the glass, and of course, John Joe Curley. We're all here for you.
Young
Good
Tony
morning.
giving you a little money trees. Kendrick Lamar talking about the money trees that Brock Purdy's going to be plucking dollar bills from.
I like it. I like the beat. It is, of course, Thursday, February 27, 2025. Laying ahead of us is, of course, the cooler of content, paying homage to the great Gene Hackman, who left us at the age of 95. Matt Mayoko at 8:50 with more live hits from Indianapolis. And in advance of Giants Fan Fest next Saturday at Oracle Park, Sergio Romo at 9:15, which is always awesome. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So how big a deal do you make out of two words? No guarantees. So again, I'm going to preface everything by saying I'm a terrible negotiator. I once sold a TV for $5 at a garage sale. But I do understand. I was going to say the art of the deal, but I'm going to change the phrasing on that. I do understand that negotiations are negotiations. So, of course, you can't just hand Brock Purdy everything he wants. You got to keep him scared a little bit. You got to keep him worrying like, wait a minute. Did John Lynch say there's no guarantees? Does that mean I might play my final year of my rookie contract? Is that what that means? Hey, agent, lower our demands right now. I mean, of course, I'm exaggerating, but that's the game we're playing, Marcus.
Look, it's two sides of the camp sitting down at the poker table, bluffing a little bit. Whether or not Brock Purdy plays his hand, I mean, that's the question. It's like, what kind of poker player is Brock Purdy? What kind of poker player is his agent? How many bluffs is he going to lay down? Will they play the card of holding out in camp if they don't get what's paid? Like, there's so many questions about whether or not Brock Purdy is this all-American boy who will just accept any offer the 49ers will give him. Maybe that's just a poker face that Brock Purdy's putting on, and behind the scene, he's a killer that really wants the bag and he wants the money.
It's funny because a lot of us think of Brock Purdy as such a choir boy that if you played poker with him and you looked at him, he would say, well, actually, Marcus, I don't have a very good hand right now, so go ahead. You can win this hand.
I mean, that's the thought process. It's like you're sitting down and the kid wants to play Go Fish instead of poker.
Why don't we just go throw some balls in the backyard? But no, of course, he's got an agent, and we should say that despite the apple pie face and the zero controversy personality and giving his linemen Toyota trucks and always being a team guy and always saying the right thing after games, let's not forget that Gene Simmons said he's a human being. And I say Gene Simmons, I mean the leader of KISS. He's a human being, and Gene says Brock Purdy is this guy.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money. I just want enough money. You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead. That's when it's enough.
I mean, one of the all-time great lines. Right up there with Gary Payton on Candles and Erykah Badu.
Look, and Brock Purdy's not doing these John Deere commercials for free. He's not doing these Toyota commercials for free. He's doing them because he wants money. That's the bottom line. He wants money. His agent wants money. And that's why they're going to go out and try to get the biggest contract possible.
So I keep going back to what Tim Ryan and Greg Papa said at the end of the season about, there's you don't have to pay him. You could just go ahead and play this thing out on a year, but you've pointed out, if you do that, all of a sudden, what are the prices? What yesterday's price is not today's price. The price that you're looking at on February 27, 2025 versus the price you're looking at on February 27, 2026 is significant. So I think it would be wise to just get this thing done at a number that in a year or two will look amazing. Like, for example, Pat Mahomes. $45 million a year a couple years ago. Whoa! Now $45 million a year. Like, whoa!
Now you're looking at a bargain.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, there are people out there saying, if John Lynch is saying no guarantees, haven't we heard that somewhere before?
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Mm-hmm. He really went nuclear on that one, didn't he?
Super
he really
nuclear. He also told us the only man that would know about the contract details of a Brock Purdy.
Only God knows.
Yeah, he's dropping some bombs on us here, guys.
Only God knows.
Here we go. 209 says, Todd Gurley said when he got his contract with the Rams, whoever said money doesn't buy you happiness is a liar. So they're getting Gene Simmons type of thing there, too. 503 says on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, do we know the details of Purdy's deal with Bug Corn? What is Bug Corn? Or Bug. Big. I think he means Big Corn. There we go.
Corn. What is he working with? Big corn?
510 says the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says the definition of enough is a little more than what I have right now. 408 should be saying, says Brock should be saying, Zach Mayo's I got nowhere else to go. He's referencing Officer and a Gentleman. That's my demographic, guys. 408 says, yeah, remember Shanahan said there's no guarantee anyone will be alive
No,
today.
I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. And 415 says, well, guys, what if he has a bad season? His value could go down.
Yeah, and if Brock Purdy has a bad season with a 49ers last place schedule, then yeah, you got bigger problems.
I'm just telling you guys what I would like to see happen. I would like to see him sign a 4-year deal at around $50 million a year, not breaking the bank, being something that the Niners could maybe, quote unquote, work with and still have room for other players. And of course, will look better as the years go on and structured in a way that you could actually sign guys this year, whether it's Dre Greenlaw or whoever you're talking about. So I would prefer to get the deal done and not, instead of going into the final year uneasy. I would prefer to get the deal done soon because I don't want to go into OTAs with no Brock Purdy and live this whole hell again with Nick Bosa holding out and Deebo Samuel holding out and Brock Purdy holding out, or Brandon Ayuk holding out, all those guys. So I think, and we had this belief that it was going to be easy. Now it's still February 27th. We still have plenty of time, but no guarantees was John Lynch's way of keeping Brock on his toes.
Look, Murph, and I think most 49er fans would love if Brock Purdy got the type of contract that you're describing, around $50 million per year. But why would Brock Purdy and his agent say yes to that when you have a guy like Tua Tagovailoa making $53 million, Trevor Lawrence making $55 million, Jordan Love making $55 million, Dak Prescott making $60 million per year? And you can go through each one of those resumes, and it doesn't stack up to a Brock Purdy. So again, in a fantasy world, it sounds great that Brock's going to take a hometown discount. I don't know why he would. I don't know why his agent wouldn't make the argument against these other quarterbacks. Yes, I don't think he's in that tier of Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, even a Josh Allen type quarterback. But neither is Dak Prescott. Neither is Trevor Lawrence. But those guys still found a way to get paid, and that's Brock Purdy's agent job, is to get him paid.
Yep. 530 says, do you remember Purdy's last play of the season? He got that elbow stinger. No way his agent gets him on the field this year without a new contract for sure. 707 says they should rename the stadium after Purdy, the way he saved the team after the Trey Lance bust. He saved John Lynch.
I mean, that's always been one of my arguments, too. I know it doesn't work this way, but whatever you're paying Brock Purdy, good. He's worth it for back payment for what he did on the contract. I mean, he was the lowest paid quarterback for the last 3 seasons. We're literally talking about college quarterbacks who are walking into the NFL with more money than Brock Purdy. And again, put your resume against those college kids. Put Brock Purdy's resume against probably 20 quarterbacks in the NFL, and he'll have the better resume, and that's why he's going to get paid.
4 and 5 says, my brother always says, money can't buy you happiness, but it can rent you peace of mind.
I can buy you some good times.
I hadn't heard that one yet. I like the rental, too. 209 said, John D. Rockefeller, when asked how much money is enough, he answered just a little bit more. You down with the John D. Rockefeller, Young Tone? You going around turn of the century billionaires?
Like Rockefeller Center?
Well, yeah, kind of, and just like the original Standard Oil guy. Yeah, I mean, we're going deep now here. 408 says Brock's agent will play hardball. Lynch always caves. Look at Deebo and Ayuk. Oh, boy, man. And 707 say, but can't the Niners say he struggles in the rain? That should be a $10 million discount, LOL. So there you go. John Lynch did speak to how does paying a quarterback gigantic money affect the ability to field a roster?
You know, the one thing I've learned in this deal is everything is tied to everything, particularly when you're talking about a position like the quarterback position and the effect it has on your entire team. Now, they can lift your entire team, but it can affect your entire team. And we'll see where that goes. But our intention is to have a really good team around him, whatever that entails. But it does have an impact, to say the least.
Yeah, it does have an impact. And, we're looking forward. That's why these drafts are so important. That's why they kind of got lucky last year's draft. I don't want to say lucky, but they did well in last year's draft, whether it was Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa. Why am I blanking on
Dominic
the O-lineman?
Pooney.
Thank you. My God, I couldn't think of Pooney's name. Dominic Pooney. So guess what, John Lynch? You got to go do it again.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of picks.
And that's the key. I mean, you look at the Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. Yes, they are paying Jalen Hurts $50 million. Yes, they're paying two different wide receivers more than $25 million. And also, they brought in Saquon Barkley, who's getting a decent amount of money, too, in the running back market. But because their roster is so balanced with their draft picks, their Quinion Mitchells, their Cooper DeJeans, their Jalen Carters, they've been hitting on their draft picks, and that's how you get the balance of the roster. And that's why it's so important to hit on these draft picks, just like the 49ers did last year, because of the future of what you have to pay Brock Purdy.
More reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You guys are pouring in. 503 says, well, if Brock shows up in the right color shorts, then we're good. Then we're good. All right, dude. 415 says Brock would take a hometown deal because he knows he's not that good. Come on.
I don't think so. I disagree.
510 says, can we get Purdy signed so we can get to those Erica Badu, Jill Scott, Lauryn Hill vibes?
Yeah, I'm looking for those vibes.
Very good. 408 says, I don't see Brock Purdy acting like a fool with his pants on the ground. Like Brandon Ayuk. Do you guys know that song?
Pants
yes, we
on
do.
the ground.
Didn't we? That
Pants
was
on
one
the
of our
ground.
young Tony learned today,
Acting
wasn't
like
it?
a fool with your pants on the ground.
Yeah. 415 says, is Brock Purdy Jeff Garcia?
Oh, well, I can tell you Brock Purdy broke Jeff Garcia's record for the most passing yards in a single season for this franchise.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, well, Jeff Garcia was out here making... Jeff Garcia, there was a time in 2000, 2001, 2002, dude looked like the next guy.
Dude, the pride of San Jose State, baby. Gilroy's own Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, absolutely. But then the coaching changed. Mooch left, and then things started to go downhill. 707 says, you guys hearing Aaron Rodgers to the Rams picking up steam? How do you guys feel about that? This Matt Stafford thing is so unexpectedly weird.
I mean, it's bizarre, and it's now throwing us storylines about whether or not Aaron Rodgers would go to L.A. or if the Rams would be happy with starting Jimmy Garoppolo.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Are you telling me Jimmy G's going to be back in the league as a starting quarterback?
They're actually, they've tried to use Jimmy as like leverage because they said sources, Rams okay with Garoppolo going for. I'm like, bro, that's not much leverage.
Yeah,
man.
they're
That's
okay.
like me playing poker.
That's one hell of a word to inspire some confidence. Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, how do we feel about young Tony on the board today? Yeah, we're feeling okay about it.
Oh, man. So 4 and 5 then comes in on my turn of the century takes. That's no longer 1900, Murph. Another century has turned. Ouch. Oh, my God.
The centuries are turning.
I got so old. Centuries are passing me by. Oh, my God. And then I just got to say this in the middle of all the Brock Purdy talk. 760 says, hey, Murph, I'm calling it in. Lincoln girls soccer beat Washington in the semis yesterday 2-0. We play Lowell in the finals on Saturday. Where's my win package?
Put it in the books, Murph. Put it in the books.
Who's the commissioner of the San Francisco City section that I could rip? Put it in the books, you inefficient paper pusher. Lincoln 2, Washington 0. There you go. All right. 831 says Aaron Rodgers is washed. No problem with me. I would agree. If Aaron Rodgers was a Ram quarterback, I'm totally cool with that.
I'd say
totally
Matthew
cool with that.
Stafford, this version of Matthew Stafford is currently better than Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, it would be a downgrade.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, anyway, so that's your big hit. I mean, that's where we're at. The no guarantees bomb. John Lynch is playing poker. We don't want this poker game to turn into the Brandon Ayuk, Nick Bosa poker game because I don't think Brock Purdy. Remember Brock Purdy's final words? They asked, would you show up to OTAs without a contract? And he was like, I think his answer was something like, yeah, you got to talk to my agent. Didn't he say that? I think he said, I'd have to go back and find that.
Paraphrasing for sure, but yeah.
After the last day of the season, I'm paraphrasing. But he kind of played a little bit.
I don't think he gave any guarantees. Just like nobody else in his organization will give out any guarantees.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
I had anticipated this thing would be okay because I fell into the stereotype that Brock was a good boy and a nice kid and a team player.
Look, I'm telling you, he's a good Christian boy. But Murph, even in church, they'll pass around the collection baskets. They're still asking for money, even in church.
Dude, they definitely... Dude, Marcus, not only do they pass it, let's be real here, they have an extender on it too, bro. You guys know that, right? You go to Catholic church.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes the extender. It's like what you, Mark, like my grandpa gave me when I was a kid starting playing golf, one of those golf balls where you could fish balls out of the water, which, by the way, I carried around in my golf bag for years until some guy said to me, he goes, bro, Do you understand that's the ultimate jabroni move? Do not walk onto the course with a ball scooping extender in your bag. I was like, oh, okay. I took it out. Dude. Do you have a ball finding and scooping extender in your bag, buddy?
No, not really. I've never heard about the extender where you just pass it around.
Oh, no. My church had an extender.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I remember being in church and asking my dad.
The guy 10 people down.
I remember asking my dad, I was like, what are they doing with like this pool cleaner? They're like shoving it down the aisle. It just kept going longer and longer and longer.
That's Brock Purdy's agent.
Yeah.
He's holding the extender down the aisle.
Pass that collection basket around.
Well, that wasn't the only topic John Lynch talked about yesterday. He talked about some other big 49er names, including Deebo Samuel and his future, next on The Sports Leader.
Pants on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
Our main man, Steve Moskowitz, is on the line. It's that season, guys. It's tax season. Come on, Steve's going to help you out, and he's going to talk about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check.
So many people are waiting for their ERC check. And more people are worried that maybe President Trump and his cost cutting will do away with the plan with the stroke of his pen. But there's 3 different ways to hurry them up and get your check. We'll explain all 3 to you. And then we want to go ahead and we want to get you your money while it's still good law. Right now, today, it's still good law. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that said, you don't qualify, no ERC for you? We want to appeal that because the IRS is being sued right now because they're being accused of denying claims in mass, and they don't even know if you're qualified or not, or if you're being audited. The bottom line is, I call it the big 3. You're waiting for your check, or you're denied, or you're being audited. Bottom line, anything to do with ERC, call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me my ERC money.
That's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's waiting for your call. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. What number do you call? You call 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, and we only have 2 more days. You got 2 more chances to get these tickets. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If there is no contract, could you see showing up for mini camps and OTAs?
I'm not really sure as of now, but I mean, like I said before, I want to get back to work as soon as I can with the guys, and so hopefully something would get done sooner rather than later.
I'm not really sure as of now. Got to play these games, man. You got to. Young Tony, man, I got to tell you, when your contract's up and you need to go get paid by KNBR, you got to play it coy, buddy. You got to play it coy, kid.
You got to play a little hardball.
They're going to be like, Tony, are you showing up to work tomorrow? Well, I'm not really sure.
Maybe.
As of now.
Mm-hmm.
Not really sure.
We'll see how the morning show sounds without the best board op in the building.
Just keep trying to revive the beef. My gosh. Oh, my gosh. Well, I was going to riff, but I won't. Because I want to move on.
Wait, there was beef?
Beef stewy.
Oh, boy. Here's the deal. There's other Niners other than Brock Purdy in this world. This 6-11 team needs to get right. What are you doing going 6-11 on our watch? That was awful. So how do you fix it? Well, you look at a guy like Deebo Samuel and you say, well, we're going to trade him. Unbelievable. Deebo Samuel, the Deebo Samuel era is all but over. Now, no move has been made, and there are salary cap implications that need to go down. But John Lynch publicly admitted yesterday in Indy, we're not. It's, for example, like in Cleveland, Myles Garrett says, I want to be traded, and the Browns are like, no.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah. So, whereas in Max Crosby, I don't know, Max has never said he wanted out, right?
No, he never has. There's always been speculation, especially
people spitballing
with him coming back to Oakland and the Bay Area during All-Star Weekend. No, but John Spidek, new GM, just said we want Max for a long time.
But it was just all kind of guesswork from people. He never, and people photoshopping jerseys on him.
He never went out and requested a trade.
Okay, but Deebo apparently did, and the Niners could have said, no, we're keeping you, but instead, remember at the end of the season, John Lynch said, we're not letting good players walk out of the building. Deebo Samuel. Well, a little bit of a change. This was yesterday in Indy.
Still not interested, Grant, but along those lines of the financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Deebo, it's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Deebo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's I think often one of my favorite draft picks in my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays. And, everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes. Okay, a fresh start. There it is, man. And, the old change of scenery. Shout out Joey Bart. Change of scenery in Pittsburgh, too. So there it is. So that's the case. Now, is it easy to go ahead and wave a wand and trade him? Well, there's financial stuff. So he is due to get a $15 million bonus on March 22nd. So the Niners don't want to pay that $15 million bonus to him. However, if they trade him before June 1st, they assume a $31 million dead money salary cap charge. But if you're avoiding the $15 million bonus, it's really a $16 million hit, which maybe with the rise in the salary cap, you can kind of factor in. Once again, we're getting into areas that are not my expertise. A stupid salary cap. Wait till the NFL starts throwing aprons at us.
Dude.
Maybe this is why we like baseball There is no salary cap.
Yeah.
There's a luxury tax, but that's easy.
This is why I copied homework in high school, Murph, because I did not want to do the math myself.
Once again, next thing you know, you're living in an apartment in San Francisco that has its own washer and dryer, and you're doing rooftop hits.
Good. How about that? C's just don't always only get degrees. C's will get you a rooftop view in the city.
You revealed something else earlier today about your hard work in the yard.
That's it, dedication.
That's the key right there, buddy.
You want to get paid the big bucks, you got to go pick up those leaves in the backyard.
Put in the work. My man put in the work.
Every weekend.
Did you ever work an overnight shift here?
Oh, did I ever work an overnight shift, bro? I made my bread working overnight shifts.
I thought you started at 6 a.m. with Sam Spear.
Oh, no. Well, so I would do sometimes it was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and Sam's show would come on at 5 a.m. So I'd wrap up the overnight shift.
He was like your
dude.
He was your beacon of light.
Sam came walking in and boy, the smile that'd be on my face just from hanging out from Spam, but with Sam. But it's funny because we got into the talk about best board ops of all time. I wonder how many other people here at the station have literally been on the board for all 24 hours of the clock. I've ran this board here at KNBR
That's a hell of a stat.
all 24 hours from overnights to every single show. We're talking morning show, midday, afternoon. I've done night times. I've done every single minute on the clock.
You know what? Tell them, Marcus.
Yeah, you really want to get into the board op rankings. You don't want to start with old Bobby Boucher on the board.
So by the way, what do you do? What's the darkest? I know we're digressing off of the Niners here for a second, but what is the toughest hour or 90-minute stretch in that overnight stretch?
Oh, it's probably somewhere between like 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.
Is that when you start talking to yourself?
That's when you start just like trying to like keep yourself awake, like you're slapping yourself, you're chugging coffee,
and you're telling yourself, don't go to that website on the community on the company computer.
Yeah, exactly. Not safe for work. Not safe for work. Not safe for work.
I want to let you guys know when the internet came around in the mid 90s, late 90s, and then people started to get more used to it. Older people started using it in the early 2000s. Let me tell you what, we had a little problem here. They had to put up stuff in the they had to put up stuff in the bullpen.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They were like, hey guys.
Wow, in the bullpen.
Well, this is when people like older guys didn't know that there was such things like search histories or like other leaving windows open or tabs open or something.
Didn't know how to use that incognito tab. Huh?
They weren't savvy enough. You're not talking Richie.
No, I'm not talking Richie. I'm talking the other incognito.
Back to the Niners.
Yeah, come on, what are we doing?
But anyway, the fact that Deebo Samuel could be like we said, a $16 million hit if they do that. They can also release him with a post-June 1st designation. This is all according to Eric Branch, which is spread out the financial hit over 2 seasons, $10 million this year and $20 million next year. So they got to figure out what's the best thing. I'd like to get something for him. What could you get? Have we determined it's like a 3rd or 4th rounder, something like that?
A bag of peanuts, a bag of chips? I don't know, because the question is, it's like, why would any team be willing to give up any assets when there's a belief that the 49ers could just cut him?
Because you want to get him.
Yeah, but I guess that's really depends on how much of a market there is for him. And John Lynch said there's a lot of interest. I wouldn't understand why he would say anything else. So if there really is interest, and there have been a few reports of teams like the Baltimore Ravens or even the Washington Commanders, then yeah, maybe you can fetch a 5th or a 6th round draft pick. But with that contract, I don't think you're getting a big return on investment there.
No? Okay. All right. By the way, 707 comes in with the real question on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It says, is John Lynch one of the best sniffers?
Oh, bro, you heard that sniff.
Have we determined that the sniff is when he's saying something uncomfortable or something? Yeah. Or that he's ticked at the question?
Yeah, he's like, I gotta answer this damn question.
But is he actually just kind of got a little nasal thing going on?
Maybe.
415 says, this is coming from an A student. C students rule the world.
Ooh, look at us. C students taking over.
408 says, guys, he says, hey, Murph, what about this Niners news about Ayuk being shipped? We talked about this yesterday, 408. It was from Diana Rossini's podcast. We discussed it, and we thought that was maybe one of those things that's just being thrown around to kind of just keep combine chatter going. We do not anticipate
No,
that.
And John Lynch even addressed that yesterday, and he said, look, it's that time of year where people reach out about good players. So it's not a surprise that people are reaching out, seeing if they can buy low on a Brandon Ayuk, but that kind of is the same argument for why you wouldn't trade Brandon Ayuk. Coming off the injury right now, after you just invested all that money, you wouldn't be getting the value that you've invested in Brandon Ayuk, and especially now, with the direction we're heading with Deebo Samuel, you can't give up on Brandon Ayuk and go into the season with only Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, even though I know that Brandon Ayuk will not be healthy to start the season. He's part of the long-term plan for the next 3-4 years, not just the first 3-4 weeks of the season.
And, dude, I know we're at the end. We have cooler content coming up. Matt Mayoka, we can ask him about this, but did you guys see that they kept the Jake Moody door open?
I'm going to leave the door open, Murph.
I'm going to leave that missed kick open. I mean, there's a perverse part of my football brain that says I kind of understand what they're saying. Like, he does have a strong leg and his kickoffs are good, and he did have a high ankle sprain that affected his kicking. But, dude, the other part of my football brain's like, he misses big kicks. And when he's on the field, you're not feeling good. And let's be honest, he's not feeling good. So, but moving on from him, it's like, I kind of feel like they almost need to be a little Bill Walsh about this. Like, you got to move and you can go find a kicker elsewhere. But I understand in a weird, perverse way, like, they know he has a big leg. They know he had that career at Michigan. Would you, in any part of your brain, and I know we got to get going here, but we can ask me, but in any part of your brain, buy what they're selling, that the high ankle sprain was the reason, and that they can give him, ready for this, Marcus, one more chance?
I do buy it because this is something that I've mentioned on the show before. You look at his numbers and his accuracy pre-ankle injury and post-ankle injury, and there's obviously a difference between the two. Now, to your point, I don't know how much confidence I have with him in a big-time game. Hell, we talked about this when they drafted him as a rookie when you had Super Bowl aspirations. I'm still not sold on Jake Moody being the next great kicker in the NFL, but I don't think you just give up and move on for nothing. I think you bring him into training camp, you make him compete and earn that job, and the talent's there. You just got to see if you can figure it out.
The problem with all that is that it's not about how he kicks in training camp. It's about how he kicks on those Sundays with the heat on him.
That's the key. But to his credit, he did kick better last year before that ankle injury.
415 with a good line. He goes, hey, guys, the Niners didn't get value from a single player they paid extra last year. They paid Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, and Christian McCaffrey. But those are all good players. Yeah. You got to keep them. So anyway, obviously the Niners talking was news. We'll continue to do that with Matt Mayoko at 8:50. But the cooler of content featuring, come on, we lost one of the great movie actors of the 20th century, and it's a sports tie-in too. We'll tell you about it next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone.
Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
All right, Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. It's still giving away those tickets to see Neil Young and Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. That's pretty darn good giveaway there. I mean, I know we had the Hardy, but Neil Young's got a little bit longer of a track record, my friends. So anyway, so what happened is, we do this a lot on the show because turns out, Marcus, people die. Turns out I might die one day. You know what I mean?
It's one of the few guarantees in life.
Can I get a cool
death and taxes?
Can I ask this request of you? When I die, and who knows? Could be tomorrow. In the Cooler of Content, just give me could you guys give me just at least 30-second tribute? And I'm gonna ask for either the wait, Steph, it's a 3. Or the Buster Posey song. Or the Greedy Owners.
Trust me,
That's all
dude.
I ask.
When
then you guys can move on to the
you're dead
Stephen
and gone,
A. Smith.
trust me, bro, we're going to have a lot more than just 30 seconds of Murph audio that we will be playing. Murph, your voice is going to live on through eternity. If not here on the morning show, if not here on KNBR, it might be like an AI-generated Murph in the afterlife, Murph. It could be happening, but I mean, what do you want? You want a little get into the bourbon?
We can get into the bourbon.
We can get a what happened to your brain, bro?
What happened to your brain, bro? 1%ers are people, too. It's going to be lit. That's Gucci, bro. That's not Gucci, bro.
And one more for you?
You know what? I don't think I like Copes.
Ooh, that one's a little timely.
Many a truth is offset in jest. Yes, guys, so we lost Gene Hackman. Now, Gene Hackman, you say that name, people should know. 95 years old, was died in New Mexico. And, I got to be honest, when I heard he was still alive, I was like, damn, Hackman's still going? That's a long run. Long run. Long may you run, Gene Hackman. Won an Oscar for the legendary role as Popeye Doyle in The French Connection. Now, that would be like a moviegoer's movie. That's not like that was a detective cop, New York City cop thriller. If you wanted to kind of get a serious, good neo-noir thriller, French Connection. He also won an Oscar as in Unforgiven. Unforgiven as the rival to Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven. Now, would you guys be down with this is more modern now, Unforgiven. Would you guys be down with Clint Eastwood?
I don't think I've seen that one, Murph.
The famous. Do you want to start with that one then? Let's start with that one because we have some because the obvious one's coming up. But Clint Eastwood made a Western called Unforgiven, and it was wildly praised by the critics. In fact, it won the Oscar for Best Movie. I'll tell you this about it. It's not obviously a great movie. It's a very slow-paced, dark, artsy Western that gets into the real dark side of humans and killing and Westerns. It's not like romantic where you ride out on the white horse. It's dark and dirty and about murder and people at their worst, So people liked it. They were like, Clint Eastwood made a realistic, dark Western, and Gene Hackman was his right. In the climactic scene, Eastwood comes in with the gun and wipes out Hackman. So here's the scene here. Famous line in this scene here. Gene Hackman's lying dead about to die on the floor, and Eastwood's just standing over him. Two icons, Eastwood and Hackman. Oh, we have it on the video? So YouTubers and Twitchers enjoy.
Oh, look at this.
Gene Hackman, who won an Oscar for this role, Best Supporting Actor.
To die like this. I was building a house. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
There it is, man. So the line.
See you in hell.
It was Hackman who said, I'll see you in hell. But Eastwood's line, deserves got nothing to do with it, is a line that's used frequently. You could say it to Brock Purdy.
That's awesome.
I deserve $60 million.
Two icons, dude. Hackman and Eastwood.
And then Eastwood Hackman says, "I'll see you in hell." So that's pretty darn good. So other movies, of course.
I'll see you in hell with money.
So we can talk Bonnie and Clyde. You can talk Mississippi Burning, which is awesome. You can talk Frankenstein. He played the blind man in Frankenstein. Really funny. But let's be honest. If you're listening to KNBR, there's one role and one role only. Coach Norman Dale, Hickory High School, Hoosiers, 1986. So now, I don't know if Hoosiers divides generations. I think I told you guys that I realized I think the world changed for me. It was about almost about 10 years ago. We had a guy here. I won't say his name. We had a guy working here. He's younger. And somehow, some way, Hoosiers came up, and he's going, Hoosiers? Because that movie's whack. I said, wait. What did you just say? So that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I was like, bro. I was like, I'm going to leave the room now. So you can talk about my family before you talk about Hoosiers. Hoosiers is honestly one of, for me, it's like Rocky, The Great Santini, The Purple Rose of Cairo, and these are the movies I can watch for the rest of my life every day. I mean, Hoosiers is unbelievable for me. It's unbelievable. It's like one of the most bulletproof movies ever made. And I got people in the hallway going, yes, that movie sucks. It's kind of like when I talk about Sandlot with you guys, right?
I was going to say.
So
don't ask me about my take on Hoosiers, because I'll compare it to your take on the Sandlot.
Honestly, you didn't like it?
Yeah, it didn't grab me.
Wow. Young Tony?
I've not seen the film.
Oh.
Hoosiers?
I believe we have Friday film review coming up.
Wow. Yes. There might also be another movie that I was targeting.
Oh, no, this has got to jump the line.
Well, I think with Hackman, you might want to jump the line.
Yeah.
To be relevant.
That's almost disrespectful.
Because tomorrow Hackman will still be being talked about.
Yeah.
It's if you played high school basketball and you loved high school basketball, then it's everything. It's everything. So here, we're going to give you a series of Hackman here from Hoosiers. One of the great scenes, and by the way, I've used all of these scenes in coaching my kids.
Of course you have. Of course
they're like,
you
look
have.
at this old guy. So first one, Young Tony, they make the state championship game. They're from a small town in Indiana, and they make it to Butler Fieldhouse, which is the big gym. They walk in for their practice, and they are blown away. They are looking up, and they're speechless. So what does Coach Normandale do? He has them first call for a tape measure, and he measures from the basket to the free throw line. It's 15 feet. Then he has Buddy stand on the shoulders of another guy and measures from the rim to the floor. You'll see right here.
From the rim. Buddy? How far? 10 feet. 10 feet. I think you'll find it's exact same measurements as our gym back in Hickory. Okay, let's get dressed for practice.
Awesome. Iconic scene, man. So good. Dude, watching these get me all worked up all over again. Let's go to the next one, where it's the pregame speech in the semifinals before they get to the state. And he drops just kind of a, we don't even want to talk about what's going to happen next, but focus on the fundamentals, Marcus. So here it is, the semifinal pregame speech in the locker room here.
Tradition in tournament play. Not talk about the next step until you've climbed the one in front of you. I'm sure going to the state finals is beyond your wildest dreams, so let's just keep it right there. Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential, to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right! Let's go! Let's go! Let me hear it! Go, 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 go!
Narrator, they won the game. Right?
Now, how many times have you used that speech word for word?
Not word for word.
Okay.
I've shown that so I can specifically tell you, I'm going to reveal this for our Santa Rosa listeners. We were playing a fearsome Rincon Valley team that had won 10-year-old Northern California championships and was undefeated in the 11-year-olds, and we were going to play them. And my whole point was forget about their uniforms, forget about their record, forget about everything that's happened prior, and we just go play our game today. Everything we've done at Boyle Park, hitting ground balls, every time we've taken swings, every time we've met in the Redwood Grove, that's what we focus on today, just like this. And they showed him that scene.
Remember the fundamentals.
And so it is. And then he went with the John Wooden thing at the end. The definition of success, if you achieved to your personal maximum effort, if you achieved your peak potential on that day, that is success, no matter what the winner. Don't forget about the scoreboard. Just go do that, what you do. And then maybe my most favorite one is it came really early on when he was establishing himself as the no-nonsense coach on this high school that couldn't believe they had this weirdo coaching their team. So one of the players had been acting out, and he did not run on the play he wanted to run. So he had pulled the guy from the game, put him on the bench, even though he was their best player. And they were down to 5 players, and then one of the guys fouls out. There's only 4 players left. So the guy who was on the bench jogged to the scorer's table and took off his warm-up. And Hackman's like, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm going in." He goes, No, you're not. So check it out, right? Iconic line from Gene Hackman here to the ref.
Where are you going?
In the game.
Sit down.
What do you mean? We gotta have 5 out there.
Sit down. Sit. Coach, need one more. My team's on the floor. What are you trying to do?
That's the moment. Yeah, the music comes in, the town's like, "What's he doing?
Yeah, what are
What's
you
he
trying to do,
doing?"
bud?
He's establishing the standard,
All
baby.
right.
And the line, "My team is on the floor," is one of the great lines in coaching history. He plays with 4 rather than 5 because we're going to do it my way or the highway. And look what happens, by the way. Look what happens.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's your favorite Gene Hackman
anyway,
movie. Now,
that's all in honor of Gene Hackman.
Now,
Yes.
here I'll come in with a hot take. I'm not going to talk some S about the film Hoosiers, but what if I told you Gene Hackman was a better coach in a different movie?
I definitely know
because
where
for
you're going
me,
here, buddy.
in my generation, I can't think about Gene Hackman and not think about the movie The Replacements. And we were just talking about this the other week, about how I got inspiration from Shane Falco to go live out in a houseboat out in Sausalito. Well, check out this clip of the coach. I believe his name is Coach McGinty. And he's calling out to Shane Falco on the live broadcast at halftime because he's not there for his team. And Murph, he reminds everybody that you got to have heart to win the game.
Coach McGinty, what will Washington need to get back into this ball game?
Heart.
I'm sorry?
You gotta have heart.
Can you elaborate on that?
Miles and miles of heart.
That's it. Simple, Murph.
Dude.
You got to have heart.
Well, he's quoting Damn Yankees, right? Right? That's a song. That's a line from a Broadway musical, Damn Yankees.
Look at
you
that.
gotta have heart. Yeah. There you go.
heart.
That's awesome. I loved it.
Yeah.
You like that movie?
I love The Replacements. It's one of my favorite football movies.
That's it.
No joke.
So we've all come
I'm
together.
telling you, Shane Falco on
So
that
what's his
houseboat.
character's name in that?
So that's Coach McGinty.
So you got Coach McGinty, I got Coach Norman Dale. Maybe hardcore movie guys got Popeye Doyle.
Yeah.
Comedy people like The Blind Man. It was a great career. And then there's also the character in Unforgiven. See you in hell. I don't deserve this. Anyway, he's one of the greats. And it's funny because he was not like a super handsome leading man like, whatever, Brad Pitt or Leo DiCaprio or whatever. And if you read the obits on him, if he's reading the obits up in heaven, he's like, damn, really? Because the New York Times is like, he was not handsome or remarkable. He was a plain-looking man. I was like, really? I'm dead and you're saying that about me? But the point is that he just got by on sort of this innate charisma that he had. He was balding and he wasn't like, like a matinee idol, but he just had a genuineness to all his roles and everything. So that's awesome. Well, anyway, there's your cooler of content. There's your cooler of content. Gene Hackman at the age of 95. And arguably, for me, is that the best sports movie of all time? Well, probably Rocky. Is Rocky a sports movie?
Yeah, boxing's a sport.
Rocky's more of a love story than a sports movie, but I'm going to go ahead and put Hoosiers on Mount Sports Movie more.
Is it better than Remember the Titans?
For me, by a significant margin. Yeah,
I think that's a hot take. I would definitely put Remember the Titans
over that. Let's just prop up Gene Hackman.
Hilarious. Someone on the text line said, Waterboy, you should dunk on Murph right now and tell him that you'd like Mike better than Hoosiers.
Well, again, it's not something I've already lived. I've already lived the person in the bullpen saying that movie's whack, and I was just like, wait, what?
Like I said, I have Sandlot, you have Hoosiers. We can both enjoy our films.
Look at that.
We can enjoy our own movies.
Look at that. For Gene Hackman. All right, there's your cooler of content. Matt Mayoko, Jake Moody, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel. So many topics. Next on these Sports Leaders.
My team's on the floor.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Oh, look at him. He's in Indy, man. Look at this. Indianapolis now, I mean, over the years, it's turned into the place to be, like the cool bar for all the NFL people. So let's go, man, out to Indianapolis, Indiana. Matt Mayoko sitting in a press room somewhere with...
Yeah, it's a convention center. It's where the the draft prospects are right on the other side of me here. That's where they're meeting with the media. That's where John Lynch spoke with the media yesterday, and every GM and most head coaches. So yeah, this is kind of the hub of activity here, and this is where the Gregs will be coming to you live for their show here in a couple hours.
Man, when KNBR goes to the Combine, things be happening. So that's Greg Papa influence there. So, all right, Maddie, let's dive into it, buddy, because you're there to get all the gossip, and the gossip starts with Brock Purdy. I guess it's a two-part question. One, did John Lynch say anything that was a red flag? And two, have you heard any chatter in the hallways that would tell you what's going on?
No, I mean, I'm still of the belief that they'll get something done with Brock Purdy. I mean, how it looks, when it happens, I don't know. When John Lynch is saying that he wants Brock Purdy to be the quarterback of the 49ers as long as he and Kyle Shanahan are here and beyond that, that doesn't leave you a whole lot of wiggle room as far as what you want your goal to be. Now, he did say that his agent has an idea and we have an idea, and to me that's negotiations. Of course, that if Dak Prescott is the highest paid player in the NFL, and he arguably hasn't had the kind of success that Brock Purdy has in a short period of time. Of course, that side is going to be pointing toward that as kind of the contract. That's the comp right there. Will the 49ers, do the 49ers want to go that high? Of course they don't. No team would. Do they have any other choice? I mean, I suppose, but the way I see it is it's part of the problem of doing business in the NFL. You're either going to have a quarterback that you absolutely love who's been productive, that you're going to have to pay a lot of money to, or the downside of that is you don't have a quarterback that you love and you don't want to pay money to, and guess what? Now you're looking for that quarterback. And the 49ers have found that quarterback, and I don't think there's any question about that. The question is, what is the right price for Brock Purdy? And you probably ask 10 people, and they'll give you 10 different answers from, he's no more than a $25 million quarterback to he should be making $66 million. So, yeah, I don't think there's any right or wrong answer, and it's up to Brock Purdy's agent and the 49ers to arrive at a number that works for both of them. I just don't see a scenario. It's very hard for me to picture, Brock Purdy playing for $5 million next season when he has already been in the league for 3 years and has been paid. He's basically been, as far as NFL quarterbacks go, he's basically been playing for free. So, there comes a time where you have to step up and reward the guy. You've had him on the cheap for 3 years, and I think that ends this offseason.
No new contract yet for Brock Purdy, but some great news for him yesterday. John Lynch announced that Trent Williams will be returning next season. Was there any real concern that maybe Trent Williams would walk away? And how much longer do you think Trent Williams wants to continue playing football?
I would think at this point it's year to year. He's 36 years old. There was no indication at the end of the season that he was ready to walk away yet. And let's face it, he'd be leaving a lot of money on the table. I did ask John Lynch about, just kind of what's the approach? What's the plan? What can be accomplished when you want to improve the offensive line this offseason, whether it's free agency or the draft or a combination of both? And the one thing he said was our offensive line is a lot better when Trent Williams is out there, and that's obvious. You don't have to worry about left tackle, but with the 49ers offense and with when you look to the future, I think you do have to worry about, or at least make plans for who comes after Trent, next year perhaps. What's your plan with the swing tackle? Can you improve and upgrade right tackle? I can't imagine that Aaron Banks will be back with the 49ers next season. So what do you do at that other guard position? What about upgrading center? So, all those situations, all those upgrades are a lot easier said than done. But that's where the focus has to be for the 49ers this offseason, is trying to get better along the offensive line. But the first piece of that is ensuring that Trent Williams is back next season. And John Lynch believes he'll be motivated and ready to go and ready to put this past season, where he missed the final, 7 games of the season, put that behind him and try to return to that all-pro form.
There's so much to get to with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. He also hosts 49ers Talk, podcast available, including a new exclusive John Lynch interview, so check that out, 49ers Talk with Matt Mayoko. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'm just kind of going through my checklist here, and even though maybe it's not the most pressing thing, I wanted to get to Jake Moody while I was thinking about it. Sounds like they might be giving him one more chance.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, no, if you're thinking that they're going to cut him right now or before, there's a competition, and we don't even know at this point if there's going to be a competition. John Lynch did acknowledge that he hears the rumblings, and he said that basically, I know it might not be real popular, but they have a lot of confidence in him. They have a lot of belief in Jake Moody, and they point to that high ankle sprain that he had. They put a lot of blame on themselves, saying maybe we brought him back too soon. Probably shouldn't have brought him back and set himself up to fail like they did. But they're not moving on from Jake Moody. Now the question would be, if they bring somebody else in to compete with him, he's going to have to win that job. But I'd say right now, if you were to ask me what the 49ers are going to do at kicker for the 2025 season, the prohibitive favorite is Jake Moody.
Matt, yesterday John Lynch was pretty honest about the future of Deebo Samuel and about how he wants a fresh start. What are you hearing trade buzz-wise about the level of interest on Deebo Samuel, and do you think it's more likely that he's traded or cut by the 49ers?
I think John Lynch did say that there's interest from teams, and you would expect there to be interest in the sense of teams reaching out to the 49ers and saying, okay, what's it going to take? The first domino that has to fall, though, is that I don't think any team's going to just pick up Deebo Samuel's contract. And I would think that any team that trades for Deebo Samuel wouldn't want to have him under contract for just the 25 season. They would want to be able to rework that deal and maybe give him a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal. So that's the first thing, is that the team and Deebo Samuel have to work out what works for the team that wants him. And then the second part of that is the team and the 49ers coming together. What the 49ers have to figure out, and I don't think that would be a big stumbling block. If the 49ers decide to trade him, which John Lynch said, they're going to honor his trade request. I don't think Deebo Samuel will be back with the 49ers under any circumstances, but 49ers have to look at this from the standpoint of, is it better to have a $5 million cash savings or cap savings this year and then take the brunt of that dead money in 2026, or to just bite the bullet, take that full $31 million hit now and be done with it for the future while also picking up, say, a 5th or 6th round draft pick? So that's what the 49ers have to determine. But I would say the takeaway from yesterday is I would be absolutely shocked if Deebo Samuel is on the 49ers team in 2025.
It's hard for me to understand. We talk about this all the time. The cap is such a weird thing and mysterious thing, and money gets moved all the time. So is there any way to quantify what a $31 million hit would do to them roster-wise?
I mean, they would have to do some things, they'd have to move some money around. I mean, they have a lot of cap space now just because of the way they've structured contracts. And then when you look at Brandon Ayuk's contract, his big money doesn't kick in until later. Whatever they do with Brock Purdy, he won't cost a whole lot on the cap this year, but down the road that will kick in. John Lynch did say that because they've been so high with their spending, the cash spending each year, kind of spending over what the salary cap allows and then using the proration and everything else to balance that out or push it to the future. He says at some point they do have to kind of cut back and not spend as much, and this could be one of those off seasons, and it would be if they didn't have Brock Purdy hanging out there. So I don't expect them to be big players in free agency. I would think that the money that they've set aside for free agency, a lot of that they would love to have devoted to their own guys, such as Dre Greenlaw. And then with 10 draft picks, that's an opportunity to refresh the roster and have young guys who are under 4-year fixed contracts. You need that constant flux of the old guys leaving with their big contracts and the new guys coming in with 4 years of, relatively speaking, lower contracts.
Another wide receiver that we have to ask you about is Brandon Ayuk. Diana Rossini reported earlier this week that teams are reaching out about the availability of Brandon Ayuk. Do you think this is teams doing their due diligence and just asking questions, or do you think the 49ers could possibly have buyer's remorse about the contract they gave him last offseason?
Well, they might have buyer's remorse, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I mean, the way that whole thing played out, there were a lot of frustrations with the 49ers, and I'm sure with Brandon Ayuk too. I mean, the way he, did his hold in. So he is returning from an ACL. He's at the facility every day. He's working out. He's rehabbing, going through PT and all that. In a couple of weeks, he's going to meet back with Elatrosh, who did the surgery, to just kind of get an idea of where he is in his recovery. As Lynch said, anecdotally, it looks very good. Things seem to be moving in a very positive direction, but I think they'll hit some landmarks here in a couple of weeks when they see when they're able to do a more thorough examination to figure out exactly what his time frame is. Right now, there's no set in stone or really even projected time frame. Is he going to be ready at the start of training camp? I would really doubt that. Middle of training camp, that seems like kind of a long shot. Maybe later in camp, okay, now that's becoming more realistic. Start of the season, maybe. Or is it going to be starts the season on PUP and forced to miss the first 4 games? That might be the more reasonable and rational tack they take, just to shut him down at the beginning of the year and make sure that when he comes back, he's fully ready to go.
A few more minutes here. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider for KNBR NBC Sports Bay Area. He's in Indianapolis, Indiana, where all the prospects are. Christian McCaffrey was once a prospect coming out of Stanford. Now he's a guy who's coming off an injury-laden year. What are you hearing behind the scenes in terms of Achilles tendonitis? Can this be healed? And I saw a quote that said that they might slow play him this summer.
Yeah, and I think they need to do that because Christian McCaffrey is kind of like, that the maniacal work ethic of a Jerry Rice. So they do need to manage him, kind of save him from himself. So he should be cleared and ready to go for the offseason program, but how much they use him or how much they put him out there on the field, I don't think he needs a lot of work in the offseason. But a lot of people have asked me here about McCaffrey. Will he ever be back? Well, he was feeling good with the Achilles when he got in there, and the first time he really looked like he had that explosion and the rust was off and he looked like his old self was that game against Buffalo. And then what sidelined him was something completely different. He basically landed hard on that knee on the artificial turf in Buffalo and has a PCL injury, not the Pacific Coast League, that's the posterior cruciate ligament that sidelined him for the rest of the season. So it's actually a knee situation that he's returning from, but there seems to be optimism that he's feeling great with the Achilles, 2 of the Achilles, both of them. And so, at his age, there's some wear and tear, obviously, on running backs. Will he ever return to the form of 2023? I mean, clearly that would be debatable just because of where he is in his career and the injuries that he's had, last year that he's dealt with. But there is optimism, probably, cautious optimism, that he'll be back on the field and that those injuries that sidelined him through most of last season won't be an issue, at least to start the season.
Matt, this is the first time that we've talked to you since Brian Griese officially decided to leave the 49ers coaching staff. What can you tell us about that decision, and how big of a loss do you think this is for Brock Purdy and the organization?
Yeah, I mean, when Brian Griese stepped out of the broadcast booth and went to the 49ers, he wasn't sure whether he wanted to coach, but he wanted to give it a shot. And he told the 49ers that he would be, he would kind of reevaluate this thing. And so he had 3 years with the team. After year 1, there was some uncertainty whether he would come back for year 2. Well, he did come back for year 2 and year 3. And so I think inside the building, it wasn't a big shock. I think part of the reason they went out and got Mick Lombardi a year ago, former offensive coordinator with the Raiders, who had also coached with the 49ers under Jim Harbaugh and who had been with the Patriots under Bill Belichick, part of the reason they got him was kind of anticipating or looking ahead a year to see if Greasy would be around. I did see Lombardi with Brock Purdy a lot last year, so those guys seem to be very comfortable. Lombardi had a good relationship with Tom Brady when they were both with the Patriots. So I think for personal reasons, for family reasons, as I understand it, his family remained in Colorado. So he was just like, you know what, there's more pressing things. Coaching in the NFL isn't for everybody, and so not necessarily a permanent move, but Brian Greasy decided the best thing for him and his family was for him to be with his family and not be coaching the 49ers.
It'll be hard to quantify, but does this set Brock Purdy back a little bit?
I don't know if it sets him back. I mean, the playbook remains the same. The teaching points remain the same, how they take their drops and all that. The thing that Brian Greasy, I think, helped out Purdy with the most was that Greasy had a long career in the NFL, so he'd been in those shoes. He could probably relate to him better. And so I think that having an assistant coach, having the quarterback's coach who had been there and played in the NFL, I think it was really good for Purdy initially to have that, because you had a guy who knew exactly what he was going through and could compare and relate his own experiences to what Brock Purdy was going through. Does it set him back? I don't know that it does. I mean, now that Purdy has a lot of NFL starts, or certainly more NFL starts under his belt, I think whatever those principles were, those teaching points, the perspective that Brian Greasy was able to supply to Brock Purdy in the past, I think those things remain fresh in his mind and will throughout his career.
Finally, who's the draft crush? Who's the prospect crush? The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounder you're finding there, buddy?
Are we going there? we're going that.
Isn't that what you're doing? Aren't you interviewing randos that we've never heard of?
Yeah, well, not too many. I mean, it's funny because I look at, this point in the draft, when I look at, the guys who are speaking, I'm scanning for names I know, and I'll be honest with you, there's a lot more names I don't know than names I do know. But I will say this. My last mock draft, which was, I believe we published that was it after the Super Bowl? It might have been after the Super Bowl, yeah. I had the 49ers at 11 taking Tyler Warren, the tight end for Penn State. So I was over with him and asked him a bunch of questions today, including one question and after I did my mock draft of having Tyler Warren go to the 49ers, Matt Barrows did his, and he had Tyler Warren, or at least with the Athletic had Tyler Warren go to the 49ers. So what I was going to ask Tyler Warren was, Tyler, there are some really credible reporters out there who believe you're going to the 49ers in their mock drafts and have him. But I just said, hey, there are a couple mock drafts out there where you're going to the 49ers. And he did, even unsolicited before that, say that George Kittle is one of his favorite tight ends. So I don't know if you're familiar with Tyler Warren, but a very versatile guy. Line up all over the formation, good blocker, can play running back, can be in the slot. This is how versatile he is. There was a game against USC this past season where they did some funky shift. The ball's around the, 35-yard line, let's say. They did some funky shift, and he was initially lined up as a Wildcat quarterback, and by the way, he did throw some passes and he did run the ball out of the Wildcat as well. They do some shift, and next thing you know, Tyler Warren is the center. So number 44 is the center. He snaps it back to that quarterback, who then throws a backward lateral to, I think, the real quarterback on the left sideline. Warren, because of the shift, the entire offensive line shift to Tyler Warren's right. Tyler Warren then ran right down the hash mark and made an outstanding catch because he was an eligible receiver for a touchdown. So to my knowledge, I've never seen it before. Tyler Warren was the center and caught a touchdown pass on the same play. So that's the kind of versatility of why I had him going
Sounds
number
like
11.
Kyle Shanahan porn right there.
Yes.
Is that Andy Kotelnicki is the O coordinator at Penn State? He gets the credit for that one. Andy Kotelnicki?
And
Anyway.
I did ask Warren, like, what was the genesis of that? And he was like, yeah, they kicked it around. We installed it a couple game plans ago, and then, they said, this is the game we use it. And there's even, like, he changed his route on the play. So he's a versatile guy. And so, do the 49ers need another tight end? They have a pretty good one right now. And another topic that came up was, John Lynch made it a point. We want George to retire as a member of the 49ers. They're going to work on a new contract with him, but that's kind of been pushed to the back burner because of all the other things we've talked about. But, with Deebo Samuel, kind of that Swiss Army knife leaving with, Kyle Juszczyk's not going to be around forever as a fullback. There's some point the 49ers are going to have to make some sort of pivot on offense, and it could be to 12 personnel. And I would think that a guy like Tyler Warren might be just too good to pass up at number 11.
Fanning those flames, getting that hype going.
Fanning the flames,
all right,
absolutely.
Maddie, clear out for the Gregs.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks,
all right,
buddy.
Have a great trip.
Great to see you.
There
Thank
he
you.
is.
Appreciate it.
Greg Silver, Greg Papa on their way, and Sergio Romo on his way next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away some tickets to see Neil Young in the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th, and we will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Any chance we get to catch up with our buddy Sergio Romo is a good chance indeed. We grabbed him. He's going to be out at Oracle Park with a whole group, including Richie Aurelia, Dave Dravecki, Jeffrey Leonard, Noah Lowry, JT Snow. You can all go and hang out. Get a Brian Wilson bobblehead. It's all presented by Scottsdale, your home base for spring training, and the United States Air Force. Go to KNBR.com/FanFest Tour. This is Saturday, March 8th, a week from Saturday. Saturday, March 8th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Go hang with 54. Sergio, brother, my buddy. How are you?
What's up, Sergio?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Good morning.
It's always a good morning for you.
Oh, yeah. Just sitting here hanging out. I'm at the house. A little slower day today. I had one of my boys, my youngest, actually. He didn't have, like, the whole preschool thing today, so he's here kicking it with me today.
Hey, have any of them learned the slider grip yet?
My 13-year-old has learned the slider grip. He's now of age. He's on the big field. In my opinion, he's now of age. Now he's graduated to the big field, and I'm not afraid to let him spin a few now.
Okay, there it is.
I like it. And Sergio, I'm curious because we were just talking about a story earlier where Robbie Ray reached out to Tarek Skubal about his changeup grip. I'm curious how many guys asked you about your slider grip and how you throw it.
Oh man, yeah, I have been asked and I have been called. It's kind of funny. It's 2 years removed, like two full seasons removed from playing. And I have received phone calls from pitching coaches asking about that. Not to, say who, what, where, when, and whys, but a lot of them are just trying to understand the sweeper concept. The sweepers kind of, caught the league by storm the last couple of years, and that was what I did for about 15 years.
Dude, so, I mean, is it unusual that Skubal gave Robbie Ray all the video and here's where you put it and all that stuff? Or is there a pitcher fraternity of like you're all trying to get guys out and you're all in it together?
Well, the thing is we've all earned, in my opinion, when I played it, they've all earned my respect. There's a specific grind that you got to go to, not just to make it to the big leagues, but to establish yourself in the big leagues. And then them two have one thing in common that I'll never know what that feels like, and those two guys got Cy Young. And that might be the fraternity that
it's a good call.
I don't know about, or that there may be that I'm not included in to be able to speak on because I just don't know. But I do know from a respect standpoint, I mean, we're all big leaguers. It is a big fraternity. There's a reason why it's, right around 1% of the world that can do what, can play in the big leagues, and it's even smaller percentage that can stay in the big leagues and establish themselves and have that longevity. So again, I do feel that it's maybe a lefty relationship there. Maybe they have a friendship that we don't know about. But those guys are starters, and I don't know much too much about
starters, lefties, and Cy Youngs. So you're not in the club, Sergio.
No. I have five open.
You got your own clubs, bro. You got your own club.
But if we are going to talk about the Cy Young fraternity, the Giants have another member of that club, Justin Verlander, who walked into the clubhouse this offseason. Now, Sergio, there's been a lot of comps to when Randy Johnson joined the Giants in 2009, and I know that was at the start of your career. So what was that like for you, being a young player, having a future Hall of Famer walk into your clubhouse?
Oh, my goodness. Just mind blown, especially when he's 7 feet tall and you're not. You're a whole foot shorter than that man. But no, I've been blessed to play with a lot of accomplished big leaguers. Hall of Famers. I'm pretty sure I threw to one for nine seasons, or what is that, 7 seasons it was. That guy, and then you can go into like Omar Vizquel. We can go on names on players that may not be in the Hall of Fame, but are like, wow, no way you played with that guy, right? And that's kind of how I feel. When Randy walked in, I was like, wow, he really is that tall. People told me he's a stickler for, against the young guys. It's not that he had anything against him. He was like, hey, man, earn your keep type thing. So I was like, hey, stay away from him, stay away from him. But when he showed up with his son Tanner, who I believe was 13 at the time, he was already taller than I was, and so I got to hang out with Tanner during BPs and stuff, and he would follow me around, and I think Randy kind of took a liking to that, and he treated me extremely well. But he was a guy that was willing to give you time. If you had the courage to walk up to that intimidating man on and off the field and talk to him, he gave you that time. At least he did that for me, and being able to just see how he worked, to see what mattered to him, to see what lit him up, especially at that time. He was 40-something years old, just like Verlander. And I think it's great that he's walking into that Giants clubhouse. I think he's going to help everybody, even the established players, even the guys that you think may not need help. I mean, we're talking about Robbie Ray, who's a Cy Young winner, calling another younger player. Well, then you have, I think, a guy who's going to learn from him too, is Logan Webb. I think he's going to benefit on how to really, really be an ace of a staff and how to carry yourself as a true face, not just of your organization, but a true face in the Major League Baseball. Because when you think of top 10, in my opinion, think of top 10 starting right-handed pitchers, Logan's in that conversation. So I think he benefits from that just by watching that man work, picking his brain. There's how many situations has Verlander been in that Logan Webb has not? Pretty big list. Yeah. And even though Logan's an established big leaguer. So I think, everybody's going to benefit from having that man in there.
Man,
everyone.
It's great hearing Sergio Romo, of course, 3-time World Series champ. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area talking Giants. You hear him on KNBR right now. And he'll be at Oracle Park next Saturday, March 8th. A week from Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Richie, Dravecki, Hackman, Noah Lowry, Sergio, JT Snow, all good stuff. It's all free, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Just go hang out at the park, talk to those guys. Sergio, Ryan Walker appears to be the closer. Dude, a year ago at this time, he was not the closer. I don't know, is there any comp between your slider and his? You tell me, what are you seeing from this guy, that crossfire? I mean, he's nasty.
I feel that there are similarities to our pitching styles. I don't know how excited or how, I don't even know if I should. I mean, I probably would have been more arrogant if I can throw as hard as that guy does and throw my slider with the same movement and the same velocity that he did. Like, I would have been a lot louder. I mean, I wasn't a quiet guy to begin with on the mound, I was pretty emotional and passionate. So I think if I were to have the stuff that Walker has in terms of velocity, wow, like, I probably wouldn't worry a whole lot, if I were him. I'd just be myself, figuring out who I am, what makes me me, what makes me tick. Like, and just being that, I was able to, string out a pretty good career, a pretty long career doing that for myself. I can only imagine if he can find that same self-knowledge and awareness too. We can just be himself. And, I mean, stuff alone, he's phenomenal. So I don't know what it's like to throw that hard. I don't know what it's like to throw a slider, literally 87, 90 miles an hour. Like, I just can't do that. You know what I mean? And he can. So I think it's impressive. I think what's more similar to us is our ascension into the closer's role. I got my opportunities due to injuries, but legit team necessity. And I wasn't afraid to go out there and try to not fill that role or, fill the shoes of, for me, it was Wilson. No, I was just trying to be what my team needed me to be. And I think him with Duvall last year, it was out of necessity. They looked at him and said, hey, we need you to be this guy. Well, I'm pretty sure for that last week, or last couple of days of August and all of September, whoa, he was arguably one of the best relievers in the game. I'm talking like top 5 during that span. So I think that's one of the cool things about Ryan Walker, is that he had the stuff to pitch in any inning, to face anybody, to get anybody out. Just got to believe.
As far as the rest of the bullpen goes, Sergio, I think a lot of Giants fans are hoping for a bounce-back year from Camilo Duvall. Tyler Rogers is still in that bullpen. Taylor Rogers was traded away this offseason, which leaves Eric Miller as one of the few left-handed options right now. So your thoughts on the overall depth of the bullpen going into the season?
I'm not worried about the overall depth. I believe that they got some young arms. You got Rodriguez that they're going to rely upon as well. You have Blevins, who they're going to rely upon as well. Who these guys last year, they opened up some eyes. They were put in some really tough situations, and they responded. And yes, some out of necessity, some out of sheer, like they earned those opportunities, and that's really it. I think them bringing in Joey Lucchesi, he's had starting experience, but with his transitions now back and forth into the pen, and I think he's been in situations that Eric Miller has not. So I think that kind of not necessarily gives him an edge over Miller, but it's good to have someone who has experience, who's been there and done that a little bit, that you can rely upon, especially if an Eric Miller doesn't, if there's like an injury or something, or he's unavailable, whatnot. I think having a Lucchesi in there, that's a pretty solid thing. But then again, they have so many starters that can move into the pen too. They have guys that can cover multiple innings. They have guys that, they don't have how we used to do, a situational guy in terms of here comes a lefty, here's just one lefty and you're out. They don't allow that anymore, correct? So I think they have arms and stuff that have the stuff that can pitch, 1+ innings on a regular. So, I don't know. With Buster at the helm too, Buster loves starting pitching, and he loves starting pitching to go at least 6 innings. At least 6 innings. He would love 7. We were spoiled with guys who were throwing 7, 8 on a regular. So I think with Buster's philosophy in the direction where the team is going in terms of those philosophies, I do think that that bullpen might not be relied upon as much as we think.
Yeah, those are good takes, man. Sergio Romo, I love it. I love this. So before we let you go, and it's just great talking to you, and we'll always call you, buddy. A week from Saturday, March 8th at Oracle Park in San Francisco, KNBR Giants Fan Fest. It's free. Go hang out with Serge and the boys. Is the fact that Buster, so we heard Buster and Randy Wynn are in the Dominican Republic right now. They're in the DR, and it's like, dude, how blown away are you that these two guys, your teammates, because you played with Randy too, are the guys like getting off the plane in the DR, calling the shots, and like see Buster putting on the shades and going to get a Presidente, or to go.
Yeah, like those. Oh my goodness, those guys, they were leaders in the clubhouse when I played too. And Randy Wynn, when I was fresh out getting my first call up, walking in the Progressive Field in Cleveland. I'm not sure if it's called Progressive anymore, but walking to Cleveland clubhouse, visiting clubhouse, and Randy Wynn he's one of the veterans. It's him, Aurelia, Benji Molina, Dave Roberts, those guys. So he leader. Then you fast forward to Buster's career and the time I spent with him and how he panned out playing wise. He was a leader from the get-go. This is a rookie leader who is help lead us to a World Series, the first World Series in San Francisco. So I'm not surprised to see those men in those positions, especially those guys have every, degree, every, knowledge of a specific, in a specific area that does benefit them in this. Buster was a business major type thing or, that type of stuff. And, Randy, who, Santa Clara, he's a super smart individual. These guys have been around baseball. They've led clubhouses before, and they have a vision, and that vision helped both of them play for a long time in careers, have a long career and productive careers. Now it's just in the front office where they can show how much they care, not just about the teammates that they had at the time. Now they can show how much they care about an organization that has provided us with a lot.
Dude, it's quiet. It's wild. I'm looking forward to the Buster era. I'm looking forward to your comments on the Buster era. I'm looking forward to more convos with you. And, bro, you're going out there Saturday. Be back at the yard and just saying hi to the fans, right?
Yes. I'll take every opportunity to hang out with Dave Dravecky, to hang out with Noah Lowry, to hang out with those guys, to hang out with the fan base. Why? Because, I mean, this place, again, I just said it, this organization, this city, they've given me a lot. They've given us a lot. So it's super fun to still be included, to still be wanted to be around. And, I mean, we go over there to the ballpark on Saturday. I'm stoked. I'm so stoked to just go back home. You know what I mean? So,
Yep. Always welcome,
especially
buddy.
especially with our people. You know what I mean? Our fan base is solid. And I do feel that I think they're going to start showing out a little bit more again, too. There's a lot of excitement. I'm stoked about it. See it around. I've been walking around the city, get told a lot. Hey, this year, what do you think? What do you think? Hey, what about? It's going to be good. I think they're going to open up some eyes this year, and I think the fan base will enjoy it.
Listen, everybody's like, Buster walks in the room, everybody's like, okay, let's be better. So it's a week from Saturday, Saturday, March 8th. Sergio, keep your phone on, buddy. We're going to call you soon, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
You guys are amazing. And, hey, I don't know. I know what your golf swing looks like, but I'm trying to see what Marcus's swing looks like.
Hey, we'll get on the course one time. I'm not very good, Sergio, but I'll play.
You know, Marcus
I will never tell you that I never said I was good at baseball either. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds like a good time.
Go check the baseball reference page. It's pretty good. All right, buddy. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
I appreciate you, fellas.
Sergio Romo, so much fun. Always great. He's just, you can tell he's got that more of a TV polish, that NBC Sports Bay Area. Like, he's like, Sergio's turning into the media dude. Mm-hmm. I know they never want to hear that, but Sergio, you're good, buddy. You're good.
He's phenomenal on air. And just great vibes anytime you see
dude,
Sergio.
Vibes for days.
I'm so blown away. Like, I was talking to my buddies. They're like, do you ever get blown away, like, interviewing these guys? It's like, nah, because I do like a 10, 15-minute hit, and then I forget who the hell I am. I'll see Sergio Romo, and he'll be like, Marcus, my guy, what's up? So, like, to be recognized on the streets by Sergio Romo, it's pretty damn cool.
That's how it starts. Next thing you know, John Lynch is shouting you out in an intro to, you know what I mean?
A sponsored intro, by the way.
Revenue. Okay, last hit is we haven't talked about that basketball team in a while. So let's get into what the Warriors are facing tonight and in the coming days. Let's lay it out, because is Kuminga going to be a part of this? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Big vibes, just good vibes.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, wait a minute. Turn this up here, buddy. Turn this up. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. First of all, that's the unmistakable sound of Neil Young. Or wait. No, that's Jimmy Fallon doing his Neil Young impression, singing Pants on the Ground.
Oh.
This is pretty creative now.
I was so confused.
This is Jimmy Fallon doing Neil Young singing Pants on the Ground. That's pretty good, man. And here it is, the unmistakable harmonica. So what does that mean? It means it's time to give away Neil Young tickets.
It means something.
Wait, let's hear one more version here. One more lyric. Incredible. Hang on. Mm-hmm. You know, Fallon is... And he's nailing like the cadence of a Young and the rhythm of a Young and all that. Fallon is quite the music. He does many music impressions, and his Neil Young is one of his best. He's nailing all the little inflections of Neil Young right there. 2 tickets. Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, September 12th, 2025 at Shoreline Amphitheater. These tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So good luck to all y'all. And that was a little trick, because usually we play a Neil Young song, but this time we played Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, and it was a nice cover, but Murph, I gotta say, I stand with their original.
Pants on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground, with the gold in your mouth, hat turned sideways, pants hit the ground, call yourself a cool cat, looking like a fool, walking downtown with your pants on the ground, get it up. Hey, get your pants off the ground, looking like a fool, talking with your pants on the ground, get it up. Hey, get your pants off the ground.
So a couple things. One, that was brought up earlier today on the text line, because they're saying Brock Purdy, we know the Brock Purdy situation would be bad if he went Brandon Ayuk pants on the ground. Because remember when he dropped the shorts in front of Kyle Shanahan?
When he showed up wearing the wrong color shorts, and it turns out he had the right color shorts on, but underneath the other shorts.
That's when we knew it was not the 49ers year.
That was not a good sign.
The other part is Brett Favre, when he was the Packers quarterback, and that guy had his brief 3-week run of fame, the guy who sang Pants on the Ground, was coincided right around the NFC Championship. And Favre had that guy come perform Saturday night at the team meeting before like the NFC Championship, I think. I'm going to say it's the game they lost to Eli Manning and the New York Giants in the cold. So anyway, he has an NFL connection.
Yeah, so the Pants on the Ground hype speech did not work out. Did not work out. He's no Gene Hackman.
I got to tell you guys, I don't want to get into the Warriors here and all this. No, Gene Hackman at all. Is that there was a time when I was like, Brett Favre is the most unstoppable quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
I mean,
there was a stretch where I was like, this guy's, there's nothing you can do to stop this guy.
A straight up gunslinger.
Oh my God.
The arm strength, his ability to get outside of the pocket, but he was a little reckless also, a lot of interceptions.
But in particular, it was against the Niners. His record against the Niners was insane. I'm getting bad vibes just even talking about it. So let's change the subject to something much more pleasant. The Golden State Warriors, who will be at Orlando tonight at 4 o'clock. And we got a text in here from, I'm sorry I can't find the area code because these people send in so many. We get so many from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. But there's a guy laying out a case that the next 9 Warriors games are, quote unquote, all winnable. And that the Warriors should not just be thinking 6 seed, but have a chance to go even higher than the 6 seed. Now, this is assuming they all take care of business. And it is all assuming, of course, Jonathan Kuminga's transition is seamless,
smooth.
But I'm just saying that there's, and the reason I bring it up is I agree with the texter. Like it's out there in front of you, and you want to peak late, right? You're about to go into March. Saturday is March, right? You want to peak late. You don't want to be peaking in November.
Nobody likes a little premature peak in Murph.
Hey now. But the Warriors' next 9 games are arguably winnable. So at Orlando, you'd like to get it, right? You'd like to get it.
Absolutely.
At Philly, did you realize Philly's 20-38?
Philly's falling apart, man.
Where's Kate Scott?
That's a great
question. Where's our
question.
gal Kate Scott?
Well, what are they doing out there, Kate? You think Paul George has any regrets about teaming up with Joel Embiid instead of Steph Curry?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so.
So at Philly Saturday, that's an ABC game, by the way. And then at Charlotte, bro. We just saw the Doublemint Green Charlotte Hornets. Those guys have no interest. They were Cancun 3-2-1 Cancun in February.
No, they're bad.
Then at the Knicks now. Now the Knicks are 30. Knicks are good, but
they're slipping a little bit right now. It's gotten to the point where Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart are being called out to stop doing their podcast because it's too much of a distraction from the Knicks.
Don't tell Draymond that during the NBA Finals.
I mean, Draymond won a championship doing the podcast.
You gonna get this podcast?
Okay, then at Brooklyn, and the Nets, as we know, even though Dennis Schroeder beat them here in November. You'd like 21-37 Nets. You got to win that. Then they come home to play the Pistons, who, by the way, funny.
The red hot Pistons.
Oh, my God. I just kind of counted the Pistons. The Pistons beat the Celtics last night for their 8th straight win.
Dude, they're one of the hottest teams in basketball right now.
Okay, that one now, all of a sudden we're putting that one in, but it's in San Francisco.
All right.
Then the Trailblazers come to town. Now, they're kind of on a little mini Pistons run, too. They're playing better. And then the Kings. And then the Knicks. And I have tickets to that Knicks game, by the way.
Oh, I'll see you there.
Oh, yeah, nice. Really, the Warriors don't have a quote-unquote on-paper tough game, and that's with all due respect to Detroit, who's playing great, until the Nuggets come to town March 17th. So the whole point of that little schedule riff there is that there's...
Nuggets.
Yeah, exactly. That there's a real, honest-to-goodness chance of getting into the mix and maybe even making some noise in the mix. Damn. I mean, just saying, guys. I mean, the Houston Rockets have 22 losses. The Warriors have 27 losses. Can the Warriors in the next 9 games pick up 2-3 games on the Rockets? Sure. Absolutely they could.
I mean, with the way that Brandon Pajemski is playing right now, Murph, anything is possible.
There you go, buddy.
Anything is possible.
Don't forget, Platzi threw the baby Havlicek at us. You got to know John Havlicek, Young Tone, was a... not the most athletic guy. Let's just say it. He was white.
Yeah.
All right.
I see the comp.
And but he was a grinder who did everything and didn't always look pretty, but would grab the rebound, make the big shot, take the charge, pasty white skin, the whole deal. So a little bit of a baby Havlicek thing going on there for Pods.
And we've seen the impact that Jimmy Butler has had so far on Pods. We've seen the impact he's had on Quentin Post. We're hoping that he can have that same impact on Jonathan Kuminga.
So speaking of Kuminga, Young Tone, Jimmy Butler checking in. This could be amazing. It also could be awkward, but it could be amazing. So here's Jimmy on Kuminga.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
I mean, guys, this is incredible. I mean, again, I want to stress, it was about a month ago, those Steph press conferences were the saddest things in the Bay.
No.
He was just tired. He was, by the way, he's such a pro. He was giving his all in those press conferences. But he was saying, yeah, man, we don't have it. We're searching. We're looking. It's not there. All the things. He was just kind of a lost puppy. And now here they are, riding high.
Yeah, it's a lot different than the Jimmy Butler candlelit locker room that's bringing those golden vibes that GP2 keeps talking about.
Golden vibes.
Beautiful.
That's it. That's the key, golden vibes. And I know there's some concern about how Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga will mesh on and off the court. Murph, all they got to do is sit down and...
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
Yeah, I like the sound. 209 says, don't forget, Murph, Havlicek stole the ball. Havlicek stole the ball. I told you guys when I was doing, ready for this, high school water polo play-by-play, and I referenced in a climactic moment, our team stole the ball with a 1-goal lead in the final possession. I yelled, Havlicek stole the ball. Everybody's like, what are you talking about?
Pajemski stole the ball.
But you had to go there. Johnny Most, man. 925 says, the Knicks at MSG is not going to be an easy game. Let's not start jailing each other's Brunsons.
Ooh.
Just yet. 408 says, I told you guys the Warriors were done unless they make a big trade. Well, here they are. Murphy might have to re-challenge Matt Chapman to that beer chugging contest.
Chug.
I don't know what that has to do with the Warriors making a trade.
Me neither, but I want to see you boys run it back.
Maybe I'll try to bone up a little bit and see what I can do. All right, guys. Well, anyway, 4 o'clock tonight should be fun. And then the at Philadelphia Saturday with Kate Scott and all them. Okay, what did young Tony learn today, if it's okay with the other guys on the show? We soldier on, boys. We soldier on. Let's do it and then hand it over to Indianapolis. How about that? Indianapolis, where Greg and Greg are on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Candle vibes, just good vibes.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
It was 9 years ago today. That's why we're doing it. 9 years ago today. The double bang.
Bang!
And
Bang!
Warriors, man, what a team. That was the 2016 season that won 73 games. 40 on that day, he went 12 of 16 from three-point land. He had gotten into, this is Warriors Muse put up a great post here, got injured mid-game. They were down by 11 with 4 minutes to go. He tied the record for most three-pointers in a game. Man, oh man, old Steph. Look at you, buddy.
Bang!
Fun stuff.
Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Mike Breen on the call. I was confused. This is not Phoenix. This is like Empire of the Sun or something, right?
No, this is a cover by Wiz Khalifa off the Burn After Rollin' mixtape. So he sampled it and uses it as the chorus.
Look at that.
It's the Empire of the Sun sample, though. You're right.
Yeah. You guys can play the song. I'll tell you the sample.
That's it. I love it. It's a good lot of like
it's a little combo
different
planner.
Degrees of music on
like
the
when
Murph
you
and
played
Murphy.
MIA Paper Planes. I'm like, of course, Tony, you ride with the original Clash. He's like, what? All right, guys, it is time for Young Tone.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, every day something comes up that this young, fresh-faced kid says, oh, that old guy just brought up something I didn't know before. But this one is special for all of us in terms of everybody likes movies, right? We all like movies. Maybe we'll get a movie review tomorrow. Who knows? And Gene Hackman died at the age of 95. I mean, what a career. What are you going to say? First of all, 95. And again, I ask at times like this, do you want to make it to 95?
Ooh, how's that quality of life?
Right? Healthy and happy?
If I'm watching baseball, the answer is yes.
Ooh, okay, I like it.
I'll go to 95 to watch some ball.
Okay, I'll buy that. Anyway, he made it to 95, and what do you want? I mean, he won 2 Academy Awards for The French Connection as Popeye Doyle. If you want to get into your neo-noir detective thriller, 1971, a classic, or as the supporting actor in Unforgiven getting killed by Clint Eastwood in that Western bar, I didn't deserve this. Deserves got nothing to do with it. I'll see you in hell. All those great lines, right? But let's be honest, guys. Now, you knew him as a football coach in The Replacements.
Yeah, shout out Coach McGinty.
But truly, his most iconic role as a sports guy was Coach Norman Dale of Hickory High in the Hoosiers. And for me, oh, man, Hoosiers is like freaking everything. Because high school basketball was like my favorite time of life, and it touched on every freaking theme you've ever had as a high school basketball player. And let's be honest, it was just fun and sentimental, and the music was great and all that stuff. And Hackman's amazing. Dennis Hopper's amazing. But Young Tone had not seen it, so you did not know about Gene Hackman as Norman Dale.
I did not know. Stay tuned. Maybe tomorrow I'll watch the film tonight.
And it's a tight watch, too. Another one of those...
2 hours. Hour 58.
No, it's a little... Is it an hour 58?
That's what I saw on IMDb.
Oh, I would have thought it was a little shorter than that. Maybe it goes by fast for me.
Hour 54.
Yeah. I don't think there's any wasted scenes. I would cut out maybe the romance with Barbara Hershey, but that's nitpicking. So anyway, we have all sorts of sounds from it. We played it earlier in the Cool Air content. We'll just play one quick one for you. Maybe the iconic, when he's establishing his way, and they're sort of early on, and one of their players, I forget his character's name, he doesn't do what Gene asks him to, he pulls him. And then the 5 on the floor, one of them fouls out. There's only 4 on the floor, so the player tries to go back in the game. And Hackman's like, no, where are you going? This is on YouTube and Twitch. Check it out.
Where are you going?
In the game.
Sit down.
What do you mean? We gotta have 5 out there.
Sit down. Sit. Coach, need one more. My team's on the floor. Okay? What are you trying to do?
There's the line right there, because the theme comes in right when he says, my team is on the floor. You're like, oh, Coach
There's
is
the
laying it
score in the
down.
background, yeah.
I love it. So anyway, rest in peace, Norman Dale. That's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And by saying Norman Dale, I mean Gene Hackman. We got to get out to Indianapolis, guys. John, Joe, Tony, Marcus, see you tomorrow. Happy Thursday, everybody. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. Our team is on the floor, a Cumulus media station.
I'll see you in hell with your money.
I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game. In my book, we're going to be winners.
My team's on the floor. You got to have heart. Miles and miles of heart.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
With the 11th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select
Rodgers on second down. Feeling the pressure, he gets dumped. Mason Graham, TJ Guy, Josiah Stewart. Well, the main pressure comes right here. That's what makes it difficult for a quarterback because he can't step up because of the pressure from Graham, and then the two edge guys get there to finish him off. Fifth play of the drive. Oh, hit and fumbled and scooped up. Here goes Shamar Stewart. He's going to pick it up. A scoop and score for the Aggies.
String or no injured hamstring, I'm playing. And he played well last week, and here he is in the pocket and going down to start the third quarter this week. Walter Nolan.
How are you guys? Man, nicely done by Walter Balsetta. And we are here in Indianapolis. Great to be with you. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Appreciate young Tony, John Joe Curley, everybody for getting everything set up for us. Wow, what a night to even be sitting here. And Papa, I mean, we can get into just the travel logistics alone, and that could take up the first hour of the show. I guess I'll start by saying this. They're playing Gene Hackman audio. How crazy is this? We are fresh off of a 6 a.m. Eastern time landing in the cab, and you're talking about your time in Indiana. Gene Hackman coming out to Pacer practices, and then we found out the tragic news about a half hour later.
Well, good to see you. Good to be here. We had a night of traveling. You got to turn your mic up a little bit, brother. I think a little bit low. Anyway, Greg was setting it up that we did a red eye, and I think I was the driving force on the red eye. I've never had a red eye fail me until last night. The key thing with a red eye, and we left SFO at 11:20, a little bit late. I had an whole row in the back of the plane when I initially did the seat assignment yesterday. I have no idea where I could just lay down and go to sleep. Exit row was wide open. You actually get on the plane, and every single seat in my row and almost every row is jam-packed. So you're doing the head bob the whole way here. But we got maybe a few minutes of sleep. But then the key thing when you land, because we got here so early, we got here at 6:30 in the morning Indianapolis time, which is 3:30 in the morning. We're not until 10 o'clock in the Bay Area. And we can still get 4 hours of sleep, which is my nightly average. We get to the hotel in downtown Indianapolis. We don't have a room at all. So we camped out in the lobby, and I caught a few winks there. So we are going to start the draft as far as the on-field workouts in 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 11 seconds. So synchronize your watches. We've been looking at all these draftable players, talking to Greg Cosell, the great evaluator from NFL Films. We're going to have 3 Gregs on 3 mics, but we couldn't quite pull it off. We can't afford them. He was breaking down all the guys, and Abdul Carter and James Pierce, Mike Green, Micah Williams, Shamar Stewart, Donovan, all of them. But he thinks the inside guys, the interior linemen, are actually even better, and he likes the one Michigan guy, Kenneth Grant, over Mason Graham. So in any event, we will talk combine. We're going to talk about Matthew Stafford and the tampering charge of Tom Brady going skiing. Are you serious? Come on. Now, that's how Stafford wound up with the Rams initially, because of a clandestine meeting, serendipitous, in Cabo with Andrew Whitworth and Sean McVay. Is that Matthew Stafford? Let's do tequila shots. And then now he's skiing with Tom Brady, so we'll get to the bottom of it from the Raiders side of it. There's a lot of buzz here that Stafford may wind up a Las Vegas Raider. But in any event, what you mentioned, so when we landed in Indianapolis and you and I get in a cab together, I just felt nostalgic. I moved here off the campus of Syracuse. I was 21 years of age to do the Indiana Pacer games. What a break. And my second year doing the Pacers, they were filming the movie Hoosiers while I was here. And the Pacers practice, our gym for practice was Hinkle Fieldhouse, the extraordinary setting of the movie Hoosiers, Gene Hackman came to a lot of our games. He came to a few practices at Hinkle. He invited me to be an extra on a couple of shoots in the middle of the night. I never actually saw myself running the picket fence. No, I was in the crowd mainly in Hoosiers, but we were just talking about Gene Hackman. When I landed here, I thought right away of Gene Hackman. He would come on the air with me during Pacer games. He attended like maybe 10 or 15 games while they were filming. It was all during my time here in the mid-'80s. And then you pull up your laptop and show me the numbing news. We have lost the great Gene Hackman at age 95 with his 63-year-old wife and the dog. And how did it happen? Right away you're thinking, a murder? They're saying no. We thought gas leak. They were in separate bedrooms. Now I'm reading no carbon monoxide poisoning found. I don't know. Well, what a way to lose the guy. And it was so weird that we were just talking about him, and literally an hour later, we find out that the great Gene Hackman passed away. And then I found a little couch area. You had a chair. We couldn't get to a room to sleep. I'm like, I gotta get at least an hour of sleep today. There's been many nights when we go to Super Bowls and other functions where I pull an all-nighter. It's an entirely different reason than the no seats on a red eye to lay down in and no hotel when you get there. Some nights I can't find my hotel room, different reasons. So I laid down on the couch. I was trying to be respectful. I didn't want to sprawl out with my teddy bear and have people in the lobby like, what's he doing? So I kind of kept my feet on the ground. But I actually fell asleep, and I was dreaming of Gene Hackman, where I went back in time to when I was here. And one of the great honors of my time here, they got to love pro basketball after I left. When I was doing the Pacer games, we were not good, 20-62, the Granville Waiters era. They loved IU, Bob Knight. They loved Purdue and Gene Cady. Notre Dame, obviously, with Digger. They didn't like pro basketball. What they really loved was high school basketball. And I did Hoosier Hysteria, the great tournament. It was Mineland High School was the real school. And they had to win a game in the morning. I broadcasted the semifinals and the finals with the great Bob Slick Leonard. So when I landed, I just got overpowered by Hoosier hysteria, in particular Gene Hackman, and just being around him here. And then literally hour later, we found out he died.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it was brutal. And good morning to everybody. If you can hear me now, I think we got everything sorted. And it wouldn't really be a remote show if you didn't have some kind of tech difficulty, and so that's why we're getting ours out of the way.
I'm impressed you pulled this all together. We got wires upon wires.
Like I said, hey, man.
We got the stream going. We look good. We got a camera for our guest, and we're going to have a lot of guests coming by. So, good job. You did a good job.
Hey, so far so good. Like I said today, I am part Walter, and Walter's doing a great job for us setting things up back in the studio. I'm part Andrew Stern. I'm part Josh Shepard. I'm part Greg Silver.
You're the IT guy.
I'm the IT guy.
And you're the host of the show, so.
And, yeah, we were sleeping in the lobby this morning. True story. Lots of good cuddles. And, yeah, I woke up from my little nap with the nice little eye mask over the chair. Almost got a picture of Papa, but I thought, hey, I was asleep too.
Was I out? Was I completely out? Was I drooling? Was I doing the...
No drool, but the Purdue track and field team was hanging out. And a couple of them just decided to go sit, and one of them took that third of the couch where your legs weren't. And you woke up and you're like, yeah, I feel kind of bad.
Yeah, they didn't like when I dropped a don't. I knew Zach Edey would be that good of a player. Didn't we all?
Yeah,
I had no idea that guy would be that good. Yeah, they were like limbering up and stretching out in the lobby. I'm like, hopefully you're all sharing rooms, because I think that's the reason I'm sleeping on the couch in the lobby. You took my room.
Yeah, hey, you know what? It happens. We're here. Life is good. And they even brought us by some Irish whiskey cake.
Whoa! Really?
Yeah, so it's not quite Gold Bar, but I would say it is the next best
It's
thing.
Irish whiskey?
Irish whiskey.
Jameson?
Hopefully it's a little JMO in here with pistachios. Yeah, you check it out right here on YouTube at KNBR 1045 or twitch.tv/thesportsleader. So, look, this is NFL offseason.
This is the Combine, huh?
This is the Combine.
I've never been here. It's like the Super Bowl, but reduced. Honey, you shrunk the Super Bowl. That's what the Combine is. I mean, normally it's in this convention center. I mean, I got my 10,000 steps in. Just trying to find this room and getting our media pass. It is, and we love Indianapolis. Never have to go outside. We saw Sean McDermott. I saw a lot of the 49ers video ops people. I haven't seen any of the 49er coaches. I don't think they're here. Maybe Brant Boyer. I'm hearing a rumor that he may be here. But we did see JLC. She'll be here. Jennifer Lee Chan, Med Mayoko was visiting with the boys. We're going to get the angle from Vegas on what's going on with Matthew Stafford. This may happen But if it does, the Rams may get tampering compensation. I'd like to see that negotiation now. Who does their deal? Tom Brady does the deal for them with Les Snead and Sean McVay. You're trying to steal my guy? Give me 3 1s.
And by the way, as I do, I got to hold up the coffee to the stream. I will say Greg Papa did a nice job paying off NFL media, because that confrontation you may have heard about between 2 media members at a Starbucks, that actually might have been me and you, and we just didn't want to have that be out in the air.
Did you go to Starbucks? I'm hearing there's a Starbucks theme with that confrontation. I couldn't find a Bucks.
Couldn't find a Bucks?
I couldn't find a Pete's. I just found a little place here in the convention center.
It is funny because in order to get our credentials, we were told to go right around the corner, about 7 different corners, and finally we made it. We're here. That's all to say, this is going to be
I just ran into Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford. What the hell are they doing here? They're not skiing in Indianapolis. What are they doing here?
We got a fantastic 2 days ahead of you, and Matthew Stafford, Tom Brady, Rams, Raiders is probably where we're going to pick things up next, because that is a big topic around the NFL. Lots to get into. We got questions for you. If you got questions for us, 415-808-5627. Give Walter a little bit of extra work, because just like to give him a hard time while he's back in San Francisco here. He got a good night's sleep last night, so I'm
1 hour, 48 minutes, and 12 seconds. The amount of sleep I had last night in total on an airplane in the hotel lobby couch, and the time until the D linemen start working out. I'm hearing 10. Greg Cosell said 10 D linemen may go in the first round.
And that's what we're going to be monitoring today. It is Greg Papa. It is Greg Silver for a special remote edition NFL Combine show live from the Indianapolis Convention Center right here in Indy. And we'll be back coming up on the other side talking a little Stafford, Brady, and possible tampering on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter Ricardo Seta here, back at KNBR Studios in San Francisco. The boys are out in Indy scouting who the 49ers could potentially take at number 11. And today, the defensive linemen are going at the Combine. So let us know your thoughts, faithful. Who do you want the 49ers to take if they go D-line with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to chime in on the conversation.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for joining us live from Indianapolis at the Convention Center here for the NFL Combine. First time that I've been here, obviously, and believe it or not, first time for my co-host Greg Papa as well. Papa and Silver here for the next couple of days, and we're just going to get right to it with our guests because we are very happy to welcome in our buddy Vincent Bonsignore, doing some great work for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Consigliere, you nailed that.
That's right. Well, as Papa said, he knows where all the mafia bodies. He's
I didn't say mafia. I didn't say mafia. No such thing.
No such thing.
Maybe need his mic up.
I've never heard that.
No.
What the what?
Sorry, yeah. No, he might be
Seagull. You'll get in trouble living in Vegas.
Right.
Do you think he has ties to our friend Lawrence from the
penitentiary? The guy called from Pennsylvania. So the one body I'm looking to discover what's going on here is one Matthew Stafford.
Oh, okay.
A serendipitous ski trip, and he winds up running into Tom Brady. I remember that on the trip to Cabo several years ago when all of a sudden, hey, aren't you Andrew Whitworth and Sean McVay, and a couple of tequila shots later.
Kyle Shanahan was there too.
He was there with his dad on the other side of the island.
I did have somebody tell me, I guess you got to go find your quarterbacks now at these high-end resorts. It was actually an NFL general manager. He's like, maybe I'm hanging out in the wrong places.
Why go to Indianapolis? Go skiing, go to
Cabo.
So what's the latest? We were talking about the tampering possibility. The NFL just minutes ago did issue some kind of a statement on this.
Yeah, I reached out to the NFL because obviously that had been picking up some steam and there was some semantics involved because, the Rams have given somebody associated with Matthew Stafford permission to
Jimmy
go talk
Sexton,
to
Tom Condon, one of his agents.
And the way the NFL sees it is that includes the player. So, whereas in the past it's usually been when you give permission to see what your market is outside of that building if you're under contract. It's usually not permissible for the player to talk to teams directly. Well, the NFL has said no. The player was included on this one. The Rams gave him and his agent permission to talk to the Rams, and so therefore there's no issue here.
Now, I also saw you put out there that this whole Matthew Stafford to the Raiders idea is picking up some legitimate steam. Now, Papa and I were kind of postulating some of the possibilities. We're like, why would he go to the New York Giants? They're not a quarterback away from winning. Now, the Las Vegas Raiders, I don't think they're necessarily a quarterback away from winning, but they did make some big changes, and Pete Carroll obviously at the forefront of that, 73 years young, taking over as the head coach. What makes you believe that there's some real momentum here?
Yeah, well, number one, Tom Brady wants him in Las Vegas. Money's not an issue. I've been told that's the parameters of that have already been taken care of, and so now it's working with the Rams on a trade. If the Rams still have final control because they have him under contract for the next 2 years, they could just turn around and say, sorry, we're not going to trade you. And I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they're at this point sort of resigned to the fact that this is what the reality is, and now they're trying to make the best deal possible for themselves. And I feel like that's where it is. But if you're asking why Las Vegas, and I think Tom Brady plays a big role in that. You've got a respected coach in Pete Carroll, a respected offensive coordinator in Chip Kelly. Your 45-minute flight from where you are in California, and there's no state tax. Mark Davis and the Raiders are swimming in money right now. There is some promising, players. Brock Bowers is on the roster. His former, or at least same alumni as Georgia, Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
At number 6, maybe you go get a running back now, Ashton Genty, and all of a sudden that offense looks like it's pretty decent, and they've got the makings of a good defense, especially if they re-sign some veteran free agents. So when we say one player away from winning, are the Raiders one player away from winning? No. Are they a good quarterback and some help around him away from winning games? More than 4 games? Absolutely. And I think that's what the goal is right now. I don't think they're thinking Super Bowl or anything like that. But
I also look at that division. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
So the whole thing is just curious, to say the least. So you're saying the league is saying no tampering. I'm sure the Rams will pursue it differently, whether they granted Jimmy Sexton, Tom Condon the ability to speak on Matthew's behalf. The player typically doesn't do it. So we'll figure out that, and that could alter the trade compensation to get them to drop a tampering charge. But just the overall concept,
I like how you're thinking,
of Tom Brady. If he wants to wind up a Raider, and they've agreed to that, which is what kind of money, we'll get to that. But just the concept of Brady being the lead analyst on Fox, working this year's Super Bowl, making a 10-year deal for $375 million to be a broadcaster, more than he ever made in his 2 decades, winning 7 Super Bowls.
A lot of
it's
money.
beyond me. To me, it is just the most blatant conflict of interest to serve in these dual roles. You're going to get situations where he has access to players on other teams than the Raiders directly in his role. Now, maybe he was just skiing and the whole thing. Hey, Matthew.
And at least in that case, there was
maybe.
permission
Okay,
given.
but the overall concept,
Yes.
your thoughts on it, the league is kind of backing off. I do wonder at the owners' meetings coming up if they will pursue a conflict of interest charge more. How do you see this continuing?
Yeah,
What is he on,
I mean,
5.5% of the Raiders?
Yeah, it's 5-ish%. And he's got the other part of that is that he's a significant voice in that. It's not your typical, limited partner ownership.
He's
who's
the one
there
that
to
hired
be able
Pete
to say, I
Carroll,
own
right?
a part of a team. He's literally got a big voice in everything that they do, including the pursuit of Matthew Stafford and bringing in Pete Carroll. So you have to make that distinction, but you also have to leave room for the benefit of the doubt that he's not going to do anything nefarious in that role, trying to use his influence as a Fox commentator.
He would never do that.
Yeah,
Deflate game.
I can't say, right, exactly. But you have to maybe have a little bit of a leap of faith that he's going to, and the NFL did put severe restrictions on him as a commentator. He wasn't allowed in anybody's building, and what's interesting about that, I talked to Mark Davis, the Raiders owner, about that. And he's like, look, I get it. Like if there was a limited partner owner of the Kansas City Chiefs who was calling games, I'm not going to want him in my locker room. I'm not going to want him in my building. He understands it. And as long as the NFL, and this is literally up to the other NFL owners, they're the ones that governed the restrictions. They made sure that there were restrictions in place so that, to put some guardrails up. And as long as they're okay with those guardrails and feel like Tom Brady is staying within those guardrails, then it could move forward for an indeterminate amount of time. I would eventually think that it's going to be one or the other. More so,
give up broadcasting.
But I don't know when that
that's $37.5 million a year.
I don't know when that would happen, and maybe it's at the end of the contract, or whenever he decides that he's ready to hang that part of it up and really devote everything to running the Raiders show. But I guess as long as the other NFL owners believe that he's staying within those guardrails and there's nothing nefarious happening or going on, then they can manage the situation.
Talking to Vincent Bonsignore here, reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and it's kind of a bummer that he's dousing the flames here on the situation, because I was looking forward to having a confrontation with him at a Starbucks a little bit later.
Oh, wow.
I guess on the note of Matthew Stafford and the possibility, as I try to just squeeze that in there right there.
You've done that twice.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
I know, twice in 2 segments. I'm going to try to go 13 for 13 today. But
there's irony, too, by the way. We got to mention that Jordan's dad is the former CEO or whatever of Starbucks.
And they're at a Starbucks.
I know. That was a road game for Ian
I heard the fight was venti.
It was.
It was a venti fight and a road game for Ian
Skinny
Rappaport.
vanilla latte all over the
This has been
floor.
brewing for some time.
Very good.
So
we're having a lot of fun with it.
As I try to pivot from my shenanigans, which I never do successfully, by the way.
You're
With Matthew
sleep
Stafford-
deprived, Greg. We haven't gotten to bed last night. We did a red eye.
Now, obviously, Stafford is one of the premier quarterbacks in the league compared to most current quarterbacks on an active roster, and even the potential when you look at a draft. Do you think that any of this has to do, like, if the pursuit of Matthew Stafford, I mean, how much of this has to do with maybe the fact that this draft is not going to be as deep on paper as a draft like last year's at quarterback? Because Stafford, there's no doubt he's going to be better and more established than most of these young quarterbacks, but he also is 37 years old, demanding a lot of money. You look at a last year's draft like a J.J. McCarthy, who we haven't seen yet, or a Bo Nix. I mean, look, Bo Nix is far from a perfect player, but he did pretty well in Denver on a very cheap salary. So
got him in the playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I would wonder if the Raiders would be acting a little bit differently right now, or less aggressively, if they had a top 2 pick right now.
Yeah.
And they were assured of getting a Shedeur Sanders or a Cam Ward. And maybe being at number 6, they're like, it's number one, it's no guarantee that one of those quarterbacks is going to be there at number 6. And because of what you just said, do we really want to move up and give up assets to get either one when neither of them are considered what the quarterbacks were last year? And we can take it one step further. If this was last year's draft and they had the ability to trade up, would they rather trade up than trade for a Matthew Stafford? I would say yes. They would for a Jaden Daniels or a Caleb Williams, whereas maybe this class, they like him maybe at 6, but maybe not so much to move up. And I guess the last question that I would have, and curious to find out the answer to this, if they get Matthew Stafford and Shedeur Sanders is there at number 6, do they pull a Atlanta Falcons?
Ooh.
Right, and
I
cover
thought maybe trade back.
Cover their base.
They do that too.
Yeah, or maybe they just say, look, we want the immediate help around Matthew Stafford because there's a tight window there.
Right.
Let's try to maximize that window. Or do you draft his heir apparent at number 6? That might be if this all goes to if this comes to pass. And they sit there and they still have the 6th pick overall, and Shedeur Sanders is there. I guess we'll find our answer.
And then the question after that, too, was what's the contract for Matthew Stafford? Because if it's Kirk Cousins and you get 4 years and all that guaranteed money, and then you draft Michael Penix, it's going to raise a lot of eyebrows. But say they give a 2-year deal to Matthew Stafford, which is
that was a 2-year deal. If you look at Kirk's deal, it's a 4-year deal, but it's a 2-year deal.
Gotcha.
2 years, $90 million. So I think it would be something. My guess would be 4 years. $190 trillion with $90 million or $100 million guaranteed over the first 2 years.
Gotcha.
So you also covered the Rams in L.A. before you went to Vegas to cover the Raiders. Are the Rams going to do this? And if they do trade them, what are they going to get back in draft pick compensation?
Yeah.
Or players, and then Aaron Rodgers, seriously? Or would they go get Sam Darnold from Minnesota? If they do trade Stafford, and you sent out the social media post, so much talk here in Indianapolis about Matthew Stafford and the Raiders, per a league source, it's picking up steam.
Definitely.
If it does happen and Stafford's traded out of the NFC West to the AFC West, what do the Rams do at quarterback?
That's a good question. And to the first one, do the Rams really do it? It feels like when it gets to this point, the writing's on the wall. Like, why would you let him get out the building, do all this? We know that he had the skiing trip or whatever it was with Tom Brady. There's been talks with the New York Giants. When it usually gets this far, everyone's turned the corner and is ready to move on. So it feels like that is going to happen. If the Rams are going to trade Matthew Stafford, anything is possible, of course. As far as who are they going to replace him with? Number one, Jimmy G is still, I think, under contract with them.
Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Is that who you referred to?
But I think I think somehow, some way, the stars.
He's not going to Vegas. Part
right,
of the deal.
Exactly. Yeah, the stars will be aligned. The stars will be aligned.
We love Jimmy. We love Jimmy.
I do too. I feel like it would be Aaron Rodgers in Los Angeles.
Wow.
With the guy by the name of Devontae Adams.
So they're going to get them both?
Yeah. I think that is something that people should definitely pay attention to.
Do you think those two are a package deal no matter what?
No, no matter what. But Los Angeles and the Rams and Sean McVay are definitely not a no matter what. That's a pretty good landing spot right there. So they've got a pretty darn good football team, as you guys well know. And for a year or two with Aaron Rodgers, you look at Devontae, he still went over 1,000 yards last. I was
shocked.
Had
a couple of dominant games.
Yeah,
last year.
I was shocked. I was shocked when I looked at the final numbers. I was like, he actually did get over 1,000 yards. Like we were making it a big thing for Jacoby Myers to get over 1,000. It was the first time in his career.
Right.
And I'm like, Devontae just nonchalantly did that again. And it was no big deal, even though it's kind of a big deal, given the quarterback play. But yeah, I do think that there are certain places where that would make perfect sense for a package deal.
What about Sam Darnold? Would they be in play for Sam at all to bring him back to Southern California?
I would think so. I would think that their first choice would be Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
But it's good that you mention that, or interesting that you mentioned Sam Darnold, because he's just sitting back right now going, can you guys hurry up and get this out of the way? I think the domino of Matthew Stafford falling one way or another is going to affect his market, because the Raiders seemed seen as a real viable option for Sam, and maybe that still happens if they don't get a Matthew Stafford. But now if they're off the board because they've got Matthew Stafford, and let's say the Giants select Shedeur Sanders, now they're just going to take the quarterback there. What becomes of his market? Is it the Pittsburgh Steelers? Is it Colts, or excuse me, the Cleveland Browns, the Tennessee Titans. I don't know.
Are we even sure that Kwesi trades him? Or does he just tag him and keep him? What do you do with J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah,
I mean,
and the problem with that is when you tag somebody, that $40 million or so is on your. It counts against your salary cap. Whereas when you sign somebody, for instance, last year I know it was just $10 million, but of that $10 million that Sam Darnold signed for, I think only $2 million counted against the cap because everything else was on a signing bonus. You can't manipulate that.
No, it's all
on the signing bonus.
That's why tagging is hard
on the tag because it's literally $40 million, and that's going to be tough for the Vikings because they've got other holes that they want to fill. So unless a team says, look, we want to move to the front of the line for Sam Darnold, so tag him, trade him to us. We'll give you a 5th-round pick or whatever it might be, just so that we can now get him in our building. We don't have to compete with them outside, of our building, i.e., other teams. We'll work out a deal with him that makes him happy. Maybe that would be a scenario where they would franchise tag.
So you think this may happen? You're Stafford to the Raiders.
I do.
Wow.
I do. Yeah.
Well, I got one final one for you, Vincent.
Okay.
And, of course, since the Raiders are picking ahead of the 49ers, every pick ahead matters for what the Niners do at number 11. If Stafford does end up on the Las Vegas Raiders and Shedeur Sanders is off the board, where are the Raiders going with their pick? What's the big need that they're going to fill?
I think Ashton Genty from Boise State becomes a really practical pick for them. It defies current conventional wisdom, with a running back that high, but so did drafting a tight end at number 13, and look how that worked out with Brock Bowers.
There you go.
So analytically, it might not be the wisest move, but certain guys come around that are just too special to ignore. Even if it means drafting them a little bit higher than normal. And now you put Ashton Genty with Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers and Matthew Stafford in a young, pretty decent offensive line. Not too bad.
He's
special. Might be able to win some games with that, right?
Jameer Gibbs. He's got a lot of Jameer Gibbs in him. He's a special player.
And remember how that pick was treated when Brad Holmes took it?
I remember. They booed him out the building, and I think he's the best player on that team, and they got a lot of good guys. Consigliere!
All righty.
Good to see you, Vincent.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how to take this news.
Appreciate
He's saying that Stafford's going to the Raiders.
He said it's possible. It's a possibility.
I know, but I can just see that glimmer in your eye. This guy knows things. He knows where the bodies are buried.
When Papa doesn't get quite the normal hours of sleep, he starts visualizing.
No, I'm like that
through
anyway.
people's soul.
I'm like that anyway.
Thanks
Vincent,
so much.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Good to see you, brother.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, well, he is Vincent Bonsignore, and we can further digest these comments on the other side. Lots to get into, and
wow.
Papa thinks this might be real.
I'm going by Vincent. What the hell do I know?
Oh, yeah.
The Rams are going to trade Matthew Stafford for sure, for real? I mean, I just thought it was a little bit of a negotiation, but if he's allowed to work out a contract with the Raiders, and that he seems to think that's a fact. What's going on here?
And it was a legal skiing trip after all.
Yeah, sure it was. Yeah, there's no tampering. There's no conflict of interest, sure.
We'll pick up this conversation on the other side. Papa and Silver live from Indianapolis here on The Sports Leader. Well, we may be traveling halfway across the country, but that's not going to stop us from keeping Steve Moskowitz close to our hearts. Founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people. And today, Steve, let's talk about the ERC.
Suppose you're growing a long white beard waiting for your check, and you're waiting and waiting, and you feel like you got cobwebs growing over you. Is there anything we can do about that? Yes. There's 3 different things we can do to hurry up the government. This is vital now, because a lot of people are concerned that President Trump, with his cutting of $2 trillion with a T off the federal budget, may do away with ERC. Who knows? Rather than take that chance, let's get the money now while this is still good law. Or what if you have this situation? You got a letter from the IRS that you don't qualify, no ERC for you. The IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're just disallowing claims. They don't even know if the people are qualified or not. We have to appeal that. Or you're being audited. Bottom line is the big 3. You haven't gotten your check, or your claim was denied, or you're being audited. Call us, let us take over. We have a lot of experience in this area. We want to take care of you. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Appreciate hearing from Steve Moskowitz, and you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL if you want your ERC money. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happening, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, live from the Indianapolis Convention Center here at the NFL Combine. The 49ers have pick number 11, as you know very well by now here on the Sports Leader. So when we come back, we're going to have a lot of Giants to get into. We're going to keep talking about the Golden State Warriors. They play an Orlando Magic team that can be had tonight, and look to see if they can keep this thing going 7-1 with Jimmy Buckets. I don't know where Greg Papa went, but I feel like that's kind of going to be the way it goes for the next couple of days here. And, Papa, he's a social butterfly. What can I say? Maybe he's going to come back with a guest. Maybe he'll come back with 3 guests. Bottom line is we're here, and we're here to evaluate a lot of NFL news, a lot of prospects, a lot of guys also not working out. Some of the big news of yesterday was Abdul Carter had to decide if he was going to get surgery or not. Now, turns out he's probably not going to get surgery and still perform at his pro day. That is the potential number 1 pick of the draft, held currently by the Tennessee Titans. Then you also have a lot of other teams with a need of a quarterback, including the Las Vegas Raiders, who may either draft one at 6 or maybe, as we just heard from Vincent Bonsignore, end up with a familiar NFC West Super Bowl champion foe in Matthew Stafford.
So how do we feel about this? You and I talked about this just conceptually yesterday. And honestly, I didn't think this would actually result in a trade for Matthew Stafford. I thought it was just a contract situation, and he was being asked to go out and see what he could get. But now when we got here, and after we got off the air yesterday, it started to come out about, the ski trip and Brady and Stafford. And then, Vincent's been covering the league forever, and the Rams and the Raiders, both sides of it. He's not saying it's definitely going to happen, but it could happen. So this is the team that won the NFC West this year. This is a team that beat the 49ers in 2021 in January of 22 in the NFC Championship game to win the Super Bowl in their own stadium. This is a team that certainly slid back and went 5-12 the year after the Super Bowl, that they have quickly reloaded, led by Stafford. They made the playoffs 2 years ago after a 3-6 start, lost to the Lions by a single point in Stafford's return to Detroit, and then This year, they started slowly again. They should have been 0-5. The Niners had them beat. Wound up losing the game. A lot of factors, and they got to 1-4. There was all talk about Stafford and Cooper Kupp being traded. Les Snead and Sean McVay didn't do it, and they rallied back to not only make the playoffs, but to win the NFC West, to win a playoff game, to give Philadelphia a real go on the snow in Philly, and Stafford played really well in those elements later. So I mean, to me, and I have heard from people on the Rams staff, both during the time that are on the staff currently, that are on the staff before and left, that there is a bit of a disconnect with Stafford and McVay, and it's not all about dollars and cents and paying him, although a lot of these decisions are based on money. If they do this, if they trade Matthew Stafford off their football team, they're going to get, I hear, a 2 and maybe a 1 next year. So F those picks. They're going to start accruing those picks.
I know.
But just from the most important position in American sport, goaltender in the NHL is important, but the brain power of quarterback. I, for one, looking at it from an NFC West perspective, Matthew Stafford at this stage of his career, and he is older, but he's not Aaron Rodgers old, and he's not coming off a torn Achilles. Rodgers did play better later in the year, but he was hobbled and crippled and inert. Sitting in that midline. Is the Rams' offensive line good enough when they're healthy? They had a lot of injuries, and even Stafford. That's the one thing about him. When he gets middle gap, when the Niners have beaten him, and they've beaten him a lot, it's been gut pressure. He becomes a ducker and a chucker when he gets that kind of pressure. When the pocket is pure, the guy is a brilliant thrower of the football. All platforms, all angles, eye manipulation. The way he moves his body, he's a great thrower of the ball. He's a great player. So I, for one, if looking at it from a Niner perspective, I'd be glad that Matthew Stafford's off the Rams. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers, when he's right, can put the ball anywhere, but is he going to be right? That would be a medical situation. So how do we feel about this if the Rams do trade? And let's just keep the Raiders and that whole tampering and conflict of interest in what Brady is doing. I mean, seriously, how is this allowed? But beyond that, and then where do they factor in? I still think they're behind. The other three teams in the AFC West made the playoffs last year, and Kansas City is on that division for, 8 years in a row? I've lost track. And then, one of the super. Anyway, from a Niner perspective, is this something we should be happy about, that Stafford is gone from the NFC West and they bring in Aaron Rodgers?
In the short term, I'm going to say yes. It is something that the 49ers should be happy about. Now, if we're going to talk long term, it depends on what the compensation is. If it's a 2 and a 1, then you're right, Papa. It's the opposite of F them picks. It's let's get as many picks as we can and rebuild this young defense, which already looks like it's ahead of schedule and overachieving. But in the short term, I think this is a really good opportunity for the 49ers if Matthew Stafford leaves the division because, yeah, he didn't always look like the player he's capable of being, but sometimes he did, and that Buffalo game, he was incredible. I mean, that is one of the best Matthew Stafford games I've ever seen, and that was at the age of 36 of what he is. Now, Aaron Rodgers, I've watched him for a long, long time. California Golden Bear, spent a lot of time in Green Bay, and when he's on, he's on. And we even saw little snippets of that in the opening week of the season when the Jets and Robert Saleh came to Levi's Stadium. But the mobility was a big issue. I don't know if Sean McVay and Aaron Rodgers is something I see as a really good personality mesh, if I'm being honest. Sean McVay is all we, not me, interested in these self-help books, wants to be perceived as a leader, kind of the opposite of Kyle Shanahan in terms of how they want to come off with personality. Kyle is much more, I'm going to let my work do the talking, and John Lynch can be the one to go to the combine or answer the questions or kind of put on the smiley face, where Kyle Shanahan just is going to grind and let you know about it. Sean McVay wants to be this uplifting leader. Aaron Rodgers, yeah, when he's bought in, it can be good, but he's been a lot more drama than anything else over the last 4 years of his career. If we take the last 2 in Green Bay and his time with the New York Jets, I don't know if that's a great mesh, and I don't see Aaron Rodgers even a little healthier and a little bit more mobile. If he goes to L.A., yeah, he's going to be better than what we saw this last year in this offense. I don't know if I see him better as what we just got with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a medical. If I'm the Rams, I want my doctors, and, their doctors are the ones that do surgeries on just about everybody in the league, including Nick Bosa. Elatrosh is their their guy there. He does mainly surgeries, but he is their team doctor. What do they expect from that? And it was a torn Achilles on his left front leg. You could see the calf atrophy. It's just noticeably smaller. When we saw him the first game of the year and watched him warm up, it's like, whoa, look at the difference in the size of his right calf versus his left calf. Now, is that back up? He did play better at the end of last year, but he was inert. He wasn't moving well. Even before Leonard Floyd got him in the opener, the fourth snap in New York, and Buffalo's pass rush overwhelmed him, you could just see he wasn't moving as well. So is he ever going to move enough to escape the pressure? And Stafford's not a great mover, but he does move enough and relocates. And in order to throw the ball, you got to have a base. There were some bad. I watched Rodgers early in the year, and I thought he's going to get hurt, seriously hurt. He just has such a disconnect with his wide receivers. Then when Devontae got there, still was that way. But you saw it with Garrett Wilson. I don't know. The other part of it is they're not going to just give Stafford away. I'm hearing they're going to get a second-round pick in this year's draft, which is the Raiders' pick, which would be the sixth pick of the second round. So what is that, like 38, 39?
Yeah.
And they're going to get a future one next year from him. And then they're not going to, how much they have to pay Aaron Rodgers? They're going to pay him half of what you're paying. If Matthew Stafford gets 50 or 60, and you don't want to insult Aaron Rodgers, he was making that kind of money. Would he come to work for you for 25, 30, 40? When other quarterbacks are making a lot more? You're also hearing rumblings that Rodgers just might retire and not do this. It didn't look good. His New York time that he was there was ever so brief, 4 snaps in 1 year. And then you look at the final numbers, you're like, wow, he didn't play. Statistically, he didn't play as well as the numbers show. And then to me, just him going to the Rams, I mean, Joe Willie Namath at the end of his career went to the L.A. Rams. That's when Georgia Frontiere first took the team over, and she had the 3 best-looking quarterbacks at that time and to ever play, Vince Ferragamo, Pat Hayden, and she brought in Joe Willie Namath. And Namath was crippled at the end of his Jet days with all the knee surgeries, but he could hardly. That to me looked like Johnny Unitas as a Charger, and it just didn't look right. Joe Namath as a Ram. I think Rodgers will play better. But if I'm looking to upgrade my football team, and I understand draft picks and what you pay a guy is the driving force in something like this, in no way am I having a football conversation where I want to remove Matthew Stafford as my quarterback and bring in Aaron Rodgers based on what I just saw last year.
Well, I want it from the perspective of KNBR, the sports leader, home of San Francisco 49ers football. And when you look at the schedule, and it's a bit on the morning show at this point, the 49ers' last place schedule going into next year, it is a real opportunity to reclaim that division because I do not think that any of the NFC West teams are poor, but I also think that the door is absolutely open. And if you take Matthew Stafford off of the team that just won the division and replace him with the quarterback who, sure, definitely better than Stafford in his prime, we have seen nothing close to that over the last 2-3 seasons of him actually playing football.
I mean, if I'm them, and I know I don't know what it would cost. Could you get Sam Darnold for less money annually? If they tag him in Minnesota and then trade him to you, could redirect the deal. I mean, who would you rather? If you have to give up on Stafford, and maybe he's just gone down this dating too much, and you can't bring him back. I don't know. I always thought he would come back to the Rams, but I'm naive. I don't know. I wouldn't want to try to remove Stafford, but if he's going to make $50-60 million, 50 plus, it may be hard. But why wouldn't you go after Sam Darnold?
I would absolutely go after Darnold over Rodgers in the sake of look at the team that you have and the talent that you've accumulated, how youthful it is on the defensive side of the ball. If you're a team that's kind of ahead of schedule on what was supposed to be a rebuild, you overcame a pair of slow starts and ended up being a playoff team. Puka Nacua is a star on offense, and he's young. So for that reason alone, you go and get the younger quarterback. I'm not saying Sam Darnold is necessarily young, but compared to Aaron Rodgers or compared to how many gears he could give you, then it's definitely a pick. So
it's just, we're an hour and 7 minutes away from watching D linemen run. I've slept an hour and 7 minutes all night. We flew across the country to I'm my first ever combine, and here we are talking about the L.A. Rams and Aaron Rodgers. You are killing me. But at the moment we walked into this convention center, is that not the buzz right now? Is that Stafford may wind up a Raider?
That has absolutely been the buzz, and we are going to continue this conversation on the other side because I may have lost all my sensibilities on the sleep deprivation don't want to lose the clock with it. We're going to take a quick break, come right back, keep this conversation moving, and share your thoughts on if you would like to see Matthew Stafford gone from the NFC West. It's Pop and Silver, live from Indy on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, no cataracts. Laser Eye Center, they're in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second down, 7. Chicago on the Niner 14-yard line. Coleman Shelton, the left-handed center, the former Ram, snaps it after a head bob. Williams back, throws for the end zone. Open touchdown on Jair Brown. It is the rookie, Rome Odunze. His second touchdown of the second half.
So why are we playing highlights of the Chicago Bears, might you ask? Because, well, for one, they're going to see the 49ers again at Levi's Stadium in 2025. But number two, and more importantly, we are joined by Scott Bear, Bears insider.
Not David Bear?
No, that's my
Wait. Jay, got to turn his mic up here.
Screwed it up.
Your media pass says David Bear.
Yeah, well, I have to go incognito. Like, that's what I need to do. I have to get in behind the velvet rope. That's how you get the real information, by them not knowing who I actually am.
We worked together for years covering the... I never called you David, did I?
No.
No, Scotty.
No. So, it was always
Good
Scotty.
to see you, brother.
Yeah.
Bear covering the Bears. The irony.
It's a match made in you-know-what.
So were you Scott Raider, Scott Falcon in your previous lives?
Yeah,
David.
I mean,
David Raider.
Like I just changed my name with every team that I cover. You know, this is number 4 now. I haven't seen a playoff game since 2016 when Connor Cook wet the bed in Houston. It's been a long time.
Well, how are you enjoying the NFL Combine so far? Because as the 49ers flagship station, we weren't exactly looking at the draft in the same way last year as we are this year. We kind of came down to what the Chicago Bears have had, which is, a higher pick so far.
Yeah, this will be the third consecutive year that the Bears will have a top 10 selection, and that is a sign that you're probably not a very good franchise and you're rebuilding. And I think that what's happened is they've used these top 10 picks to get a guy like Caleb Williams out of USC. Darnell Wright is a right tackle, and they invested heavy in the flash, right? DeAndre Swift and Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze and DJ Moore. Well, they forgot that you need guys that pack the lunch pail, that you can't get those guys the ball if you can't protect. And that's very clear what the Bears are trying to do. They have GM Ryan Poles and a new coach in Ben Johnson that they gave $13.5 million to, a record for a first-time head coach. And this guy is the next greatest thing, right? He was the most prominent head coach in the last 2 cycles, offensive wizard. He has left tackles throwing the ball downfield. The optimism is high in Chicago, but you got to go out and get an offensive and defensive lineman. And the Bears are picking right before the 49ers. If the 49ers, I don't know if they're in the offensive line market, but if they are, they're going to have to get the Bears leftovers, because the Bears are definitely going O-line first.
Well, he had done not one but 2 top 10 picks last year, and Caleb number 1 and Rome Odunze, who's a really polished player out of Washington, number 9 overall. We saw you the week after you spent your Thanksgiving in Detroit, and what a fiasco that was with the timeout or not calling at the end, and Eberflus got fired. The thing about Caleb, and we saw him, obviously, the good and the bad at USC, the Heisman year, holding the ball too much the second year, and then the sack total was just outrageous last
68.
year. Wow. David Carr, Derek's older brother, is very happy about that. So just your own assessment of Caleb as a rookie. How many of those 68 sacks were his fault, and how many were the O-lines?
We actually tallied them up. 32 of them were on the quarterback, which is a pretty significant number when you look at it. And that's why sometimes the offensive line took a bad rap last year. But when you look at what let's just be honest. Caleb Williams was not coached very well last year. And it's not a surprise to me that Caleb Williams needs to be coached by a very specific personality, a dominant alpha personality. Shane Waldron, God bless him, is a beta. I'm sorry. And it just didn't work out in a way that Caleb Williams could understand and process this offense. He also brought in, Greg, a pure progression system for a rookie. Jaden Daniels, as an example, goes look 1, look 2, throw or run, right? Pure progression means you're going 1 through 4, you're sitting back there, and then all of a sudden Caleb Williams is using his athleticism to do pirouettes in the backfield and then chuck it downfield, right? That's not a recipe for success, and that's why Ben Johnson is essentially starting from scratch when it comes to Caleb Williams. I think he's super talented. I think his personality and his body language got a little down. He wasn't that inspiring leader that Jaden Daniels and maybe even Bo Nix was. I think the guy's got it, but he's got to be coached well, and he's got to be coached hard.
All right, so when you quantify that 32 of the 68 sacks were on the quarterback, and to me, no, he's not a 1, 2, 3 guy. He's not. He's going 1, and he's getting out of it. So my question is, can he be taught to see it? Some quarterbacks can see the field, like Brock Purdy. His brilliance, his big brain, Brock. He can go boom, boom, boom. Colin Kaepernick, after running all over the league for a handful of years, couldn't. He got stuck on one. They took his primary away. And you could say that about, making the change from Waldron to Ben Johnson. But will this quarterback be taught to be able to see the field? Eventually, you're going to have to go 1, 2, 3 to play quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, and my confidence is in the Ben Johnson-ness of it all. Look at what he did for Jared Goff. Cal guy who had a lot of success with the LA Rams, went to a Super Bowl. Sean McVay helped him out a ton. When he got to Detroit, he became an efficient rhythm passer. And I think that Ben Johnson Ben Johnson and Jared Goff sat in a meeting room with a bunch of whiteboards, and they started drawing up plays that was going to work specifically for Jared. Ben and Caleb are going to do the same thing. So am I confident in Caleb Williams' talent? Yeah, but I'm confident in the coach. I really think this guy's got it based upon what we saw the Detroit Lions of all teams become, a true offensive juggernaut that was both creative, relied on the run, and understood what it took to make a quarterback successful.
Talking to Scott Bair here. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. As we've made it an hour into the show, but Papa, after the night we had, all time is lost. All I have
we didn't sleep at all.
Welcome to Indianapolis, gentlemen.
There we go. And so, Scott, I want to get into offensive line and maybe even defensive line for that matter, because that's what we're going to be looking at, having the pick right behind you at number 11. What are some of the attributes you're looking for in particular here in this stage 2 months before the draft that could be beneficial to the Chicago Bears with the quarterback like Caleb Williams that's got a lot of potential? Maybe that's attributes, maybe that's even, personality in interview, maybe that's specific measurements, because it seems like for a lot of the picks that the Bears have had, especially on the offensive lines, it just has not panned out, and it's kind of killed them on the offensive side of the ball for 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, and they need guards, and they need a guard that eats nails for breakfast and will push your face into the ground, right? They need that type of personality from those guards. So when you're in those meetings, you need those, but taking a guard at 10 sounds like insanity, right? But you hear so much about the Texas guy, Kelvin Banks Jr., about the ability to slide into guard, right? You talk about even Will Campbell, how long are his arms going to be, right? The Membu, right? Can he slide inside? Normally when you hear slide inside, you think, or I think, limitations. That's all that I think, right? Limitations. Why can't you handle yourself on the outside? I think guys like that can be beneficial to the Bears in two ways, because they have Braxton Jones who can live on the left. They have Darnell Wright, a former first-round pick, on the right side. So if you can get a guy who's a talented tackle, slide him inside, and then be able to have Braxton Jones maybe run out his rookie deal, then you have a guy that you can move. The Bears also need pass rushers. They have Montez Sweat on one side and literally no one on the other side. And when you look at that, you look at those Georgia guys, right? Walker and Williams, versatile guys who can get after it. But of course, I've covered Dennis Allen with the Raiders. I know what his defenses like to look like. He likes bigger ends, right? So it's about finding the size and the fit. And if we're going to localize this for the 49ers, right, they could probably use a pass rusher, right?
Sure could.
And you think maybe that, that some of these guys that we're talking about that could be available at 10 are obviously in that cluster at number 11 as well. So it's kind of a weird kind of symbiotic thing that not every need is the same, of course, but I think Chicago and San Francisco are probably kind of looking for the same basic guys. Is that a fair thing to say?
I think so, and also inside. And there's a lot of good interior defensive tackles that you got to look at. The two Michigan kids are Player and Walter Nolan. Trey Smith, they're probably going to sign him as a free agent. That's the word around the league. Is they're going to steal him away from Kansas City to play guard?
Yeah, and that's another one of those. Like I've been programmed by people smarter at football than me that you can't draft a guard in the top 10, and you sure as heck can't pay a guard $20 million.
But then you pay Trey Smith how much?
$21 million. And I think that it's a different era, right? And I was talking to NFL Network draft analyst Lance Zierlein yesterday. I said, could they take an Alabama guard, Tyler Booker, at 10? And he's like, you're not taking a guard at 10. You're taking a leader of your franchise at 10. And that's a little more attractive to me. But I still think you have to go out and get a guy like Trey Smith, top of the market. They need a pass rusher there. I don't like to get wowed by the Super Bowl and, okay, now let's just give Josh Sweat an empty check, right, or a blank check. Right. But they're going to go big in free agency. They have $79 million to spend.
That's what I was going to head to next.
That's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. No, $79 million in free agency. And I guess the flip side of that is I don't know if the Bears are perceived as a hot free agency destination yet. And maybe with the potential of Caleb Williams and now bringing in Ben Johnson, players view it a lot differently than I do. What is the important step Chicago needs to take, regardless of how it all goes in the draft? Because we just spent some time talking to a man that covers the Raiders and how tough that division is. Go to the other conference. The NFC North, well, no playoff wins, but regular season, they were darlings.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. And those teams, the Vikings, Lions, and Packers, are set up for sustained success, if I can say that right. They all have established quarterbacks. They all have A-plus coaches. Kevin O'Connell, Greg,
tremendous.
One of those dudes, right?
Coach of the year.
Yeah, and when you look at that division and how you have to get better, and then you steal Ben Johnson from the Lions, and I think it's about this is a team that has more talent than a 5-win team should have. They have talent on the outside, and the general manager, Ryan Poles, the Chicago market, when you don't do well, rain falls on your brain, okay? And Ryan Poles took so much flack for building the team kind of outside in, right? That they have skill players, they have a really good secondary, but they don't have the meat and potatoes up front. And I think that if they can make those upgrades, they can be competitive. Notice how I said competitive. So every now and then we get those worst to firsts, right? And then I think we saw 4 new playoff teams this year, right? Can the Bears do that type of thing? I'm not sold yet because I've seen this team, even in my short time covering them, have the opportunity, have the cap space, have the draft capital, and make the wrong choice. There is a graveyard of Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields and bad quarterback selections and bad head coach selections, so pardon my skepticism.
Yeah, I know. Ben Johnson's impressive.
He really
his play
is.
Design was state of the art.
Unbelievable.
Just watching him here as a head coach, he is a leader of men. You stole him from the Lions, the Bears did, but they also stole him from the Raiders. Yeah. We all thought as the offseason started, Tom Brady wants Ben Johnson. Why did he not become the Raiders head coach?
Yeah, I think that was intriguing probably, but everything that I've heard about why Ben Johnson made this choice, as a matter of fact, he was on the record and said it in his introductory press conference. He went into his Zoom interview with the Bears search committee, Ryan Poles and George McCaskey and the chairman, and said, I want to be here. And the Bears went, what? Really? That sounds great, because we're hearing a lot about Tom Brady's influence in Vegas and Jacksonville, right? That he had set up meetings with all of those guys, and I think it comes down to this. It's the health of the franchise. Now, that's a crazy thing to say for a Bears team that has been on the bottom for so long, but they've got cap space. They have a general manager willing to, I think it's going to be a Lynch Shanahan type of organizational chart. The head coach is going to have a lot of influence on player personnel. That's attractive. So is $13.5 million. I would probably take that too, but he also said it was the quarterback. They had an established quarterback there. They had a talented guy that Ben Johnson never worked with. Jared Goff is not the athlete that Caleb Williams is, and Ben Johnson's mind, the beautiful mind, the dry erase board in the sky, is really getting creative because Caleb Williams is there. The Raiders didn't have that, and I think that if money all being equal, that's why he ends up in Chicago. Also, Ben Johnson looks like a suburban dad that I would trust to drive my kid to soccer practice. He's a freaking pit bull. and he is competitive, and I mean this in the nicest way. He's really petty. So, like, if you get over on him, he's going to get over on you. And I think staying in the division is another reason why that's the case.
How matchups with the Lions going to be now?
Oh my gosh, it's going to be
fighting kneecaps.
Right,
Matt LaFleur, totally.
Yeah, that was not by mistake. If there's one way to endear yourself to Bears fans, it's rip on the Packers. And he did exactly that in 3 words.
Did the old Lovie Smith #1 goal is to beat Green Bay. It was a long time ago. Hey, Scott, really appreciate you coming by with us. This is awesome.
Hey, man, I spent so much time out in the Bay, spent so much time listening to KNBR. Love to be on the station. Real thrill for me.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Scotty Bear.
Scott,
AKA
not
David.
Yeah. The Bear of the Bears, formerly David Falcon, David Raider. Great to have you as well.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Scotty.
All right, we're going to react to some of this coming up on the other side, and we will also get into some of John Lynch's comments as he spoke yesterday right here in Indianapolis. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter Icalaceta here back at KNBR Studios in San Francisco. The boys are out in Indy scouting who the 49ers could potentially take at number 11. And today, the defensive linemen are going at the Combine. So let us know your thoughts, faithful. Who do you want the 49ers to take if they go D-line with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to chime in on the conversation.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So.
Yeah, that was John Lynch yesterday before we came out here. Papa and Silver hanging out at the Indianapolis Convention Center for the next couple of days. Let me ask you a question, Papa.
Yes, Greg Silver.
You down with JLC?
I'm
Yeah,
down with JLC. You down with
me.
JLC? What's up, Jennifer Lee Chan?
Jennifer Lee Chan in person joins us. NBC Sports Bay Area's finest, tied with Matt Mayoko, of course. We don't want to ruffle any feathers here. We saw them both this
She's
morning.
not here. Doesn't matter, no.
Whenever we do Ask Papa and she does it, way better. and with Mayoko, it's always Ask Mayoko. So you were asking John Lynch, so the no guarantee line is the one.
There's a lot of interpretation on that, whether it was, they do need to reset. It is an older roster. They're paying a lot of money out, so obviously they do need to get that new blood in the building. And last year's draft class did really well. I mean, they all contributed. They're making less money than your top paid players like Kittle and Warner and Bosa and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. The list goes on and on. But how long can they sustain that type of payroll? They can't do it forever. They've got to pay Brock Purdy, and so they've got to recalibrate some way, and I think that was one of the words that he used.
He did. He also dropped the oldest roster in the NFL, which we kind of thought, whoa, they do have some 30-somethings. Are they the oldest? And he talked about new cash spending. They're fourth in the NFL the last couple of years. He's kind of setting it up for we got to get younger and we got to get less expensive.
Right. I mean, and I think that's always been the thought process, but they just haven't always been able to do it. I mean, they've had draft picks that haven't worked out, like Drake Jackson, who he said, his talk about Drake Jackson did not sound good. He has that patellar tendon issue, and he said coming back, he wasn't very positive about when he spoke to him. So they're, again, going to have to try and go in the draft to get another edge rusher to play alongside Nick Bosa, because they're not going to break the bank for an edge rusher like Myles Garrett. They just can't do it.
So when we're talking about the no guarantees comment that was widely spread yesterday from John Lynch, I mean, fans on one hand have a right to be concerned about an overpay possibility when you look at how much cash they've spent, because that's another thing John Lynch referenced. They also have a right to be a little bit worried about the possibility of holdouts when you look at the recent history. Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. Would Brock Purdy, if they decide to franchise tag him and make him play on the $5.5 or $5.2 million salary, you think it could get to holdout or hold-in territory?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, he talked at the end of the season about how he wanted to get it done quickly. He wants to be in the building. I know he's been in the building. That's one thing that John Lynch said yesterday as well. He's been in the building. They trust that he is one of those guys. And, you talk to Brock. He is one of those guys. He played on such little money the last few years that I think, obviously he deserves that money. But will it happen? That's the big question.
So you were just talking to Chris Sims, and he's tight with Kyle. Did you see the matching tattoo? They have matching tattoos.
I didn't see it. I also didn't ask.
Chris
so it
Sims.
It
is a little awkward.
I have heard about
awkward.
it.
Yeah.
It'd be awkward for me to
but
ask.
But he evaluates quarterbacks extremely well. The Chris Sims.
Right.
And he knows Kyle as well as anybody. Did he get? You just did a nice sit-down interview with him. Did he give you any idea on Kyle's thoughts regarding Brock Purdy?
So he said, he hasn't talked to Kyle per se about what they might pay Brock Purdy or whether they won't. But going just on his own personal belief, I talked to him at the Super Bowl as well. He said, I don't think he's a guy that should make $60 million. But he also doesn't think Dak Prescott should make $60 million a year either. So, he said, the system is kind of broken, and that's kind of where he kind of dialed in on what he thought about quarterback salaries. They're paying all this money. It doesn't necessarily mean that the next guy should get more money than the last guy who got paid just because it goes in that progress. There should be some sort of, kind of understanding the play, what they have to offer, and and then relate it to the salary.
Talking to Jennifer Lee Chan here out in Indianapolis. Good to hang out in a different state altogether. And as I go back to the cutting cash comment by John Lynch saying they've spent like the fourth most cash in the last 4 years or whatever the stat was, bottom line is they're paying a lot of guys premium money and they have not paid their quarterback, which is something they're trying to work on. Who could you see as possibly off the roster more likely than not? Because I know this is the Combine, we're focusing on the draft, but Deebo Samuel, all but likely going to be off the roster. We've thrown around guys like a Kyle Juszczyk. Even as someone like a George Kittle is no guarantee, and he just had a great year. I mean, what's kind of your early read now that we're really diving into the offseason and pre-draft?
I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, he did say about George Kittle, they want him to retire a 49er, so I don't think that's where they go. George Kittle does so much for this offense. I mean, from run blocking to being the absolute top target for Brock Purdy when, his skill players weren't on the field with him. There wasn't one game in 24 where Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle were all on the field at the same time. So, I mean, wow. He struggled, but there was not one game. They were all out there. Trent Williams missed a ton of time. So, yes, Brock Purdy had a tough year, but he also didn't have his full complement of players. Deebo Samuel, I think, is a guy that, obviously it sounds like he's not going to be on the team anymore, but he's still going to cost them against the cap. I mean, that's a $31 million hit. That's tough. Whether it happens over 2 years or one, that's kind of where it sits, but it's going to be a hit.
Can they trade him, or are they going to have to cut him? I mean, John did say we want to do right by him. Are we trying to get him to a good spot?
Right.
D'Amico Ryans, it's not tampering, I guess, because they have granted his agent permission to do that.
And they met on a ski trip.
Well, that's Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford.
Are we going there right now?
I don't think D'Amico and Deebo ski. But in any event, D'Amico Ryans basically said we love the guy.
Yeah.
But are they going to be able to find a suitor for Deebo Samuel, or might there be a case where they have to release him?
I would think there could be a case where they have to release him. I mean, I don't think they're going to get anything except maybe a day 3 pick. I don't think there's going to be a person who gives up a day 1 or day 2 pick. I mean, you look at Deebo Samuel and his production. It has gone down because he's such a physical player. I think, same thing with George Kittle. George Kittle has learned how to take care of his body a little bit better. He's 31 years old, but Deebo Samuel, his production definitely has gone down because he's such a physical player.
Talking to Jennifer Lee Chan here at the Indianapolis Convention Center. Yeah, we got all sorts of
The older Silver just knocked the camera over.
I actually don't know if that was his fault, even though I would love to blame him on
Jacksonville
this.
Jaguar camera over. I saw it. It was a shot at...
It's talk about a little tampering.
You fired Trent Baalke? This is how we're going to respond to that.
Yeah, little Jaguars.
Kyle Juszczyk. We're hearing a lot of rumors about Juice. They made him take a pay cut, and Mike wrote about it, Mike Silver, and it was awkward. And Kyle was... Are they going to make him take another one, or might this be the time they move on?
I asked Kyle Juszczyk face-to-face what's going on with him, in the coming season at the Pro Bowl, and he said, I'm tired of talking about it. I'm under contract, so as far as he's concerned, it did ruffle a little bit of feathers, but John Lynch was very complimentary. He's part of us. He does so much for the offense, but I think he was being very diplomatic in his whole talk at the Combine.
Yeah, if Kyle Juszczyk
is
if he ends up getting replaced, I mean, do they go and try to find a replacement fullback type of player? Because that's not really something that is as prevalent in NFL offenses, but it's a very Kyle Shanahan staple.
Right, and not to mention how smart Kyle Juszczyk is, right? You're not going to find a guy who understands football and gets everything that he needs to do as a fullback in the offense. I mean, they ask him to do so much. I mean, he's a receiver, he's a blocker, he's a pass protector. He does everything.
He's an offensive weapon.
He is.
That's why he makes so much damn money, the highest paid fullback in
so his salary, though, in 24 went down a lot, but he was still the highest paid fullback, but he's set to make, like $4 million? Yeah. 5?
To answer your question, Greg, Kyle Shanahan will always have a fullback on his roster. It dictates the chessboard. When you line up with 2 running backs, you basically get a bigger personnel against you. You get 3 linebackers on the field, and you motion someone like Deebo to the backfield, and now you have, you can run the ball. And so someone like Kyle Juszczyk, and him specifically, because he's just so brilliant. He was a tight end at Harvard, and they converted him. And he's a different kind of fullback. He's not a lead blocking thumper. Mm-hmm. But I think it'll be Juice. I think they'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. But how many times they ask a guy to take a haircut before he says no?
Right.
But I mean, don't you think that Kyle, like Sean McVay does not have a fullback on his team.
Mhm.
They use it with tight ends,
Right.
but I think Kyle will always have a fullback on his team.
I mean, this class of tight ends, there's some good ones out there. Could they go
The Penn
more
State
12?
kid?
Right.
He won't be there at 11, will he?
Never
Well,
know.
he's a tight end, fullback, H-back, quarterback.
Right. So he could do it all.
He
Is
does
he a guy
that.
that?
If you got a hold of that guy, Warren,
He's
Tyler
gotta-
Warren, he
he's
wouldn't
gotta
need.
play.
Well,
he
stop
would not
gassing
need.
him up because then
No, he's that.
got to be available at 11 here.
I
Come
know.
on. We're here to do some
he
inside
is.
work.
Now that guy's an offensive weapon.
He is.
Destruction. That guy's
Mhm.
different.
Yep, he's gotten a lot of praise from everybody I've talked to here. Just a guy who, maybe it works out where he falls and he could be there at 11. Do the 49ers move up a couple spots? I don't know if there's a lot of movement, though, because of this
Yeah.
quarterback class is not
Yeah.
as high as it's been in the past. So, are there people willing to move up at all or down? I don't know.
What do you make of the running back situation beyond, of course, Christian McCaffrey, who's got to get healthy, and that's an irreplaceable player for any NFL team, but particularly Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers. Do you try to bring back Jordan Mason as a restricted free agent? Do you look to go a little bit younger in the draft? How do you evaluate Isaac Guerrero as a rookie? All that stuff.
I think J.P. Mason, Jordan Mason, is a guy that they really should try to bring back. I mean, it's kind of like Juwan Jennings. He was a guy that they kind of grew and again, with Kyle Shanahan's offense, a guy that has played in it is so much more productive than a guy like, you watched it last year, Jordan Mason, saw the blitz pickups. He, knows how to do the pass protection stuff more than Isaac Guerrero. You saw Isaac Guerrero give up a couple sacks. So, I mean.
And he gets hurt a lot.
He does. So Jordan Mason had that incredible beginning of the season, so if Christian McCaffrey isn't 100% ready, I think they have to keep Jordan Mason.
Sign him to a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Like JJ last year,
Right.
restricted, but don't do a 1 year.
Mhm, no.
Sign him to a multi-year
I think
deal.
they
I think
gotta
that's
do
what
two.
they're trying to do.
I mean, there's another one. Do they have to give Juwan Jennings more money?
He's under contract for one more
One
year,
more
but
year,
eventually you're going to have
After his season in 24, is he going to be looking to stay a little longer? Does he need to be,
What do they do with Ayuk? There's rumblings out there about trading Ayuk. They wouldn't do that now, would they?
But who's going to want to trade for him?
Omar Khan
when
in
he hasn't even stepped on the field yet. He hasn't even done anything yet. I mean, that was another update that John Lynch gave. Brandon Ayuk has another kind of marker point in his recovery from his ACL surgery, and that happens, I think, like next week. So, when these guys go through those ACL injuries, there are different time points that they've got to, we've got to check this movement here, and then another 3 weeks they've got to check this here. So he's got another checkpoint with, I think it's Neil Atrache. So that happens next. Yeah. So he's got that next week, and then that'll kind of point them to whether he's
The
going
Rams
to be ready.
doctor, by the way, does all the surgeries.
Yeah, but that's a big kind of key point of whether he's going to be ready, when he might be ready. I don't think it's going to be week 1, and he's not going to be 100% week 1. I mean, we saw Brandon Ayuk last year after holding out. He didn't have all that practice time. He didn't have 11-on-11 practice. When did he start looking like himself? Right before
Right when he got hurt.
Yeah.
Well,
Right when he caught the ball against Kansas City.
A game and a half. He had the Cardinals game at home, which
Right.
was a good
They
one.
lost.
And then started well against Kansas City. That was the injury.
October the 20th was the date of the injury.
So, I mean, it
but
really
he had to
took
wait a
him-
couple of weeks for the surgery for the swelling. That could be
Yeah.
the date of the marker. So,
Right.
to answer your question, we are down with JLC.
We are down with JLC.
We are down with JLC.
Are you down with the Hawkeye system now instead of the chains, killing the chain gang?
The chain gang's still going to be there.
Yeah.
What do you think about the tush push, the brotherly shove? What do the Niners think about that play, do you think?
I think it's something
Get it
they need to look at.
outlawed.
When I watch it, I'm always like, oh, I just think about these guys' necks and like how it's going to affect them physically later. I just think it's like, it's a risk. I mean, you watch Jason Kelsey, I'm like, how many times is he going to be able to do that play
I
and
can't
still
recall
be able
a serious injury
to
on
function?
that play, though. Period.
No, but I mean,
But all it takes is one.
I know. You get a guy, carted off the field. It's
and
terrible.
over time, how many times he did it. I asked Trent Williams 2 years ago when they really started to get into this. I'm like, I know you're not in the middle, but when you watch that, do you think about the guys and their safety and how many times can they do that? Because they do it on plays where they don't necessarily need to do it. It'll be 3rd and 1. Do you need to do it on a 3rd and 1? It works, but why aren't you waiting till 4th? I mean, it seems like there's other plays that you could do where it takes less of a toll on your offensive line physically than on a 3rd and 2 or 2nd and 2. Like, why do you need to do it then?
I want to know what John Lynch thinks about this, and hopefully we'll get John either today or tomorrow to come by the table, because I mentioned Frankie Louvu jumping over the line a couple of times in the NFC Championship. I wouldn't have wanted to test that on John Lynch.
Without a doubt, he would have been one of those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Chase Young, when we were in Philly last year, he ran around and grabbed Jalen Hurts from the backside and horse-collared him. There are no protections in the quarterback in the pocket for a horse collar. So that was going to be the plan, but by the time Chase chased him around the edge, he already scored a touchdown. It was too late.
Yeah, I liked John Lynch's comment when he was asked about that yesterday in our scrum. He was
not a pretty play.
No.
Made me want to do some things I wouldn't have been proud of. Something
He did a lot of
lines.
those things on the football field.
It's a different game now.
A lot of those things.
A little bit different.
25 minutes and 5 seconds we watch defensive linemen run.
All
Do you
right.
go inside and watch? Do you stay here? It's my first combine. I have no idea what to do.
I've been in there a little bit, but we're so high. I think that actually watching it on TV, you get more information. Being able to watch it on TV, because NFL Network does such a really good job of all the tidbits and being able to see that. So, I mean, if you can have it maybe in your ear while you're watching it from the field, you kind of get those tidbits.
That's a veteran tip from JLC.
Yeah.
There you go. We got NFL Network
I
right
got it
over
right there. I got it right. I flew 2,000 miles, didn't get a wink of sleep, no hotel room to watch the combine from this room, and not actually at the combine.
But
Okay.
you
gotta
did
go in
get
there,
an
though.
elite nap on the couch.
Yeah,
you
I
were
did.
out.
That was power
great.
nap.
No, you got to go in there at least for a little bit. But, they also in the suites, if you're watching from there, that's where I went when I went in.
Yeah.
They had us in the suites, and you could watch it on TV, so you get both.
All
You
right,
get
we'll
to
do
watch
that.
it with
We'll do
the eyes, get the eye test, and then also
The
hear what they're
ears.
saying.
You got to hear it.
Yeah.
Got to hear Rich run.
I mean, this is a under-screen setup for the normal Greg Papa. When he comes into the KNBR studio, it's like 4 different things at once, and so I feel like that
I
is
believe
the
in
perfect setup.
multi-screening.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was Scott Hansen before Scott Hansen, and he does it way better. So,
The red zone? I would love to do the red zone.
Oh, that would be the Papa Red
Oh,
Zone.
I would
watch
love it.
that.
One game's not enough for me. I want 15.
Would you do play-by-play for
16.
all of them?
Without a
Yeah.
doubt. 16 games simultaneously? That would be so fun.
That'd be fantastic.
JLC, love you, girl.
Thanks
You'd
for
be
having me
good.
on.
Good seeing you.
Thanks
All
so much
right.
for coming by.
Of course, of course.
All right, well, we'll react to this on the other side. Keep getting into the John Lynch comments and maybe how he would have handled the tush push even. It is Papa and Silver. More next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hey there. Greg Papa here with one piece of advice. Don't go through another year with all that high-interest debt. Let Loan Pronto wipe it all out now. Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan makes it easy to pay off all your credit cards or tackle that 2025 home improvement project. Get cash in your pocket fast. You get no appraisals required, no paperwork, no waiting. And Loan Pronto's AI-driven technology gets you approved and funded in as little as one day. One client got $150,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off all their credit cards, 2 cars, and a personal loan, and saved over $1,500 per month. With low fixed rates and lightning fast transfers, you can do it yourself as well. Consolidate debt, improve your home, take control of your finances. Imagine being credit card free by this time next week. Don't wait. Call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Do it now. 415-808-5721 or visit loanpronto.com. Get your free quote now with no hard credit pull. 415-808-5721. loanpronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, and we are back here live in Indianapolis at the Convention Center for the NFL Combine. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. First time we're doing this in person. We did it on the air throughout the football season. I'll say it again, 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes, and I got to say, it's good to get you now with Michael Silver of The Athletic because we have no idea what shape his voice is going to be come tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday.
It's not good right now, and it's getting worse. Hello, Michael.
Hi, guys. Well, listen, I'm no longer a professional broadcaster. I'm a writer, so it's okay for me to lose my voice, and it's going for the cause. And I know my kids over the years have seen me come home from the Combine or kind of vaguely heard about how the Combine proceeds, but I'm a little alarmed at the possibility that one of my children will see it in person tonight for the first time.
So what did you think when Dad came home with this voice after Super Bowls, Combines, league meetings, owners' meetings, and you thought, what kind of job does my father have?
No, it was just kind of the norm. I was like, oh, he was doing his thing. You know?
And that's what I want to do for a living.
Well, Greg actually, more than the others, did see one of Greg's spring breaks when he was at UCSB aligned with the owner meetings at the Biltmore. So he was like, hey, Dad, what do you think about me just coming and hanging out for a couple of days? And, you know, the Biltmore's pretty open. It's not a very formal setting. So you hung. We had a big NFL Network dinner with, like, Jane Slater, MJ Acosta, Steve Weish. You either met or encountered pretty much every GM, coach, and owner. How did I introduce you to Sean McVay?
Well, yeah, you introduced Sean McVay as the Rams ball boy, and that's going to be a nice segue.
Was he
this
then?
Topic. He actually might have been, yeah.
I think he was probably a Super Bowl winning head coach at that point.
No, he was a Super Bowl losing head coach.
But, yeah, so it was really fun. And he even met Robert Kraft at a time when Robert Kraft was avoiding virtually everyone in the world, yet
not everyone.
Managed to have an incredible interaction with Greg. What were you, 20?
Yeah, I was 20. That may be a story better suited for off the air, but hey, that's all the same.
We're not telling that one off the air.
We had a great time with that. So
I'm going to be like Steve Kerr the other day. I'm just going to talk about how funny the story is, not say it on the air, and then reveal it off the air.
The Andre Iguodala line?
Yeah.
So
it was amazing.
Now that we're in this writer versus broadcaster discretion, I got to ask you a question that I asked Greg Papa the other day, and he said, I'm a broadcaster. I don't got to worry about it. How do you spell Podziemski?
Podz.
That's it. That's what I did. Pods.
You have the same exact answer.
I mean, I don't need to know. It's, although we better learn it.
I-E-M-S-K-I.
Ever since number 10 showed up, we better learn the other spelling, because seems like he and Moody are like completely unlocked now. It's like
you mean Butlerii?
I, the third.
I don't know about the I.
Jimmy Butler the third?
Oh, yeah, I. So, okay, before we get into anything, I want to know who's responsible for the horrific travel planning.
Me. I love red eyes.
Okay, first of all, that's
I don't need sleep.
That's a terrible thing to love. Secondly,
talking about a man with no voice because he was up all night.
This is your first combine, right?
Yes. And it'll be my last.
I was up till 4 with a former 49er coordinator. How about that? And current head coach.
Former 49er coordinator and current head coach.
That's right.
D'Amico Ryans.
That would have been cool. It was actually Mike McDaniel who, thankfully for him, does not drink. I would have guessed him first. Does not drink, and his crew. But no, listen. First of all, it's your first combine. I didn't know either. Now you're going to see what's really happening here. It is spring break for coaches and talent evaluators. The talent evaluation part is secondary. You can watch that on TV. The workouts are annoying to some degree, but seeing everybody in the bars and restaurants and coffee shops and hallway,
Starbucks
right out there in that hallway, I just walked through with Brandon Bean, and you'll see everyone. And so it's good that you're here, but I don't think taking a red eye, getting here Thursday, which is after John Lynch already talked.
Yeah, that wasn't my
The 49ers are having a function tonight.
That was our
and
fearless leader.
If you guys are, I think it would be interesting to see us all show up at this 49 function because one of us will be greeted very warmly. One of us, I would believe, would be greeted really politely, and one of us will probably be asked to leave within 5 minutes, and that might be the guy talking right now.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we'll be there. The Niners aren't here. Kyle's not here.
No, but there's a lot of
I know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people with tentacles.
We'll see him tonight.
Yeah.
All right, so we were talking about the Matthew Stafford and L.A. Raiders. No, sorry, Las Vegas Raiders, formerly the L.A. Raiders.
They were. Formerly a lot of cities.
Formerly the Irwindale Raiders.
They were.
Yeah.
$10 million later.
Stafford to the Raiders. Turns out it was very legal, as we learned about 10:15 in the morning.
The hell it was.
Yeah, a very coincidental ski trip.
Yeah.
The point is, this thing has some real momentum. Do you believe that Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay are going to depart? And I want to get your kind of full take perspective on this because from your book, you wrote about how Jared Goff was forced out of L.A. and then Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay came in, and it was almost overly romanticized, the connection they had.
But you're skipping the best part of this is from my book, The Why Is Everything, in great detail. It details how Sean McVay, Andrew Whitworth, and Matthew Stafford were all coincidentally partying in Cabo as the Jared Goff trade was going down. It's amazing the coincidences that Matthew Stafford.
He's everywhere. He's in Cabo. He's skiing.
When he's gonna change teams, the first time he happens to be in Cabo with the guy who's gonna trade for him and celebrating in real time. And now, just weirdly, he's in Montana with the guy who's running the franchise that is trying hard to trade for him again. So here's the deal. When Matthew Stafford's on, as Greg is well aware, Papa, it's crazy. Like, I covered their game against the Rams, the Bills this year. It was like 48-45. And I turned to Jordan Rodriguez, my colleague at The Athletic, and I go, has he looked like this all year? She's like, no, he's on a heater. And good way to put it. And then, he almost beat the Eagles. If that Jalen Carter sack doesn't happen, he might beat the Eagles. How good were the Eagles? Well, they were up 34-0 in the Super Bowl on Patrick Mahomes. I think they were pretty good. So it's weird that you would say he's on the market. But one thing I'll tell you about Sean McVay, he's surveying the landscape.
Today, I'm hoping.
He's got a young team. He's got a bunch of young players. He's looking at Kyle. Kyle's got Brock Purdy. He's looking at Cliff Kingsbury, another one of his buddies. He's got Jaden Daniels. He's looking over at Matt LaFleur. He's got Jordan Love. I think Sean McVay's thinking, I want to go get my young guy. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, but I think he wants a young guy. And that brings us back to if Matthew Stafford is traded to the Raiders or Giants, who I believe are a possibility, let's say Raiders, then what do the Rams do in the short term? Oh, I know what they're going to do. I think they're going to go get Aaron Rodgers.
Young guy? Aaron Rodgers?
Well,
he wants to compete with the young guys and get Aaron Rodgers?
Segue to the young guy. That buys you a year, if nothing else, maybe more. And, Sean, I know how Sean feels about Aaron. I know how Aaron feels about that possibility in L.A. because he knows McVay well. It's a natural fit. I'm sure they back-channeled this to some degree a while ago.
You think the personality fit would work?
Yeah.
Why?
Respect.
Yeah, Sean.
They both love football.
Sean believes Aaron, might be the greatest guy ever to do it, or certainly on the level of that. And I think Aaron thinks Sean is, drastically ahead of the game in terms of scheme. Sean's a coach that people like having in the building. He's upbeat, he's positive, for a water boy, as he was introduced to you. He's good energy, and that'd be a fun team, right? They've got the young running back, they've got the line starting to get stabilized, you've got the young star receiver in Puka, and some young guys on defense who are out there balling. So you saw what they did to Sam Darnold in the first playoff game, just tormented him in Arizona. I think as I start to do the dominoes, part of me says Giants, Stafford, because they're so desperate.
Would Stafford want to go there?
I would think he'd prefer Vegas, and I would think it'll end up being Vegas. But the Giants might be more desperate. Someone's going to draft Cam Ward and play him right away. I'm not so sure about Shador, how high he goes and whether he plays right away. But the musical chairs game, you've got a Kirk Cousins who seems to have declined physically. You've got Sam Darnold who'll probably get tagged and traded and be expensive. You got Daniel
The Rams
Jones.
wouldn't be in on Sam?
Could be. I think Rodgers more likely. Rams could be in on Sam. The Titans were kind of hovering on Derek Carr, but the Saints are going to keep him. Titans got to do something.
You're not a Will Levis truther? Think of all the funny memes of all those turnovers.
Mayonnaise in my coffee.
Yeah, I can promise you.
Definitely not for this guy.
Will Levis will not be playing quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. That's not happening.
And you will not be having mayonnaise in your coffee.
You know what? Mayonnaise in anything is the most disgusting, prospect. To take it and put it in coffee, it's almost unfathomable. It's a character defect.
It's the worst place that should go.
And then when you do something like that's so despicable and then turn the ball over a lot, it's a lot. You're asking a lot.
Recklessly, on your ass, throw the ball to the other team. So I'm getting a strong buzz. You think this is going to happen more likely than not? That Stafford goes to the Raiders and the Rams take on Aaron Rodgers?
If I had to say today, I'd say that's more likely than not.
Preponderance.
Certainly Stafford back to the Rams seems less likely to me. I think they're just in a weird place. And once you start going down this road and your quarterback's running into Tom Brady on the mountain, it's tough to put the toothpaste back in the tube psychically. I'll know more later today because I plan to have a meeting with someone who will tell me exactly what Matthew Stafford's mindset is, and maybe if I have a voice tomorrow, I'll let you know.
You don't need one.
Talk about a flex.
Just do sign language. Deebo Samuel, do they trade him? Do they cut him? What do they do with him?
I don't see who's trading for that contract at this stage, so I think it'll end up being a cut. And I do think if someone came to them and said, we want Brandon Ayuk, they would absolutely be amenable to that, but I think Jen's right, JLC, that at that number, and think about how weird this is. This guy was so out the door that when he went into Kyle's office that next morning, after it looked past the point of no return last summer and told him, no, I want to take this number. Kyle Shanahan, who couldn't get John Lynch on one ring, felt compelled to get out of his chair and sprint up the stairs just to make sure a trade wasn't going down. It wasn't, but it could have been. And he was going to be a Steeler. It was over. In retrospect, Kyle probably wishes he had, maybe shuffled up the stairs. I mean, Kyle had a little speed in his Texas days as a slot receiver with the big shoulder pads, but maybe you wish you're Andy Reid on that one and you can't quite get up the stairs as quickly.
All right, well, we'll pick up this conversation a little bit on the other side. Got to pay some bills right now.
Look how tired my child is. Look how tired my child is.
You're blaming me?
He's going to have
when
to
I hung out with your father all night, it was totally different.
Plus more hours. And
You're blaming me?
Yes. He doesn't love red eyes.
Sleep when you're dead. You'll be fine.
What did I do? I'm just following rules. I didn't say I was tired.
Have you taken a bite of this yet, though? This says whiskey in it. Is it good?
The Irish whiskey.
Did you get a little buzz off this?
100%.
You better drink more caffeine. And then drink more caffeine.
Go to a Starbucks. See who else is tampering.
Hey.
Oh, boy.
Hey.
It's right over there.
I didn't throw in the joke this time.
That's too good.
More next. Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I rate it pretty high. I pride myself on playing the run and the pass because I feel like that's what a complete D lineman does. But obviously rushing the passer, I feel like I'm really good at too. I can run through guys or I can be a finesse guy too at the same time.
Yeah, that right there, Mason Graham. And this is a good time to tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is 3 o'clock here on Eastern Time in Indianapolis. We're live at the Indianapolis Convention Center for the NFL Combine. Had a good handful of faces stop by already. Maybe not so much the last one. I don't know. Didn't really love the voice quality and everything. But other than that, we're having a great day off of very little sleep. And, Papa, 3 o'clock. You know what that means.
It is time to run, big boys. D linemen are going. We heard from Mason Graham, who is a very interesting player. And he's a smart guy, Michigan guy. So Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus sent us his whole grade on the guy. He has him ranked on all the draft eligibles, and there's over 300 of them here. Greg, number 4 overall. And his run defensive grade is 92.6. His pass rush a little bit less at 81.1. He's going to start running. Is he going to test well? What's he going to run? And then, the other guy's Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, who's also interesting. I might like Kenneth Grant, the other Michigan Wolverine. That guy is huge. And we talked about him at length with Larry Kruger before we did the red eye, where we got no sleep on the red eye coming here. So it's interesting. And I've gotten into a little bit of tape study. Graham, he reminds me a lot, and a lot of it's the number, I think, a little bit of Braden Fisk of the LA Rams. And I dropped that comparison on Greg Cosell from NFL Films, who was here earlier. And he said, I like the comp, but I like Braden Fisk better. I don't think that Mason Graham is that guy. And he basically says his lack of power is a problem inside. He does win quick, but he has some deficiencies. So that's the beautiful thing about the Combine. And we'll get all these distant reports as we get closer to April 24th. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? Would he be a 9 or up the field penetrator? He is a guy that can win quick. But the other guys, Nolan and Kenneth Grant, are monsters. Just huge men, 340 pounds. And Nolan, some people like him better. So in any event, I know your dad says we're here to not watch football players work out and to drink with all the GMs and scouts and head coaches that are here. That
Let's put it on Mike Holler's credit card.
That's a big part of it. Yeah, do that. Yeah. But we are going to start the actual reason we flew 2,000 miles across 2/3 of the country, have not had a wink of sleep, had no hotel room. We are going to see the defensive linemen get out there and run right here at the Indiana Convention Center inside Lucas Oil Field, which is right next to us. And this is where the draft is strong. I like the fact that they're going defense first, and we'll go D linemen, linebackers. So front 7 today. Then we get to the cornerbacks. And what we got there, another Michigan guy may be in play there with Will Johnson, the corner. And then we'll get the offensive guys later. But I think the strength of this, when we're all said and done, and we add up position by position, first-round picks, and we overdo the first round. There are, 6 other rounds now in the NFL draft. But for our purposes, star power, 11th overall pick, Niners are picking early. I would say decidedly of any position group, D linemen will have the most players drafted in the first round, correct? Whether they're D tackles like we're talking about with Graham and Grant and Nolan, or other guys, Harmon or Alexander from Toledo is an interesting guy. Or Shamar Stewart. Oh, he's an edge guy as well. We got Shamar Turner as well. But the edge guys are and that's where Stewart. And Stewart, he's kind of like the guy Jacksonville took number 1 overall a few years ago. That doesn't
Trayvon Walker.
Trayvon Walker. He doesn't have the flash and this, he doesn't pile up step. That guy stays home, forces the run back inside, opens it up for everybody else. But we were just talking about the D tackles. Abdul Carter's going to go 1 or 2, probably, maybe number 1 overall. Then you got Pierce and Green and Williams and
even
Shamar
if he
Stewart.
did end up getting surgery, which he won't, it seems, I still think he would probably go 1 or 2.
I think that's something that's going to heal. I think, I read, it was a shoulder injury that he had from later in the year that he played through. The stress fracture, that's why you bring him. The whole reason the Combine started in '82 was a centralized place to get all the medicals. We didn't make the guys fly to every NFL city and go through every doctor report. Let's just all bring them to Indy. We bring them at. So this is something you would never discover, kind of like Carlos Correa. We're going to do a physical because we're going to trade for him. Maybe the Twins knew about him before, the Giants doctors. And by the way, Dr. Sags, who's with the Giants and the 49ers, is here. I saw him walking in this morning, Sagliamendi. Anyway, you wouldn't have known it if you didn't trade for him. And you see, the updated pictures on this, so he'll be fine. But when you say by far, whether they're edge guys or inside guys, defensive ends or D tackles, by far, the number one position group that is going to be a round one pick is going to be defensive linemen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why it's great that they're going to go today, and we're going to get a chance to talk about it tomorrow because we're going to be out here Saturday and Sunday, try to get some interviews to record, playing back on Monday and everything. But by and large, just from our conversations, just from the scouting report, just from getting to watch a little bit of tape, it seems like defensive ends and defensive tackles are the place to go. And the cut we just came in with, Mason Graham talking about how he feels great about his ability to stop the run in the pass. And look, Graham might be well off the board by the time it gets to 11 if the 49ers end up picking there. But the bottom line is, yeah, the 49ers could use a pass rusher alongside Nick Bosa. They also really struggled to find a run stopper and have since DeForest Buckner. I mean, Eric Armstead, solid player, but they didn't want to pay him the money he was making. They ultimately released him. Malik Collins they brought in to kind of be that. He had injury issues, and they've just never really gotten it right since that 2019 Super Bowl team, Papa.
Without a doubt. And, that 2019 team had the Oregon Tall Furs inside, and they had their problems. We look back on DeForest Buckner as though he made every single play. He got double-teamed a lot because he was so tall, and they just rooted him out of there. But by and large, he was able to split double teams and make splash plays, and he and Armstead, that was the essence of that team, and D. Ford, obviously, and Nick, and then the guys behind. And, one of those people was D.J. Jones. I keep bringing up, this is just one part of player acquisition, the draft. And the Niners, have 10 picks and maybe more coming based on compensation and how it all flushes out. And they're going to pick 11th this year, which is high. Now, they did, when they traded DeForest Buckner, they got the 13th overall pick in the draft that year. They wound up trading back one spot with Jason Light in Tampa Bay, and he took Tristan Wirfs, and what a player that guy is. He won a Super Bowl as a rookie left tackle, and the Niners went back one spot and took Javon Kinlaw. And he had knee problems in school, and they persisted right away. They actually got worse in the NFL. He is a free agent, by the way. And Robert Saleh did bring him to Florham Park in New York. I don't know if there's an appetite for him. Maybe not. But he did play. His best game as a Niner was his last game, the Super Bowl against Kansas City. He was outstanding in that game.
Very Chase Young of him.
Just enough to get paid by somebody else. And then D.J. Jones would be the guy. So when I look at it, and these players are still in a contract. John Lynch bought a lot of defensive linemen last year. Armstead had to leave, going to Jacksonville and moving on. But they brought in Gross Montos. They brought in Leonard Floyd. I was talking to the Buffalo people, Chris Brown, the voice of the Bills, and Steve Tasker at length about Floyd. And they called him a mercenary, for one. He's going to make good money. He knows what he does, what he is. He's a professional pass rusher. Guy rushes with eyes. It's like he just sees where the quarterback is, and he may not try and he's not trying to beat the tackle. He's trying to get around that guy to get to the quarterback and beating the tackle any way possible. But we were talking, and I said the way you guys use Leonard Floyd, was the way the Niners have got to use him. And last year they didn't often have the luxury because of injuries rotationally. He needs to play 50 snaps a game, not 60 or 65. And Buffalo would use him. They would take him off the field for series, Rousseau and Epinesa and then Von Miller. I think Buffalo's going to move on from Von Miller. It's time. He's just breaking down. But they would bring in Floyd maybe for a series, give him a series off, and then when he was off for a series, if they got to a 3rd and 8, let's bring Floyd in the game now and go get the quarterback because that's what he's good at. So, but Floyd's still a Niner. He's not going anywhere. Gross Matos is still here. Jordan Elliott is still here. Malik Collins is still here. But to all those guys, I would say the same thing I just said about Leonard Floyd, Greg. Rotational players. They need to play some snaps, but not as many. And Gross Montos got hurt, so he needs to play more. But Malik Collins was on the field in their alpha package, which is the first down, the base. He was also in the turbo, which is your pass rushing. I mean, that guy can't play 75% of the snaps. He's more effective in D-line when they rotate him. So I say sign DJ Jones, bring Kevin Givens back, and then, if you can, draft one of these guys. Do you move up to go get the guy you love? Or are there a lot of guys you really like? You can stay and pick at 11, or what Larry Krueger was saying, trade back. If you do love Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, and that guy is a monster.
Yeah.
He weighs 340. I read he played 380. I think they weighed him here at 342. But do you have to take him at 11? You could probably trade back and get him somewhere in the teens, maybe 15, 16.
Yeah, and, so Mason Graham probably off the board, but you're mentioning a lot of the interior linemen like a Kenneth Grant, like a Walter Nolan, even a Derek Harmon out of Oregon, and the list could go on. And I could see the Niners trading back, but I also believe that if Tyler Warren is on the board at 12, it's going to be hard. 11, pardon me. It's going to be hard to pass up that opportunity. And I know that a lot of fans out there are clamoring to go offensive line, to go defensive line, and the reality is with offensive line, I mean, if it's not a tackle and probably a left tackle, you're not going to draft a player that high. I mean, we just talked about it with Scott/David Bear, that the Bears, their biggest needs are the interior line, but the Bears got the 10th pick. That's probably, and not traditionally, a spot where you're going to go and select something like that. And so I think if you got a Tyler Warren available, they end up going that way, but it is going to be hard, regardless of who is there at 11, because there's going to be a lot of good players. I do think defensive tackle is something that they have been missing for quite some time, even when they went to the Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. Robert Saleh coming back, you look at your division rival in the Rams, it is really hard not to think and to want to see that defense get a little bit younger. And to your point on rotational players, use a lot of these picks on younger guys. You got some flexibility, you got some depth, and you got some insurance when inevitable football injuries happen.
Yeah, as far as the we talked a lot about it. They're starting to run right now. They're getting loosened up. D linemen, the D tackles, the D ends. Outside of that, is Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, really going to be there for you at number 11? He may be the third best player overall in the draft, but he is a corner. What is Travis Hunter? Is he going to be drafted as a corner or a wide receiver or both? But after him, he's the second best corner in this draft.
Yeah.
But will he be there for you at 11? Tyler Warren has got to be one of the top 10 players in this draft, isn't he? And he's just different. We were talking to JLC about Kyle Juszczyk. Tyler Warren's got a little juice in him. He's got a little Kittle in him. He's got a little Trent Williams in him. I mean, and he would be the ultimate chess piece for Kyle. I mean, we talk about the 5 eligibles, the tight end, running back, including fullback, wide receivers, the way you blur those positions. Tyler Warren could do it better than anybody. He can play inline tight end Y like George. He can play fullback like Juszczyk. He can play H-back like Juszczyk. He could play slot wide receiver like Jawan Jennings or Ricky Pearsall. You could put him out of the X. Hell, you could play him at quarterback like Brock and snack him. He did play quarterback in high school when he throws left-handed. So just that nature of it throws people off. Now,
He's 257.
Is that a luxury? And he can block. I mean, when you go, inline Y, it's almost like what Detroit does where they bring in the extra lineman. He's like another lineman. And George is there. I mean, could you imagine lining up Trent Williams at left tackle, George Kittle outside of him, and Tyler Warren outside of him, and trying to run that way? Now, with Juszczyk, they did it with motion, that SIF action, and Kyle did it with angles, but this guy's just a monster. He's a take-on guy. Now, is that, I hate to say a luxury item because he's a great football player, but you need so much else you got to fix this defense, first and foremost. If they get healthy, the offense should fix itself, right? If you get McCaffrey back, Ayuk back, and Trent Williams back, even if you have to move Debo off the roster, you should get back to Purdy for 30. But defense is where they're getting trampled. So do you view that, if you're John Lynch and Kyle, as taking this tight end, this man-child? Who is he? He can play everywhere, but he's different than anybody else. So, we just outscore him. But is that so? If it comes down to one of these D tackles or D linemen, and maybe not at your first one, Carter's going to be gone. The Michigan guys, one will be gone, and then you're looking at, maybe the third or fourth guy you like at D end or D tackle, or do you just take there's also other tight ends later in the draft you could take them, but this guy's just different because he plays so many different positions for you.
Yeah, and there's you didn't even mention someone like Mike Green, the edge out of Marshall, who
what I've read is that's a little high. I do like him. His spin move is just wow, and then he's got pure power. But Larry mentioned, what does he weigh? 252 pounds, something like that.
248.
248. Yeah. So, do we have all the heights and weights on these guys since they've been here, all the updated ones? I wanted to get that when I was here. But anyway, the Niners do like bigger guys on the edge. Although, Nick's a big guy, Gross Montos is a big guy. You can get away. Leonard Floyd's not. I mean, Leonard Floyd looks like an NBA small forward with those spindly legs. What does he weigh? So, you do it in different ways. But, no, the Marshall kid is powerful, and then he's got an assortment of pass rush moves. That spin move? That's something he could help Nick Bosa. Nick tried to bring that out a little bit last year. This guy's spin mode is big time.
What did we learn in the Super Bowl? If you can get to the quarterback without having to blitz, it goes a long way. Because, Patrick Mahomes even was living a miserable life there in the first 3.5 quarters of that game. It is Papa and Silver. We'll keep this conversation moving live from Indianapolis NFL Combine. Also, phone lines are open. I don't know if Walter's been in the studio running around, probably working like crazy. Let's torture him a little bit more. Call in if you want to share your thoughts on what the 49ers need to do and what you want us to be looking for at the Combine, besides a fresh pair of sheets and some pillows. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The boys are in Indy. Papa and Silver are at the NFL Combine getting your latest scouting report as to who the 49ers should take at the number 11 pick in the NFL draft. Today you got defensive linemen and linebackers. Tomorrow you got defensive backs and tight ends. And over the weekend, quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs, and finishing it off with offensive linemen. And we want to hear from you, faithful. Who should the 49ers, what position group should the 49ers prioritize at the Combine and heading into the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
So now it'll be third, make it 4th down and about a yard. Again, he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo first down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the first down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
Allen got it. They tried to shove him from behind, and right now the ruling is he could not get across. He was barging ahead, and he could not get the first down. And the defense will leave. The offense will slowly depart the field, and the officials
is under review.
And there you go. They're going to look at it again. I still don't think he got it, though, Dev. He's looked at it.
After review, the ruling in the field stands as called.
Short.
The first down, Kansas City.
Oh, man, the sounds of Kevin Harlan for Westwood One in the AFC Championship game. And we're having a funny chat here with our buddy Chris Brown, the play-by-play radio voice for the Buffalo Bills. We had him once via the UMA guest line, but now we get to reconvene in person. So, Chris, great to meet you and have you on Papa and Silver Indianapolis edition. As we joked before this segment, you're glad you didn't have to hear that play. And
what was your call?
Talking a little tush push.
I do remember saying it looks like he's got it, which is the same thing that Nance and Romo said on TV.
Yeah.
And, I mean, to us, from our vantage point, and you know, having been in Kansas City, you're on top of the universe. You can practically see Nebraska from that broadcast booth because you can see clear over the other rim of the stadium. You can see Kauffman Stadium where the Royals play, and then Nebraska out to the other side. But we felt like he had gotten it. Heck, we thought Dalton Kincaid got it on the play before that on third down, and he got a crummy spot, which led to the fourth down in the first place. But, you know, there's no sense in having sour grapes now. What's done is done. You have the human element that's always going to be part of the officiating. I think the thing that chapped Bills fans the most was, if you look at the line judge on the opposite side of the field, he had Josh Allen as reaching the line to gain. The near side official comes in, and he has it a half yard short of that. And why he got to overrule the other one, I will never know. But that's how it went. And there are other calls in that game that drew the ire of Bills fans because more often than not, the Bills have been on the short end of the stick with some of these calls over the years. And that, coupled with losing again to the Chiefs, is what made it an interesting 2 weeks of radio after the loss.
2 weeks.
We know the feeling.
Oh, yeah, 2 weeks. It's never going to end. It's wide right. It's 13 seconds. It's 4th and 1. I feel your
Music City
pain.
Miracle, throw that in there.
I feel you. Oh, don't even get me started on that. Low Neal's a buddy of mine. Don't get me started. The one element of that play that I didn't love all day was having Josh take the center snap. And I know you want to go over the left guard, David Edwards, but you could slant over him and not actually have the quarterback hop from the A-gap out to the, further out.
Yeah.
And then they lined up Chris Jones and Mike Danner right over that side. Looking back, I know that's something Buffalo does a lot.
Yeah.
Did they do it too much in this game because Kansas City loaded up on that action?
Yeah, I think what happened was Josh realized that the Chiefs were being somewhat effective. I think by the end of the game, the Bills had only converted 4 of those 7 opportunities, both in goal line and in short yardage. And so I think Josh kind of felt compelled to do something a little bit different. There was one where he hopped really high, reached the ball out, and it got stripped out.
Right.
Fortunately, they had blown the whistle for forward
2-point
progress.
conversion as well. He got stopped on.
So I think because of what had happened earlier in the game in short yardage situations, Josh tried to tweak the approach a little bit just to throw something different at them instead of going with what had worked for the majority of the season. But to the Chiefs' credit, they had an answer for it, and the Bills chose not to divert from what had worked for them all season. And I think the lesson learned there for the Bills coaching staff, at least I hope, is when you get into these games with elite coaching staffs like that of Andy Reid, who I think some would even argue is one of one in terms of coaching staffs between him and Spagnuolo and even Dave Taub, the special teams coordinator, you have to bring something to the table that is nowhere on your film from the entire regular season, something you feel good about, that your players can execute, that is in your playbook, but has not been unfurled anywhere in the 17 weeks of the regular season or the playoffs. So you have something new to show a defense that is going to be as prepared as any in Steve Spagnuolo's crew.
Talking to Chris Brown here, voice of the Buffalo Bills, the Greg Papa of Buffalo.
Well, that's a little strong, but yeah.
Van Miller, John
He's been
Murphy.
doing it a lot longer than I have.
No, he's the best.
We love having
So
Chris
the reason
on.
we wanted to have you on, and I'm from Buffalo, and after the Niners got knocked out, I was pulling for you hard. The talk about this play, and in Philadelphia it's the tush push, the brotherly shove. Tirico dubbed it the Buffalo snowplow. Are you on board with that?
Yeah, he mentioned that, and fans have told me I should start calling it that now. I just call a short yardage play. I don't really label it per se. I just say, they're going to sneak it over the left side with Josh or whatever. So I haven't put a moniker on it per se. If Tirico wants to use it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take it from him. It works for Buffalo. The interesting part about it is Coach McDermott was asked about it. He, like John Lynch, is a member of the competition committee. This is his second year on that committee, and he was asked about it in his press conference here on Monday, and he had an interesting answer. In his opinion, he doesn't think it is a play that is rooted in safety for the players. He feels it is a dangerous play from a technique perspective for offensive linemen who are, buried under upwards of 2,000 pounds of mass of human flesh. And I think he believes with all that's been done the last several years to improve safety for the players, that is not a play that is a good example of trying to move in that direction. I give Coach McDermott a ton of credit for that because this is a play that has worked uncommonly well for the Bills. They benefit from that play being, something you're allowed to execute.
So if this goes to a vote at the owners' meetings, the Bills will vote to eliminate this play?
I don't know if the Bills as a team will vote that way. I think Coach McDermott, as a member of the competition committee, would not oppose getting rid of it based on his answer here on Monday, because he thinks it's a dangerous play and could risk injury to players unnecessarily. I give him a lot of credit because, as I said, it's a play that has benefited his own team.
Yeah.
And yet here he is saying it's kind of a dangerous play. We probably shouldn't have it.
So, different rule and a different policy that could be changing, as Jarrett Bell put out there for USA Today, is the Hawkeye technology.
Yeah.
And I want to get your thoughts on this. I mean, on one hand, Chris, it's like, oh, that could have been nice in the play that was very close with Josh Allen. On the other hand, can we stop changing rules because the Bills lose these close games?
Yeah, that's the problem, because I tweeted out Mike Garafolo's tweet yesterday when he put out Hawkeye technology is going to be used, and every reply I got from Bills fans who follow me is, year too late. Yeah, of course they're going to put it in now. The Bills fans are tired of the Bills being the victim that enacts change in the league. Now, we should point out that the officials are still going to spot the ball. The Hawkeye technology is then going to measure, did it reach the line to gain? So the human element of spotting the ball still exists. In my mind, this is a Band-Aid. You haven't fixed anything. You're trying to get an automated way to spot the ball effectively. Clearly the technology is not there yet. And people say, well, yeah, it is. You have tennis with the out-of-bounds line technology. You have soccer with goal line technology. Well, the difference is you don't have 22 players in the way. It's a clear line of demarcation where you can see the ball hitting and the technology can see where the ball hits. When you have a massive humanity in a short yardage play, there's too many bodies in the way to effectively let the Hawkeye technology identify where exactly the ball is.
Right.
So I get why if you don't feel the technology is caught up, you can't use it because it's not reliable. But don't give us this Band-Aid now where you're going to say, well, they'll spot the ball. It's like the humans are spotting the ball. You're just letting them use Hawkeye technology to replace two jamokes going out there with the chain and saying, well, we're on the 5th to last link and the first down marker. Did he get it? Did he not get it? Oh, he didn't get it. Okay.
Well, they have to do it in steps so that either the Bills or the 49ers get victim of the next layer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw it in the preseason.
I'd be for that.
I thought it was iffy. There was some good moments with him.
Yeah, I don't think we had a preseason game where they were using it. You guys had one?
We did one, yeah. We had it in Tennessee. Anyway, it's interesting because Buffalo uses that play as far as the Buffalo snowplow or the tush push, whatever, in Philadelphia. Kansas City never uses it. Mahomes, got hurt. He got concussed years ago, running that kind of play. They don't do it.
Yeah.
But the play they ran in the game, and it killed me, because the Niners going back to the Super Bowl, the Super Bowl in Vegas, 58.
Mm-hmm.
We could have won the Super Bowl in the 4th and 1. And Mahomes gets out to his right, design roll. He's got a two-way goal with Kelsey, keeps the ball. They ran that same action or some version of that action. You were talking about Andy bringing a new play in. You got to do that. Andy will also call, same formation schemes, maybe flip things, but he'll run the same play over. And they ran it on 4th and 1 against you. They ran it on 3rd and 2. They ran it on the touchdown.
Yeah.
How many times they run that play?
Well, right. And the reason they ran that was because bootlegs were a bugaboo for the Bills defense all season. The 44-42 game in L.A. against the Rams, Stafford is a guy that they like to get out on the edge all the time with McVay. He did it all day long, and the Bills could not get a handle on it or slow it down in any way, shape, or form. And that's out there. And look, the Lions did the same thing with Jared Goff, rolling him out, which they like to do a lot, and they did it with great effectiveness against the Bills. And the Bills, through the course of the season, could not come up with a concrete answer for it that worked on a reliable basis. So I don't blame Andy Reid. You see a weakness, exploit it, and, the Bills never could come up with a good answer for it.
Niners have had that problem with Nick Bosa on those jet sweeps, jet passes. McCole Hardman one game had 3 touchdowns, and they didn't even block Nick. They knew he would come upfield, take the cheese. They ran right by him, which leads to you guys picking number 30 overall. How many D linemen, both inside and outside, got to go in the first round? Maybe as many as 10. So we're looking heavy. Niners need a lot of different things, but mainly defensive linemen, maybe D tackles specifically.
Okay.
Does Buffalo feel like they got to improve the edge?
I think they know they need to improve defensive tackle. Just from a sheer numbers standpoint, you're going to need bodies there because some of the late season pickups that they had to refortify the position, Jordan Phillips and Quentin Jefferson, who they picked up off Dallas and Cleveland practice squads, they're both free agents. Daquan Jones, who's 34 years old and got old in a hurry this year, could be a cap casualty. He could be off the roster. And you can get to a point very quickly where the only defensive tackles you have under contract on Buffalo's roster are going to be Ed Oliver and Dwayne Carter, their 3rd-round pick last year. So you got holes to fill there just from a sheer numbers standpoint. And then on the edge, I think they know they have to get better there. Von Miller is a player that represents the biggest cap savings on the roster of players who you could see them moving on from. He turns 36 next month and really is not the same player anymore. I think they know they have to upgrade there. He represents $8.5 million in cap savings, so he would make sense as a cap casualty. I could see the Bills, who are going to have 10 picks, if they get the 2 fifth-round compensatories they're supposed to get, using 7 to 8 of those picks on defensive players because they need defensive end help, they need defensive tackle help, and they need corner and safety help. So depending on what falls in front of them, I don't know if there's going to be good value at defensive tackle or edge rusher at 30. I could see the value at corner looking really nice, and I could see them swinging and taking a corner there if the defensive players up front that we expect to come off the board come off. And I think there's still players in round 2 where the Bills have 2 picks might be able to scoop up some defensive line talent at that point.
Yeah, so Chris, what's the biggest need, in your opinion, offensively? Because this was such an ironic year in the sense that you go into it with Josh Allen on paper having the worst set of weapons around him in his entirety, and then the team flourished. He wins MVP. Khalil Shakir just reached an agreement on a contract extension. Really good player. And they got 3 running backs who maybe none of them superstars, but really solid. And James Cook, I think, is going to get better. So it doesn't surprise me to hear you say you think most of these draft picks are going to be used on the defensive side of the ball. If and when they go offense, what are you looking at as the biggest need?
Yeah, they're probably going to look at receiver. It's not a sexy receiver class this year. There certainly don't seem to be any alpha males, which is what you'd like to add, because I think you have a lot of very good skill position players. You don't have a lot of elite skill position players. Cook is probably your only one right now. Coleman has the potential to be that just based on his athletic gifts, but he has to grow into that, and that's an if right now, not a when. So you roll all that together and you say, well, just get an alpha receiver. Well, those don't grow on trees, and if you want to sign one, they cost upwards of 25, 26 million a year. Just to get a really good one, you want an elite one, you're paying over 30, and the free agent market isn't even that good. And if T. Higgins gets somehow re-signed by Cincinnati, that's really the only guy you're potentially looking at. Maybe if Devontae Adams gets clipped by the Jets as a cap casualty.
You like Tebow?
Little long in the tooth.
They already have a number 1 Samuel.
Damn.
That's right.
Yeah, Curtis Samuel.
He go back to 19.
Right. So I think receiver is the position they would be looking at. Unfortunately, it's just very weak in free agency and in the draft. So do they fill it to their satisfaction? I don't know. Maybe they trade for one. I don't know. I think anything's possible, but I think the ardent focus is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. They really got to fix it because their big problem was getting off the field on third down.
Yeah.
They were 29th in third down defense last year, and that was due largely to the fact that they were not very effective on first and second down, and then on third down they couldn't rush the passer. With 4, they had to blitz to get consistent pressure, and even that wasn't effective. I think they finished with like 38 sacks on the year. That was like 19th in the league. It just flat out wasn't good enough. They have to get better.
Congratulations to Josh Allen. What a year, most valuable player.
Yeah.
We love him from the Central Valley and Fireball. Do they, and we asked partly because of Brock Purdy, and I wonder what KC will do with Mahomes, do they adjust his contract this offseason?
They restructured it last year to create some cap relief, and they really bit the bullet on the cap last year because trading Diggs had them eat 31.7 in dead cap on him. So they bit the bullet last year. They're still over the cap right now by about $10 million or so. So they've got some work to do. I think they're going to restructure a couple of contracts. There could be some surprise cuts. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that Matt Milano's a June 1st release. Ooh. He's just getting too injured too much of the time. A warrior of a player, I think a guy that is beloved in Buffalo, but he's getting to a point where it's getting hard for him to stay on the field the last 2 seasons, and Dorian Williams is ready to start. That kid is a firecracker at linebacker, and the guy started 9 games while they waited for Milano to come back, and at the end of the season, Dorian Williams was still the team's leading tackler with 9 starts. So he's a guy that I think is ready to step into the starting lineup. Maybe they keep Milano at a reduced cost as a backup. But if they, can't agree on something, I wouldn't rule out a June 1st release there. And then beyond that, they've got some other guys whose contracts have to be reworked. Dawson Knox, his contract is terribly out of whack value-wise. He makes 28 receptions. He's got a $14.3 million cap figure. They got to fix that because that's like franchise tag money.
Right.
He's not that. So they've got some work to do there. I think if they sign some of their young core players to extensions, maybe they can generate cap relief that way, whether it's James Cook, Terrell Bernard, Christian Benford, their cornerback. So they've got a lot of things they got to sort out between now and March 12th for sure.
Chris, really appreciate you coming by with us. Great to have this conversation in person. And
thank you, Brownie.
We'll be monitoring the Buffalo Bills throughout the draft, and I'm glad that we do not have to. Well, yeah, you always do for sure.
I do.
I'm glad we talked to some Raiders. We talked to everyone, the Bears, everyone that's got a pick in front of the 49ers.
They're way back there.
Bills we're friendly with. We're on good terms. They don't have to ruin our life here unless they trade up and do something wacky.
Yeah, Bean is an active guy. He's gone up. He's gone down. I don't think he's going up where you guys are picking, though. That's pretty costly to get it. What are you guys, 11?
11.
Yeah, they're not going up there.
No. Stay back.
Maybe a few spots. Not. His moves are usually small, 3 to 4 picks.
I think the goal next year for both teams is to pick 32nd.
Yeah,
right.
I would say so.
Amen to that.
Good seeing you, Brownie.
All right, good to be with you.
Safe travels, man.
He is Chris Brown, the play-by-play radio voice for the Buffalo Bills. Great to have him here in person at Indianapolis, and we'll keep this conversation moving. On the other side, talking a lot of things football, as we've been right here. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Very similar approach. I think if anything, just, Kyle and I have worked together a long, long time. And so, just walking through the halls, I was just at a restaurant, ran into D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick right before him and Mike McDaniel over there. All these guys that have been with us over the years, and personnel people, Adam Peters, And so a lot of people contributed a lot to really refining a process that we work by, and we always are tweaking it, trying to make it better. So I think if anything, when you have some form of continuity, and we've had that, it allows you to have systems, challenge them, test them, what's working, what's not, and continue to hone in and always try to get better. You never stay the same, so you always are trying to get better.
Yeah, it's a snippet right there of John Lynch speaking at the NFL Combine, talking about the draft approach and how last year is going to be a nice model going into this year. They're going to have more picks, 10, barring any kind of trades or any draft day drama, which could always happen. But last year, you look at the draft class, and as disappointing as the season was coming off a Super Bowl as a whole, they go 6-11. health bit them in the butt from day one. But draft-wise, I'm glad that John Lynch, if he's going to have a similar approach, because Ricky Pearsall showed some flashes of the player he could be in round one. Obviously had not the rookie season he was supposed to. Renardo Green in the second round, getting him late there, was proven to be a really good pick so far. Dominic Pooney and an offensive line that otherwise had some holes, had a really solid rookie year, the tackle out of Kansas. And then Malik Mustafa. I love that clip on the St. Brown podcast where Amon-Ra and Jahmyr Gibbs talk about how hard he hit and cut Jahmyr Gibbs' face open. Isaac Guerrero and Jacob Cowing are two players that's a little bit more of a wait and see. But the bottom line is the 49ers, if they can cash in on some of these early round picks, and they got them this year, Lynch mentioned it, 4 picks in the top 100. They're looking to spend less money. They're looking to get a little bit younger. And if you want to be successful all at the same time, well, this is how you do it. It starts here at the draft, and it starts by evaluating at the NFL Combine.
And you heard John talking about all the different people, and we're going to get together with some of the Niner people tonight, and they've all moved on, become head coaches and GMs in other places, so that's the success. But John is still in his job. Kyle is still in his job. And you have continuity. So they've been together for 9 years. You know, forever it was John Schneider and Pete Carroll just talking out loud, and my brain is starting to really see my eyes rolling back in the back of my head now. The lack of sleep is hitting hard right now. And I've spent a lot of days and nights completely hungover doing the show and at Super Bowls, to be frank. And this is different, though, when you don't, sleep at all. And anyway.
We're going to go run a 40-yard dash at Lucas Oil Stadium, and then we're going to go back to the hotel room and just head on the pillow, knock out.
I'm going to run the 40-yard dash right to the pillow to start. But anyway, what I was saying is that a lot of people have left here, but John and Kyle remain.
Yeah.
Are they where do they rank as far as longest running GM head coach duo currently in the NFL? I mean, they've been together a long time. And what that does is, Pittsburgh had it for years with Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin, and before that, Bill Cowher, and, they've had 3 coaches in like 60 years. But that you always know what a Pittsburgh Steeler player looks like, especially when they got away from the steel curtain in the 4-man front and went to a 34 with the outside linebackers. There were certain linebackers you just saw in college and thought, those guys are Steelers, and they're going to get them. So there's something to be said for the continuity, where there's a lot of ways to play offensive football. There's a lot of ways to play defensive football. The Niners have a way they play on both sides of the ball. And if you just keep drafting with that same philosophy, and you're not going to hit every draft, even in the first round, it's a 50-50 toss of the coin if a guy's going to turn out to be a player. But they are of like mind, and because they've been together so long, you're able to just keep stacking players and have a philosophy on how you want to play. There's certain guys, you look at these linemen, and their D linemen are running now, but are they Casera guys? Are they GTFO guys? Are they get the F off guys? It's not so much their 40-yard dash or even their 10-yard split. They measure their first 10 yards, certainly, but they also have a metric where they look at their first 3 steps. We talk about the Warriors and those 3 steps, and they've changed. The Warriors now, it's more about the last 3. My voice. But the last 3 steps. And they're not playing as fast, so they've changed the way they play. But anyway, because John and Kyle have been together so long, the process, and John hopefully will drop by tomorrow, and just how much better they are at what they're doing now. The early days, you take a flyer on Solomon Thomas. He was a tweener, just didn't work out. Reuben Foster's not a Niner. He's not even in the NFL. Would he even pass your background checks that you do now? You just don't do that. But you were talking about the draft last year. That the volume of snaps those guys played were a major surprise.
Yes.
That was not the plan. This was a team coming off a Super Bowl loss in overtime the year before. They fully thought, we're drafting guys for the future. We're going to bring them in, teach them how to be Niners, and then they're going to play eventually. Aaron Banks didn't play right away. He was behind Laken Tomlinson, eventually got the job. That's the way the process works. Did anybody think Dominic Pooney
would be a plug-and-play right guard who played every snap, but I think won. I mean, who thought that? And that guy's that's a third-round draft pick. You didn't even know what he was. What position can he play? He can play everywhere. He didn't play right guard in college. He played left tackle. He played the other side.
Right.
Just so wild. Anyway, Ricky's a player. Ricky was the one guy who didn't play as much because of all this. But he's, as far as pure ability, there's no doubt you take Ricky Pearsall. Now, there were some other wide receivers. McConkey did well with the Rams, the Chargers. But Ricky's a player. But the key to the draft, to me, was getting Renardo Green in the second round. That guy is a fierce hitter, outside player. The game he had against Seattle, the undercut against Geno Smith on that Thursday night game, they may not win that game if he does not make the play. Just so many matchups he had. He could also move inside if you had to. But that guy, you get him in the second round. What was he, picked 60, whatever he was, 62, 63? I mean, to get him that effective later, maybe even 64. And so you got
64.
So you hit 1, you hit 2, you hit 3, and then Malik will light you up. I mean, Malik will stuff you. He's a big hitter. He's still young as far as taking the proper angles, but I think he's, of all the 3 young safeties, including Talanoa and Jair, I think he's the one they feel the best about right now. Jair's got to improve, and Jair was their first pick going back a couple of years ago at Penn State. Had some big plays, interception of the Super Bowl, when Talanoa blew out his knee when they brought him in against Baker, and they went right at him, and he wound up batting the ball away in the end zone, coming up with a pick to win the game. But it was not the plan to play these guys the amount of snaps, especially with Renardo Green, with Dominic Pooney, and with Malik Mustafa. Cowling, we got to see what he's about, the later picks, but now that they've played so many snaps as rookies, what are they going to be like as second-year players? But now you got to follow it up with another draft.
Yeah, you do. Exactly.
And you're not picking 31, you're picking 11.
Yeah.
So you got a whole different type of player. So if you're up against, the oldest roster in the league, and is that true? But John made that comment. If they're not the oldest, he's concerned about their age. And we can't keep, laying out cash. To pay, how do you overcome, salary cap problems? You throw cash at players. And now we're not, we're going to spread it out over time. Your paragraph 5 number comes down. Well, we got to write you a check. When you keep writing checks, it gets costly. So I think what they're at now, we thought about Myles Garrett for a minute, but in reality, you can't give up all the draft capital to get him and then you pay him a lot of money. This team had the 19 draft was a really good draft. 17 you got George, 18 you got Fred, 19 you got Debo and Nick. They've had good drafts, certainly, and then getting Brock, flipped everything. But this last draft, as far as volume, was probably John's best. But you got to follow it up now. This is a critical time, and it's not cheap labor because they all make a lot of money, but the draft is where you get affordable labor at big positions. And if you can get guys with 11, now you're thinking if you pick somebody at 11, you'd think he's going to be a starter right away. Or if you're picking late in the round or even in the second or third after trading all the picks for Trey Lance, you're not anticipating they're going to come in and be starters right away. You'd have to play like Aaron Banks for a year watching, and then after Tomlinson moves on in free agency. So last year was a good draft, but I think they're better at it now because they've been doing it longer. And the fact that John and Kyle have been together, this is now 9 years. They know what kind of player they want on both sides of the ball.
Well, we'll hopefully get John Lynch on the show tomorrow, and I do have some more thoughts to share off of this on the other side, but going to take a quick time out, pay our bills. It is Papa and Silver, more NFL talk, as we've done all day, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter Ricardo Seta here back at KNBR Studios in San Francisco. The boys are out in Indy scouting who the 49ers could potentially take at number 11, and today the defensive linemen are going at the combine. So let us know your thoughts, faithful. Who do you want the 49ers to take if they go D-line with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to chime in on the conversation.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, no cataracts. Laser Eye Center, they're in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Schmidt swings, hits a fly ball, deep right center field. Brujan going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone! Onto the grassy berm out in right center. Casey Schmidt deposits one over the wall here at Scottsdale Stadium for his first home run of the spring. And it's a 2-run shot to give the Giants a 2-1 lead.
Wait a minute. That's not football. That's not Indianapolis. That's not the NFL Combine. But guess what?
Schmidt happens.
Schmidt happens. Exactly. Well put, Papa. As you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Of course, we are out at the Indianapolis Convention Center. And as it started getting a little bit more empty in here, we were looking at each other with the eyes rolling back, the bags getting deep under. I'm thinking, where are we? What's happening? Realized
there's tumbleweeds blowing through here. There's no one here.
Got to get back to some of our roots. Talk a little San Francisco Giants here.
I'm still watching linemen run, but Casey Schmidt.
Look, grind don't stop.
No,
but
we got it. But Casey Schmidt hit a bomb yesterday, and we've talked a lot about Tyler Fitzgerald, and Buster kind of anointed him as the new second baseman. But and Tyler's not playing right now. He's got a little bit of a back injury. A lot of time to go between now. You know, the season starts 1 month from the day. Today's February 27th. The season starts March 27th, also on a Thursday in Cincinnati. So, 4 weeks away, 5 weeks away, whatever it is. Tyler will get a chance to get healthy and get that job. But Casey Schmidt, with his power, his bat speed, not just a pull side, but going the opposite way, I think defensively, Tyler did tell us when we had him on before spring training, he thought going to second base he'd be better there than at short. He kind of rushed things at short. He wasn't really a center fielder. They kind of threw him out there. So we'll see. But Casey, he would be your starting third baseman and maybe vie for a Gold Glove. It wasn't for Matt Chapman being on the team. And then he'd play short if it wasn't for Willie Adames. You would think he'd be a pretty good second baseman. So anyway, he impressive home run yesterday. You got Brett Wisely in the mix. You know, there's certain battles for the fourth outfield spot, certainly. And then also, you know, who's going to be the backup middle infielder overall. And, you would think it's going to be maybe Wisely as a left-handed hitter because they don't have any lefties on this 40-man roster besides Lamont Wade Jr. But I don't know. I do like Casey a lot. I think he improved last year when Pat Burrell had him step up on the plate. And we talked to Pat about it. He's got more coverage on the pitch away, and he can drive the ball the opposite field. So just keep an eye on him. But the Giants are playing today. And Landon Roop, Greg, what an outing. He already pitched the first spring game a week ago in Surprise on that Saturday at Texas, and he went a couple of innings and pitched clean baseball. The curveball was outstanding. He followed it up today. Landon Roop went 3 innings today. He gave up 1 hit, he walked no one, and he struck out 5. So he got 9 batters out, 5 were strikeouts. He threw 40 pitches, 31 were strikes.
Yeah.
Jordan Hicks, your guy, blew 100 yesterday, and we didn't see that velocity. When he's a short reliever, he's one of the hardest throwers ever. 102, 103, but he was kind of pacing himself. Now he's just going to grip it and rip it, let it go, and go as deep as he can. So, obviously Logan Webb is the first opening day guy. Justin Verlander's number 2 will pitch the home opener. You got Robbie Ray with his new Tarek Skubal curveball or changeup, which is an interesting grip on that as a left-hander. That could be deadly. Then you got Jordan Hicks, number 4. And we kind of thought the 5th spot, if they would even need a 5th spot right away, because they don't. They got off days, 2 off days before the home opener. You don't have to do it. We thought it'd be between Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong. Birdie, who has tremendous stuff. Where is Landon Roop in this equation? And I didn't see any video yet. We'll look at it tonight. But his curveball and the way he can spot his other pitches, he struck out 5 batters today, went 3 innings, got 9 outs, and struck out 5 of them.
I'll say this, Papa. In the same way that we've been talking NFL the first 3 hours here and how the 49ers can get better at a variety of positions because depth never hurts. Depth absolutely is an asset when it comes to pitching, especially for this team. When you look at, you got one clear workhorse in Logan Webb.
Then you've got the two veterans who are trying to bounce back from injury, and Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander. And then you got a whole bunch of young arms. The beauty of it is, if Landon Roop doesn't get that 5th spot to start the year, or if he spends a good amount of time in Sacramento, or even if Hayden Birdsong doesn't start the year up, they're going to need these guys at some point or another. So it's a good sign to see Jordan Hicks hitting triple digits already, but we don't know what it's going to be over the course of a full season because he did a lot of offseason training to try to get conditioned into being this role, and Shayna Rubin wrote a good piece about it where they didn't want Jordan Hicks overdoing it in the spring, but it's just not who he was to kind of dial back, and I'm glad to see him hitting 96 to 100. I think that's a great
100 yesterday.
Early sign.
A Hunsky.
Yeah. As far as Casey Schmidt, today the Giants are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position, so I'm just going to throw that stat to the side. Casey Schmidt, I wasn't a huge fan of him chasing the strike zone a little bit too much last year.
He just struck out swinging, by the way.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, nice timing there by me. It is good to see the early sign of getting some power in spring training, and I think that a lot of baseball for these younger guys, and we focus on it the most with the Camilo Doval and Marco Luciano, probably those two in particular, it is such a mental game, so anything you can do to get a little confidence early on and then to even apply that to someone like a Landon Roop, hey, 31 out of 40 strikes, 5 Ks in 3 innings, I'll take that outing any day.
And he's a guy who started in the bullpen last year. He pitched so well. We saw him, his curveball last year was one of the best pitches on the staff. He wants to be a starter. To me, you could move Kyle Harrison in the bullpen. And I know talking to some people, George Contos, for one, thinks Kyle Harrison should be a reliever. He doesn't have enough ways to get you out. Now, he doesn't need to have great command, and that arm side fastball command wavers with him, but he does drop down, and he just gets swing and misses on the high fastball, even though it's not 100 like Jordan Hicks is, but at 95, 96, or even 92, 93 can blow you away. I don't know if you want to do that with a young guy like Kyle Harrison, but I could see that. If you need a second lefty, and right now Eric Miller's not even pitching. The numbness there, and it's not going to be a severe injury, but it is something to keep an eye on. But you would like to have a second lefty, and if you don't have Eric Miller, you may not have a lefty at all. But would you throw Harrison in the bullpen like we've been talking about, and then, between Roop and Birdsong, Birdsong probably needs a little more seasoning, although his stuff, too, is overpoweringly good. That guy's got 4 ways to get you out, and his 4-seam fastball is the base, but he comes at you with 3 other pitches he uses equally. So, in any event, we had to take a brief diversion here from Indianapolis, the home of the Indianapolis Indians, by the way. They still go by that name that they don't use in Cleveland anymore from the American Association. But the linemen are beginning to run around. Is our guy Graham, who, by the way, has a Patrick Mahomes kind of hairdo, doesn't he? I mean,
he does.
The former Mahomes. Mahomes just got his hair cut after he lost the Super Bowl. He looks more tapered. He actually looks younger. But Mahomes has decided to lose that childish haircut. Graham's got that haircut. It's a little odd looking. Is he going to do anything on field? Is he going to run?
No, so I read an article from Pro Football Talk published by Josh Alper that Mason Graham's only going to be doing the bench press, the combine. So,
right.
Yeah, no running measurements, just a little bench press. And you know what? I can't even judge him because if you put me on the bench press, I don't think I'd want to do 1 rep of anything today.
225?
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Right now they're doing the wave drill. What's the hell a wave drill? Is that a new one here? So he's not going to run, which, that's probably good for him because most people think he would not perform well, in his 40-yard dash or some of the, underwear Olympics here. So he's not going to do anything, huh?
So was it Larry Krueger who was telling us that we should root for Mason Graham to perform poorly?
But he's not going to perform at all.
I know.
I mean, everybody has said that. All the writing is they don't think he's going to test well. The film don't lie. So he's just not going to. Darius Alexander just slipped down on the wave drill. Young lineman from Holy Toledo slipped right out of there. Have they done this before with linemen up and down, the up and downs? It's more of a linebacker drill they're doing now.
Yeah, but they're testing it with the 300-pounders.
Change of direction. We got to chase the ball. You got to run him down. Turn and burn.
Do a little Fred Warner out there.
As Chris Kasarik would say, the 49er linemen have got to turn and burn. It's a turn and burn drill where you're chasing balls left, right, or ball carriers, then
changing direction, and that's what the Niners do as well as anybody.
Absolutely.
They're making them do it a long time. These guys are gassed. Can I go watch football players train?
Well, we got
I know I'm being told that's not important, but it's kind of the reason I came here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, no, you came here to sleep, actually, and so that's why we got the couch in the lobby of the Sheraton.
Yeah, I know.
We got about 45 minutes left, and then we will be going to watch football or sleeping. Take your pick.
And they're going till 5:30 tonight here in Indy. So D linemen right now, then linebackers are going later.
So it is Papa and Silver. Nice little brief diversion. On the other side, maybe we talk a little bit about the Warriors who play the Orlando Magic tonight at 7 o'clock. Throw in a nice little sprinkle of all the seasonings of Bay Area
7
sports
o'clock
today.
our time, 4 o'clock in the Bay Area, to our Bay Area.
That is correct. Yeah. Hey,
You're an East Coast guy
don't
now,
listen to
huh?
me. Most of you KNBR, these sports leader listeners, but hey, what's new? It is Papa and Silver. Talk a little Dubs next and react to some of what Mark Spears told us right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are 6-1 in the Jimmy Buckets era, and it continues on the road as they start their 5-game road trip here tonight in Orlando. Then they got Philly, Charlotte, New York, and Brooklyn. This is a huge, huge road trip where the Warriors can gain some ground on the Western Conference. How are your thoughts on the Dubs going into this long road trip? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to chime in.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
And one thing I recall about him, and I think I told you guys this before, like I've never seen a player will two teams to the finals that had no business being there. And Jimmy Butler did that. He did that in the bubble. He did that 2 years ago. I mean, obviously, it's Steph's team. It's always going to be Steph's team. But when Draymond talks about them, you know, being a championship caliber team, I do worry about their lack of size still, lack of scoring on the inside. But Jimmy does help in that regard. Kuminga helps in that regard. And we're seeing the Warriors go 6-1 with Jimmy without one game with Kuminga. So if Kuminga could get healthy, the team could get healthy the rest of the way, I mean, they're truly capable of beating anybody on any given night.
Yeah, stark difference in mentality from how the Warriors were talked about 3 weeks ago to how they're being talked about today. And this is no secret by now. Looking to go to 7-1 tonight at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock our time as we are out here at the Indianapolis Convention Center in Orlando to face the Magic. Now, the Magic, they beat them once this year, Papa, and this team is making some nice strides as a young team. They started 17-9, but a series of injuries put this team in disarray, as Mark Spears put it. And then the other quote that we just heard about Jimmy Butler, I've never seen a player will two teams to the finals that had absolutely no business being there.
I'd have to think about that more.
Yeah.
But he's talking about, you know, Jimmy in Miami with Andre Iguodala there and Bam and Heat culture going to the bubble in Orlando in the finals and losing to AD and the Lakers and then doing it a couple of years ago. They had a few injuries along the way that helped them, but they wound up losing in the finals. So the thing with Jimmy is he's just completely changed the fortunes of this franchise. And we were talking about midseason acquisitions in the history of the NBA. Pau Gasol, that gift from Memphis and what that did to the Lakers middle of the year, and then the Clyde Drexler trade for Houston in the heart of a champion for Rudy T back in the mid-'90s. They were a 6 seed. They won it all. So, you know, it's what Draymond was saying was we have a belief now to win the championship, but just in any game that we go and play, even on the road, we have a belief we're going to win. And I felt that way ever since Steve has been the head coach. And we had the 14-15 team back and had Mo Buckets on the air. And that team, you know, they were 5-2, then won 16 in a row to get to 21-2. And right from that point, any game the Warriors played, no matter where they were on the road, I felt that they're going to win the game if they play their game. There was a time earlier this year where they looked lost. You didn't have that feeling at all. That feeling is back. Where, case in point, you started that last road trip. When the Warriors traded for Jimmy Butler, they were in the midst of a 6-game road trip. Remember the Utah game that they lost? How many did they lead with like 3 minutes to go? They were up 11 points.
Yeah, it was bad.
With 3 minutes to go and lost. And, you know, teams lose leads. Look what OKC did against Minnesota the other night. But if you're up 11 with 3 minutes to go in the game, you have got to win that game. They lost that game. Then the Laker game, they traded for Jimmy, right then. Part of the Utah game was they took guys out of the layup line. They traded Wiggs and Schroeder and Slow-Mo, and so they didn't have enough bodies to play that game, and they wilted down. But anyway, then they get Jimmy in. They get behind in Chicago. They flip it with an incredible, 56-13. They flipped that game. Then they beat Milwaukee. They lost to Dallas at the end. Could have won that game. Then they beat Houston. So when he joined them on the last road trip, they wound up winning 3 of the last 4 of that trip. Then they come out of the All-Star break better than ever. They just roll Sacramento, roll Dallas, roll Charlotte. The assist-turnover ratio in both categories, offensively and defensively.
I think it was 40 assists in Sacramento and 30 against Dallas for the Jimmy Butler first home game.
And against Charlotte, a big number. And their opponents are shooting under 40%. I mean, they're not just winning, they're crushing people. So now we go to the happiest place on earth, where Mark Spears joined us the other day. Orlando's not that place right now. They lost by 40 at home to Cleveland. Cleveland's good, but they lost at home by 40. So you go on this road trip, and you just have this Jimmy vibe where you were 3-1 with Jimmy on the trip before he came home, beat Sac, won the 2 home games. Now you're 6-1. Honestly, on this road trip right now, I think the Warriors have a chance like the old days. When they used to go on a trip like this, I thought they're going to win every single game. At Orlando tonight. At Philly, have you watched the Sixers lately? What's going on with them?
They gave the Knicks a run for their money, surprisingly.
Still lost.
Last night?
Still lost.
They did.
And
They've lost 9 in a row.
That game is an ABC game. Is on March the 1st against the Philadelphia 76ers. March the 2nd is the anniversary of Wilt scoring 100 points in a game. We always think of that when they go back to Philly and Hershey, PA, because he did it as the Philadelphia Warriors. But Orlando's a winnable game tonight. Now, not even winnable. It's a game you would be disappointed if you don't win. At Philadelphia, you think you're going to win that game. At Charlotte, we just saw them. I don't care if LaMelo plays or not. Steph going home against the Currys, they should win that game. Then the interesting one is the world's most famous arena, and then you got an off day before you play Brooklyn. Love that road trip. You get a full day off in Manhattan and Brooklyn. And the Knicks game will be on TNT coming up next week.
And mind you, the Knicks game is the second end of a back-to-back, so it makes me wonder what they're going to do on the front end.
Roll Charlotte. Well, Steph's got to play.
Yeah.
He's not going back home and not playing. But what you want to do in that game is rub them out. Have them start the third quarter, play 5 minutes, get out, and beat them by 40. Now, it's harder. It's the NBA. But in all honesty now, on this road trip, at Orlando, at Philadelphia, at Charlotte, even at the world's most famous arena, at Brooklyn, and they're feisty, what would you say? A 4-1 minimum? You'd be disappointed if you go 3-2, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Because you expect to win the first 3 and maybe get Brooklyn, maybe you drop the Knicks. I don't know. A 4-1 would be acceptable, but honestly, what they're thinking now with Jimmy Butler, why don't we go 5-0? Why don't we do what we used to do when we were going to be championship? Go on the road and sweep an entire road trip.
So I don't love the comparisons to the 2022 team where people say this is kind of how 2022 was, where they weren't the necessarily odds-on favorite. They weren't the top seed. They didn't have home court advantage throughout the playoffs, but they found a way to win. The difference is this. In 2022, they also started that season 18-2. They had a lot of wins in the bank. Steph got hurt late when Marcus Smart fell on his foot, and then he came back a little bit more rested. Everything clicked at the right time. Some of the matchups were more favorable in the playoffs. So I don't love that being a direct comparison here in 2025. That said, Warriors right now have the longest win streak in the Western Conference. They have the third longest win streak in the entire NBA. 2 teams in the East, 8 games. Cleveland, who just smacked Orlando by 40, and the Detroit Pistons, who just beat the Boston Celtics by 20. What a great turnaround story that is. And they're going to see the Pistons, the Warriors, first game back from this road trip, March the 8th at Chase Center.
Yeah, that'd be a game worth checking out. And then you got Portland, Sac. Right off this road trip, they got a long homestand. Detroit, Portland, Sac, Knicks, Denver, Milwaukee. How many games is that? 7? Toronto. They got a 7. They have these streaks where they go away for 5 or 6, come home for 7, and then go back on the road.
No, they're back on the road for 6.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. But then by then, you're into April and the season is almost over. So, honestly, before the Jimmy Butler trade, at Orlando, Philadelphia, Charlotte, Knicks, Brooklyn, you're looking at 3-2. I mean, you're losing games to Utah when you have an 11-point lead with 3 minutes to go. Now, you're thinking, why don't we go 5-0? Why don't we sweep this road trip? And what you're doing now is getting into what, and Steve Kerr set this out before, and I kind of scoffed at it initially, to getting to the Super 6. They're right there. The Clippers have 26 losses. They're 6. The Warriors have 27. Minnesota has 27. Minnesota's won one more game. The Clippers have won more. You're essentially one game behind the Clippers to be not in play-in, but actually in the playoffs. The goal would be, in the old days, we're thinking 6. Are you out of your mind? We don't want to be 6 and have to play at 3. 3 could be Denver. Let's try to get up. The hard thing is the Lakers only have 21 losses. The Rockets, actually, because they won 2 more games than the Lakers, have 22 losses, but they're ahead of them percentage points. And they rolled San Antonio last night. Yeah. Saw most of that game. So, realistically, I mean, the Warriors could get on a heater here and go on a long winning streak. Although the goal would be 6. It'd be high. It'd be tough to get higher than 6 because the Lakers, and they look like a different team right now, and we'll watch them again. But they only have 21 losses. The Warriors have 6 more losses than the Lakers. That's probably undoable.
Probably, most likely. The Warriors do close the season on April 13th at home against the LA Clippers. So you look at things right now, that could be a very meaningful game. Now, again, they're not going to have a tiebreaker, so they're going to have to be more than just that half game to make up. They're going to have to make up. They're ultimately going to have a game up on the Clippers when everyone plays the equal amount of games and everything is said and done here. But here's the other element of this road trip, Papa. When you look at 4-1, I think is a good, acceptable line, maybe even 5-0. Jonathan Kuminga is not playing in Orlando tonight. He's in the final stages of his recovery. He's been scrimmaging. This could be a really good opportunity. If you take care of some of these lesser opponents like you're supposed to, 76ers, Charlotte Hornets, this could be a great chance to reintegrate Jonathan Kuminga and get him on the floor with Jimmy Butler.
All right, so it's not a leap year, so they are playing the night on February 27th, so March the 1st is Saturday. So, and they're not going to practice probably at all on this road trip. You don't have enough time, and you got a back-to-back. That doesn't mean you can't cobble together coaches and support staff and still get him into a 5-on-5 or a 3-on-3. When he's ready, I think he will play, and they have ruled him out for tonight. Right ankle sprain that's been going on since early January. He's not going to play tonight. But when would be the ideal time? Would you want him on ABC on Philadelphia to bring him back on national TV? Maybe Charlotte in the first half of a back-to-back, and then if you play him in Charlotte, do you play him in New York? Can he handle it? It's a right ankle sprain. It's not like he tore something. I mean, it was a bad one. It was a really bad ankle sprain, one of the worst you can have.
We're coming up on 2 months.
He's been out a long time, so he's just going to have to get his wind and his cardio back. What would be the ideal time to reinsert him? Assuming at some point on this road trip, would you do it in Charlotte on March 3rd?
I think Charlotte's the ideal target date. And if not Charlotte, if he can't get back in that time, I would say at Brooklyn on March 6th. Then give him a little game, try to shake off some rust. He comes home against the Pistons team that's been red hot. Then you get Portland, who actually has been scoring a lot of points lately and still lower in the Western Conference, but they kind of had a little bit of a heater.
They're stealing some games. They rise up and beat some teams.
And then you got Sacramento, who always gets up for you. You see the Knicks again, and then it gets tough with Denver coming into town, Milwaukee coming into town, and then you go Toronto, Atlanta, Miami. Jimmy Butler back to Miami, March 25th. Mark your calendars.
Oh, wow, that'll be interesting. Pat Riley will be there with a Carnival cruise line ship with Mickey Harrison. But tonight, and we'll just see. We'll take a one game at a time, obviously, and we'll watch the game closely tonight, even here and then. By the way, the Pacers are not home.
I know.
First thing I looked at when we were going to the Combine, this is my home. We landed last night and saw the Indiana Pacers team store in the hotel and that old logo. This is my first team when I was 21 years of age. I moved. And when I was here, it was Market Square Arena is where we played. Nice building, but not great. But when they built Bankers Life Fieldhouse, Conseco Fieldhouse, whatever the hell it's called, what a beautiful, and they did do it along the Indiana, high school basketball fieldhouse vibe. Henkel Fieldhouse is where we practiced, and just the news of Gene Hackman this morning when we landed, and we told the story. You and I were talking about Gene Hackman coming out to Pacer games when I was here in the mid '80s. He was filming Hoosiers, and he came to a lot of our. We had him on the radio. I interviewed him a lot. He sat right behind me at games, and then we go over. He invited us to be an extra at for a shooting at Henkel Fieldhouse, and to find out. We ever get more clarity on his tragedy? I mean, he lived a great life. He was 95, but still, what happened?
Yeah,
he and his wife and the dog, and they were in separate rooms.
Yeah.
It was not nefarious behavior. There was a gas leak. Is it something more there? I mean, wow, what a way to lose the great Gene Hackman.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some digging during the break, but trying to keep up with all of it, and obviously don't want to be spitting any false information, but a tragedy nonetheless. And the coincidence was absurd to be talking about that half awake in a cab at 6:45 in the morning, East Coast time, 3:45 California time, talking about Gene Hackman, talking about whatever else you do when it's dark out and you're trying to just stay awake, and then to get that news about 15 minutes later, brutal stuff. So we'll keep talking a little sports here on the other side. Tumbleweeds rolling through the Indianapolis Convention Center.
There's no one here.
We're having a good time,
Adam
though.
Kaplan's here. We're going to get him on tomorrow.
We'll get Adam Kaplan on tomorrow. Take a quick
Tony
time out.
Caselli, the Hall of Famer's here.
Take a quick time out, come back, talk a little NFL, and also 9-year anniversary of one of the great Bay Area regular season games. We'll talk about that on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out with us on what has been a long but fun and eventful Thursday here. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work in about 20 minutes or so. Right now, Pop and Silver wrapping things up. I saw Nazir Stackhouse among the many defensive players showing off the different drills on the NFL Combine, and that's the reason that we are out here today at the Indianapolis Convention Center. I teased right before the break the 9-year anniversary of one of the great regular season games, or how about just games period, in Bay Area sports. That was in Oklahoma City, the Steph Curry double bang, February 26th, 2016. That got the Warriors to 53-5.
Damn.
And clinched them a playoff spot in February.
And they got to 55-5 that year. There were some numbers, and with the one-loss record on the way to 73-9 after a 24-0 start, and then when they were 39-4 with Luke Walton before Steve came back, just insane. But this game, to me, was certainly the most memorable game. When I think of any regular, can you think of a regular season game in the 5-year run of the finals? That game, and this later in the year when they went to San Antonio and beat the Spurs, broke the long streak of winning in San Antonio. I actually went to that game and bought a basketball in the Spurs team store, threw it in the river, the San Antonio River, down the River Walk, to exercise the demon, and the Warriors won that game. And they beat Memphis in game 82 to get to 73-9, right when Kobe went for 60 that night against Utah. But those games are memorable. But this game, and they don't get to 73-9 if they don't win this game. This was a Saturday night ABC showcase. I remember watching it at the Stadium Club in Walnut Creek. We didn't do pre or post then when they were on national TV, so I had the night off. The energy in the bar that night, watching the game, and just the nature of the game. And this was the death lineup. It was Durant was an Oklahoma City Thunder. They had Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Andre Robertson, who was a great defender, the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams, Deion Waiters. They had so many players. Anyway, that was the game where halftime Lisa Salters reports that Draymond Green is yelling at Steve Kerr. Draymond's line that night, Greg, was insane.
It is one of the most fascinating lines I have ever seen an NBA player put up.
He made no shots in the game. He was 0 for 8 floor, 0 for 2 on 3. He did make a couple of free throws, so he was 2 of 5, scored 2 points. But he had a double-double. And not just a double-double, a 14-14 in rebounds and assists. It was amazing. Clay had 32. Steph had the double bang that Mike Breen had. I believe that was over Andre Robertson or Steven Adams? He watched his feet.
Robertson.
He watched his feet, and Robertson was like Alvin Robertson, back in the day of the Spurs, lockdown defender. Steph just watched his feet, and he saw that he couldn't get to him, and he just rose up, and he rose up from quarter and beyond. How far out was that shot? And that was the Mike Breen, bang, bang, by that game. And then Andre, the numeral 9, retired, got fouled at the end of the game with no time on the clock.
And for as great as he was, free throw shooting was not.
I had zero confidence he would make either any of them. Zero. I thought he'd miss them both. He calmly forced overtime, banged in both. Kevin Durant fouled out of the game, and the Warriors wound up winning the game in overtime on this date, February the 27th. Of 2016, so 9 years ago. And I remember the bar, when the game ended and the horn went, everybody in the bar picked me up and started parading me around like I had anything to do with it. But it was just and the Warriors won the championship the year before, but it was moments like that we are the Lakers, we are the Celtics. We are the Spurs of not. Well, this is who we are.
Steph Curry does transcend.
It was
basketball.
just such an amazing game. And then I remember going to Chesapeake Energy Arena later on for the Western Conference Finals and falling behind 3-1. They're the ones that really spoiled the 73-9. The Warriors had to work so hard to overcome the 3-1 deficit that Game 6 Clay had there, the fourth quarter, coming back on Memorial Day Monday, and that was Durant's last game as the Thunder wound up getting him, and then obviously in the finals. But that game, I do think, I mean, we just gave you great details off the top of our heads about the game. I have a box in front of me, but I don't need a whole lot of mental help on this one or data to read. I just remember moments in the game. And I think when the San Antonio game was big, the Memphis game. Remember when they beat Boston to get to 24-0? Game went to double overtime. Clay wound up hurting his ankle, and he could not play in Milwaukee the next night. And all the fans were having the 24-1 side, like, okay, we'll take 24-1. You kidding me? 24-0 is not good enough for you. But the longest winning streak is the Lakers. The 71-72 Lakers won 33 in a row, and I remember that so well as a kid. And that was Wilt and Jerry and Elgin and retired, but Gail Goodrich and Happy Hairston and all that. Can they win 33 in a row? So you thought, can they? But they wound up getting to 24, which was pretty good. But of all the games of the 73, that was the most memorable. Probably, as you said, we remember finals games like this. But as far as a regular season game, is this the best regular season game Steph, Trey, and Clay, and Steve, and Andre ever played?
I would have to say yes off the top of my head, just because I don't need a lot of mental help either to go and recall that one. And you talk about games that can change the course of history over the game. I mean, if Kevin Durant and the Oklahoma City Thunder win this game, I don't know how things necessarily change in the long term. But if they win any of the three in the playoffs, is Kevin Durant a 2016 NBA champion with Oklahoma City? Probably doesn't end up coming to the Golden State Warriors. What do the Warriors do bouncing back from 73? Do they get a second title? Do they get a third title? And so all crazy things to think about. The part of that whole year, and we can talk about this game all day, but the part of that whole year that I often think gets swept under the rug a little bit is that Game 6 in Oklahoma City. Those fans went from some of the loudest fans, most passionate
It was Loud
fans,
City. That's what they call the arena.
to just stunned over the span of 5 minutes. And the Warriors came home in Game 7, and Oklahoma City was up by like 14 points in the second quarter there. They came out firing, and the Warriors ended up crawling back and taking that game by the horns in quarter number 4. But there was a moment there where I'm like, Thunder might come on Game 7 on the road.
They weren't winning that day. It was Game 6. They had to extinguish the Warriors. They weren't going to beat them. So the 46, Steph had 46 points in this game we're talking about 9 years ago to the day, February 27th of 2016. He was 14 of 24 from the floor. Are you ready for this? He was 12 of 16 on the three ball. He got up 16 threes. He made 12 of them, 6 of 8 from the line. So that was the end of a trip for him. And David Tedla from NBC Sports Bay Area sent me the info because I remember this late February of 16 is where Steph Curry went from winning the MVP the year before to winning the MVP unanimously. He got every single vote. He made 402 threes in a year. And it was this road trip that we remember so well. He had 36 in Atlanta. He had 42 in Miami. Where are they tonight? Orlando. He had 51 in Orlando. And then he went to Oklahoma City and dropped a bang, bang, and made 12 threes and scored 46 points. 36, 42, 51, 46. Wow.
Well, I hate to kick you out of my party right now, but as they're back in Orlando, Steph Curry might not score 51, but it still could be an opportunity to get a little bit of a profit off of this.
Win me some money.
So it is time, and you know what time it is.
I know what time it is, JR.
To make you some
I need it.
money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Yeah, the only thing that could be better than caffeine right now is this beautiful music to my ears. And we welcome in JR of Taken Vegas, who you can call at 1-888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-9-WIN-NOW. Or you could text WIN to 545454. JR, we've been living in Golden State Warriors nostalgia for the last 30 minutes. I don't even know what we're doing coming off of a red-eye flight, but all I know is I love talking sports, and I know you love helping people win money off of talking sports. What can you tell us about the Golden State Warriors and the Orlando Magic just by texting those digits, 545454?
Absolutely. First off, text the word WIN to 545454. You'll get the winner of tonight's matchup between the Warriors and Magic. It's absolutely free, and it comes via text message. So all you got to do is text the word WIN, W-I-N, to the number 545454, and we're going to hit you right back with that point spread winner. The line opened up 5.5, came down to 4.5, popped back up to 5. Now we're seeing 4.5s all over the place. So total on this matchup, by the way, is also 212.5. That has not moved. I'm going to give you the winner, guys. It is absolutely free. Again, via text message, text the word WIN. That's W-I-N to 545454 to get that point spread winner absolutely free. And look, last week if you texted WIN, we gave you a 25-plus point blowout winner. And I also gave you on air, I hope you took advantage of another winner last week, which was Michigan State in the interview. That brought us to, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 18-8 or 19-9, somewhere around 10 units to the plus side if you've been betting my games that I give you out free on air, which, believe it or not, as crazy as it sounds, like the worst year we've had on air with KNBR. So, but we're in-house right now, documented over 70% on my top plays. I'm in the middle of yet another heater, guys. Just came off of 11 in a row about a month ago. Right now, we've hit the last 6 in a row for all of our big clients. I'm going to tell you now, if you really like making money and you love strategy, this is the place you want to be doing business with. Text WIN to the number 545454. Let me start you off with the winner of a game that you're going to be watching anyway, and that's the Warriors Magic.
Great to hear from you, JR, on the Warriors and the Magic. And this is college basketball season as well. I was watching some Big 12 hoops last night and saw the highlights from the Big 10 of that crazy buzzer beater with Michigan State hitting that half court to take down Maryland in a matchup of top 25 teams. So let's go to the other Michigan team and talk about Michigan versus Rutgers, which I know you're going to get into right now. What can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, that's the one I'm going to give you free on air this week. And I got to tell you this, which last week we went with Michigan State over Michigan in the rivalry game. Michigan's got 2 bigs that Rutgers just not going to be able to play around with. And Rutgers, they're coming off of, they just played a couple of road games out west. They came back home in their last matchup, and now they got to go back on the road again. And this was a tight game the last time they played, but I just don't see it even being close now, especially with Michigan being very healthy, deep on the bench. This game is going to be an absolute blowout. I expect Michigan to literally run them out of the building tonight. Michigan being at home, we all know how hard it is to be able to play up in Ann Arbor. So I think Rutgers gets steamrolled tonight. Get in Michigan minus the 9 as your winner here on air to get us yet another W under our belt. But look, guys, money management is the name of the game. I say that every week in every interview that I do. It is so paramount. I have so many different methods and systems of being able to show you how to do this the right way and custom making it to each individual's bankroll, where right now especially we're using a really nice progression that's been absolutely killing it for our clientele, where like I said, when you hit 5, 6, 7 in a row and you're using a progression, never all in obviously, but going up at least a piece of a unit on each game, you are really raking it in. Your reserves are getting built up nice, and that's what we're doing for all of our clients to get them ready for the conference tournament and, of course, the big dance that's right around the corner. So, look, let me hook you up and get your bankroll going in the right direction if it's not already. Text the word WIN to 545454. I'm going to give you the winner of the Warriors Magic game absolutely free, and you're going to get it via text message. No strings attached. You just get the winner. Text WIN to 545454 to get that winner. And look, get involved with us. Do yourself a favor. Sign up with an expert that has a real track record and knows how to do this right. And as always, guys, I want you to be safe, have fun, and let's go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter Icabaceta here back at KNBR Studios in San Francisco. The boys are out in Indy scouting who the 49ers could potentially take at number 11. And today, the defensive linemen are going at the Combine. So let us know your thoughts, Faithful. Who do you want the 49ers to take if they go D-line with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to chime in on the conversation.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Just wrapping things up here, Papa and Silver. We were having a little discussion during that break of, do we go straight to just
the bar?
Or straight to the bar, or straight to watch workouts? And Walter said he wants to see us run the 40.
I think I'm hitting a 40 water with Earl.
Yeah, what kind of 40, Walter?
Yeah, 40 water. Front row 40. We did fly a long way to watch football players work out today, and the D linemen are the highlight of the day. We'll see linebackers later, so we'll sleep when we're dead. I'm gonna go watch a little bit of that. I've never been to a combine. So I haven't been here since the Big Ten championship game, Ohio State against Northwestern. The Niners are playing inside Lucas Oil Field Stadium, whatever this place is called, this year. So I would like to watch a little football.
Isn't there a technical possibility that Indy's Berlin game could be for the 49ers?
Yes, and I reached out to people, but the thought was the most attractive home date the Colts have this year against the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
They probably wouldn't give that home date up. So
are you more excited to come back to Lucas Oil than you would have been to head to Berlin?
Maybe we can do both at one point in our lives. But, yeah, I know I'd much rather go to Berlin for a game, although those are hard. There are a couple games that I'm wondering if the Niners will be involved internationally. There are a number of games that are being taken to all locations. But I don't know about the future of coming back to Lucas Oil, but I'm here now, back to one of my hometowns. I have so many hometowns. I'm like a presidential candidate. I feel back at home in Buffalo. I feel back at home in the Bay Area, Syracuse. Now Indianapolis was my home. So I want to go watch football players work out. They're doing the run the hoop. I just saw a guy named Tonka Hemingway run the hoop.
Let's go watch
now.
Isn't
that amazing? He runs like a Tonka truck, but he's so literal.
Let's get some content. Let's hand it off to Dirty Work. And speaking of hometowns, let's let San Francisco take it away from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock Pacific. We'll reconvene tomorrow. Huge thank you to Walter for making this all happen and holding down the fort while we attempted to make life good here. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot?
Oh, boy. And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the way. With you on a Baby Friday. I always do that to Walt. That's like, I can't hear anything you're going to say because my headphones aren't in yet.
You're going down the rankings there, Walt.
Walt's good in the ranks.
I don't know if Walt trusts Tim anymore. Good Lord. Tim divulging Walt's secret text yesterday about young Tony.
I don't know if it was a secret, but Tim did say before, I don't know if I'm betraying any trust, or I don't think I am. I'm just going to read Walt's text, but he texted me. And then he
is that what he said? I missed that part.
Yeah, he said it. And what made me laugh is that Walt had all these thoughts about young Tony claiming to be the best board op, and had some really good points, some really good takedowns. Does he even know who Sam, does he even know who Sam Spear is?
It was well done.
It was really well done. The funniest thing to me is that Walt didn't intend for that to be read on the air, so these were just his actual thoughts. Yes. He was just like peeling off some real hate towards young Tony.
He had 6 points to make about young Tony.
Yeah, like
but hey,
points.
We're moving on.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Just because we want to.
Well, again, I feel like we ended it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we didn't start it, but then we ended it.
So to follow up on the Walter tip here, I got a text last night about 8 o'clock that goes, "Bro, you read that on the air?" And my text back was, "Walter has entered the fight."
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's the thing is
you got to pick sides, Walt.
And he's
you got to pick sides. Where's your loyalty?
We're a show of the people, and so when he pissed off Tim, he didn't just piss off Tim. He pissed off a whole.
The point was never
collection
about
of board ops.
A gaggle of board ops. They're called gaggles.
Like I said, when Raph is upset at you, And you could tell by how he said, hey, come on, bro. When Raf's upset at you.
It was a more stern, come on, bro.
Yeah, he was a little bit more. So stopped him dead in his tracks when we told him about it. Tell that guy everything he knows, bro. Anyway, Dirty Work on a Thursday. The Greatest Show in America returns to your airwaves. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. We get the start of a Warrior road trip tonight. 5-game roadie starting in Orlando. Mark Spears going to join us, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape. John Dickinson, how did we get him? He's going to join us at 3:30 today. And then the greatest defensive first baseman in San Francisco Giants history, JT Stowe, joins us at 4:50.
And just a quick change, Mark Spears is going to join us at 2:50. He's got to wait for Steve Kerr to finish up his press conference.
Good deal. Dude, bad news this morning about Gene Hackman, man.
Yeah. I mean, dude, when I think of the best coach in movies, I think of Gene Hackman. Obviously, Hoosiers. Everyone talks about Hoosiers.
Are you doing replacements with me?
Yes. I'm not a big Hoosiers guy.
I like Hoosiers, yeah.
Hoosiers okay. It's kind of like the basketball version of Top Gun to me, in your eyes.
Well, did you see it much later?
I did, yes.
I saw it as a kid, and I was into it. Like, I liked it.
Yeah, the whole Jimmy Chickwood and I don't know.
Shitwood, yeah.
What is it? Shitwood or?
Shitwood, yeah. The picket
Shitwood,
fence,
okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, run the picket fence.
Yeah. It's not my. I mean, like I saw it probably 10 years ago.
We're starting our love for Hackman with a takedown of Hoosiers.
No. I'm not taking it down. Like people love it. People love that movie.
Well, have you seen Keanu in The Replacements? Is that where you're going?
My thing is, like Al Pacino in Any Given Sunday. Like Al Pacino is a great actor, but like I'm not buying like, oh yeah, Jimmy Fox, run this play like you're in the hood.
Like I told you, Al Pacino's to the point now where he's just kind of playing himself, playing parts.
Yeah.
Like he's just,
I'm Jimmy Hoffa.
I'm Hoffa.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but like in both movies, Hoosiers and The Replacements as Jimmy McGinty, you can buy that he is like a real leader of men. Even though like I think it's the early 2000s in The Replacement, he's wearing like a Vince Lombardi straw hat for whatever reason.
Yeah, he does. He wears the suit.
They got to have heart.
He wears the Mike Nolan
miles
suit.
and miles of heart.
Mike Nolan suit and the Lombardi straw hat as he's coaching the.
But you know what?
What's the team?
Oh, the Washington Sentinels.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
It's always on TBS late at night.
Yeah, haven't seen it in a long time.
That's like part of our Shawshank Catch Me If You Can group. Like it's always on TV.
It is.
And whenever I am, I'll be like, I'll watch The Replacements for a little bit.
What's his name? Orlando Jones.
Yeah.
Gets to stick him on his hands.
Mr. 7-Up. 7-Up guy.
Man, I look like the 7-Up guy.
John Favreau, insane in that movie.
He's the linebacker.
Favreau.
Right? Yeah.
And is it Shane Falco?
Shane Falco's the name of
dude,
Keanu Reeves' character.
I mean, like, as sports fans, can we all agree, like, we'll watch some of the more mediocre movies if it relates to a sport we love?
Yeah, of course. It's a pretty mediocre movie in general, but it is funny how many big names are in it.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, to that end. I mean,
John Madden and Pat Summerall.
They're in it. I mean,
you know I love when a fat guy scores a touchdown? Why, John? Because you get a fat guy dance.
Yeah. We got a couple of those this year. A couple of fat guy touchdown dances.
But, I mean, like I buy Gene Hackman as a coach. Like, he's obviously believable in Hoosiers, and he's believable in the Replacements. And just as far as an actor, like, I'm a film buff. The French Connection, I think he won a Oscar for that. As Popeye Doyle. Even like The Birdcage, where he is like the conservative politician, and then he finds out that his daughter is marrying into a family and everything. It's a great movie. Gene Hackman is like just a solid actor throughout many decades, and terrible. The details of how he died, like it's a little suspicious. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but rest in peace to Gene Hackman. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's really sad. I mean, he was 95.
Yeah.
I mean, and to your point, I mean, his wife passed, and
their dog. It's a whole.
I don't. The details of it. They say they don't suspect foul play.
Yeah,
they think
there have been a wildly, gas here, but they're saying maybe it might have been a gas
like
leak.
A gas leak or something like that.
God.
I mean, like a carbon monoxide thing. I mean, it's bottom line is when things like this happen, everybody goes back and celebrates. He's been retired for 20 years or something.
I can't remember the last movie he was in.
And he's stuck. And he's one of these guys who retired from acting and sort of stuck to it, right? Like you see Jim Carrey.
There are some real good ones that are kind of slept on. Crimson Tide is a good movie.
Crimson Tide's very good.
The Unforgiven is a great movie.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. With Clint Eastwood.
Royal Tenenbaums is a great movie.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one I was thinking
Heartbreakers?
of? Even at the time, it's dated now, but Enemy of the State was a lot of fun, too.
No, that's a good one.
Can I offer you the first on-camera or the first on film Lex Luthor?
Yes. I knew you were going to go that route because I'm not a big Superman guy, but you've seen all those.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Get Shorty. God, yeah, he's been in everything.
Lex Luthor, or him playing Lex Luthor, I mean, that was one of my dad's all-time favorites is Superman 1. He's a big comic book guy, and so I watched all these growing up. him as Lex Luthor, in hindsight, I always thought was like kind of an odd casting, but it gave so much legitimacy to a superhero movie, and one of the first superhero movies. I mean, they didn't make Marvel movies because everybody in Marvel is like gets their power by an explosion or comes from space or bit by something radioactive, or you know what I mean? It's like something weird has to happen. And I feel like they just didn't have the technology or the wherewithal on film to do it. Like when they made the Incredible Hulk TV show, they literally had to cast a bodybuilder to play the Hulk versus
Lou Ferrigno?
I think he's David.
Oh, you're so strong.
I think he's David Banner in the show, not Bruce Banner. Bottom line is Gene Hackman gave so much legitimacy to a role that was kind of goofy, but then also pretty well played. I mean, it's sad that we lost Hackman, but he's one of those guys who retired 20 years ago, stayed retired.
Yeah,
like didn't come back out like a bunch of these other actors.
Are you on his like IMDb right now?
I'm looking right now. I'm just
is his last movie The Heartbreakers?
Give me a minute. I'm gonna have to because
for whatever reason I remember that movie in the early 2000s. I think it's where like he's an old man getting ripped off by younger women trying to get his money.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either, but I just remember it like that's like the last Gene Hackman movie I remember.
Because he's passed, they've put a bunch of stuff on his page, so I'm trying to find his.
I'll find it too.
All of his stuff. Well, it's just that the page has so much stuff on it because. It looks like the last thing he was in was called Welcome to Mooseport in 2004.
With him and Ray Romano.
Yep. Runaway Jury, 2003. Behind Enemy Lines.
Heartbreakers, yep, right here.
There you go. Yeah, that was 2001 he did.
With Sigourney Weaver and Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Shout out to Mexican. Remember that movie, too?
I do, yeah.
I do remember that movie.
I might have skipped the Mexican.
Dude, he's in Ants also. He's a mandible.
He's the evil ant.
That's right. He's mandible and Ants.
Just go watch Crimson Tide. You'll be happy. You'll be real happy.
Ants isn't bad either. I mean, it's got Cope's favorite actor, Woody Allen, in there.
Stop. Don't want anything to do with that. Keep that away from me. My favorite actor. Dude, Jesus.
Your guy.
Some people's favorite. I can go. I don't want to go down past. I was going to say someone's going to get me in trouble. You want to hear more about Woody Allen? Murph's got that for you. He's got that covered. I don't know why you'd want to be the claim to that, but he stands by it. For some reason, like me getting upset about Woody Allen talk was like empowering to Murph, where he's like, "Oh, now I'm going to do it more." I'm like, "You're not making me look.
Yeah, I know.
You're not doing anything bad to me." So I don't know why you're quoting him.
I do love Gene Hackman. It wasn't actually him, but when South Park would make fun of Christopher Reeves, they would always have him come back and be like, "Christopher, you can't do this." Oh, it's Hackman. Hackman.
The best is that The Simpsons uses all real people's voices, and South Park uses
no, they didn't care.
No real voices.
It was just Trey Parker trying to do his best impressions. Most of the time, it wasn't a good impression.
Yeah, last showed up in Superman 4: The Quest for Peace.
Gene Hackman did?
Not a good one. Not a good one. I don't know if that's the one that Richard Pryor shows up in too.
Oh yeah,
remember that? That's yeah. I usually
Richard Pryor.
With the original Superman movies, I usually stop after 2. And even then, they took some liberties. Like there's a great Family Guy bit about that where in Superman 2, he takes the S off his chest and he throws it, and it like wraps up General Zod.
What the hell was that supposed to do?
I don't know. That was a minor inconvenience. Yeah. It's not a power Superman has. Also in Superman 1, I think it is, he goes back in time by Lois Lane dies by an earthquake that Lex Luthor has caused, because his whole plot in Superman 1, hilarious plot, he buys all of the bordered property on the border of California and Nevada so that he wants to blow California into the ocean to make it an island, and then he'll own all the beachfront property. It's just like they weren't going to catch you.
It's absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, it's diabolical. So he creates this whole like earthquake thing, whatever. And so they're trying to break California off. Lois Lane dies. Superman turns back time by flying around the Earth so fast in the opposite direction.
I know most of these things from Seinfeld.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, that's a Seinfeld bit, too.
Yes.
They talk about that. Would you go back in time?
Absolutely.
The Lois Lane moment. Anyway, Gene Hackman passed away today. When did you first see Hoosiers, Coach Norman Dale?
I saw Hoosiers about maybe 10, 12 years ago.
Oh, so you did see it late.
Yeah, I did.
I saw it when I was like a middle school or high school basketball player, and I loved it.
No, I mean, that's... I know like it's definitely part of like film lore and like sports movie lore. Like people say it's the best sports movie of all time. I just saw it late, but I do appreciate it. But like if you're asking me what's the best Gene Hackman portrayal as a coach, I'm going to say The Replacements.
Don't forget Reese Ifans. He's in it too. He's the kicker.
Yes.
That guy's great.
Oi, or whatever he says.
He plays
ole,
an Oz.
ole.
Yeah, because he's like a soccer player. Right?
Gambling debts.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at who else is in this. Yeah, Orlando Jones. What was he? The dude you said, John Favreau's in it.
John Favreau
wasn't even big at this point. Anyway,
one of my favorite moments at the end is when Madden's like, "Oh my God, Shane Falco's naked with that cheerleader." What are they gonna do? John throw him out of the game? Yeah, I guess you're right.
You see a fat guy score. Why? Well, because look, you get a fat guy spike, and then you get a fat guy game.
Pretty good. What's the? I mean, it's certainly. I mean, it's got to be on the Mount Rushmore of sports movies. Hoosiers, I think. Tim,
definitely.
You not with it?
I just didn't love it.
Hoosiers?
I don't know.
He's a Kentucky basketball fan.
Yeah,
you're not down to Indiana. Yeah, you're not having it.
Hickory, miss me with Hickory.
All right, give me, what's your best basketball movie? Coach Carter, is that where you come down? I'm a Coach Carter junkie.
Oh, man.
I'm not a teacher. I'm the new basketball coach.
Well, there's Air Bud.
Ghetto Hoop Stars.
Teen Wolf.
Yeah, Teen Wolf. Yeah, Teen Wolf 2.
Juwanna Man.
Love and Basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I am in the Hoosiers.
Can I offer you a He Got Game?
Oh, man.
Blue
you know
chips.
what?
Blue Chips.
He Got Game is so overrated.
He Got Game's not good.
It's not.
It's not good. I just like Denzel being a
Denzel with the fro.
Dude with the fro. He's got the cutoff and the long and the t-shirt under it, dude. Just talking trash to Ray Allen on the court.
Not of a hat to our guy, Like Mike as well.
Dude,
Like Mike.
Shout out Tom. Who was on hand for Like Mike.
I guess Space Jam is the best one.
I mean, it's a kid's movie.
I know.
I mean, like I would go if we're going legit. Like I really do like Coach Carter. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's a fun movie. It takes place in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Also, another movie came out like when I was in high school playing basketball. Was into that.
Rich what?
Richmond. I said anytime somebody says Richmond,
I know.
which I love.
What about White Men Can't Jump?
Overrated too.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Don't tell Mark Spears or Marcus Thompson I said that though.
Really?
I think
Don't tell Rod Brooks that either.
I think they might get mad at me. I still want to go to the cookouts myself.
Wait, so it's Rod Brooks, Marcus, Mark Spears, and me. That's the four on that?
Yeah, don't tell all the black guys you guys know. Okay? Because then I know them too, and I don't want to. I'm going to see them at the meetings on Tuesday.
Oh, the meetings. Okay.
That's what we usually meet, second Tuesday of the month. All right, that's a Thursday open on Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm struggling for more like quality basketball movies. I don't know why I'm struggling for them.
We'll think of more. The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, I think a lot of people love that movie. It's like a 1970s classic with Dr. J in it.
Really?
Yeah.
How about you ever watch a movie Hustle with Adam Sandler?
Yeah, I saw that recently.
It's not bad. Where Queen Latifah's his wife, and he scouts Anthony Edwards is in it. He's a pretty good villain.
I want to say Anthony Edwards is the best part of that whole movie.
Yeah, he is. Who's the player who was on the Celtics?
Oh, it was Cruz.
Bo Cruz is the character's name. I forget the actual player.
But then they have like weird like cameos with Dirk. Like I wasn't a huge fan of Hustle.
Yeah, they're doing. Yeah, there was some gratuitous stuff in there. Yeah. Semi-Pro, we didn't even mention it.
Semi-Pro's good.
Glory Road, I enjoy Glory Road.
I don't think I ever saw Glory Road. Was that the Ben Affleck one?
No, that's the Texas Western basketball team, Bobby Joe Hill, the first ever all-black starting five in an NCAA championship game. They go up against Tim's Kentucky Wildcats.
Yeah.
Pat Riley's the starting point guard for Kentucky. It's Adolph Rupp as the head coach. He's played by John Voight, which, by the way, not a big stretch in acting from the guy Adolph Rupp was to who John Voight has shown to be.
Adolph, huh?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like when Tommy the Machine Gun was played by that guy who was a boxer.
Yeah.
Big stretch.
Yep.
Not a lot of acting. It's kind of like when my dad was in Venom 2 playing a reporter. I was like, what are you doing?
Josh Lucas is the coach in Glory Road, if you remember.
Josh Lucas is the coach, yeah. He was in a bunch of like Sweet Home Alabama. He was in a bunch of like rom-com stuff. But anyway, that's a great movie. And the guy who plays Boobie Miles plays the main point guard, Bobby Joe Hill.
Gotcha.
Pretty good. David Lattin, the center of that team, ended up getting drafted by the San Francisco Warriors. What, Tim, you don't want to talk Glory Road?
Oh, let's go with He's Got Game. Well, actually, let's take a break.
He's Got Game.
Jesus Shuttlesworth.
He's Got Game.
I mean, great song by Public Enemy.
How about Air, Tim? You done with Air?
Oh, I love dude. Air is now becoming like I can see that becoming like a TNT movie for like in the next couple of years here. Once it gets to like
it's not a hoops movie though.
It's not. It's like it's very draft day where it's behind the scenes of a sport.
You know what? We really did whiff on this. Somebody said Air Bud. We totally.
There's
like 14 of them. So
yeah. How about basketball? Would you say that's a basketball movie?
Not really.
Close enough.
That's good enough. I think that's got to be number one. All right. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday afternoon. Again, Mark Spears at 2:50. John Dickinson. How'd we get him at 3:30? And then JT Snow joins us at 4:50. He was just down in Scottsdale. Is he still? Do you know?
I believe so.
I think he's down in Scottsdale.
Happy belated birthday to JT.
When was his birthday?
Yesterday.
Hell yeah, dude.
I feel bad I texted him on his birthday to wish him happy birthday.
Yeah, dude, he's having a good time. He's working with Bryce Eldridge. He's all hyped on it. He's tweeting stuff out. So we'll talk to JT a little bit later. Warriors start a 5-game road trip tonight. How many of the 5 do you want? I mean, we want all 5. How many do you think are legitimately on the table? We'll get into that next. Plus, I'll tell you how you can win tickets to go see Jeff Bridges and the Big Lebowski screening, An Evening with the Dude, plus a Q&A with Jeff Bridges on 420 at the Masonic.
Hell yeah.
That's a hell of an event. I'll tell you how you can win those tickets next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors hit the court tonight versus the Orlando Magic as the Dubs look to keep their win streak alive. Join JD immediately following the game and tell him your favorite magic trick right here on KNBR, the Grift Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Wondering how your taxes might be impacted under the new Trump administration? Will you be paying more or will you be paying less? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Let it rain! Let it rain! Rain dance! Hey. Raindrops! Oh, God!
I got it, Tim. Tim's going to tell me Philip Seymour Hoffman in Along Came Polly. I know the movie. I know the scene.
Should have been Jack Black.
I watched it like 3 weeks ago.
Let it rain!
Mazel,
I'm telling you,
good
I don't think we're talking about the scene as much if it's Jack Black.
You're probably right.
I think the fact that it was Hoffman was insane
I know.
casting.
I mean, it was a great performance by Hoffman, but every time I watch him, I'm like, he's doing a Jack Black impression, but he does it so well.
Let it rain!
Yeah, I remember thinking it should have been Jack Black. The first scene of the movie when he walks into the wedding and he just slips and he eats it.
He just seems so out of place because he's like a respected actor, and I
he's
believe
not doing Chevy Chase Falls normally.
No, he's not. But like he's winning like Oscars for Capote, and then he's like the comic relief basically in Along Came Polly,
and he's the comic relief in Doubt.
Oh yeah, Barrel laughs.
That movie, dude, Jesus.
Rain dance!
Talk about movies you'll like watch once and you don't ever watch again.
Yeah.
See, you're like, I don't need 12 Years a Slave on TBS every Saturday night. You know what I mean?
No, I'm okay.
I doubt I'll watch this again.
Yeah, I don't think Tim saw that one the first time.
12 Years a Slave.
Tim?
Jesus, man.
I guess that's a no.
I'm just trying to bury somebody else so the He Got Game thing doesn't come back and get me. No, He Got Game.
White Man Can't Jump. Really?
Yeah. It's coming back on you.
I think it's going to come back on me. We'll ask Marcus about it tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
We even ask Mark Spears today.
We can. I think Mark Spears is going to endorse it. He's of the generation where, Spike Lee was, even if you don't love the movie, the respect, I think, for Spike Lee is maybe where it falls.
I get that. It's just like, I think Ray Allen's okay actor in that movie, but
in He Got Game or
yeah, but the plot.
I was going White Man Can't Jump.
Oh, White Man Can't Jump. Like nothing happens. Then we focus on Rosie Perez on Jeopardy.
That's what I'm saying. That's Top Gun.
I'm not a big Top Gun. I wasn't on the air when you had your whole thing about Top Gun. I'm not a big Top Gun guy either.
You're just not. I know people are pissed about it.
I actually liked the second one.
It's like you kick their dog when you say you don't like Top Gun. Like, Jesus, dude. I'm not for me. Nothing happens. And that whole scene where he follows her into the bathroom. I was like, what's going on here?
It doesn't age well.
By the way, not a Rosie Perez guy either. She's the worst part of Pineapple Express.
Oh, come on.
No.
Come on. She do good things.
I'm like, why do they keep putting her in stuff?
Can I not do Rosie Perez?
No, was that your Rosie Perez? I didn't know Derek had a Rosie Perez.
Do you remember when Rosie Perez showed up at that UFC fight, or she was commenting on some fight and was like, what's Rosie Perez doing here?
I know. She flares up and stuff. You're like, what's going on? What's she about?
She's great at Rodale Dorado.
I think she's good in White Men Can't Jump. Just saying. She's a trivia guy.
She's in it. Yeah.
Yeah, she's there.
Tim does know a lot because of his pop culture because of
Jeopardy.
She goes on Jeopardy, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You guys Jeopardy guys? I'm a Jeopardy guy daily.
Not really.
Yeah. It's tough.
My sister's huge into Jeopardy.
Had a tough run the last couple of days.
Really?
Yeah. There's some rounds you play and you're like, I could have won. I might have won that round.
Is Ken Jennings still the host?
Yeah, hell yeah. Then there's some rounds where you're like, dude, I don't know about this 14th century French art. They're like Mediterranean seas.
Yeah, I know.
You're like, what?
I literally,
medieval literature.
This is how sports obsessed I am. Like, when the news came out that Aaron Rodgers was hosting, I was like, okay, I'll watch Jeopardy every night. And that's about it.
Yeah, I get into it. I like fast forwarding. My favorite part is fast forwarding through the little intros they do after the first commercial break. I'm like, two of you aren't going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
one of you's probably lasting less than a week.
Exactly.
I don't give a damn. Also, when Jeopardy James got going, That's when things were.
Jeopardy James is the man.
Jeopardy James broke.
James Holzhauer, if you don't know
Jeopardy.
him.
Oh, I remember.
He changed the game.
He like buzzed in too quickly, or like
he was a super fast buzzer. He was also a sports gambler. Like that was his background.
He was trying to be a baseball GM, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe at one point, but he was like a maniac, dude. And he changed the game in that he's just like every time you get a daily double, you got to double all of it.
Yeah.
So he was making tons and tons and tons of money.
No, he had strategy.
Well, the thing that he did better than anybody else is he jumped category to category all the time.
All he did
so
was
there was
change
no
category.
way that
No rhythm.
somebody would get a focus on a certain thing. So let's say we're talking about football, and then he'd immediately go to French literature and be like, "Whoa, I don't know what I'm doing."
And then he'd get
Switching it up.
Then he'd get those right. He also was like sniping daily doubles better than anybody's ever sniped him, which is wild. Anyway, we're talking Holzhauer ahead of the Warriors.
Rosie Perez was at the Tyson Paul fight. That's right. That was
What?
She was on commentary, and it didn't go well, if I remember correctly.
Come on.
Well, dude, I mean,
so much like that Aston, it wasn't good.
Dude, that just the whole product. When you think Tyson Paul, the whole product, everybody remembers.
I think of Mike Tyson's ass.
That's what I think too. I think Tyson's ass is hanging out on Netflix. So everyone's like, it's the most watched boxing match ever. I'm like, yeah, everybody's got Netflix. They're like playing it in bars.
Yeah, but I guess
it was the
supposedly,
only thing going on like a Saturday night.
It was buffering. I think it was a Friday night.
It was a Friday night. Yeah. It was a buffering problem. Yeah, it was a Friday, I think. It was a whole big buffering issue. The fight itself absolutely sucked. The result didn't happen that anybody wanted to happen.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to see Tyson throw a punch and knock out a punk-ass influencer. Right?
I'd rather watch Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport go at it.
We'll talk about that, too. But then you add that Rosie Perez was on commentary for that fight.
Oh, commentary?
That's what he said.
Commentary. It's just like,
okay. That's random as hell.
Yeah, dude. Netflix, they're grasping, dude. They don't know what to do in the sports scene.
Love to meet the exec that said, "Get me Perez."
Yeah, who do we get? How many names were on that list before they got to Rosie Perez is my question. She couldn't have been high on the list.
No.
You know what I mean? Like there had to be other people that they wanted that they couldn't ask because they were too big. But there's that's tough.
Well, it's just so random as hell. Like, who would else be available? Like we
got Donnie Wahlberg on the call.
Yeah, seriously, Donnie Wahlberg. like people you would see on like Dancing with the Stars these days.
Yeah, exactly. Which it's
like nobody wanted to dignify the fact that it was even a thing. It's like, all right, well, you got a YouTube channel and you're 57, like looking great.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a 57-year-old man get beat up, even if it is Mike Tyson.
Yeah, we were all just so hopeful, weren't we? We were all really hopeful he was.
That's random as hell, though.
He was just
Rosie Perez.
Yeah, right. That doesn't make any sense.
There's Rosie Perez and Renee Russo on the call.
Go check the highlights of Rosie. It's something.
Yeah, dude. Like even Laura Dern has gotten too big. Like, she couldn't do it. You know. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of people who would be
Laura Dern and Bruce Dern.
I want to credit the 209 here that says Rosie Perez is a huge fight fan. Dan Lebitard uses her as his fight correspondent. So there is background for
maybe
it.
Maybe we're just
Apologies,
ignorant.
209.
It's
still a weird choice.
I stand on my take. I'm just not a Rosie Perez guy, so I'm still out. You know what I mean?
Well, I have a hard time.
If I saw she was coming on Patrick, I'd be like, I think I'll listen to something else.
It's not even Rosie Perez. It's just like, let's break down Paul. Like, okay, sure.
The whole thing was weird. How about this?
So anyway.
How about this? 420 is coming up around the corner.
Your favorite day?
I mean, one of them, yeah. You got plans?
It's the day before your birthday, correct?
It is. Yeah. It's also 420.
Yes.
Which, I don't need a special occasion.
No. Every day's 420.
I just need a 10 or I just need a 5-minute commercial break is all I need. Anyway, 420 at the Masonic this year. We're giving you 2 tickets. We're giving you a chance for 2 tickets to go see Jeff Bridges and a screening of The Big Lebowski. He's not just in the movie. He's going to be there on hand doing a Q&A.
The dude live in the flesh.
An evening with the dude. The dude abides, and then he arrives in San Francisco, 420 at the Masonic. We're giving away 2 tickets.
Oh, man.
When you hear the cue to call.
This is by far the best prize we've ever given away.
Aftershock, dude. Between 3 and 6 p.m., we'll give you the cue to call. Just because Aftershock was never ending. I imagine it's back.
I think we did it 5 times.
At least.
I think we gave away half the tickets to the gate, honestly.
Yeah.
Because we gave away the tickets to the event itself. And then after that, because it was like a 3-day music festival or something, then we were giving away like Friday only tickets. And we were giving you weekend tickets. And we're giving you, once again, the whole weekend.
We gave you an opportunity
package.
to go to Aftershock.
Yeah.
If you missed out, you got it again.
Hang out with Tom and his mom in the pit. That whole bit at Aftershock. Tom's mom loves Slipknot. Loves Slipknot.
Drowning pool.
Slipknot or the Slipknots.
5-finger death punch. Yeah, they were all there. Anyway, the dude abides, and you can go see him. An evening with the dude, Jeff Bridges and the Big Lebowski screening at the Masonic, 420. We'll give you the cue to call. Listen between 3 and 6 today. When you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896 KNBR and you'll win. It's furnished by Live Nation. These tickets aren't even on sale yet.
Not yet.
They go on sale tomorrow at livenation.com at 10 a.m. You can get them now or between 3 and 6 if you're caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. A lot of stuff does have to happen for you to get them, but you have a chance. What's the cue to call?
Are you employed, Mr. Lebowski?
Wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me, you know? That or his dudeness or duder or, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
The hippies fail, Mr. Lebowski. I expect you to do what your parents did and get a job.
Speaking of not being into the whole brevity thing, it's pretty long cue to call, Tim. Be caller 10 when you hear that.
I'm not cutting Jeff in half. I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
I have respect.
You let Jeff go.
When you hear that between 3 and 6, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR.
Cutting shit in half.
You'll win
Cut off your
those.
Johnson.
You'll win those tickets. We've said the word Warriors. We just haven't really talked about it.
We'll get into it next segment.
We will. Yeah, we will. And I promise we'll get into it at 2:50 when Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com joins us, the Hall of Famer. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America.
Even today.
Even right now. It rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Mark Spears is going to join us in about 10 to 12 minutes. A lot of people checking in on the Lebowski. 209, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line checks in. And you can too at 415-808-KNBR. 209 says, by the way, at 420, you guys, when that big Lebowski show is going down, is also on Easter if you get down with that. Tim, you're an Easter man, yeah? You're a God-fearing man, aren't you, Tim?
Really painted me into a corner there.
There's no good answer here.
I have a 7-year-old niece. We'll decorate some eggs
There you
together.
go.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's a day for the bunnies.
It's a day. Yeah, it's a big day for the bunnies.
She's going to get a ton of candy, and I'm going to steal some of it. I don't feel bad about it.
I just put it on Tim.
Damn right you are.
As the only one here who went to Catholic school for 13 years, I just threw it on Tim. It means I'm like a buffet Catholic.
I spent some time
Like
in
a
the
Jimmy buffet, or?
Catholic establishment as well. So
Yeah. Oh, did you, Tim? Yeah. No, I mean, like, when it comes to that, I'm just like, I'll take some of this. I'll take some of this. I don't want any of that.
Yeah,
any
okay,
of that,
I
but
got
I'll
you.
take some more of this.
Yeah.
So like on the buffet line.
Yeah. Wafers.
Yeah. Wafers. That's now we're getting dicey.
it's like the Brazilian steakhouse, but you don't eat the salad, is what you're saying.
I'll tell you a story off the air about something I said one time and got in trouble. As an adult at church. No, I'll tell you about it later. Walking into church.
Excuse me, 35-year-old man, please don't say that.
I wasn't 35. I was like 22, and I was like, trying to be sassy and funny and make my cousin laugh, and it did not go well.
Yeah, I've been there.
Made him laugh, but it
I've
wasn't
been there in
worth it.
Temple.
Well, yeah.
Just the rabbi being like, Derek, please stop.
No, I didn't like disrupt the service. No, so we were like walking in.
Stop playing with your yarmulke.
Anyway, stop playing with it. The Warriors start their 5-game road trip tonight. Orlando is tonight. Philadelphia, Charlotte, New York. Those are the only back-to-backs. And then Brooklyn. So it's like 5 games in 7 days.
Yeah.
You get a day off in New York after the back-to-back before you take on Brooklyn, which is nice. No travel after a quick trip from Charlotte up to New York.
Well, I mean, you can always lose game in the NBA. Like I hate playing the schedule game because
it's pro sports.
Yeah, like like it's not like football. Like you don't get a week to prepare. It's like every given night. Like you don't know.
Guys get tweaks. Guys, you don't know who's resting.
And sometimes you have the Miami flu. Sometimes you're enjoying yourself too much in New York. But just judging on the 5 games here,
I'm not even looking at them like win this one, lose this one. It's just what do you want to see happen?
I want them to win 4 of them. But just based on the opponents,
4 would make you feel good coming home.
Yes. I mean, if we think they're the team that they're supposed to be, they should beat most of these teams. And I know I'm playing the schedule game here, but just going through it, Orlando, yeah, they were a good team last year. They were the 5 seed in the Eastern Conference. This year they're struggling a little bit, but they're still the 7th seed. They like with what they've looked like since they acquired Jimmy Butler, they should beat this team tonight. Same thing with the Philadelphia 76ers. I know they acquired Paul George, but they have just been a huge disappointment. Probably the biggest disappointment in all of basketball.
Did you hear about Paul George? He's taking the season seriously now.
Yeah, I know. No more podcast.
Love when your superstars say this. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm not doing the podcast for the rest of the year.
And that's a real story. We didn't get Sentel'd. By the way, did you see that they came back? But NBA Sentinel, the parody account.
So we should tell everybody this who are unaware of this. There are like fake, of course, Twitter accounts out there that try to look like they're the actual account. And there's one that they're all spoof accounts, often like MLB on Facts. They do that one,
right?
And they send out fake memes and fake things of stuff that didn't actually happen. And there's one that looks like the NBA Central account, but it's NBA Sentinel.
I've been Sentineled myself many a time, just sending stuff in like the KNBR group chat. But it's hilarious. Like last week, where there was a report by Sentinel saying that the Mavs are not allowing fans to attend games wearing a Luka Doncic jersey. And then Colin Cowherd goes on his show and said, can you believe that? Can you believe they're doing that? What a low-key franchise. It's not real.
Yeah, it's rough. It's happened. It's happened to the best of us.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to check your MLB on Facts.
You got to check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Got to check the Carfax.
Yes.
Fake Woj. Remember? Fake Woj was everywhere.
Yes. But just to go through the schedule, I mean, like, yeah, they should beat Orlando. They should beat Philadelphia on Saturday night. I know they just played the Charlotte Hornets, but they're one of the worst teams in all of basketball. They should beat them. The only team that I'm looking at is the New York Knicks. But at the same time, the Knicks struggle against good teams.
So Zena Cater was saying to us yesterday. By the way, great hit with Zena yesterday.
Oh yeah, she was amazing.
Check it out up on the KNBR app and the website. But
Eric, whatever you want to call me.
Yeah, she was talking about that the Knicks, while they are quality and they're a good team, and Karl Anthony Towns having a great season.
Yep.
I mean, Brunson is a killer. Rod and I were talking about that last week, like how Anthony Davis on the Lakers was the best player when he was there, even alongside LeBron. Mm-hmm. He was the best player they had. But LeBron was the alpha. He was the one. He's the guy who knew how to go get after it and win a championship. Steph Curry's like that. Some teams don't appear. I don't know if the Suns have that guy.
No.
I think they want Devin Booker to be that guy, but Kevin Durant wasn't that guy when he's here. He just isn't that guy.
Chris Paul was the alpha on that
Chris
team.
Paul was kind of that. Exactly. You got to have that dude, whether it's a vet or not. You just got to have that guy.
Right.
When it comes to the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns, probably the best player on the team. Brunson's right there with him.
Who's the alpha?
Brunson is the guy.
Brunson?
It's his
Yeah.
team. He's the dude because he can will. We've seen him will that team in the playoffs.
Right.
He's been awesome. Awesome player.
No, I mean they're
tough as hell.
He's
Yes.
tough as hell, and he plays damn near every night. So anyway, I guess to your point, it's a back-to-back. You never know in a back-to-back, and you should be able to win 2 games in a row on the road.
But I could see that one being a challenge. Obviously, that's the second of the back-to-back, and that's a premier opponent. They're third or fourth in the Eastern Conference right now.
Yeah.
And then there's Brooklyn, who you should beat as well. So, if they don't come away with going 4-1 on this road trip, it'll be a disappointment to me. I think that they should dominate.
Yeah.
Like, if
they
we
lose 2
think that
games,
they are going to be this team that contends the Western Conference, they should kick these teams' asses.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point about the Charlotte game the other night. Like, we didn't learn anything else about this team except that they're capable now of getting on a roll. They're playing with a lot of chemistry, cohesiveness. The ball moves. They had a leading score of 16, and they put up 128 points or something the other night.
Oh, against Charlotte?
Against Charlotte.
Yeah.
Like, they kicked the crap out of a team they should have, talent-wise, kicked the crap out of,
Yeah.
and now they're on a bit of a roll. There's confidence, and that's changed. The fact that I'm sitting here going, a 3-2 road trip to me would be a bummer, says a lot about what we think of what this team's capable of. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I'm forgetting so much about what they were before Jimmy Butler showed up that I'm like, it's a completely different team.
Yeah, dude.
I believe more in this team than I've believed in a Warrior team. And maybe it's because of how far it seemed they'd fallen. But far from like the 27 and 26. They've won 4 in a row now, and I know that's not world beating. And of the 3 games we watched last night that we wanted to get some help on, 0 for 3.
Yeah.
Clippers won, Kings won, Rockets won.
Yeah.
All 3.
But you know what? As long as the Warriors handle their business, I feel confident about them going forward. Even if they
6 is the floor, man. But
I know. But even if they are a play-in team, I do like their chances to be just a dogfighting team, like a pain in the ass to other opponents. Like I don't know about them again against OKC or Denver, but I do feel like, as we've said in the past, like Jimmy Butler has gotten worse teams to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And maybe he just becomes that junkyard dog again, and then Steph and Draymond with their championship pedigree. I wouldn't put out of the realm of possibility. I do not like their chances against OKC and Denver, but if they have to play them, it's going to be a fight. But I would prefer if they got to the 6th seed, and I feel much better about them taking on the Memphis Grizzlies. I would feel even better about them.
I don't even really give a damn at this point about the opponent in the playoffs.
Okay.
I think we're looking too far because there is some shuffling that can happen. The Lakers could still jump to 3 even. There could be some moving between Denver and Memphis.
Potentially.
I'm just not there because that's not really my concern. That's out of. You get to 5 and you take your chances. You get to 6, you take your chances. Of course, you don't want to be in the play-in, but I'd still feel pretty good about them. I would just think that if they're in the play-in at this juncture, they haven't played as well as we thought they could play. Or it means that everybody else just got really hot, which would be weird too. So I feel like 7 would be such a disappointment because of what we know they're capable of right now.
Right.
What we believe them to be capable of based on what we've seen. Now, they started 12-3. Different roster, but we saw them fall apart.
Yeah, that was a mirage.
This has to be. It feels that way.
Yeah.
Even though they're like, you don't go through a quarter of a season with a mirage or I'm like
total mirage.
I was like 20%. I was like, I don't know. They weren't good after that. And DeAnthony Melton is not the reason they were 12 and
just
3,
reality set in. They weren't that good of a team as we expected during the offseason.
So 7 would be such a disappointment because it would mean they hadn't played as well as we thought they were capable of, or had not fared well head-to-head with some of the teams they need to catch.
It would definitely be disappointing, but I think it's difficult at this point because they've lost so many games that you have to rely on a lot of teams losing. But at the same time,
my Dubs are 6-1.
No, I know, but also it's teams you have a good advantage on.
My
right
Dubs,
now.
yeah.
No, I know, I heard you. And they are 3-1 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think it's very likely that they'll get out of the play-in. But even if they don't, for whatever reason, I still like their chances.
By the way, Houston jumped the Lakers last night with that win. They're now only by a half game, but they're a half game up. They're back into the 4 now.
They are.
So the Lakers and Houston. So funny, we're talking about the catching the 5 potentially because they're 5 games back of the 5 right now. Are the Warriors?
Yeah.
But if the 5 is Houston, we both think that seems more likely because they may fall. The Lakers could get on a bit of a roll. They looked pretty good the other night against Dallas. But the Warriors don't have tie breaks against the Lakers.
No.
And that's
but
stuff. They do play them again. But.
I do like the Warriors' chances against those 4 through 6 teams. If it's going to be a 3-6
Houston
with Memphis or a 4-5 with the Lakers or whatever, or even the Clippers. I know that the Lakers have definitely had the advantage over the Warriors, right? This season.
Give me the Lakers. I'll take them.
It's very different now. It's very I know that Luka and LeBron have a good thing going with their pick and roll, but I like the physicality of this Warriors team against this Lakers team.
You see Pods out here playing?
Yeah, dude.
Does LeBron see Pods?
I mean, Pods,
the best stretch of his career.
Pods is just totally changed from where he was at the start of the season.
How frustrating was he at the beginning of the year where he couldn't make a shot and he was turning the ball over 5-6 times?
And now it's beautiful, those floaters he's landing.
It's because everything he's
and
doing.
And the defense, too.
Steve Kerr was saying it the other day. So the open shots that he's getting and that Moses Moody is getting, or the team is getting because of what Jimmy Butler's able to do to help them play inside out, has taken so much pressure off of everybody that you didn't need Pods to develop in the way that they were asking him to. Now the game's just the game. We were talking about having the game come to you or slow down.
Yeah,
you need that for Kuminga. Like, you can see how we knew this immediately last year, even as a rookie, how much he understood basketball and how much he understood where to be and what his abilities were in how to help the team, which were rebounding and getting some open looks when he could inside. But now he's shooting floaters, can knock down 3-pointers.
Yeah,
I mean, I was really frustrated and thought maybe last year was kind of a mirage. A sophomore season in any sport is really, really difficult when you've had a great rookie season, because you've got to make the adjustment now, and there are expectations of you.
Yeah, but look at the relationship he has with Jimmy Butler right now on the sideline. They're having fun. Even Quinn and Post and Jimmy Butler are getting along. That's why I think this was the best move, because I don't know if Kevin Durant.
That's 2020, my friend.
Exactly, Kevin Durant. I don't know if he would have rubbed off on everybody else on the team the way that Jimmy Butler's doing right now.
Again, this is why I just try not to ever psychoanalyze what guys might do, because we just don't know. And
no, but
Jimmy's a great teammate to this point.
But the biggest thing we've been talking about is Jimmy Butler hasn't been exploded offensively in a game. He doesn't have to.
Just wait, it's coming.
And that's not his role. He's making everybody better on this basketball team. I don't know if Kevin Durant would have the same effect right now.
Yeah, he's always just a different style of player, and the way the team's constructed now, and what they need from that number two. Draymond said apparently that was the report that he went to management and was like, get me another a-hole. I need another a-hole on this team. It's kind of what happened with the Pistons when they got Rasheed Wallace. Remember I talked about that with you before the trade? I was like, didn't that help? Didn't that not blow up the locker room and help them go win a championship? They were already really, really good, but that was kind of it. They went and they got another a-hole. And they already had a lockdown defense with Tayshaun Prince and Ben Wallace at center. And you add him at the 4 with some offense that could stretch it. Not a bad comp, I don't think, for what potentially could happen impact-wise
we'll see.
for this team down the stretch. I want all 5. I'm going to be a little. I'm gonna actually.
You got 5 on it?
I'm going to be a little bit irked if they go 4-1. 4-1's I'll accept it, but I want all 5.
Rasheed Wallace.
I'm getting greedy.
You got to expect that maybe they'll lose to the Knicks.
Maybe, but I don't want them to.
Maybe not.
I don't want. No, I'm looking for all 5 because that Knicks win would be a big one.
Oh, it'd be huge.
Something on a back-to-back on the road. It also would have meant, if you win this one and Philly and Charlotte, if you win those first 3, would mean you've won 7 in a row going into that one. That would be a huge win on the road. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Let's talk about all this with our guy Mark Spears, ESPN, and Anscape.com. Every week we talk to these guys, and it seems like where we think the Warriors can go has climbed and gotten higher and higher since Jimmy Butler showed up. We'll see what Mark Spears thinks next. Greatest show in America, Dirty Work, rolls on the Sports Leader.
Rasheed Wallace.
Sergio Romo joined Murph and Marcus this morning with his thoughts on how Buster Posey will do at the helm of the Giants front office. Check out Serge and all of our podcasts at KNBR, the El Michon leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every week with our guy Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer from ESPN and Anscape.com, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Mark, what's up, man?
What's going on, Mark?
Where are you, Mark?
I'm at the Kia Center in Orlando. Actually just walked out of Steve Kerr's press conference. Steve definitely seems to be in a pretty good mood, and a lot of the talk was about Jimmy Butler, what he's done for this team from a defensive standpoint, and also what he also has done in terms of morale, how Pod seems to be joined at the hip with him, but it was nothing new on Kuminga, but everything else was basically about Jimmy Butler and what he's infused to this team.
So, I mean, Derek and I I'm at like an all-time high for how excited I am about what their potential is. And I don't want to look too much into a game against Charlotte like that, but the point for me is that I think they're 6-1 since Jimmy showed up.
6-1.
In those 7 games, they've now proven that they can do things consistently, repeatable, and they've also come back in some games. They've knocked down more shots. They've become a team that does certain things correct versus where they were before Jimmy, where they had no real calling card. What have you noticed most about the change in their play, and what's the biggest impact he's had?
You know, typically when a new player comes in, right, they are trying to adapt. And I think you saw that with Luka. He's been playing better late, but, you know, he has to work himself back into shape. They have to adapt to him. He has to adapt to them. LeBron's yelling ahead to him, don't fit in, fit out. Jimmy just walked in like he went to training camp with these dudes.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that suggested that, you know, he was not familiar playing with these guys already. From the moment he's been there, I think the thing that is stunning to me is how other people have played better because of him. Like you don't really see that, but I think the way he plays defense is contagious. The way he moves the ball is contagious. And like the last time I saw a guy come in and make this kind of impact on a team, you know, after the trade deadline, to me was like Pau Gasol in 2008. You know, usually it's the next season, and, you know, there's still a lot of basketball to be played, that somebody comes in and makes an impact on a team that after a trade, but it's usually a struggle. And what I'm seeing from him with the Warriors is rare. It's typically not heard of. I mean, it's almost like the fish that saved Pittsburgh with Dr. J. It's an old movie, but
Derek brought this up earlier today.
We were talking about the best basketball movies of all time.
Well, I don't know about that being the best basketball movie of all time.
He just threw it out as a basketball. Just threw it out there, and I was like, I haven't even seen that.
Bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Is Hoosiers better, though, Mark?
He Got Game is the best one.
Okay,
ever.
there you go.
Period.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
Okay, so but to your point, Mark, with Jimmy Butler making everybody better on the team right now, Pajemski and Moody and even Steph, you go through all of the guys that were on the table for a potential trade. I mean, Larry Markkinen back in the summertime, or Paul George, or even Kevin Durant. Do you think this was the best possible move the Warriors could have made?
You know, initially I would have been skeptical about it because Jimmy, you know, and he act like such wasn't the case now, but he wasn't excited about coming here first. He was excited about going to Phoenix first, and then I think he realized Phoenix was an option and the Warriors were his second best option, but I think they wanted Kevin Durant before they wanted Jimmy, right? And I think the Warriors could have made the trade for KD regardless of whether he accepted it or not, but I think it was very smart of them to respect Kevin and ask him about it first, even though it got leaked out first, which I think messed it up. You know, I think if it would have got like slow walk through Rich Kleiman, his right-hand guy, then perhaps it could have worked. But to me, it ended up being a blessing in disguise for the Warriors that Jimmy is here. I mean, he's been absolutely incredible. I don't even think he himself could have, you know, imagined that he could have had this impact this fast. So sometimes things just, I think the Warriors would do a break, right? They've had a lot of pain this season. And for it to like typically your second choice doesn't end up being the best choice. But I don't know that Markkanen, KD, anybody else could have had this kind of impact on both ends of the court that Jimmy has.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. He's at the Kia Center in Orlando where the Warriors play the Magic tonight to start a 5-game road trip. Would a 5-0 road trip surprise you?
Throw me the names of the teams.
So it's Orlando tonight, then Saturday Philly.
W.
Then Monday they play at Charlotte.
W.
Yeah, see? And then here's the one, Tuesday at the Knicks. So it's a back-to-back against the Knicks. That's the tricky one. Now here's what I think, Mark. I think they get up for that one after the Charlotte game, and then they have a day off in New York before Brooklyn before they come home. I think Brooklyn's the dicey one. After a day off in New York.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like New York's been up and down.
Yep.
Mitchell Robinson, I believe, could be back right for that game.
Right.
Should be playing. But some about I think MSG gets the best out of Steph as we've seen it. He only gets there once a year, and somehow he is always spectacular in MSG. I could see Jimmy being great. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they have a perfect trip.
Damn.
Like you no matter what the Knicks look like as a team, and right now, even though they've had some struggles of late, you have to respect them as a team.
Yeah.
They're one of the better teams in the league. Just going to MSG, man, I think it's like people going to Staples, or it's not Staples no more. You know what I mean? But like people going to Chase. Like there's certain arenas, even Chicago, because Michael Jordan was so great there. There's certain arenas that you go to, and it brings out the best in you. And I don't know that there's any arena in the league that opposing players get more excited about than going to New York on that stage.
So there have been so many great opposing player performances at the Garden. Steph has played well there throughout his career. Just circling back to it, I'm with you. I actually, that says a lot about where our confidence and the ability of this team is. That like 4-1 is kind of what I think they could go.
3 weeks make.
That's what I mean, man. I mean, dude, you're in Orlando on a Thursday. That's how big a deal this is. That's how well they're playing.
Well, I mean,
man.
that's not why.
I'm just
coincidental. I mean, Kendall Jackson wines is why I'm here.
Yeah, okay. There's always wine involved with Mark.
I'm doing twofold. I'm doing a diary on Paolo Banchero this season.
Nice. Yeah, you told us that.
So we went to Disney World with him yesterday, which was pretty fun. And that episode will be on Anscape next week. And then Kendall Jackson is part of a Magic Wine and Food Festival, Orlando Magic thing. So they had me stick around to interview Jamal Mosley, the coach of the Magic, at a luncheon tomorrow, wine luncheon. You guys are welcome to come. You can get out here.
All right, yeah.
And,
I'll see you there. Yeah.
It just so happens they're playing the Warriors tonight. So, yeah, I was meant to be here.
It was all meant to be. Just circling back to what you were saying about Jimmy being the perfect fit on both sides of the ball. You don't know that Kevin Durant would have been that or Markkanen, whoever they would have gone after. Did you hear what Kevin Durant said on Draymond's podcast about why he didn't want to come midseason?
What did he say?
He talked about how he thought it was not beneficial for either team. The Warriors would have had to give up too much. He doesn't think it's a good thing to get moved in season, and thinks it would be hard. Thought it was a pointless move, and he said if you want to do it in the offseason, then you can pull that apart and make that happen, but I don't want to deal with it in season.
Hey, man, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yep.
And it's been a treasure for Jimmy and the Warriors, so I think it all worked out for everybody, and I pray that Kevin is sent to a place that could, cement the end of his legacy, wherever that is next. But it's like you could have been back here, and I think that would have meant a lot to Warriors fans. I still think the Warriors retire his jersey, but to me, he would have came back as the savior rather than the guy that was basically brought in to help his legacy before. So I think it could have certainly been a different thing for him. But Warriors fans and the Warriors aren't crying about it right now.
So take the standings out of it, Mark. Right now, from what you've seen with the 7 games of Jimmy Butler, right now, where do you think the Warriors rank in the Western Conference just based on their talent right now?
That's a good question. I'm still trying to really determine what the Lakers are, right? But I think the main thing to say about it is they're capable of beating anybody in the league.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's what matters the most. I mean, ultimately we'll see, where the standings are, and I don't think anybody wants to play them right now, man. I mean, the one thing you could say is that they have a lack of size, but how do you counter that? Right?
Yeah,
with what they're bringing on the floor. To me, the key thing is this: like, I think they're capable of beating everybody. I just happened to be in the gym today at the hotel. Coincidentally, it was at the same hotel as the Warriors, and J.K. Kuminga was out there working out really, really hard to some gospel music. And I think he's closing in on coming back. It won't be tonight, but I feel like it will be soon. And I'm really curious about how this team jumps to an even higher level with J.K. coming off the bench, man. And there's just so much he can learn from Jimmy. I think it will behoove him to accept coming off the bench, not having his agent say anything.
Yep.
Kind of rock the boat, everything. There's a good vibe, man. They're sailing really good. Knock on wood, injury-wise for the Warriors, they stay afloat and could play healthy. But I think right now, LeBron James told Luka to fit out. I think Kuminga has to fit in.
Yes.
They've been rolling without him, and if he comes in with the right mentality, which I think he will, that's just another scary weapon that the Warriors have.
Mark Spears from Orlando, where the Warriors getting ready to take on the Magic, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com. Mark, always a good time, man. Have a great time at the game. We'll talk to you later. And at the wine festival, too, man. Enjoy the luncheon.
Yeah, man. You guys got to come out, man. Kendall Jackson doing it big.
You guys got to come out. I can't do it.
We'll ask Mike Cole if we can do the show from Orlando tomorrow.
We'll go to Sonoma. Me and you.
I'm down. I'm down.
Do a show from there. Let's do that.
Let's do it. I got plenty of time. Let's do it.
All right, there you go.
All right, Mark.
We
enjoy
got
the
plans.
luncheon. We'll talk to you later, man. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Some updates there. He was just there listening to Steve Kerr before the game and said no real updates on Jonathan Kuminga, but said on his own, we didn't even really ask about it. He was in the gym, saw Kuminga working out, was going pretty hard, and he's right. I mean, we talked that whole segment or 2 segments ago about the Warriors and what they could do on this road trip. I'd forgotten about Kuminga throughout the entirety of that conversation. That's what's so wild about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I got to be completely honest. That worries me the most is Jonathan Kuminga's return. Is just how he fits, and we'll get into more next segment. But I feel like, as JD said when they acquired Jimmy Butler, he's a very similar player. And it's kind of redundant to have both of them on the floor at the same time.
Well, if he comes off the bench and they can stagger some of that.
No, definitely. But
he's also a little bigger, isn't he?
A little bigger, but he's like the same thing that Steve Kerr was talking about the other night. He has to know what this offense is. And I know that Draymond Green the other night said, we were not changing the offense up that much. I disagree. I think the offense has changed. They're passing the ball a little bit more. It's not all just predicated on threes. It's ball movement and selling for mid-range jumpers and getting what's open.
I think the point is that is making things easier for a lot of the younger guys.
I'm sure it is.
And so the hope is that same thing can happen with the athletic ability and the skill set we've seen Kuminga already show early in his career. I think the hope is that because Jimmy and this offense has made it easier for some of these other guys, that these passing lanes open up, maybe it's easier for him. We know he can attack. We know he can go get a bucket. What they need him to do is play defense. And that's the biggest concern. It's not concern, but can he commit on the defensive side of the ball, like I was talking yesterday, on weak side defense, where they're going to need him, like what Andrew Wiggins was doing?
Yeah, no,
that's what you lost in Wiggs, was a lot of that defense, but clearly they're a better team with Jimmy Butler. Can he commit to that element in the second half coming off the bench? And in doing so, there's going to be times where if he's not starting, he will be the guy to go get some buckets.
Yeah, no, I mean, he needs to be that guy. He needs to be willing to do whatever his role is asked.
And that's what Mark was saying. I was wondering.
I know. I mean, but that's like the one thing where I'm like, I don't know how that's going to look. I really don't. He needs to be accepting of coming off the bench. I think that's the best role for him right now because I love what Moody's doing at the 4 spot.
That's the question: is will his agent and him stay out of it and not make noise?
Well, he's also got to, I know he's a restricted free agent, but he's hoping to have a big payday coming up. And while Jimmy Butler will help with him growing as a player, it also could hurt him with not getting enough playing time.
But there's also the idea that he's missed, nearly 30 games?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think that he necessarily even has the right to be like, okay, well, I need to be in for X amount of time. It's
No, he shouldn't.
This team is hitting on all cylinders right now. I think Steve Kerr
What gives you the right? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
exactly.
I mean, you want to go run off to Shams and tell him you got benched again? That's clearly not going to fly with this team. But more importantly, like, look at Jimmy Butler for your example, okay? He came here and he did exactly what was being asked of him. He's making everybody better. If he can do it, and he's all world at this point, dude, come on.
You know what? You know why I'm not really worried about it? Because if it's not working out, you just don't play him as much. And who cares if he makes the noise? Like, it's not going to be that noisy. And
no, it won't be.
That's my point is they're already playing this well without him. I'm tantalized by what he could add to them. I don't think he detracts anything. There's no way he hurts them.
I hope not.
Because if he's not good, then you just sit him. You know what I mean? Like, you shorten rotations anyway. You don't want to have to do that. You want him to fit into what it is that you're already doing because it's just going to give you.
But I don't want the focal
weapon.
point. I don't want there's a whole thing with the media and how Jonathan Kuminga's treated, or he's not playing, like he's not given the opportunity. There's a whole thing between Steve Kerr and him. I don't want it to be a whole talking point where it's like, well, Kuminga's healthy now. How come he's not getting his playing time? Because they're doing well without him.
Well, because they didn't have Jimmy Butler before.
Exactly.
They needed him to play more.
But there's people that are so focused on Kuminga's development and him being the best possible player, and I'm like, who cares as long as the team's playing well? I don't give a damn about that.
Well, yeah, of course. The reason it's a story is because of what you just said. He's a restricted free agent.
Of course, I
so
get
the
that.
development was key in knowing what you had. We talked about it for months.
If you're playing well without him, then you might want to move him and during the offseason to get something better.
I'm just not turning on Kuminga.
I'm not turning on him.
You seem very skeptical about his return. You seem skeptical.
I'm a little nervous about it. I'm a little nervous about it.
Very like he's going to ruin things.
I'm not saying he's going to ruin things. I just don't know how it's going to look. If things are going so well right now, clicking on all cylinders, I'm just a little worried that not so much the team, but the outside noise is going to be like, well, you got to get Kuminga on the floor. Come on.
Tim, you hearing this?
Man, just turn on guys. Jeez.
You upset about Kuminga? Jesus. Now he's not going to come on the show either, him or Jimmy.
I already cost us Jimmy, okay? Don't do that, okay?
You know, Kuminga's going on Virgin Dubai.
Virgin Dubai.
Yeah. So weird. So bizarre. Whatever he's got to do, man. Whatever he's got to do to take us to a Larry O.
I'm trying to get Onion Kuzmich on the show, okay?
Oh, man, that'd be a get.
He's still in the Adriatic League. Tim just offered me a Giants update. I'm in no position ever to turn down anything San Francisco Giants related.
Giants just finished off their spring training game 6-4. Okay, spring training, maybe not your cup of tea. You know, don't yuck our yum and everything.
Did they pick up a W?
Picked up a W. Here's the good one, okay? Landon Roop threw 6 innings. He got 5 strikeouts in 6 innings. I apologize. 3 innings, 5 strikeouts. So 6 outs, 5 of them by strikeouts.
Just hit it, Tim. Just hit the.
No. My point was good. Nobody throws 6 innings right now.
I know. That was my point.
I just misspoke.
It was just a slight misspeak.
5 Ks out of his 6 outs.
That's the thing.
Pretty good.
Should we make Tim's mistake of the day more what he says or what he hits on that?
Hold on, he might have to hit it now.
5 Ks out of his 9.
I was going to say.
Well, he also gave up a hit, too. So we
said 5 of his 6. Nobody even knows the line now. We've
no walks. So 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 5 K. I'm just going to blow through whatever you're saying.
I mean, I've got it, but I think Tim confused the audience. 3 innings, he's like, and he got 6 outs. 5 of them by strikeout. I was like, there's 9 outs in the 3. So he had 3 innings pitched. 5 strikeouts for Landon Roop.
I don't think it's warranted.
Twice in a row.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
You are right.
I can own my mistakes. It's fun.
Yeah, you are right.
I think that we use that for Tim's mistakes as far as being a board.
It's more a functional thing. Yeah, it's more like, Tim, I take it back. You don't have to play that.
Let's just restart the show then.
You don't have to play it, Tim. Don't worry. That one doesn't count.
Thank you.
Tim hasn't made his mistake of the day yet.
We're still waiting for it.
Oh, it's so good. I'm totally lost now. Landon Roop. That was our Giants update.
Yeah, it's the second time through the rotation, but he's gone. He hasn't allowed a run yet all spring. So, again, 5 Ks in 3 innings.
Roop, there it is.
Yeah, he was fun. I interviewed him.
That would be a nice surprise to have somebody like that come out of nowhere.
All right.
I mean, I think they have high hopes for him. I mean, he's competing for a spot either in the rotation or the bullpen. He's got options, too. But we spoke to him at the Fan Fest event down in San Jose. Marcus and I did, which was a lot of fun. And he seemed like a good dude. Loves, by the way, that Patrick Bailey's back there behind the plate. He said there's so many times he throws pitches, he thinks they're a ball, and then Patrick Bailey pulls it back, and it's called a strike. Speaking of that Fan Fest event, the Free Giants KNBR Fan Fest Tour's final stop is Saturday, March 8th. When's that? Oh, geez. I thought it was day after tomorrow. I was like, oh, my God, I have to work this weekend. Saturday, March 8th at Oracle Park in San Francisco, 10A to 3P.
God, I saw, dude, your heart just sank.
You saw my face for
that?
Yeah,
I did.
I looked up there. It's like, Jesus. I knew we were getting to the end of February, but.
Did you forget to pay your taxes or something?
Jesus, dude, that flop sweat going right now. Good Lord.
Like, wait, that's day after tomorrow? No. March 8th. That's next Saturday. I'll be there. Marcus Boucher will be there. It's at Oracle Park in San Francisco, right here from 10A to 3P. Rich Aurelio will be there. Dave Dravecki, Jeff Leonard, Noah Lowry is going to be a cool one. Sergio Romo, our guy JT Snow, who's going to join us, by the way, at 4:50 today to talk some Giants baseball. Plus, Lucille will be there, of course, plus photo ops with the World Series trophies. And the Giants spring training game will be up on the scoreboard. The first 10,000 fans in attendance are going to get a Brian Wilson Be Weezy bobblehead at the gate.
Ooh.
Presented by Scottsdale, your home base for spring training, and presented by the United States Air Force. For tickets and FanFest details, visit knbr.com/FanFest Tour. Good? We all good?
I really butchered that.
Got all my minutiae out of the way. Somebody texts in pretty regularly. We do a pool here at KNBR, the Sharks pool. We've talked about it on the air, where every day all the guys in the Sharks pool put $1 in the hat when they have a Sharks game. They pull a number out of the hat. They get to draft a player in that order that they pick the number.
Yeah, where are you going with this?
And then you win the pot. But you win the pot if your player that you drafted scores the first Sharks goal of the game. When they score a goal, you've got 24 hours to claim it. If you don't, the pot rolls over. Okay.
Yeah.
Derek's in the Sharks pool, and we haven't checked in on Derek's pool status, and it's got to be 3 weeks now. People check in regularly. Somebody did earlier today on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Was it Nicole?
No, they asked, who did Derek take? 707. Who did Derek take in the Sharks pool
Tonight?
Yeah, who do you have?
Well, we'll do that next.
I'm not teasing that.
Yeah, we are. We're up against it. Who did I pick in the Sharks pool? That's next. If that won't keep you, I don't know what will. KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa and Greg Silver are live at the Combine through the weekend, snagging anyone they can find to talk orbit motion and 21 personnel. For everything Combine, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Oscar can leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Great stuff with Mark Spears, who is, I guess, was coincidentally in Orlando at the Kia Center. I've actually been to that arena.
Have you now?
I've seen a couple of games there. I actually saw the Warriors play there the night before Thanksgiving, 2015. Yeah, 2015-16 season. They got a dub.
73-9 season?
Yeah, it was that year. It was early. I mean, it was early. It was November. They were damn good.
They were just starting their 24-0 run.
They were fantastic, yeah. Before Kevin Durant got there, Steph had 38 or something in the game. Went nuts. Anyway, Mark Spears down there because he was doing something with Paolo Banchero of the Magic and going to a wine fest tomorrow as well.
Sounds lovely.
Sounds fantastic. Anyway, he's also covering the Warriors and the Magic.
And I got to say, there was your opportunity to call him out and say that He Not Game, or he Got Game, is not a great movie.
Whereas Tim said he's got game.
Come on, Tim.
Well, I don't want to crap on Mark. I don't want to have to like.
He got game, she got game, we got game.
What's our number one saying on the show? Don't yuck our yum. I wasn't going to yuck his yum. He said that's the best, hands down. I was like, okay, so I just moved on.
Yeah, the plot's just.
I wasn't going to crush
ridiculous.
Mark Spears.
I mean, it's a good movie. I could sit through to watch the whole thing.
It's not unwatchable. It's just like not something I'm ever like, I'm putting that on.
Then you find out that Rosario Dawson's been just,
Rosario Dawson, though.
Going behind his back.
Yeah,
she's got some scenes in that movie.
Yeah, she does. She's got some scenes in a lot of movies. I'm a Rosario Dawson guy.
Ray Allen's got some scenes in that movie.
Come on, Ray.
Those two girls in the dorm room?
I know, come on. He's not as good as our guy, oh, man, what's his name, and Coach Carter. When they go play the road trip game, like over the holiday
It's been
break.
a while since I've seen him. My Coach Carter's knowledge is not as great.
So Coach Carter, they go play like a travel tournament, like a Christmas tournament.
Uh-huh.
And after one of the games, it's Worm, the point guard, Worm. He gets like past this girl's number from the opposing school or whatever. Now, Coach Carter, most of the players black and Latino, like they do have Channing Tatum on the team. He's their token white guy. Yeah, he's like their token white guy. I
remember
first thing I ever saw him.
Or I don't remember him. I remember Ashante's in Coach Carter.
Ashanti?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah.
I say it wrong?
Yeah, you did. Ashanti, yeah.
I remember back in the day. She was on every Ja Rule song.
Yeah. He said, Fire Fest. So that's my Ja Rule. So they go play like an opposing team. They play like a prep school, like an all-white school. So there's all these like white kids invited to a party. So they're like the brothers who show up. They sneak out at night from the hotel room and they go party at this girl's house, like a mansion party.
Yeah.
And he's like sleeping with the girl. And when Coach Carter shows up, he shows up and pulls them all out of the party. And he buses them back home. And he's standing on the bus and he goes, "Ghetto hoop stars, playing basketball and humping the honeys." When we get back to Richmond, I'll show you what humping really is.
Damn.
It's a hell of a line from
What does that mean,
It's a hell of a
Sam?
line from Sam Jackson, dude. Oh, he runs their asses, dude. He does.
That's his idea of humping, huh?
Yeah. And then if Worm says something, he's like, "Coach, we won. Isn't that what you want us to do?" It's just something like that. That's how he talks, dude. Two of you, one of me. That ass special. Anyway, the Sharks pool, which, Derek, you've got one of the longest drought streaks going, I'm told.
Second longest.
Sharks and Canadiens tonight, by the way.
Yes.
Don't you know? The baby Sharks, Mike Greer's baby Sharks, looking to pick up a dub. They've been floundering of late. What have they lost?
Hasn't been good for the old Sharkies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 losses in a row.
Hey, it's okay.
Montreal.
They're building something.
I'll tell you
folks.
what, they've lost 6 in a row, but they haven't lost as many as Derek has lost in a row in the Sharks pool.
How many in a row is it?
Mike Holler just told me during the break that Derek in the Sharks pool is up to 111 winless games consecutively.
Yeah.
They only play like 82, don't they?
Well,
81?
it's definitely going on from season to season here, and I was very proud.
They only play 81.
That's what I'm saying. And I was very proud of when I got to 69 in a row. Okay. And yeah, it's gone beyond that. So yeah, I'm but it's the second longest losing streak.
What?
I think Tonelli's number 1.
I think Tonelli's active now. I don't know if you've had this problem.
And then number 3 is Marcus Boucher.
Yeah, Tonelli's won many times and then not claimed, and so then his streak continues. Are you like that too? Have you won and not claimed?
In my first season in the Sharks pool, I won very early on and did not claim. And I never lived that moment down. Since then, I've won once.
Okay, so who do you have in the Sharks pool tonight?
Tonight, I have Mr. Alex Winberg.
The reason we had to go to break, really, is because Derek didn't remember the name of the guy that he picked.
I forgot who he was. But I'm confident.
So what pick did you have tonight?
Fifth.
Fifth. And why'd you go with Winberg?
Well, he's in the second starting line. So
second line?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's your logic? You look at his numbers this year?
Nope. He's just a guy that was on the second line, and I thought, you know what? And got to be honest, I don't know if he's Jewish, but I went with him because Winberg assumed.
All right, so all right.
He is Swedish.
A little bit of bias.
I haven't gotten
here.
confirmation if he's Jewish.
Okay, a little bit of bias here.
Yeah.
Tim, what can you tell us about Alex Winberg, and is this a good pick by Derek at number 5 today?
I mean, they're kind of shuffling the lines a little bit. It's not like it's a, what number pick were you? That was the only part that I missed. Feels a little high. There,
feels a little high for
Who else was
Winberg.
come on.
I mean, you did take a second line guy, so that's fine. The top line is that's easily the guys that are scoring the most. And Zetterlund's dropped off a little bit after Granlund got traded. But
how about John Lund?
John Lund got traded as
John
well.
Lund unleashed, yeah. By the way, Alex Winberg, 8 goals on the season.
It's not a terrible pick. I had to take Sturm at 10, so it's not like
Nico Sturm.
Yeah, third liner. Not feeling a lot of love.
I mean, who else was a good option?
I mean, I'd have to see
who would
the
you have taken
order.
at 5? Yeah,
I'd have to see the order of it, but we could check the lines.
Yeah, I mean, right now the start.
I can tell you who 1 through 4 was without even looking at it.
I know.
And Mike Holler, just thank you, Mike, with the list.
Yeah, Luke Cunnin would have been okay. I actually really like the guy Graff. Colin Graff is a young guy who's got a lot of
So
talent.
who were the first 4? Was it
First 4 were celebrating Toffoli, Eklund, and Zetterlund. Those 4 should have gone. And then Will Smith, being the 5th pick, is not a bad pick at all. Young guy, he's got a big shot.
You didn't take Will Smith. You took
no.
Winberg?
Will Smith was 5.
Yeah.
So he was Winberg at 6.
I was 6. I was 6.
Oh, he was 6th. Okay.
I mean, it's.
Hey, you know what? Tonight's the night. I'm confident in my guy Winberg. Mazel tov.
You didn't know his name until the break.
When I take Wenberg, it's Webberg.
Tim Webberg. Not a big Colin Graff guy, huh?
Not familiar.
Didn't want Zetterlund?
Zetterlund was already taken.
He was gone. I'm a Zetterlund guy.
Luke Cunnin would probably been the guy I would have taken.
Yeah. Barclay Goodrow, he's down there now, huh?
Yeah, he is.
Is he sitting down
but I remember Ruse's famous call. Barclay Goodrow.
It's a famous call.
It was a big moment.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, how about our guy John Dickinson? How'd we book him?
He was available.
He was available. He's free. Is he in Orlando?
No, he's not in Orlando.
No, he's not. All right, we'll talk to JD about what he's seen from the Dubs. Boy, I was feeling for my guy John Dickinson. Doing Dubs OT every night for that team. I didn't know.
It's a different tune now, my friend.
I'm pretty sure the last time I spoke to JD was about the Warriors was pre-trade deadline, the day you and I were at Harmonic when I said, "Well, I don't even care. So why are we talking about this?
No, we talked to him since then.
Have we?
Yeah, we have.
You sure?
We talked to him since they acquired Jimmy Butler.
Oh, that's right. We did.
Yep.
I'm hyped on him now, though. My Dubs 6-1.
I've heard you're hyped.
They're going all the way. John Dickinson next. Dirty Work. Greatest show in America, the sports leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. Pleased to be joined now, the host of Dubs OT. You'll hear him tonight after the Warriors and Magic go final. It's our guy, John Dickinson. What's up, JD?
What's up, fellas? Good to be with you. Yeah, big road trip starting for the Warriors. And, wow, Jimmy Butler. It's working out so far.
It is working out so far. So what are your expectations on this road trip? I know they got a few games that they can win. I mean, most likely they should win most of them. And they got that one game against the Knicks. Are you expecting like 4-1 or possibly even 5-0? What are your expectations for the road trip?
Yeah, I think 4-1 is probably a target for what would be a great trip. I mean, an excellent trip would be 5-0. I think even 3-2 at this point. I think you look at the Philadelphia game. I think that's a game they definitely need to get. The Charlotte game you need to get. The Brooklyn game you definitely need to get. Those are the three baselines. I would say tonight is definitely a game you can get, and then the Knicks game is the one that's the most difficult, at least on paper. But we all know Stephen Curry loves playing at Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors have seemingly, they've had a renewed energy, to say the least, here during the time that Jimmy Butler's been a factor. And I think they would view that game, nationally televised, TNT, at Madison Square Garden, as almost a show the world they're back kind of a game if they haven't really done so already. So I could see them winning that game and then maybe even dropping a game like tonight on the trip. But, yeah, it definitely has changed in terms of the vibe. I mean, you feel like every single game now the Warriors can go into and get a win, and that's just such a much different feeling than before the trade deadline, where this thing was headed down a very dark road of – I really do think they would be beneath Sacramento and Dallas and Phoenix and right there in that group with San Antonio and Portland right now had they done nothing at the deadline. Now we're talking about the 6th seed as an extremely realistic possibility, only being a half game back.
JD, I got to tell you, I might be a little miffed at 4-1. Like, that's how high I think of this team. I'm looking at their opponents, and I'm like, yeah, they're NBA teams. Anybody can lose. Anything can happen. Guys may have to rest. It's a back-to-back after Charlotte, which I feel like after what we saw the other night and the way they're playing, they should stomp that team out. They should win for sure the next 3. Knicks look like the biggest challenge. I am worried about the New York flu against Brooklyn last game before the road trip ends after a day off in New York. But 5-0 to me is like a very realistic possibility, and it wouldn't even really surprise me.
No, it wouldn't at this point. I mean, it really wouldn't. I mean, it's just every game you feel like they are close enough, either the better team or close enough to where, they can get a win if they play well. And, they're blowing out teams without necessarily their best effort again. And, I mean, Orlando, comes in 2 games under 500. I was just looking at the starting lineups for this one, and you can't beat a team with Cole Anthony, Paulo Banchero, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Wendell Carter Jr., and Franz Wagner. I mean, they're a little bit healthier than they were at earlier points of the season, but I mean, with the way that the Warriors are playing, why the heck not? I still feel like as a baseline for the trip, though. Not to say they're going to lose the Knicks game, but I would say, all right, that's one that's a losable game, so it's 4-1, and then maybe you win that one, you slip up somewhere else. So I still would say 4-1 would be a great trip. But yeah, I mean, Charlotte, Philly, they're in shambles. Charlotte's one of the worst rosters I've seen. We just got an up close view of them, and then Brooklyn's a team at this point that's got a couple of pieces. But Dennis Schroeder isn't playing against him like he was back in November when they came into Chase Center and fought back from a 17-point lead to beat him.
It's part of the pain, dude, of all that. I just didn't like seeing 71 out there. I was like, I don't like any of this.
Yeah, it was weird. The whole thing was
I don't like any
weird.
of this stuff. Yeah.
He's got one more, though, in March with Detroit. He comes in the first game back of the homestand after this road trip is again, another Dennis Schroeder. They might get a Dennis Schroeder revenge game.
I hope we get a video tribute. Yeah, video tribute's what I'm looking for, dude. Hopefully a bunch of the guys who were on the team then will show up to support him.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
So, JD, I've been asking this question to everybody that's been coming on this week. Just take the standings out of it right now. I know that right now they're the 8th seed and that the 6th seed is very attainable for them. But just based on what you've seen with Jimmy Butler, compared to the rest of the Western Conference right now, where would you rank them in the Western Conference just based on their talent?
I think as high as 3rd, maybe right now. I think OKC you have to give the benefit of the doubt for 47 and 11. I think Denver at this point is still with Jokic and their top 5-6 players. Now they really don't go much deeper than 5 or 6. They've won a recent title. Obviously, I think Jokic right now is the best player on the planet, so I give him the respect there, although they don't defend real well. I mean, they're flawed. We've seen OKC be flawed against the Warriors specifically this season, but as far as that goes, the Lakers, I think, are in the conversation. They have some things that they're going to have to figure out, but I think they will with LeBron and Luka. Are they missing a little bit of defense? Are they missing not having that big, although not having that big may not hurt them against the Warriors? I think it's a debate to be had about the Lakers. I would say maybe in Warriors in the 3-4 spots right now. I guess because the Lakers do still have the 2 bona fide superstars and the better record to this point. Maybe you give them the benefit of the doubt on the Warriors, but I wouldn't go any lower than 4. If I think the Warriors are definitely more of a threat than Memphis. I think they're more of a threat than Houston, even though those teams are going to end up with better records. And then everybody else, the Warriors are already right there. Clippers, Minnesota, Dallas. They've passed Sacramento and Dallas here within the last week after beating both of those teams. So I think right now they're probably the 3rd or the 4th best team, which if they can continue to stay healthy and get Jonathan Kuminga reacclimated into this thing at some point in the next week, we may be talking about a finish that didn't seem all that plausible. We may go back through that 29-game Jimmy Butler stretch and they've got a shot at maybe a 22-7 type of a run, which I'm not sure. I'm not sure anybody would have expected it could have been that good, and maybe an injury or two between now and the end prevents it from being that good. But I think this is a top 4 team in the West with the group that they've been able to assemble.
I agree.
Yeah, I think when I asked you that it was 29 games, it was 2 games into the Jimmy Butler stint here, and I asked you that at 29. They're now 6-1. If he plays all of them, or they will have had 31 games with him by the time the end of the season comes around. Like, I'm looking at 25-6, 24-7. To your point, JD, not an unrealistic thought for the way that they've played and the way the schedule is going to shake out. You mentioned Jonathan Kuminga. We had Mark Spears on a little while ago, and he said no real update from Steve Kerr in that regard, but he said he did see Kuminga today in the gym, said he was working out, looked pretty good, was playing full court, and they're still working him back. But more of what Mark was talking about and what Derek is a little concerned about is what mentality Kuminga will come in with in embracing whatever role it is that he's handed, because that's been obviously something that's been problematic in the past. My thought is if it doesn't work out and he's not working out, then you just sit him down. You're already playing well without him, but they really want him to succeed and fit into this. What do you know about him and where he is and how you think his mind will work in fitting back into this roster?
Yeah, I mean, Steve Kerr pulled him aside a couple of days ago. That made headlines, the conversation and the discussion about watching the Jimmy Butler film. And I thought it was interesting, more emulating Jimmy Butler and the discussion about the mentality and the trying to not trying to do too much, and the fact that what makes Jimmy great is that he doesn't try to be great, and that whole thing. I mean, it felt like there was it could be viewed, if you're somebody that wanted to view it that way, and there are a lot of people in the Bay that do view the Kerr Kuminga experience to be, wow, this guy's like backhanded shading him as he's trying to compliment him. But I think Kuminga's going to come in with the right mindset. I think the fact that they've been winning helps that. I think the fact that he was coming off the bench even before his injury, I think helps that. So it's not like he truly has to take a back seat in that front. He was already coming off the bench. And I think you nailed it, Copes. If it doesn't, they want it to work and they want it to fit. If it doesn't, because they've shown that they can play at a certain level without him, I just think that he just won't play as much. Like he has to almost re-earn the ability to get 25 to 30 minutes a night. And he may not be happy if he's not, but I think that's why Steve pulled him aside a few games ahead of his actual return as he gets healthy enough to return. And I think it's any game. I think it could be Saturday. I think it could be Monday. I think bringing him back in one of those games against the lesser opponents is also a smart call, as opposed to maybe even tonight or at Madison Square Garden. So I think his mentality will be right. I think it's a less is more mentality. Is what Kerr's trying to get across to him, and don't think that you have to do everything right off the bat, and that there will be opportunities. Like they are still going to need Jonathan Kuminga, and if Draymond may miss some games, somebody else may go down, and he still may wind up being somebody that has to play 25 to 30 minutes in some games. And I think if he accepts the slow build and just tries to fit in and has the less is more type of mentality, then I think he will still naturally have opportunities to explode and play the way that we started to see him play there before the injury. It's just don't try to get it all back and be a headliner. He's not the third option anymore, right? Or the second option, maybe, as he was before the injury. He's just an option. Like, he's going to be a guy, much like Brandon Podziemski's been or Moses Moody has been, where they're not featured on a nightly basis, and I don't think Kuminga, with Steph and Jimmy Butler healthy and playing, is necessarily going to be featured, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to have opportunities still to have big games. So I'm actually a little more optimistic about his ability to fit in than I was when the trade first went down, when I thought it had the prospect to be a little clunky. It still may be, but it's easy for Steve Kerr now because, as you said, Copes, if it's not working, he's just going to be a 15-minute.
They're not relying on him in the same way. They don't need him in the same way they did before, right?
And that's how. And they have been at their best this year, by the way, when they have not been Jonathan Kuminga dependent.
Yep.
We talked about that even going back to Hawaii and the 12-3 start. They weren't dependent on him then, and they aren't now. But if they view him as more of a luxury item, I think that's a good way to get the most out of him.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Jimmy Butler makes him a better player like he's making right now Brandon Podziemski a better player, and Moses Moody, and even Steph Curry. And I think that's been the biggest positive for Jimmy Butler joining the Warriors where he's making everybody better around him. So we go through the names that were on the table in free agency and the trade deadline, going from back to last summer with the likes of Paul George, Lauri Markkanen, even Kevin Durant. Out of all those names and what they acquired in Jimmy Butler, do you think they made the best decision in getting him?
I think it worked out that way, yeah. I mean, you didn't even have to give up Kuminga to get Jimmy Butler. I mean, you would have had to have given up Kuminga to get Kevin Durant. Now, I still think that would have been the right move if it came down to that. But I mean, Jimmy Butler's a better player than Paul George. I mean, I'm not a Paul George guy, Derek. You've known me for a long time. I've never been a big Paul George guy. The fact that it hasn't worked out in Philly is not surprising to me, although Embiid and his injuries and has a lot to do with that. I think Paul George would have really languished here. I think he'd be a disappointment here. I think he'd be a frustrating player here. Sometimes you got to get a little lucky. And I think there were points at which the Warriors, they get the credit for the result, but I don't think the result, like if they could have got Paul George in the summer, he'd be a member of the Warriors right now, and he'd be on an awful contract. They still would have done it. Yeah. If Durant wanted to come 2 weeks ago, Durant would be here, and Jimmy Butler wouldn't. So, sometimes the moves and the Warriors during their run have had a series of those. I mean, go back to Andre Iguodala. He gets his jersey retired, and Bob Myers is up on the stage talking about how Iguodala was their second choice because they wanted Dwight Howard. Yeah. Well, Dwight Howard spurned him, and they ended up better off for having Iguodala. They wanted to go get Kevin Love and considered throwing Klay Thompson in a deal for Kevin Love before the championship years. And they wound up not doing that, and it paid off. Harrison Barnes turned down a contract extension that could have prevented them from getting Kevin Durant. So you got to be a little bit lucky. And as the Warriors built the dynastic run, there were a series of things that they considered doing or were very close to doing that didn't work out, and the alternate path wound up working out better than could have been imagined. And this, at least to this point, looks like it's headed down maybe a similar road.
Okay, JD, I know you're not going on this road trip, but going through the 5 games, Orlando, Philadelphia, Charlotte, New York, and Brooklyn, rank your favorite arenas and cities to travel.
Oh, okay. This is a good one because I'm trying to think right off the top of my head. I haven't been to any of these buildings.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, this was. I actually have not been to. I've been to Madison Square Garden, but I haven't covered a game at Madison Square Garden. That was one that I was looking at. This trip didn't quite work out.
Would you go catch a little Billy Joel? What'd you go for?
For a couple of reasons. I actually took a tour. Took a tour of it because I was there in the summer, and I wanted to see Madison Square Garden. So yeah, I paid the $15 and took the tour of the place. So yeah, I haven't been to any of these buildings. Okay. But I mean, Madison Square Garden's the top. I mean, that's the top arena period that I have not covered a game in that I would hope to cover a game in. Every year I look at it, does it work or does it fit in the schedule? Can we make it happen? This year it ended up not being meant to be, but yeah, that's the top of the list in terms of maybe the entire NBA outside of, say, Boston.
You're not chomping at the bit to go to Orlando or Charlotte?
I've been to Orlando, JD.
Orlando's got a great arena from what I've told.
I've been a couple times.
And they still have the same. Two things I love about Orlando and New York specifically is they both still have the same long-time public address announcer.
Yes.
Like the Magic still have the same public address announcer as the Shaquille O'Neal days.
Oh wow!
Like it's incredible, and so it's like you kind of hear it's got a little bit of that same kind of late 90s, mid to late 90s, growing up as a kid vibe watching Magic games when I watch them there. I've heard that's a beautiful arena, although, God, it's got to be about 15, 16 years old now.
Yeah.
In Orlando. And the Garden is just, the Garden's just the Garden. What can you say about that?
Yep. John Dickinson covers the Warriors for us, among other things, right here on The Sports Leader. You can hear him on Dubs OT tonight following the Warriors and the Magic, which I'm anticipating will be their 5th consecutive victory in their first
you calling it?
Of a 5-0 road trip. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to be a little miffed if next Friday we're talking about a 4-1 roadie. If they go 3-2, I might be out on the Warriors again. JD, have a great show tonight, man. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, JD.
Thanks, fellas.
Great stuff there from our guy John Dickinson. Always hear him on Dubs OT immediately following Warrior games, and you'll hear him tonight right here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, we know a lot about the Magic PA announcer because Tom Tolbert stays playing basketball for the Orlando Magicians. He loved when he said, 2 minutes till the Mac Attack.
2 minutes till the Mac Attack. If you missed any JD, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah.
We're going to catch up at 4:50 with our guy JT Snow, who I think he's still down in Scottsdale. He was there last weekend working with Bryce Eldridge. We'll talk to him about what he's seen, and we'll talk about this Giants team. I want to know who else he's working with. I also want to talk to him about guys like Elliot Ramos, who are in their second season now after an all-star season last year. What do they most have to look out for? What makes the year after? I know he wasn't a rookie last year, Elliot, but it was his first full-time season.
Right.
What makes that second year so difficult in trying to maintain or take that jump? Also could talk about guys like Luis Matos and some of the other young hitters that he's seen down there. But before we do that, Derek's Raiders look to be really in the mix to land Matt Stafford.
Dude, I was listening to the Gregs at the Combine, which I'm a little jealous about because I've always wanted to go. But for all the guys that they've been talking to, it sounds like this is going to happen.
That the Raiders are going to land Matt Stafford?
And
as a Niner fan, I welcome it, dude.
Well, but let's talk about who the Rams could get.
Okay, well, now I'm not so excited. I forgot they still have to get a quarterback after that. Anyway, Matt Stafford could leave the NFC West, and it could be going to Derek's boys down in Vegas. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leaders.
You thought KNBR was the only media outlet having beef? Not so, my friend. Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz got into an F-bomb fest in a Starbucks. Who says the Combine isn't spicy? Tell us about your favorite beef on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to pick fights with other porn bots.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. A lot of guys hanging in the bullpen today. You notice that?
Yeah, well, it's an early Warrior game, so
That's
people
right.
are coming in.
I kind of like that.
Got Mr. KNBR back there just being a menace.
Mr. KNBR's here. He was working on some stuff.
He's cooking some stuff up of my top 5 Warrior moments.
That was
delicious list.
It was really funny that Derek, on the eve of the night that they were going to have the reunion against Charlotte the other night, the 2015 celebration and reunion 10-year anniversary of the championship. Derek had a whole thing. We talked about it all day. Derek's top 5 favorite moments. None of the guys who were in the moments that Derek had were even at the game.
Yeah, I know.
3 guys.
In hindsight, I could probably save that list for when they actually the actual anniversary of when they won the championship, because that reunion, not so good.
There were more items on your list than players that returned.
Yeah.
How about the idea that Derek's going to save the list for later? It already happened.
I'm going to save that list and we'll do it again.
They're your
that list is
favorites.
coming back.
And no one will know the difference.
Okay.
That's the great thing about radio.
You
Just
save the-
recycle segments.
Save the list. Yeah, right. Till they put the list up as a TikTok or on social media, and then it's out there.
We can do it again.
Then it's like wearing the same dress that you already wore.
I could do 5
You don't
other
do that
moments.
again.
Here's my other 5 moments from that season.
Here's my next year 6 through 10.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you do it, right?
You remember this foul in
5
game
through
3
1,
of
and then 10 through
the
6.
conference semis. So the Gregs who are out in Indianapolis,
Dude,
Derek is jealous.
Did you? Well, not so much. Did you hear about their travel issues? No. They do the red eye, and they fly in.
So the Gregs were flying to Indy for the combine, and they're staying through the weekend.
I believe so. Yeah,
I think they said that in their promo.
Flying back Sunday. I believe.
I'm not leaving. I won't. I have to spend 5 days anywhere I go.
I have to see them do the shuttlecock.
If I have to fly on a damn red eye, I'm going to enjoy my time in Indy.
So my dad loves red eyes. Greg Silver doesn't sound like he's big on red eyes. Even Mike Silver today in his scratchy voice was like, "Why'd you guys do the red eye?" You do better, Mike Silver, than me.
I don't know why you guys would do a red eye. Some guy texted in earlier, by the way, when I did a jaw rule, just on a whim. He said, "Look,
I be without my baby."
He said, "Dude, I can get behind your Sean McVay, but that jaw rule was a POS." I was
Really?
like, yeah.
Get behind the Sean McVay? All right.
Anyway, go ahead.
So they came in last night and
This morning,
buck crack of dawn, and they did not have a hotel room. So what are you going to do? You're going to check in over at the Lucas Oil Stadium and just sleep on the couches there.
That's what, dude. This is.
I can't imagine.
Hold on.
I want photos.
You wait until 4 o'clock.
I want photos of Greg Silver. Taking pictures of my dad just sleeping on a sofa out there.
That is incredible.
While the Purdue basketball team comes in and makes fun of my pop sleeping on the couch.
There's only one couch. Would you like to go head to foot with me?
Like a lane with the dog walker,
dude. Yeah, you
guys sleep head to toe.
The grandparents and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh yeah,
Willy
that's
Wonka.
so weird.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Those freeloaders.
How did you wait 2 hours, guys? You waited 2 hours to tell me that Greg and Craig had to sleep on couches in the at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah, I can
is
only.
the Purdue basketball team a joke, or is that really happening?
I want to say they saw them when they came in this morning.
That's incredible.
They're going through the lobby or something. But yeah, apparently my dad made the joke. Was just like, you did tell them that Zach Edey's not that good.
You guys know I used to call Spurs games.
Yes. I also called Pacer games back in the day. Look me up.
Tell them Zach.
Bob Slick Leonard.
Zach Edey's not that good. Just ripping one of their former teammates. That's absurd. So they crashed on a couch. I just can't imagine Greg. Get me a comb and some eggs.
Give me a nice hot pocket and a comb, and I'm good to go.
Yeah. Where's the treadmill here? I've got to do my workout.
Yeah, but that's how the day started.
Well, you had plenty of changes of clothes.
We actually have audio of it.
I'm tired of losing to Purdue.
Yeah, dude, nice.
There you go.
Well done.
But yeah, so they made the rounds. They got a few people on. My guy Scott Bair, who covers the Bears now, formerly with NBC Sports Bay Area with the Raiders.
Right.
They also got Vinny Bonsignor on, who covers the Raiders in Las Vegas. And it sounds like everyone believes that this Matthew Stafford to the Raiders is picking up steam. What's so funny there, Chuckles?
YouTube chat, Frank Weber says, dude, Greg's they're covered with a newspaper, sleeping under a newspaper.
Evie here, the two Gregs just turn into one big Greg pod.
Well, they merged together?
Yeah, they just become a big Greg blob, dude.
John Peralta, we're spooning, Greg.
Was it the substance?
Oh, dude, that's so funny. Oh, dude. Anyway, go ahead. Get to whatever you were doing. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever your thing is. But so basically people believe that this Matthew Stafford trade where he goes to the Raiders is going to happen. And Vinny Bonsignore, with his time with the Gregs today, seemed pretty confident this thing's going to go down.
Yeah, well, number one, Tom Brady wants him in Las Vegas. Money's not an issue. I've been told that's the parameters of that have already been taken care of, and so now it's working with the Rams on a trade. If the Rams still have final control because they have him under contract for the next 2 years, they could just turn around and say, sorry, we're not going to trade you. And I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they're at this point sort of resigned to the fact that this is what the reality is, and now they're trying to make the best deal possible. Feels like when it gets to this point, the writing's on the wall. Like, why would you let him get out the building, do all this? We know that he had the skiing trip or whatever it was with Tom Brady. There's been talks with the New York Giants. When it usually gets this far, everyone's turned the corner and is ready to move on. So it feels like that is going to happen, that the Rams are going to trade Matthew Stafford. Anything is possible, of course. As far as who are they going to replace him with, I feel like it would be Aaron Rodgers in Los Angeles.
Wow.
With the guy by the name of Devontae Adams.
So they're going to get them both?
Yeah. I think that is something that people should definitely pay attention.
That's a lot of wows.
Yeah.
All we need is Owen Wilson. Wow.
You don't usually hear Greg that surprised. I had this days ago.
Yeah. Well, so like I know Niner fans are like, okay, Derek, whatever. You go on and on about the Raiders too much. I hear you. But listen, if he leaves the division, that's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Like right now, how would you rank the quarterbacks in the NFC West? I'd say he's the best.
Stafford, Purdy, Geno, or Stafford, Purdy,
Kyler, Geno.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so if he leaves, then I think Brock is by default your best quarterback in the NFC West. I think the only thing that's keeping the Rams relevant right now is Matthew Stafford. Like, there's very good players on their team. Their defense is very good. Puka Nacua is a very good receiver. They're moving off of Cooper Kupp.
Kyron's good.
Yeah, Kyron Williams is very good too. But if Matthew Stafford's not there...
defense is legit.
Yeah, no, it is. But if they just think like, well, we can make this work with Jimmy Garoppolo, I think not, sir.
No, I don't think that's their plan.
No, but
I don't think they want to lose Stafford.
That has been brought up.
I don't think they want to lose Stafford. I think this is just the nature of where the business is right now and what they have to do if they want to remain competitive financially. And I think that they just decide it's not in our best interest to go 2 years with Stafford. Maybe it's 1 year with Rodgers and we get somebody waiting in the wings and we plan for the year after that.
No, I mean, I think that's the plan.
I also, I know people are all down on Rodgers because everybody just hates Rodgers. And the Jets were really bad. He wasn't as bad and his numbers weren't as bad this year as people make him out to be.
But is he an upgrade over Stafford though?
I don't know, and I fear that.
Yeah.
I fear that he put up numbers on a really bad team. Rodgers did. And he started really slow. He was coming back from an Achilles.
Yeah.
But he started really slow. I know everyone's like, he's a statue back there. He's immobile. I'm like, Matt Stafford just went to the NFC Championship game as a statue back there.
He's got a better offensive line.
Right. And this would be an upgrade for Aaron Rodgers.
And better talent. I mean, if Puka and...
Rodgers was 28 touchdowns, 11 picks this year. 38-97. He was just shy of 4,000 yards passing. 63% is not fantastic, but
yeah,
that's better numbers than Stafford put up, at least touchdowns, and I believe yardage-wise.
Okay, well, if you don't believe Vinny Bonsignore that the Raiders are going to land Matthew Stafford, how about our guy Mike Silver believes the same damn thing?
One thing I'll tell you about Sean McVay, he's surveying the landscape.
Today, I'm hoping.
He's got a young team. He's got a bunch of young players. He's looking at Kyle. Kyle's got Brock Purdy. He's looking at Cliff Kingsbury, another one of his buddies. He's got Jaden Daniels. He's looking over at Matt LaFleur. He's got Jordan Love. I think Sean McVay's thinking, I want to go get my young guy. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, but I think he wants a young guy. And that brings us back to if Matthew Stafford is traded to the Raiders or Giants, who I believe are a possibility, let's say Raiders, then what do the Rams do in the short term? Oh, I know what they're going to do. I think they're going to go get Aaron Rodgers.
Young guy? Aaron Rodgers?
Well,
he wants to compete with the young guys? And
segue to the young guy. That buys you a year.
Got it.
If nothing else, maybe more. And, Sean, I know how Sean feels about Aaron. I know how Aaron feels about that possibility in L.A. because, he knows McVay well. It's a natural fit. I'm sure they back-channeled this to some degree. I think as I start to do the dominoes, part of me says Giants, Stafford, because they're so desperate.
But Stafford would want to go there?
I would think he'd prefer Vegas, and I would think it'll end up being Vegas.
I'm getting a strong buzz. You think this is going to happen, more likely than not? That Stafford goes to the Raiders and the Rams take on Aaron Rodgers?
If I had to say today, I'd say that's more likely than not. Certainly Stafford back to the Rams seems less likely to me. I think they're just in a weird place.
I mean, we've hung out with Mike Silver enough to know that he went drinking the night before.
What are you talking about, Sean McVay?
That was basically him holding the entire Radio Row last year.
I love my guy, Mike Silver.
No, he's awesome. But yeah, man, like when you hear that, I think that Niner fans have to be like, okay, Matthew Stafford's leading the division. So now, based on the opponents that the 49ers are going to have this season, it looks promising that they'll be atop the NFC West again. However, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers coming over? Like, I think that right now I would take Matthew Stafford over Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers is still Aaron Rodgers. He's not the same Aaron Rodgers as before. He's diminishing as a player.
I fear the Rams about as much with Rodgers as I do with Stafford.
I'd say a little less.
I have appropriate fear about them. Rodgers is clearly on the decline. Matt Stafford still completed 65% of his passes this year. That would be the biggest difference in there.
Well,
3 fewer picks, and he completed 66 nearly percent.
I mean, Greg Silver made a great point, and Mike doesn't believe this is an issue, but the relationship between an Aaron Rodgers and Sean McVay, do you think that goes smoothly?
I don't know, or care. I mean, I just Rodgers had a bad relationship, it seemed like, with Matt LaFleur, and he was like throwing 30 touchdowns and 3 picks a year. Like,
that's fair.
If that's a disgruntled Rodgers, he was better than he was even before that. Like, he was.
Well, at this point, beggars can't be choosers.
Right.
Like, he's not going to have a lot of options, Rodgers.
He won't, and the Rams won't have a lot of great segue options either.
No.
Considering they don't want to.
This is probably the best situation they could do, going from, I know it's going to sound terrible, but 37-year-old Matthew Stafford to 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, while you're trying to get.
It's a segue, they said.
Yeah, that next up-and-coming quarterback.
And it's a 1-year commitment versus a 2-year commitment.
Yeah. And from what Vinny Bonsignor said, the money's not the issue right now. Like, I guess the reports are that Matthew Stafford's looking for a 2-year deal worth $100 million. So if the Raiders are like, by all means.
Wait, what do you mean money's not an issue for who right now?
The Raiders.
Oh, for the Raiders, okay.
Yes.
I was like for the Rams, that's why they don't want to keep him.
No, that's the whole thing. Like, the Rams, like, by all means, go out and see what you can find. And the Raiders, like, we'll gladly pay you the money you're looking for. So it's all about draft compensation at this point, trade compensation. I mean, God, like, the Raiders, like, I don't think they're just one quarterback away from winning the Super Bowl. So if Matthew Stafford just wants to get paid, by all means, if you want to throw to Brock Bowers and whoever else is on that team and you want to get paid, go for it.
So are we afraid of Devontae and Rodgers going to the Rams?
I think that you have to have, as you said, appropriate fear to be like they're older players, not the same guys, but you're like, okay.
They got Devontae too. I mean, I'd be like, what the hell is this about? And they got Puka Nacua in that offense. Like, I don't think they're worse off.
Who's wearing 17 though?
Who cares? I'm just like, who's 17 now, Puka?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big numbers guy.
Maybe he can wear 71 like Dennis Schroeder. You just flip it around.
I'm just saying though, like, I think that it's looking good for the Niners. Like right now, the Rams' demise is benefiting the Niners. But if they do acquire Rodgers, I don't think it's an upgrade. I think it's kind of even, but also I wouldn't poo-poo it as like, whatever, it's 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers. And I guess they got twice a year.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're the Rams, you're looking around going like, dude, our division's not strong. We've got an opportunity to still get back to the playoffs and make a run like we did this past year. And can we do it with a guy who's done it before? If you believe in his ability and says so on the tape. I mean, the Jets just weren't all that good of a team in general. They were a poorly coached team after they were shifting coaches around anyway, offensive-wise. People, I guess, in the building, guys were really upset that Rodgers was let go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
Well, people say he's a good teammate.
The Jets, Woody Johnson got the F when they did that players' we didn't even talk about that. The report card, like in his organization, they voted him the worst owner among all the other owners.
Well, he's judging trades on what his kids tell him in Madden.
It's terrible. So anyway, they're hopefully more competent, I guess, but they have been non-committal on what they're doing with Devontae or who their quarterback is.
It sounds like they're going to cut Devontae.
Yeah, they're probably going to cut him, but they also have been like mum's the word on who their quarterback is.
Probably going to be Tyrod.
Jeez, dude. It's just always the thing. It feels like if ever you're like, who's the quarterback? Oh, dude, Tyrod's on that roster.
He was backup last year.
He just flares up to be a starting quarterback.
What a tire fire the New York football teams are.
Yeah. Well, what do you? I mean, Tim, you did the Niners pregame show this year. Do you think that, like, you would fear the Rams as much if Aaron Rodgers became the quarterback over Stafford?
I think if you're a Niner fan, or especially if you're looking at this roster and you're looking at the fact they got a draft pick, and probably the most important fact of all, that you're going to have Purdy back, you think of yourself as a Super Bowl contender. You are looking at a last place roster, and you're looking at around the division. You're going, Seattle's gettable, Arizona's gettable. We don't really know what's going on in L.A. You shouldn't fear anyone. The teams that you should fear are the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Those are the teams that you want to be looking at going, I don't like them because I'm worried about their rosters. 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, maybe they'd sneak a game past you. I could totally see that. I mean, they won the division this year. It wasn't like they were bad. But if you really consider yourself a Super Bowl contending roster, can't be afraid of them.
All right.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 if you got anything to check in on regarding the Matt Stafford potential exit. It sounds like it's imminent from the LA Rams, and it could be going to Derek's Las Vegas Raiders.
That'd be wild.
I'm still rattled by the story that you guys told me that the Gregs got into Indianapolis this morning, did not have a place to stay, and then you said they slept at Lucas Oil Stadium in the
lobby.
Well, you said in the lobby of Lucas Oil Stadium. 408 says they slept in the hotel lobby.
Oh, okay.
408 checks in and says, because I didn't think you meant
I guess that makes more sense,
It sounded like you were saying there would have been couches. I was thinking it was like the convention center, wherever they're doing the shows from.
Well, they're doing...
It's like a Radio Row.
Well, I think it's at Lucas Oil Stadium where the Colts play.
That's where that Radio Row is?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought you meant like they were sleeping in that room. 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Says they slept in the hotel lobby. The Purdue team was checking out. One of the players sat on the couch that Papa was sleeping on. And Greg, what? These details are insane. Greg woke up and he wasn't alone on the lobby couch. Oh, man.
And I can't
believe
If I know my pops, he probably was just not in a good mood to do that show today.
Yeah, dude, that's hysterical. Somebody checked in, said 2 Gregs, 1 couch. I imagine 2 couches.
I don't know if I love that image.
Dude, how about the hotel lobby? The hotel just letting him stay there.
Well, what else are they going to do?
Do they have, I don't know. Send him out into the cold that is Indy?
My mind, they just curl up underneath the KNBR table in the convention center.
That's what I said. I thought wherever they were like the convention center.
God, that's rough.
Do they have somewhere to stay now?
I hope so.
I don't want to say I hope not.
Who F that up?
I hope they have to stay together, though. That'd be great.
Good Lord, that sucks.
We got to get a camera on those guys.
Oh, man.
That's exactly how I felt about it. Get the Gregs.
No, that was the answer to my question.
Oh, man.
Get the Gregs some eggs. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday. JT Snow's going to join us in about 35 minutes at 4:50 from Scottsdale, talking some Giants baseball. We love media beefs. We like to stir the pot ourselves. Had a little media beef ourselves this week.
We were in one.
There's a big media beef going on now between Jordan Schultz, who reported Matt Stafford and Tom Brady were in an actual meeting in Montana, versus Ian Rappaport, who then said, no, they just happened to be at the same resort. Mm-hmm. This was not a formal meeting. He was not being wined and dined, Matt Stafford, by Tom Brady, part owner of the Raiders. He said this is absolutely untrue. They're just coincidentally there. Then Don Yee, Tom Brady's agent, says, yeah, that's not true. Then Jordan Schultz ran into Ian Rappaport in Indianapolis this morning in a Starbucks. It's what woke up Greg after he heard him yelling. And now the NFL is opening an investigation into this.
This is wild.
A media beef that is tinderboxed a little bit. We'll talk about it next.
It's the Starbucks in the lobby.
It's the Starbucks in the lobby, dude. That's what I'm thinking, dude. That'd be hysterical.
And brawls go down, baby.
Greg, Papa, what's this? What's on that racket?
Hey, come on now, Jordan, Ian. Can we all just get along? You guys remind me of that show, Dirty Work.
Bad parenting.
We'll get into this media beef next on the Sports Leader.
Sergio Romo joined Murph and Marcus this morning with his thoughts on how Buster Posey will do at the helm of the Giants front office. Check out Serge and all of our podcasts at KNBR, the El Michon leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, so many questions around tax season, and one that you frequently like to talk about is the ERC. What is it, and what should we know?
A lot. The first thing is people are waiting for their checks. People are very worried that President Trump's going to do away with the ERC program to save money, the $2 trillion he wants to cut from the federal budget. Will that happen? Who knows? But rather than take the chance, there's 3 different ways to hurry up getting that check. That's what we want to do for you. Also, what if you got a letter from the government that said, you don't qualify? Right now, the IRS is being sued, alleging they're using AI and they're disqualifying a lot of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We have to appeal those. Or you're being audited. That's what I call the big 3. 1, you're waiting and waiting and waiting for your check. We want to hurry them up. 2, you were denied. We want to appeal that and turn that around. Or 3, you're being audited. The bottom line is anything to do with ERC. The only thing you have to do is call us up. We have a free consultation. We have a lot of experience with this. We'll explain all this to you and just say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve can help. If you have questions or you need help, give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The streak continues.
Somebody on the text line texted in, Derek's already lost the Sharks pool.
Yep.
Zetterlund, first goal in for Mike Greer's Sharks.
Yeah,
but okay, you got the second assist on the goal.
That counts for nothing, Tim.
Absolutely.
Mike Holler ran in with like a grin on his face.
Yeah, he loves my misery.
Well, he didn't love the fact that we implied that he messed up the hotel. So
yeah, we know why don't you worry about the hotel?
Oh, I wasn't even implying Mike messed it up.
I did.
I actually didn't think Mike, like most stuff, had nothing to do with it. I just no, I didn't think it was actually anything. I actually didn't think it was anything on KNBR's end because I know like Mari was dealing with booking it and stuff, and I heard her talking to Greg about it yesterday. I wholeheartedly thought it was the hotel. I also didn't really care. I just thought it was hilarious that Greg had to sleep in a lot.
You're more amused by the inconvenience.
It's just as Dom Peralta checked in on the YouTube chat with our Chris Russo drop. That's a rough day.
Yeah, it's a rough night.
It's a rough. That was a rough morning.
Rough morning.
Yeah, just got to get
shower.
Probably not, dude.
Oh man.
Just brush your teeth with your finger or whatever in the in the lobby.
We're not laughing even at the fact that it's Greg Silver, right? If it was like Greg Silver or Marcus, we'd be like, oh man, sucks.
That's inconvenient.
I'm glad Greg Silver had to take some lumps though. You know what I mean? You got to work through it, man.
Dude, he's got enough lumps, man. Like
he's got some lumps. Yeah.
He's got to engineer that whole thing, and then pretty much guide my dad in the right direction, which I know is a
he's a right. He can handle. He's a right kid for it. He's a right dude for it.
Yeah,
but, thinking of Greg Papa just having to. Do you know who I am on the?
There's not enough room on this couch.
To some 19-year-old Purdue small forward, sitting on the couch, waking him up.
Excuse me.
Just cracks me up. Anyway, we're going to catch up with JT Snow momentarily here in about a half hour or so. Talk to him about what's going on with Bryce Eldridge down at spring training. But you brought this up, and you were all over this yesterday. You sent it to or it was 2 days ago, maybe on Tuesday?
It was yesterday.
It
was a sassy exchange between Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport.
I'm going to pull those up. I want to read those again.
Pertaining to their reports on Tom Brady possibly courting Mr. Matthew Stafford.
So we become aware that late last week, I think it was Friday, that the Rams were going to allow Matt Stafford to seek a trade or find a trade partner.
Yeah.
Then on, I guess it was Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, the report comes out from Jordan Schultz that Tom Brady is wining and dining Matt Stafford at a ski resort in Montana.
Bozeman, I presume.
Which is just funny to me because the NFL, maybe more than anybody, makes such a big deal out of meetings like that, but oftentimes they come to fruition. Like so much, it seems like in NFL circles happen behind closed doors or on vacation like this. We've even seen it in the NBA, the banana boat, right? The old Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
And I know Chris Paul was involved in that too, and LeBron James thing, but they were all like getting together on the side trying to make that thing happen. But because we know this happened in Cabo with Sean McVay years ago when Matt Stafford went from the Lions to the Rams, now we see this is happening in Montana, and everybody goes, oh, he's whining and dining him. Well, the initial report from Jordan Schultz is that he was whining and dining in discussions about how they could get Matt Stafford to the Raiders. Ian Rappaport then counters that report and says, quote, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matt Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana. His sources say the meeting was unplanned, was not extensive or in-depth, and did not include Brady, quote, hosting or, quote, recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise. Jordan Schultz took this as an absolute shot at him. And you pointed out it's fairly well known that these guys don't like each other, or that he's not as respected by the Pelisseros and the Rappaports.
That's what I think. I mean, I think it's more so like the Schefters, the Rappaports, the Pelisseros. They've been on the beat covering teams locally for quite some time.
And they're all in competition and have worked up their own.
Well, Pelissero and Rappaport are like teammates to get their NFL number. But like they've done the dirty work. They've definitely gone around and got the contacts and everything they needed. And I guess that from what I surmise is that they just do not respect Jordan Schultz because he didn't do it the same way. I don't know what his background is and everything, but it just comes across to me like Schefter and Rappaport have their own beef, but it sounds like unanimously amongst NFL reporters, they do not like Jordan Schultz.
That's kind of been the take on it. So what happened today? Because we wake up and there's more news today.
Yesterday. It happened yesterday. So Mike Florio got the whole details, I guess, in a report. But the two guys go to a Starbucks, and the also part of the whole back and forth exchange is Tom Pelissero getting a quote from Don Yee saying, I know a lot of reporters make mistakes. This is definitely 100% wrong. But the way that Tom Pelissero prefaced it was saying, there's a lot of internet rumors out there, which is so, just degrading towards Jordan Schultz because he's not just some, aggregator or some, Dove Kleinman dude.
Yeah, he breaks news.
He breaks news. But he basically called him just some internet troll, some internet rumor that was out there. But apparently, so Jordan Schultz and Rappaport got into it at a Starbucks.
After the NFL Combine yesterday.
So this is the report from Mike Florio. We were told that Rappaport was talking to an agent. Schultz approached Rappaport and said, we need to talk. Rappaport replied, as Florio says in this report, we're told we don't need to talk, or something specific to that effect. Schultz then made accusations that Rappaport were told were not true. Rappaport then, we're told, regards the accusation as unfounded. Then the two men essentially were face-to-face, and Schultz said to Rappaport, if you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face. Schultz said, or as Florio says here, specific words to that effect. And then Schultz continues.
He's saying those were specific words or something to that effect?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And then Schultz says, if this continues, we're going to have an effing problem. So basically, NFL security had to come in and break the two guys apart from each other.
Schultz then says he doesn't recall using profanity.
Yeah.
Did you use profanity? I don't recall.
Yeah.
You were like white hot, dude. You were ready to go.
But this is hilarious because NFL media guys, we know that breaking news is a big deal this time of year. But if you challenge someone's report or you undermine it with your own report, they come after you.
I mean, Schultz obviously felt like he was sort of bullied in this and was made to be. I think he took offense to it prior.
He has a right to.
No, but he took offense to it without. Ian Rappaport never publicly called him out.
Right.
He never said anything about him. He just used quotes from his report, specified the report as he knew it. And what's so funny about all this is maybe Jordan Schultz was right. That Tom Brady was whining and dining.
Well,
Matt Stafford, if in fact Matt Stafford goes to Vegas, Jordan Schultz is going to be like, I tried to tell you.
Well, I will say, say what you will about Jordan Schultz, he does get news a little bit before those guys, before Schefter and Rappaport. But even Mike Silverday was I kind of find it a little weird that every time Matthew Stafford is on the verge of going to a different team, he is vacationing with the new team that he's going to, whether it's Sean McVay or Tom Brady. So I don't know what the true story is. I just love the fact that both of these guys found themselves in a Starbucks. And I guess part of the story that Florio reported, I guess Jordan Schultz, his dad, is was
Jordan Schultz's dad, Howard Schultz, is an American businessman, and he used to be at numerous different times the CEO of Starbucks. Which is hilarious. He was a Starbucks CEO as recently as 2020.
It would be hilarious if Jordan Schultz. So they're like, sir, you can't fight in here. It's like, no, I can't. I own the damn place.
Well, his dad's not CEO anymore. He was from 86 to 2000, 08 to 17, so two big, long stints. And then again, interim from 2022 to 2003. Schultz also owned the Seattle Supersonics from 01 to 06.
Well, there you go.
And then flipped them, and then they moved to OKC. So he was the guy who owned the Sonics last before they got moved to become the Thunder.
And then to add everything today, Adam Schefter had fun with it this morning, tweeting out he was at Starbucks himself, and he tweeted the logo out saying, I got to keep my head on a swivel today.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty good.
Yeah, but you know what? He has Schefter has beef with everybody in NFL media, it sounds like.
Schefter's just getting involved.
Yeah.
I mean, I like public beefs. I like this stuff.
Well, dude, I love media
I had a
beefs.
few of my own. You know what I mean?
I've noticed.
A couple of public ones myself.
Okay,
Which
but
I'm about, you know what I mean? Don't come at me, Aubrey Huff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you
go. And stay away from that school, you know?
So what are your
1,500 feet.
What are some of your favorite media beefs?
Media beefs? Well, you wrote down a couple of good ones. You put Leno and Letterman.
Well, that's what I remember. I was a big Conan kid, and I can't wait for him to host the Oscars this weekend. But when Conan and Leno were going through their beef, and they Leno really didn't take shots at guys, although he basically was just like, I'm going to take your show away from you. That's how I remember it.
Leno was just kind of a snake.
He was.
Yeah, you're the snake.
And then Letterman would always call him out, just be like, he's not funny, he's not talented. I
kind of agree.
I wasn't a big Letterman guy, but I always would side with Letterman and Conan against Leno, because Leno just seemed to me like, Cheese D, not really a funny guy, not really a real stand-up comedian, not like a true late-night host. I don't know. I never was a big Leno guy.
Dude, how about when we last saw Leno? He was remember he had weird accent?
He fell out of a
Remember that?
Fell down a hill.
Ditch?
He fell down a hill, and he was like bitching about the hill.
At like a Motel 6, and
the whole thing was weird.
The guy's a millionaire.
The rumor was that he got beat up for gambling debts because the injuries were so like on point for like a mob hit. It was like his eye and his elbow.
Yeah, dude, his whole face was like bruised up, like he'd been punched or beaten. But he's like, "No, I fell on a hill." We were like, "This is." I don't know.
It's a pretty steep hill.
The whole
Jay.
thing was weird. He was in a weird part of town.
Yeah.
What was he doing over there?
How are your gambling debts?
I don't know. Any more public beefs? I mean,
media beefs like.
I mean, you get the great, of course, the most recent Drake and Kendrick. Not much of a fight.
No, but like I'm talking about like beefs between like people that are like like in media or like cover the news or like.
I can't really think of many.
Yeah. Like the ones that come to mind are the late night show hosts.
Well, it happens more now just because of social media spats. You get with players and media and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know. I don't have a favorite one. It's not something I've ever really thought about in terms of.
Okay, then like who do we ride with as far as like our NFL insiders? I think
how do we rank like who do we trust and who do we ride with?
I think that we as a team ride with Rappaport and Pelissero because when we got the scoop from Kyle Shanahan that Christian McCaffrey was coming back. They credited us.
Kyle did say it on our show, and then remember Schefter just put it out. He was like
he heard it, osmosisly, like it just came to him.
Sources say.
He said, "I'm told."
I'm told that.
I was like, "You weren't told." I think
you weren't told anything.
So you weren't told. You heard it from us.
Yeah,
you didn't even credit us. And then Rap Sheet and Pelissero did. So we're riding with them. Plus, Schefter. I don't know. He's fine. He's fine. Some of these guys become their own like characters, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, they become part of the story.
They became, exactly.
And that's what this is, by the way. They're all part of the story now. It's like the combine. It's like these two guys are like arguing about who had it first, or if it's real or if it's not. It's like
you're just reporting what you know from your sources, and it's why I actually think Jordan Schultz is the one who way overstepped here. Like nobody came at him, which means there's underlying stuff about how they've treated him or he doesn't like something in the past, perhaps. But nobody called him out until then he clapped back at Rap Sheet after Rap Sheet's tweet correcting him.
It's not a good look.
It's not a good look to approach him either and be like, also, when he says we need to talk, if Rappaport's in the middle of a meeting with a scout talking about something, he's working right now.
That's a big no-no.
He's working right now. You can't come over and jump in on this and be like, we need to talk.
Yeah, no, I definitely ride with Rappaport a little bit more than Schefter, basically because that clip we played a couple months ago where Schefter's like I think it was Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer or whatever publication he works for now was just like or Kevin Clark actually was asking him like, where's the weirdest moment you broke a story? And he was like, well, according to my sources, I was getting intimate with a woman, and then I had to break the news.
It was so weird. That was so weird. Yeah, once was lovemaking and had to fire off a tweet.
According to my sources,
So we probably like all of them better than Florio, right?
Well, he's not even like a. I don't really.
He's a little too close to turdy.
I don't believe anything he says, but he did have the story on Rappaport.
He had all the details. Florio did.
Well, and then Rap Sheet went on what's his name, Pat McAfee this morning.
Yeah,
and of course McAfee's.
We got that sound for later.
We're talking about this, and he's like, basically Florio had all of it already, and I'm like,
which makes me believe that Florio was right there,
or that he just told Florio the whole story.
Might have.
Because he says, we're told.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if Rappaport wants it out, he's like, just have Florio do it.
Yeah,
he's the guy
that's fair.
He'll mop up that garbage.
All the writers, all the reporters are just sitting in the Starbucks watching it happen.
Oh, dude, can you imagine that? Just the Diana Rossini, just like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Greg's on the couch asleep. Keep it down.
I heard otherwise.
Keep it down.
They're both wrong.
You're gonna make
I met with Matthew Stafford earlier, and I don't like that Tom Brady's like whining and dining him. I think that's obviously tampering.
I've always been more of a Pete's man.
Why won't anybody wine and dine me?
Yeah, well, gotta get off that couch first. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. All right, let's get into some Giants baseball. JT Snow going to join us coming up at 4:50 this evening. He was down at spring training working with Bryce Eldridge. We'll see what he saw or has seen and what he thinks of the Giants' young prospect. When we come on back, how about how weird stuff has gotten with this Vladimir Guerrero trade? The Giants apparently have pretty good odds to be the next team to land him. Would it be like a Jimmy Butler trade, Derek asks?
Could it?
I'll tell you why not next on the Sports Leader.
Are you employed, Mr. Lebowski?
Wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me, that or his dudeness or duder or, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
You found dirty work. Hey, we all make mistakes. Right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday, the greatest show in America. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Baseball is coming. It's basically here. We've got our Giants Fan Fest event, the last one going down on March 8th.
So is Copes.
At Oracle Park. What's that?
I said, never mind.
What did I say?
You said baseball's coming.
Baseball's just, okay, all right. All right. It's Thursday, okay? It's not Friday yet.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are getting close.
Sorry, Tuesdays and Fridays are only fun days.
Yeah, we can't have fun today. Today's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I've been laughing today.
You got your
Thursday,
duck?
highbrow Thursday.
Yeah, no, dude. Mondays are the highbrow day until we get to the vibe check.
Yeah. You know what? From now on, we're calling Mondays highbrow Monday.
It's a highbrow Monday on Dirty Work. That's definitely not the case. We won't censor or filter.
Well, that's where we do like our most sports because there's so much going on with the weekend. We're like, yeah, we're more sports focused. So yeah, we're highbrow Mondays.
Nice.
There you go.
So we'll have one.
Oh, he's back, by the way.
What's that? Gruden?
Gruden in the Bucks Ring of Honor.
Well, he's going to the Bucks.
And that's what's got me feeling really nice.
They took him away because of obviously the emails, and they reinstated him back today.
Oh, really?
Yes. Enough time has passed.
February 27th, they just threw Gruden back up. They're like, by the way, he's back in the Ring of Honor. I'm talking about a news dump, dude. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
The Bucks are like, we're not making any news. Nobody's talking about anything. So why don't we just throw Gruden's
back
in
baby.
there? That's hysterical.
I don't know what we're going to do with Godwin, but Gruden's back.
Yeah, dude, we lost Liam Cohen, but at least Gruden's back in the Ring of Honor.
I think it was all because he's saying chaperone in that video.
Tell you what, man. I like
Tell you what, man. Pink Pony Club.
I like this chaperone, man. She's got me feeling nicey, man.
I'm going to keep on dancing.
So we were talking about this earlier today over text. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
You asked the question, could the Giants pull off a Jimmy Butler-like trade and land a guy like Vladdy? And then I think the reason you asked that is land him and sign him.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking that is because like it turned the fortunes of the Warriors around, obviously. It's different with the Giants.
It's different in baseball, kind of.
Yeah,
by
of course.
Like the nature of baseball in general. Like, if a guy's going to be a free agent and you're acquiring him, and Vladdy right now, he's going to free agency. There'd be no point in trading for him. I don't believe, unless you're going to work out that contract. It just doesn't happen in baseball that way.
So you don't think no one's going to trade for him this All-Star? Sorry,
we'll get into
trade deadline.
We'll get into what happened.
Yeah.
Blue Jays first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And I got to tell you. There's the free agent I wanted most in my life as a sports fan was Vladdy Sr. to the Giants after the 0-2 season. He became a free agent from Montreal for the first time. Best possible right-handed hitter you could get. An outfield arm that was maybe the best in the league next to Ichiro, probably the best in the National League, one of them. An absolute cannon in right field. I was like, this would be perfect at Oracle Park. They then let Dusty Baker go, and they signed Felipe Alou, who knew Vlad from the time he signed him, had a great relationship with him up in Montreal when he was a kid. So they had a relationship. My thought was like, dude, this is the perfect fit. Get this guy, plug him in behind Barry Bonds, and you've got the replacement for Jeff Kent as a bat.
That would have been incredible.
Jeff Kent leaves after 0-2, so you needed protection for Barry. Can you imagine having Bonds at 3 and Vladdy's hitting 4 or 4 and 5? Like, that would have been the best 1-2 punch ever.
Yeah.
And the Giants were never really players for him. He signed with the Angels for like 5 years and $70 million or something like that, which is incredible now because that was like a massive deal, right? And now it's like that's like a bargain for a good closer or something now at $70 million. Anyway, Vladdy Jr. has been, I guess, in negotiations for an extension. And the question we have to ask is, has the Juan Soto contract skewed all of young free agents' price point in free agency? We'll see what Vladdy gets. My point is that, like, when Bryce Harper got $300-something million from the Phillies, which now is like one of the best bargains in baseball for the kind of player he is, he's one of the best hitters in the game. When he signed that contract, part of that was because he got to the league when he was like 19 years old. He became a free agent before the age of 30. I think he was like 27 or 28. So he was so young, you're like, he's 27. We can give him a 13-year deal or whatever, have him DH at the end of his career. They knew it was coming, and have him play till he's 40 years old. Same thing with Juan Soto. Comes up at 19. Juan Soto, I think, pretty clearly people believe the best hitter in the game, and you were getting him for such a long time. I get the investment. I didn't really ever agree or think that $765 million for Juan Soto made sense relative to what Shohei got last year, because Shohei was a unicorn, right? Like, he's a two-way player. He does things in a much different manner, and like, I know tickets are going to sell differently and merchandise and all that is fine in New York, and Cohen's got FU money. He's Oprah rich, you know what I mean? So he just hands it out whenever he can. $765 is wild. for a player who's just going to bat or just going to hit, going to be a more often than not a defensive liability.
Mm-hmm.
You've got him forever, but you got him for a long time, whatever. They determined that was the price point. I wonder now if Vladdy Jr. is looking at this going, well, I'm a young free agent. I've had a couple of huge seasons. I can be one of the best hitters in the game, and maybe I am one of the best hitters in the game. I get it. I'm also like, what is, if he's asking for $700, I don't know that teams are just going to oblige and give that up, or the Yankees
because that's
go
the
after
market
him.
now.
Because that's the market, but I can't imagine that's the market. Is where I'm coming from. So the Blue Jays could not reach a contract extension with Vladdy Jr. Okay, so he wanted it done, I guess, by the time spring training started,
Yes.
or like
He had a deadline. Yeah,
he had a deadline, and so in the last week, and he's making, by the way, like 28.5 or something this year. It's his final season under contract. Blue Jays and Vladdy Jr. didn't reach a deal on an extension a couple weeks ago. He told the media, quote, this is kind of a wild quote, they expressed what they had. I expressed what I had. I'm here, and we didn't get an agreement. Now they're going to have to compete with 29 more teams. So to me, trading for him is off the table, unless you're a team that's like, we're going all in for this World Series run at the deadline.
Well, unless you trade for him and then give him a contract.
Again, in baseball, that doesn't usually happen.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know why they don't usually do it.
Well, but Chapman.
What are you talking about?
They
signed Matt Chapman.
Sorry, they signed Chapman and they extended him before the season ended.
Right, but he was also, they had options and stuff on that too. I'm talking about trading for a player who's not under contract next year, where you're giving up assets and you don't know if you're going to be able to re-sign him. That doesn't happen often.
Okay.
Like if he's it's why now players, the Cubs were really the last team to go all in on a big time player with a top prospect at the trade deadline when they won the World Series. They traded Gleyber Torres for Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah.
And then Aroldis Chapman just left and went right back to the Yankees anyway, like re-signed with them. But they gave up their top prospect to get a guy who they thought was going to help them win a World Series, and he did. But teams now generally don't mortgage their future that big for that piece now. It seems like. Like you don't, like Chris Bryant was a pretty big get for the Giants. He was obviously on the decline, and they gave up a couple of good prospects for him. He signed a big contract elsewhere. But it used to be like if you got a big player like that, you did want it. The Giants tried to keep Carlos Beltran. They did keep Randy Winn when they acquired him. They did keep Hunter Pence when they acquired him. A lot of these guys end up staying on, but you don't negotiate that contract with the agent before the player gets traded. And if he's talking now like he wants to hit free agency, and if you get traded to a team that's a contender, why would you sign the contract? I'm going to play on the biggest stage potentially, put up big moments in the postseason, help a team win, maybe get some accolades, and then go for a contract. That's what the market does. So he's going to play this season. If he gets traded, he gets traded. The Giants, to me, are not a fit on the trade market. They'd be a fit in free agency because he'd be a fit anywhere. Also, he's a first baseman. We're going to talk to JT Snow in just a couple of minutes. Bryce Eldridge may be here for the next decade plus.
Well, that's on the back burner if Bryce Eldridge doesn't pan out.
I mean, here's what Vladdy Jr. did, by the way, this past year. A 940 OPS, 323 batting average, 199 hits, 30 homers. 103 ribs, 98 runs.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Damn good.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If it comes up in free agency that the Giants are talking to him, but it's a whole thing with, and I don't know if this is going to be the case with every free agent, but it was a case this past offseason. Do you think in order to sign a guy like him, Buster Posey needs to be more amenable going with opt-outs in order to land these guys? Because that seems to be the case with most of these long-term deals.
I mean, maybe, because with a player like him, it'll be unique in that he will be a 26-year-old free agent with 7 years of big league experience under his belt. Like he is going to be a unique free agent. I don't know that he's as unique as Juan Soto was.
Yeah.
But he's definitely at 25 years old, already one of the best hitters in the game. And he's already kind of gone through a lull. He finished second in MVP voting when he was 22. 48 homers, OPS over 1,000, 123 runs scored, led the league. Went through a lull because he put on a bunch of weight and his OPS dipped a little bit. Moved him from third base to first base, and he's kind of reclaimed himself.
So what do you think is an appropriate amount of money for him to sign for?
Like that's what I'm kind of saying is I don't really know what the market is for these guys now.
Well,
Shohei I thought was unique, and I thought Juan Soto would be like in the 400 range. He gets 765. Okay. I don't think Vladdy's going to get that, but if the Yankees come out and they're like, we missed out on Soto, we're willing to sign this guy, or if they lose again this year, like
for 700 too?
I don't know. Like I don't think he's getting 7. Well, I would be surprised, but
that's my thing. Like sometimes teams just go overboard to sign a guy. Like tell me if I'm wrong on this comparison, but like when the Browns signed Deshaun Watson and gave him that fully guaranteed contract, the rest of the league didn't bat an eye. They were like, that's crazy, and we're not doing that. Everybody else after that, quarterback-wise, signed contracts, but there was definitely not fully guaranteed. I could see some teams in baseball being like, the Mets were just desperate. They signed Juan Soto that ridiculous contract, we're not going to do the same thing for every other player after that.
Yeah, I mean, they may eventually get to that point. That's what we don't know. We don't know what the market looks like. And again, it's unique for a guy who's 25 or 26 as a free agent with a big track record of success. So does already won a World Series, right, with the Nats and all that. So I don't know. I genuinely do not know what the market looks like. Should the Giants be in on him? Yeah, I'd hope so. But they also just cut salary or payroll this year, they said.
Yeah, but next offseason.
And maybe that's part of when you set yourself up for. You got to start looking ahead by a couple of years and start strategizing for players you want to go after because the team down south's doing it. The Yankees are doing it.
Eventually they're going to have to do it.
But also, I'm not resigned to this fate. I'm in on the idea that the Giants need to win in a different way. If you can land a player like this, great. If not, you're still sticking with the development of talent that they have, and you got to build pitching and defense. That's my number one thing. That's how they win. They didn't have big 30 home run hitters and big-time free agents. They had the Aubrey Huff from the Rays and the Orioles. They had Pat Burrell, who'd been cast off from the Rays. They had Andres Torres, who had the best season he'd ever had in a short big league career, and they had the best pitching on the planet. That's how you win in this ballpark. And if that's the route they're going to go when they don't land free agents, I'm committed to that. I'm good with that. How long you got to do what Giants baseball is.
No, I get that, but how long are you willing to do that, though, if other teams in your division are doing it differently and they're winning?
Well, we'll see what happens this year with San Diego and Arizona. I think Arizona's going to take a step forward. I think San Diego's poised for a step back, honestly. I know on paper they're really good. They're aging, and they've started to unload a little bit. They've got a lot of really good talent. It's going to be a tough team, but I feel like they just won't be as good as they were last year. Not that the Giants are better.
Right.
It's not even about how long you're willing to wait. Baseball's about get into the season, and 2010, nobody thought they were going to win. Mark DeRosa was the opening day left fielder or something, right? Baseball's a weird game in how it develops. And now that you can get into the playoffs with 86 wins, it's all good from there. We got to take a quick break. JT Snow's calling in. We're going to talk to JT. He's down in Scottsdale working with Bryce Eldridge. We'll talk to him about what the Giants' potential is for this year and who the young guys are that he's seeing down in camp that he likes. JT Snow joins the greatest show in America, Dirty Work, on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors hit the court tonight versus the Orlando Magic as the Dubs look to keep their win streak alive. Join JD immediately following the game and tell him your favorite magic trick right here on KNBR, the Grift Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Thursday evening. Pleasure to talk to the best defensive first baseman in Giants history. It's our buddy JT Snow joins us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, JT? How are you, bro?
What's up, JT?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. I just saw your text from a little while ago. You were just getting off the bus from Peoria, huh? How was today?
It was good. Giants win 6-4. I'll tell you what, Landon Root looks good. This guy can pitch. I think he give up 1 or 2 hits. The Mariners only had 1 or 2 hits through like 6 or 7 innings, and then you put all the backups in, and the young kids just start swinging away, and stuff starts happening. So it's kind of fun to watch. But yeah, it's going good. It just took us a little while to get back to the complex. A lot of traffic out here in Scottsdale on a weekday. Well, we're an hour ahead of you, but yeah, it's been fun. The team looks good, and sure we can get into it. But it's been a great time.
Tell us what your role has been, because I know you were telling me a couple of months ago that you were asked to go down and work with Bryce Eldridge, and then that kind of became a thing. Like, he'd been working with Will, and they said he had the date circled on his calendar, getting ready for you to come down, and we were all excited to have you go work with him. But what's been your role down there, and what have you been doing with Bryce?
Yeah, just been working with Bryce, and been there for a week. We've been out there every morning just doing some early work, myself and Matt Williams, Ron Wotus, and just trying to get him comfortable. He's a great kid. He's 20 years old. We have to remember that. He seems a lot more mature than that when you talk to him, and he's only been in professional baseball for a year and a half, and everybody knows the story that he just shot up through the minor leagues. But we've been out there, 9 o'clock in the morning on the backfield and just trying to do like a little cram session, working on defensive positioning and footwork around the bag and doing balls in the dirt and relays and cutoffs, bunt plays. It's pretty amazing because people will start to realize how important first base is when they get out there and all the stuff you have to go through, along with, being the guy taking all the throws from your infielders and making them better. So he's responding well. He played yesterday in the game defensively for the first time, but they're taking it slow with him, which I think is good. And, I told him, you're 20 years old. When I was your age, I was a sophomore in college trying to sneak into fraternity parties and try and get a beer. It's like, he's a great kid, very engaging, very mature for his age, and it's just it's gonna take a little time, but he's on the right track, and he's getting that bat here and there, and so that's basically what I've been doing. But also, just been watching the guys hitting the cages, watching defensively, and been at all the games in the dugout, and it's really fun to kind of be in Bob Melvin's back pocket, and Matt Williams, Ray Christensen, the bench coach, and there's a really good vibe down here, and there's a really good sense of the team, the camaraderie. The guys are competing. There's a lot of energy, and I haven't been around the guys in a few years, but it reminds me of the teams I played on and the championship teams they had. So things are going good.
So, JT, how would you assess Bryce so far? I know he wowed everybody on Saturday with his 450-foot bomb that he hit, but since then he got to take the good with the bad. He had his 3 strikeouts against the A's. How would you assess him so far?
I think he's doing okay, and I think the home run was a pretty massive shot, and I think he has that, and he's capable of doing that. You have to remember that it's hard for these players, if you're not starting, to sit around for 2 hours, and it's not like there's batting cages, under the dugouts to go get warm or anything. They're basically sitting in the dugout, and their name's getting called. They got to go have an at bat, and so it's not easy unless you're in the starting lineup. But he's learning, and he's facing some big league pitching when he's been in there and DHing, and it just that's the thing is. Baseball's such a hard game because it's day to day and people can make judgments day to day, but it just takes a little time. He hit a ball good yesterday, a hard ground ball to second base. I think he struck out today, but he's swinging the bat and he's seeing these guys for the first time, and it's amazing because when he's on deck or he goes to the plate, the fans there's a buzz and they know who he is, and So I'm sure there's a lot of pressure, and we've talked about that, about just going out and playing and enjoying yourself and try and take everything in and soak everything in. And so he looks great in batting practice. I watched him again today, and he's hitting some blasts, and he's barreling up a lot of balls. Baseball is a hard game to sit there for 2 hours and then go in, having a bat or go play defense. But he's going to be okay. It's going to take him, get his feet wet and comfortable in these different ballparks in spring training. And he's seen big league pitchers for the first time and the names on their back, and it can be intimidating. But he's handling it well, and I think he's going to do a lot of good things.
Talking to JT Snows down in Scottsdale, helping out the Giants at spring training and working with Bryce Eldridge closely. I want to talk about some of the other guys who were on the big league roster last year. A guy like Elliot Ramos. Like, it wasn't his first year in the majors. He'd gotten tastes and he'd been up a little bit, but it was his first year as a full-time guy, became an all-star and slumped a little bit at the end of the year, which I think is kind of natural. Teams start to figure you out and you have to make some adjustments. Going from year one to year two is always a huge step, I feel like, for a guy who's been successful to maintain that and to adjust to the adjustments. What have you seen from him? What does he have to do to repeat what he did last year?
Well, we haven't seen anything from him because he's had an oblique injury, so he hasn't played at all since I've been down here. He's been getting treatment. I think today he did a little running and he might have shagged some fly balls, but I haven't seen him hit. He's been getting treatment. They're taking their time with him, and spring training's only 10 days, 2 weeks into it. We just started playing games, so he'll get out there. Same with Fitzgerald. I've watched him hit in the cage. He hasn't played in the game yet. But the other guys, I can sit and watch Matt Chapman take ground balls all day. He's a pro. Adames has been amazing. His interactions, his leadership skills, the way he's interacting with all the players. And the coaches have been asking me the last few days, guys that have caught my eye, or what do you think about the one guy that I've liked so far, and this is just based on his at-bats and the way he plays and his instincts. The one guy that stands out to me right now is Jung-Hoo Lee. He's a great player. He made a great catch in center field today. The umpires thought he trapped it or bobbled it, but he came in and through his interpreter, we were all asking him, and he said, no, I caught it. He has great at-bats. He's a really good baseball player. He runs the bases well. He's got sneaky power. It's going to be exciting for him to stay healthy all year, and the Giants are going to get a look at a really good center fielder. And they've been putting him at leadoff a little bit, maybe batting third. So he's the guy that stood out to me. Watching Patrick Bailey catch up close from the dugout and the way he steals pitches is amazing. He looks really good, too. He's put on a lot of muscle, hoping that he can – and these guys are great because they'll talk to you about it, maybe if they slacked off last year or they got tired or whatever. But they'll learn how to pace themselves. The more years they get under their belt, you learn how to pace yourself through a big league season. So he looks great too. And then, Verlander looked good the other day.
Yep.
He came in the dugout after he started, and he went through every single pitch to every batter with J.P. Martinez and Dave Righetti, the pitching coaches. And he's really fun to watch. I watched him throw his bullpen yesterday, watched him in the game. So Webby threw good, and it's different. This is Verlander's first spring training in Arizona. He's always been in Florida. So there's a difference down here with the way the ball carries. The infields are hard. The fields are hard, so a lot of balls get through. But it's been good. It's been fun to watch. And like I said earlier, the people are competing, and the camaraderie and just the overall vibe is very, very positive. And everyone's upbeat, from the coaches down to the players and guys like me that are just around observing.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line, what would you like the identity of the team to be, and what do you think it's going to be? I mean, you're talking about the play and catch, and the left side defense is fantastic. They should be, on paper, one of the best defenses in the National League. What do you want the identity of the team to be this year?
I think that, and Bob Melva's been preaching this, and it's stuff that nobody sees, like on the backfields or when he's got talking to the infield guys or the pitchers on the side. And there's a big emphasis on we got to win in our home ballpark. We have to win in Oracle Park, and we have to throw strikes, and we got to catch the ball on defense. There's a huge emphasis on the defense this year. The hitting always comes and goes, right? Timely hitting is always huge. You're never going to have 9 guys in the lineup hot at the same time. If you can have 3 or 4 guys swinging the bat's great. And then the last thing is is the base running. They're being really aggressive on the bases. They're giving guys green lights to steal bases. Today during the game, Brett Wisely laid down a bunt to third, beat it out. Grant McCray bunted right up the slot to the second baseman. The pitcher messed it up, went off his glove. He was safe. Just a lot of action like that. Not much like hitting and running or anything right now with the signs, but the base running and putting the ball in play. I think the last few years we've seen the Giants strike out a little bit too much, in my opinion. They're getting back. Pat Burrell's working great with these hitters in the cage every morning. I'm down there. They're talking about two-strike contact and being aggressive with the fastball and not taking fastballs for strikes for strike three. So, yeah, it's all those things. And Bob Melvin's doing a great job because he's making the guys aware we've got to be dominant in our ballpark. And other teams know that. They don't like to play in San Francisco. It's cold. It's windy. But we have to take advantage of that. We get 81 home games there. We got to be really, really good at home. So it's it's been good. It's been fun. It's a good vibe.
JT, how involved has Buster Posey been with the players during spring training?
He's been involved. I saw him. He came down the first couple days. I got here last Saturday, and he was around. Him and Randy Wynn now is doing the minor leagues, and then I think they left to go to the Dominican Republic to check out the Giants Academy down there. But I'll tell you what, Buster's. I think he's made a huge difference. He's in the coach's room. We all know the way he has about him. He's a great listener. I talked to him for a long time the first day I was here, and we just, sat in the coach's room and just talk shop. And he's just so calm, and he has a vision, and we talked about it, and he has a vision for this team. So he's been around. He's watching from afar. He's not getting right in the middle of everything, but if you've ever been down the complex up there, it's a 3-story building, and you can walk around the balcony, and you can see all the work being done on the backfield and the main field, and it's really cool because you can see guys getting their work done. So yeah, he's been around, and the players all love him. He's one of us, right? He's one of the players. Not so long ago that he played, and I think the players really appreciate that. And I wasn't here when he talked to the team and when Bob Melvin did, but they're on the same page. So Jeffrey Leonard was just down here for a few days working with the hitters, and he's bringing guys back. I know Ryan Vogelfang's coming, Rich Aurelia, and the players love it. They love being able to talk to us. And I was talking to Mike Yastrzemski in the cage the other day about hitting and what was your approach and things like that, and some of the left-handed hitters. So he's on the right track. All these guys are.
Well, we love that you're out there, man, because I've always said it. I was saying to Derek the other day, like the Giants in my childhood and growing up have kept former players around better than almost any organization in sports, it feels like. So I love that you're down there and getting to work with the guys. We know the impact you had on the diamond when you played. Give us somebody who was there either when you were with the Giants or with the Angels or elsewhere in spring training, a former player who either hilariously had an impact on you or actually did have a positive impact on you.
Well, the obviously with the Giants, we'd come down. We were talking about this on the bus ride home. I was sitting with some of the coaches, and we were talking about when Willie Mays was around and McCovey and Cepeda, and then other guys coming. Just they're in the clubhouse, and you almost feel embarrassed talking to them because they were such great players and Hall of Famers, and we're trying to carve out our career, but those guys were great. When I was with the Angels, one of the biggest impact on me was Chili Davis. He's an ex-Giant. I got to play with Chili, switch hitter, borderline Hall of Fame guy, and he made a big impact on me as a player, just a veteran guy. And there's just there's a lot of guys that are around, and it's funny because I was talking to JP Martinez, the pitching coach, on the way back on the bus. We had a good talk, and he came up with the Twins, and he was saying how the Minnesota Twins have a really rich history, and they bring their guys back, Tony Leva and Rod Carew and Kent Herbeck and Jack Morris and these guys. And he said he was happy to see the Giants doing the same thing with us because, even if it helps a player out one little part of his game or you can give him one little nugget, that's a bonus. And I came up with the Yankees when I was drafted, and in my first big league camp, it was Reggie Jackson and Whitey Ford and all these guys coming back. I remember just guy after guy, and it's fun to give back, and it's part of our who we are and it's part of our careers. And we know that the game has changed in different things, but in the end, the game is still the game, and it's still about the little things and the fundamentals. And that's the other thing they're preaching down here is the fundamentals. And they're doing things right. And the guys are working hard. It's not about quantity. It's about quality. And that's what they're preaching. If you want to take 15 ground balls the right way, do that instead of taking 50 and half of them are the wrong way. So, it's fun. Baseball, we love it. And it's in our blood, and you love being around and putting the uniform on, and it's very cool.
All right, JT, I don't know if you've been following this story, but we know you're a big Rams fan. How would you feel if Matthew Stafford's no longer the quarterback of the team?
It depends who we get.
Well, Rodgers has been floated out there.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Didn't sound too confident.
I've seen stories for with Jimmy G and the Nairn, and then I saw some crazy story about would you trade Stafford for Purdy, all this stuff.
Oh,
I don't know. I like Matt Stafford. I think the only thing I wish they would have done more with him is roll him out of the pocket. Get him vision down the field. But it now becomes the business of the game, right? We see it in all sports. Now it's the business and who you can get and what you got to pay a guy and their legacy and their career. So
right.
I'm sure that Sean McVay will do the right thing. He's a good coach, and the Rams are on the upswing, and I hope them and the 49ers have great battles here the next few years.
Well, JT, it's been a long day, man. I appreciate you making time for us. How much longer are you down there?
Tomorrow, then I'm coming back tomorrow night. And then, I'm been talking to the guys and might show up depending on where Bryson's up, maybe make some trips to Sacramento or help the kids in San Jose, or even at the, even with the Giants up in the big leagues. And this is a funny story real quick. I got to throw batting practice today because they're always looking for left-handed batting practice pitchers.
Yeah.
I pitched in high school and I throw pretty good batting practice. So the first day I go out there, Pat Burrell, the hitting coach, I throw on the backfield. I go, thanks, Pat. He gives me Matt Chapman and Willie Adames. I'm like, thanks for giving me two guys making like $300 million. I haven't thrown BP in a few years, and you're going to stick me to these guys. So I was just, but I did okay, and they loved it. They always like seeing a left-handed guy that can throw straight. So I think Pat after. I'm like, thanks for throwing me to the Lions, right?
Yeah, right. Right.
I think I looked it up after in the clubhouse. Like, I think it's a combined $333 million between two guys, and I'm throwing to them. So I had a few nerves, but it all worked out.
That's trust, man. They trusted you with those guys,
Yeah, I threw yesterday to Casey Schmidt in the batting cage, and then he hit a home run in the game. So I came in and I told him, and it's fun. It's fun to be a part. It's fun to get these guys going.
Nice.
JT, great that you're down there, man. Have a great next couple of days, and we'll see you back up here in the Bay Area.
Happy belated birthday, JT.
Oh, yeah, happy belated, bro.
Yeah, thank you. We try and forget about those because they start coming faster and faster.
Yeah, I'm here to remind you, bro. We'll talk to you later, JT.
Thanks, JT.
Thanks, guys. Okay, anytime.
Later, man. The great JT Snow, dude. Coolest dude.
Awesome guy.
Coolest guy, man. He's awesome. And and you can hear how excited he is in hearing that, in saying, and I think this is what Giants fans like to hear, is it felt like we got away from a little bit of Giants baseball. There was a disconnect maybe from the past and from previous regimes, and to hear him be like, dude, Dave Righetti's sitting down there breaking down pitches with Justin Verlander.
Well, I mean, we know JT well because he was on with us last year, but he did the Ballers. I think, his heart's in the Giants.
He wants to coach, and he wants
to coach. He wanted to be a part of the organization last year. I don't know what happened with Farhan, but we're glad that JT's with them right now.
Remember, there's a whole mix-up with his phone numbers, I think is what it was.
Yeah,
the wrong phone number was given to Farhan or something.
And by the way, we'll be at the patio this year, 58 Social.
Yep.
This time, I will tell JT when we're there, because I know last year he was upset. I never told when you guys were going to be there. Because he always wants to come out and hang out.
He always wants to come and hang because he'll go to the game. Like JT, he just loves ball, man. And he's a sports fan.
Yeah.
Tom always talked to me. I love guys who are just sports fans.
Yep.
Relatable.
Yep.
He's stressing about his Rams too.
Yeah, he doesn't sound very confident about it.
He didn't sound real happy about Matt Stafford.
No.
Matt Stafford's exit potentially from the Rams. You missed any of JT Snow, all available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We have a sound soiree featuring some Gene Hackman, who we lost.
Yeah.
Found out this morning Gene Hackman passes away at the age of 95. We'll get you some sound soiree featuring some Hackman, and then we've got a Pat H. crap section before we put the show to bed, and then Diners Nightly with Larry Kruger. Today, Larry's going to review The Hungry Hunter. Tim says at some point we'll run out of diners.
Where the hell is that?
At some point we'll run out of diners.
Hungry Hunter?
Not today, Tim. Not today. If you missed his Caro's review, you got to get back into that. Larry Krueger, Diners Nightly, top of the hour. What you got, Tim?
It was a chain. They're everywhere. I believe there was one.
Hungry Hunter. Okay. All right.
All right. There you go. Sound Soiree is next. Dirty Work. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa and Greg Silver are live at the Combine through the weekend, snagging anyone they can find to talk orbit motion and 21 personnel. For everything Combine, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Oscar can leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right. Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Great stuff with JT Snow. We also earlier spoke to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, John Dickinson, who will be on tonight following the Warrior game, Dubs OT. Check it out on the KNBR YouTube channel. Diners Nightly with Larry Krueger coming up, and the Hungry Hunter breakdown at the top of the hour. But most days, we didn't do it Monday or Tuesday. We did do it yesterday. Derek gathered some sound together. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. But instead today, we got some Gene Hackman tribute sound is what we're going with in the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, the Sound Soiree for Thursday, February 27th, 2025.
Should we call it a Sound Soiree, Gene?
No.
Okay.
The Sound Soiree only works when you can do the play on words like it.
Sound Soiree.
Like when we had the Sound Soiree Clay.
That works.
And we did the Sound Soiree Dre.
Yep.
I think we
Sound Soiree Rick K for Ricky Henderson.
Did we do that? Sound Soiree.
Probably not. I think some of the text lines suggested that, and I was like, nope, not doing that.
Well, they do that in like Rick and Morty. Every episode title is like the spoof of a movie title.
Oh, yeah?
But it's with Rick and Morty's names in it.
That's clever.
And there's something Soiree Rick in one of them. Like soirees. I forget what they're referencing, but
they haven't run out of like puns and ideas with that. Show's been on for a long time.
They haven't run out of movies? No, I don't think they've made as many episodes as there are movies in existence.
Well, I don't know.
So.
It's like after a while, it's like, God, how do you fit Rick and Morty into that?
Well, let me see. Maybe they're not all that way. They started doing, like Rick Potion number 9, Ricksty Minutes. I think they're not all movies.
Okay, I got you.
Ricksy Business, Close Rick Counters of the Rick kind, which doesn't even work.
I like it.
Something Ricked This Way Comes.
Oh, that's good.
A Rickle in Time. Morty Night Run. Total Rickall.
It's clever.
There you go.
I can't compete with that when it comes to the Sound Soiree.
Yeah, no, you can't. The Sound Soiree, though, just as good. Not quite as good. It's pretty good, though. Here's Gene Hackman. You want to set these up? You pulled these sounds. Why don't you set these up?
Yeah, I mean, Gene Hackman was known for being a great coach in movies. So we're going to play some speeches. Two of them, yes. Well, I think honestly, I think of him, like when I think of the best actor that played coaches in movies, I'm going to choose Gene Hackman.
You're one of the very few people, I think, who would ever, when you're like, best, like when you think coaches, your first thought is replacements. Everybody else goes immediately to Hoosiers.
Yeah, dude, I'm not dismissing Hoosiers. He's great in the movie.
You kind of dismissed it earlier, I thought.
It's just not my...
It's not your cup of tea.
It's not my movie.
You're not yucking my yum.
But I definitely acknowledge that he's huge in that film. And a lot of basketball people love that movie. A lot of sports fans in general say that's the best sports movie of all time. I disagree. However, I know that he's huge in that movie as far as being a coach. So this is his impassioned speech before the guys play their last game.
There's a tradition in tournament play to not talk about the next step until you've climbed the one in front of you. I'm sure going to the state finals is beyond your wildest dreams, so let's just keep it right there. Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential, to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear it. Go.
That scene lives on forever because it's you're going bottom of the ninth.
Yep.
Your baseball team's trailing. That's all part of the That and Belushi.
Oh, yeah, dude, definitely.
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? But I mean, that one shows up a lot.
Don't stop him. He's rolling.
Yeah, the A's. You see that one a lot too.
all the
And
time.
Giants to get you clapping.
I remember it.
I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end. We're going to be winners. And I'm like, I kind of care what the scoreboard says. I'd like us to come back down 2-1 in the ninth.
I mean, people say that's the best movie speech when it comes to sports of all time. I personally like Al Pacino, where it's like it's a 7 inches in front of your face any given Sunday.
What can I offer you, Kurt Russell and Miracle?
That's great too. That's actually probably better.
It's pretty damn good, dude.
Okay, so people remember that speech from Hoosiers, and don't poo-poo at the replacements. The replacements, he's very good.
I love these are the only two movies Derek thinks.
Hell of a comp you're making
I know,
right now.
dude. I love that Derek started this by saying, when people think Hackman, they think about great coaches in movies. And I was like, yeah, Hoosiers.
And the replacements.
Not Jimmy McGinty.
Dude.
And the hat.
Dude, I love me some Jimmy McGinty because, like, come on, like, as far as yes, you run through a brick wall for Kurt Russell and
It's an
Miracle.
Oscar for McGinty, dude. You know what I mean?
know he didn't. He didn't win an Oscar either for the Hoosiers.
No, but it's like in sports lore.
Of course it is. But can you name any other actors where you're like, you know what? Like Billy Bob Thornton in any given, or sorry, not even Sunday, Friday Night Lights. Like when you think of like actors portraying coaches, he galvanizes a locker room.
Henry
Hackman.
Winkler in Waterboy.
Oh, that too. Yeah, just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Winkler in Waterboy is a crazy.
Didn't get the job, Grandma.
No, Grandma, I didn't get the job. His phone's unplugged. Just he wearing those high heels. Just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Okay, now people sleep on or even totally dismiss the replacements. There's a moment in that.
Dismissing it. This is just a funny comp.
There's a moment in the replacements where Gene Hackman gives a great speech as well.
The real man admits his fears. That's what I'm asking you to do here tonight. Fears. Let's talk about it.
Hey, I'm scared of spiders, Coach.
Well, that's not what I meant.
Me too, Coach. I'm afraid of spiders too, Coach.
That's great, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what scares us on the field.
What you mean, like spiders on the field?
Can we get beyond the spiders, please?
Quicksand. Quicksand's a scary mother, man. I mean, first of all, it suck you right in, and even if you scream, you get all that muck in your mouth.
That's what Shane had in mind, frankly.
Huh?
That's not what he had in mind.
You're playing, and you think everything is going fine, but then one thing goes wrong, and then another, and another. And you try to fight back, but the harder you fight, the deeper you sink, till you can't move.
Anything else you're afraid of?
Going back to the mini-mart.
The shipping yard.
The auto plant.
Prison.
The truth is, you guys have been given something that every athlete dreams of. A second chance. And you're afraid of blowing it. We all are. But now our fear is shared and we can overcome it together. Let's lose that fear this Sunday and put it into San Diego.
They beat San Diego so bad they don't even exist anymore.
I mean, that was barely a speech. It was just like a funny scene from the locker room.
No, it's not a funny speech. It's him commanding a room, telling men it's okay to be afraid of things, to face your fears, and we'll conquer them together.
I was waiting for Keanu to go, and I'm Ted Theodore Logan.
I know Kung Fu.
And together
I'm Shane Falco, quarterback of the Washington Sentinels. Yeah.
Like, I don't hate the movie. I just think it's funny that we're comping it to Hoosiers in terms of Hackman performances as a coach is just sort of ridiculous.
I'm telling you, it's Hoosiers and it's the replacements.
It's like calling, comparing Saving Private Ryan to Tropic Thunder. Yeah, they're both technically
both are
movies
great
about
films.
war, but
well, one of them has Tom Hanks, the other one does not. How is that an apt comparison at all, Tim?
you're using war, or in this case, sports, as your crux.
Yeah. I'm using Gene Hackman as a great coach.
It's like if Tom Hanks died.
All I got.
Tom Hanks died and he pulls a clip from Forrest Gump and then like Larry Crown or something. You know what I mean?
Joe versus the volcano.
Yeah, dude, just some movie that's not good with Hanks.
Hey, man. You can sleep on the replacements all you want.
We're not crapping on the replacements. It's undeniably funny that this was the comp you made. Like, we think about him as a great coach. And I was like, well, yeah, in Hoosiers. Not so much.
People don't remember the replacements?
He didn't get his Walk of Fame star for doing.
No, of course not. That was years down the line. I think people know him most from the French Connection.
Yeah, probably. I don't even know him most. He's just
or Superman.
Everything he did.
I'm
just saying he was
Unforgiven.
Yeah, that he's absolutely mind-blowingly great in that. And then him and Clint Eastwood together.
Yeah.
I think my point, and Eastwood had a really nice tribute today. He put out a statement and said one of the greatest actors.
Get off my lawn.
That's what he said, yeah. And then he pointed his finger like a gun, and he pretended to fire it.
Does that movie still hold up?
What, Gran Torino?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's about him, like, changing character throughout it.
Still loves to throw those racial slurs around.
Probably holds up a little too strong. You know what I mean? Probably a little stronger than probably more relevant now.
Yeah, you're probably right.
More relevant now than it was when it came out.
Probably right.
No, but he put out a really nice statement saying he's not like an ounce of fat on his game, basically. That any little thing you needed from Hackman, he came prepared, knew how to do every role, and was a perfect actor in every kind of sense of the word.
I saw the king of comedy, in my opinion, Mel Brooks, put out a tribute towards Gene Hackman. I did not know Gene Hackman was in Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, a little cameo.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, he does have a cameo in that. I haven't seen Young Frankenstein in a while.
It's been a minute.
I mentioned this early at the beginning of the show. Crimson Tide. Watch that with Denzel. That's
you're right.
fantastic. Viggo Mortensen's in that movie. Good one. Good sub movie.
Viggo's in that too. Nice.
And if you want a little comedy, Birdcage, really funny with Gene Hackman.
See, again, if you ask somebody their top 5 Hackmans, no replacements doesn't cross anyone's mind.
I'm sure it doesn't, but for me, that's how I remember Gene Hackman.
I'm not going to yuck
Jimmy
your young
McGinty.
Derek. I got you, buddy. Straw hat. Wear the straw hat tomorrow, okay?
He is by far, like, when you think about that movie, The Replacements, yes, it's a goofy comedy with a bunch of, like, Keanu Reeves. Like, not a lot of thespians in that movie. And there's Gene Hackman, Academy Award-winning person, and he's there being the coach of this team.
4 and 5 says Saving Private, or 650 says Saving Private Ryan, and then Turner and Hooch.
Turner and Hooch is good.
Yes, Turner and Hooch is good. You were going to go that route.
Or a bachelor party.
408 says, I remember the Titans, not the Replacements.
Fair enough. All right.
I'm with Depop. Replacements is good, says the 415.
There you
Not
go.
denying it's a good movie. Hackman did like to do some comedy, too. He also, I guess, became a writer later on. He, like, wrote a couple of novels.
Oh, yeah?
Later in life. Yeah, like some crime novels. Like
Hackman. Good for him.
Strong career.
Yeah.
Real strong.
Yeah. R.I.P. to Gene Hackman, man.
R.I.P. All right, next one here is Ian Rappaport. So we talked earlier about the Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz spat that came to a head at the JW Marriott Starbucks. It's hilarious that we were joking and talking about how Greg and Greg were sleeping on a couch in the hotel lobby. And then we were like, do you think this was like a Starbucks in the lobby? It actually was a Starbucks in a hotel at the JW Marriott.
Yep.
So there is a good chance that they woke up Greg. Or maybe he was already out and then was woken up by the Purdue player who sat on the couch with him.
Can you tell Jordan to get me another coffee with him?
Tell Jordan to put it on his father's tab. All right, here's Ian Rappaport, who joined the Pat McAfee show, and they asked him about the Starbucks fight. It wasn't a fight. He was accosted, really, is what it was.
Accosted.
By Jordan Schultz. Here's Ian Rappaport.
Last night when it all broke, everyone in the world texted me wanting to know details, and it was all out there. Florio basically wrote the whole thing, so there's not much to add.
Wow.
And then I woke up this morning, and everyone in the world has texted me.
Yeah. Well, we all are happy that you're both okay. We'd like to let that be known. Yeah. With that being said, what is next? Are you guys going to shake hands before you get out of town, or what do we think?
I mean,
That's a nigga wants to see him anymore. Hard pass on the handshake.
My role in this,
he's going to the coffee bean and tea leaf from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. Not another penny.
There's actually a lot of great coffee brands at Dunkin'.
Hey, we're happy you're okay. We love you. Are you all right, man? You're going to be okay?
I'm okay.
We miss you. You had a great season. We were watching.
Miss you guys, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rap Sheet.
Hey, Rap Sheet. He's wearing body armor.
Yeah, he's
Just
smart.
get shot.
I wish you would have had a neck brace on today when you walked in. All right, boys.
Dunkachino.
Rich Eisen at the end with a Dunkachino
That's
reference.
so funny. That's really funny. That he then, because his dad used to be CEO of Starbucks,
Yes.
Jordan Schultz, and then he pimps. There's a lot of great coffee brands out there. Dunkin', they're like #1 competitor.
Yep.
Starbucks is that.
Dunkachino.
That's pretty funny.
Dunkachino. And they're not going to shake hands. I got one more here.
I don't think he has to shake it. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's got to shake hands. It's Schultz.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's the one who stirred this thing up.
So, and the NBA on TNT were on just a couple of hours ago, and they got into the whole situation with Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport.
Charles Barkley. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm in a good mood, man.
Why is that?
Well, because I was at Starbucks today.
And?
It's dangerous in there, Ernie.
What happened?
There's fish flying everywhere. I was like, see, I don't normally go to Starbucks because that's where rich white folks go. I used to get
Rich white folks go
Yeah,
to
I love to go with black folks.
That's the place with it.
Yeah, that's what
apparently it's where a lot of reporters go.
But apparently,
$2 coffee is where you have to be rich.
Ain't no $2 coffee. They should be drinking Folgers like the rest of us.
Oh my God! Hey, you know we're in the presence. Jordan Schultz of Fox verbally accosted Ian Rappaport of NFL Media at an Indianapolis Starbucks. Starbucks on Wednesday afternoon.
Jordan.
The report was
Shaq.
made to NFL security.
Shaq, you see that kind of word they use?
Investigating.
Accosted.
Yeah, Costa.
Whooping his ass. That's what happened. You'll stop talking now.
Jordan.
Get that Frappuccino thing right next time.
Hey, you know we're in the presence
funny
of
about that
royalty tonight. What?
What's that?
You know what's funny about that story?
What is?
I've been knowing Jordan for a long time. Of course, his father's Howard Schultz. He could have owned all the franchise, but he decided to go a different route. I've always respected Jordan for that. But yeah, Jordan, hope you got it.
Ian, I got Ian in this one.
May 19th.
Let's do it.
19th.
Hey, we'll let them go first as a warm-up, then me and you will go.
May 19th. They're setting a date for them to fight.
Yeah.
How long before Barstool's offering that up?
Oh, dude, that would make up for the Pat Mahomes and John Rocker fight.
Yeah.
That did not happen. By the way, Jordan Schultz tweeted right after that, if only Charles knew who called security, he would have had the same reaction my guy Shaq did. So basically he's calling out Rappaport for snitching, telling him that the security had to get in, intervene there.
And also, Charles, man of the people, right? Rich white people.
Yeah, dude.
Jeez,
What does he think? That's where white people come from, is Starbucks? Got like an assembly line. They just put them together. Just walk
He's
on
making
out.
Folgers at his house.
He's like, you drink Folgers like the rest of us. That was pretty funny. That's pretty good.
Multi-million-dollar contract.
I love right in the middle of it, Ernie does the breakdown of the whole story. Like, tells you what happened. I was like,
Well, you see here, we had two reporters going after each other.
I have to report this.
This isn't relevant to the NBA whatsoever.
Not at all. All right, that's going to do it for the Sound Soiree. Larry Krueger coming up with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. And we do have some time for a Pat H. crap section.
Ooh.
Some crap coming your way next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Hoops back on your TVs tonight with the Warriors going up against the Magic. And this basketball season, when your favorite stars score buckets, Underdog is alley-ooping you an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. You want to win up to 1,000 times your money? You can with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. All you got to do to play is choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower than one of their stats, like points, assists, rebounds, and so many more. Warriors and the Magic tonight. That's a good one. You could use some Steph Curry in that one. You can also pair it with like a Jimmy Butler. Maybe you're looking at assists for Jimmy. He's been pulling down a lot of boards lately as well. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. The app has over 100,000 5-star reviews and millions of players. You can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into $1,000 with your hoops knowledge alone. All you got to do is download the Underdog app. Sign up now using promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up using promo code KNBR, like you're listening to right now, and claim your special offer today to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I think we still could talk right now.
I think so. Give him a second.
Yeah, I didn't know where Tim was going.
He meant give him a second to set up the crab section. I didn't know he meant to not start the segment.
I was like, I won't speak, Tim.
Yeah, me neither. I was like, Tim's going to do something here. So what are you up to? What's going on with you?
Me? Oh, you know, just
Are we good to go, Tim?
doing this radio show right now.
Watch you enough time. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour.
That's real great work there. Real strong.
That's 6 o'clock.
I really know how to tap dance.
Yeah, that was good. At 6 o'clock, Larry Krueger coming up. Niners or Diners Nightly. whatever you fancy yourself. And after the Dubs game goes final, tune into the KNBR YouTube channel.
Might be a good one.
Check out Dubs OT. Yeah, John Dickinson will have all that for you as soon as that game goes final. And then when we get some time, used to be the soup du jour. And then Pat H., one of our great listeners, good call yesterday from Pat H., too, called in and got in a Larry Krueger riff. He chimes in on the YouTube chat frequently, and he's the reason we sponsor the crap section after him. It's the Pat H. crap section. Let's open
They
it
should
up.
have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
Yeah, I got that music ready to go. Everybody can hear it. Oh, the music is great. Very important. Sorry about that. It took me. I was.
Hey,
took a second.
Hey, listen, you take pride in your board hopping, unlike some people.
Well, I do make mistakes, and there is a sounder, and it's not sponsored, so I guess I have no value.
You got some value, Tim. You got to play this music.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
And you got to give us the crap. Come on, man.
Well, we've got some crap today.
All right, let's do it.
You guys have animals growing up? Did you ever have
Dogs.
pets, dogs, and what?
Dogs, had cats, had a.
Oh, can we get a brown cat update, by the way?
Haven't seen. Actually, I saw brown cat last week. Saw Chandler this morning.
Hold on. Is this your cat?
It's a stray cat. I told you, it's a stray cat. It was dying, and then I took it in and helped nurse it back to life. But
you don't own it.
No.
Okay.
In fact, I'm allergic to cats.
That makes sense.
Which is funny, but anyway, I feed these stray cats that come by.
And one's called Chandler?
Well, I named two of them Joey and Chandler.
Is
like
the next one Phoebe?
No, and then I was like, I'm not going with all friends. And then brown cat showed up. I was like, you're brown cat. It's a brown cat.
Of the two,
it's
Chandler's way more boring than brown cat. I'm all in on brown cat.
Chandler kicks it. Chandler was by this morning.
I don't remember a brown cat on Friends.
No, there wasn't. I don't remember a brown person on Friends.
There was
a girlfriend.
I was going to let you make that joke.
Yeah.
There was a smelly cat, I believe, on Friends.
Yeah, there was a smelly cat.
Yeah.
Not brown cat.
Anyway, I had a pet garter snake at one point too, Tim.
I had a turtle.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Tim's got a turtle now.
Yeah, this thing's got a lifespan of about 50 years. You can have mine if you want it.
Thing's gonna outlive Tim.
I'm good.
Had a, what else did I have? I think that's it. And then just like goldfish and stuff like that.
Okay.
Well, one of the things that my sister is a vet tech. Shout out Stephanie. She takes care of sick animals all the time. Very noble profession, but very often, when you have pets, they tend to eat things that are not good for them. Sometimes it's chocolate, sometimes it's grass, sometimes it's something. There was a puppy here in this story that swallowed 24 socks and 43 other items all at once.
Oh my God.
Other items makes me think it's like that utility drawer in your kitchen. It's just
Other
full of
items?
crap. What other stuff?
A shoe insert, a scrunchy, hair ties, amongst other things.
It's got a type. It likes soft stuff. It likes the sock.
I'm a
the
little
hair tie.
concerned though. This is in one sitting. This dog okay?
Well, the whole thing they didn't go to the doctor until after they discovered that they'd been eating this stuff. But he ate it all. 24 socks were in this dog's stomach. Now, first of all, you got to have a pretty big dog to do this. It's a Bernese mountain dog.
Yeah, that'll happen.
It's like one of those random.
My sister
Tahoe
has a
mountain
Bernese mountain dog. They're huge.
You got to watch out for the stray mountain dogs in Tahoe. Tim told us a story about one time he and his buddies were up there watching college basketball. And his buddy ended up in the ER because there was a wild mountain dog that attacked his leg.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, the mountain dog's got my buddy. He spent the day in the ER. We laughed at him.
We're still laughing at him now.
You're just saying the same thing that Cope said. It's like in a more comical way. Yeah, mountain dog's got him.
Yeah, they got
my
him.
buddy.
Shoot up his leg. Ended up in the ER in Tahoe.
Man, I wanted to take care of him, but I had Kentucky on the back end of a 4-leg parlay.
You still enjoy the games?
Yeah.
I said, sorry, dude. I got Texas A&M against Quinnipiac going off at 4. Can't get into it.
That's crazy.
Vermont Catamounts got to go. Come on,
man.
Ooey Pooey's playing the Bonnies. We got to get after it.
The dog's name was Luna. Luna did make it. Luna did have the cone of shame. If you have ever seen the cone of shame,
How come 24 socks?
That's a lot of socks.
Amongst other things.
And other things, yeah.
I'm also in a text line, 707 on the text line is questioning this too. Like, what's the difference between a wolf and I just assumed it was a wolf that got it.
Okay, so the story detail that is a little bit incorrect that you've been reporting is
It gets serious now in the crap section.
No, it's not that. It's that it was somebody's dog. It wasn't a stray. It was somebody's dog. But since Tahoe, especially once you're not right there on the main trip, it kind of gets a little mountainous. And so people let their dogs kind of just run around. It was not a wolf. It was, again, it wasn't a chihuahua, but it wasn't a wolf. Just like, right. And the dog came up to it, and my buddy thought it was friendly. The dog was not friendly, and he left his teeth marks in my friend's leg.
The dog was sizing him up. So the dog walked up to your buddy. Your buddy went to go maybe go pat him, and the dog
thought he was going to pat. The dog ran up to him,
chewed his ass. Man, that's a tough deal.
But my parlay covered, so
that's all that matters.
I like the specification that, no, this was not a wolf. This was someone's strayed. It wasn't a stray, it was someone's dog who just owned the block.
Yep.
Said you check with me before you come onto my street, especially in these mountains. What else you got, Tim?
Yeah, anybody who's ever had a jilted lover, sometimes people will go, full Carrie Underwood and take the key to somebody's car.
You might call Steve Smith.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You might go to social media and say,
I just call Steve.
Yeah, my wife.
Yeah.
This woman, she faces criminal mischief and DUI charges. She's 18. Her name is Evelina Fabianski.
Whoa.
She was trashing her ex-boyfriend's car because I believe the ex-boyfriend was cheating on her. It was the wrong car. And they used spray paint. They used bricks. They used all sorts of good stuff.
So she trashed a car to get back at her ex-boyfriend who did her wrong.
Yeah.
But she got you got the wrong car.
Spray paint. We got the wrong car.
The wrong car died.
The first thing I think of is Big Lebowski, where Walter goes crazy on that car. This is why you don't a stranger in the... And the guy comes out and he's like, hey, man, that's my car. No, you killed my car, man.
You see what happens, Larry?
It's a good pull. It's a good pull, Dad.
Evelina Fabianski, not a looker.
She's probably got her own... She's probably got other stuff going
Not
on.
a looker. Not only did the boyfriend cheat on her, the boyfriend owed her about $700, which, quote, spurred the act of vengeance, unquote.
Dude, he cheated on me. And he owes me nearly $700.
Wildly specific amount, $700.
Dude, so the car, I mean, that's tough. So it's just another car that looked exactly like his.
Just another car.
That'll happen.
You got to
spray paint, eggs, bricks.
You see what happens, Larry? You see what happens?
It's like
Evelina Fabianski.
It's like an Uber, man. You got to check the plate before you get in. Make sure it's yours.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Make
Been
sure
there.
if you're going to trash your ex's car, get the right plate.
You could go down a couple miles, like, is this my Uber? Uh-oh.
If you go a couple miles, it's on both of you.
That's never happened to me.
Okay. Go ahead, Tim. What else you got?
This one I saw the other day, and it made me laugh. A gentleman was trying to fly from Cartagena, which is in Colombia, to Amsterdam. What he was doing is he was wearing a wig, and in the wig, he tried to smuggle $10,000 worth of cocaine.
Yeah, I saw this one.
It was sewn into the wig that he had on his head.
I saw this, dude.
This is amazing.
Did you see the video that came with it?
No, I didn't see the video.
So this guy, he's wearing like a toupee, yeah, and he's got cocaine in like little... I don't know. They look like they're almost like pucks. Like he's got a bunch of little like discs. Like they're kind of like flattened out on his head, so it's like flat on there. They're in plastic bags or whatever. But to get the wig off, they're cutting it off of his head. I saw them like with a pair of scissors, so it's like flapping
There's
up.
coke just falling down?
No, it's like because it's like packaged in there, but they're like it's like stuck to the inside. But I wish I saw a photo of this guy with the wig on because I only saw them cutting it off, and I was like, this has to look like the worst looking toupee ever.
Right. You see this guy, you're like, well, that's not even dye. That's just a big ass wig. 19 capsules, what they said, at least 400 doses of cocaine.
Jeez.
You tried to take on the plane. And you weren't even going to take a gummy. What the hell, man?
You weren't even doing a gummy on the plane, dude. This guy was going to get off with 400 doses.
I'll do the gummy next time.
707 checks in, says, dude, it wasn't a wig, it was a toupee. That's far more embarrassing.
Yeah.
He's right.
It's almost worse. All you toupee people, come on. Embrace your baldness.
Correct, yeah.
Go full Costanza and Lovitz, right?
Yeah. Well, she's hanging out with me, Jack.
559 says, I've done some questionable things at the end of relationships. It's just a crime of passion. I think that holds up in court. When you get the wrong car.
Yeah.
Wrong car.
Boys will be boys.
559 says, if I'm Ubering to my girl's house and I get in and Depop's in there, in the Uber, if you're in the wrong Uber,
oh, okay,
then I'm going to be upset. What else you got, Tim?
All right, why don't we do one more? Very often, when people find things, they see it, they'll call the cops. Suspicious vehicle, something doesn't look right. Hell, maybe even a wild animal, right?
Okay.
Let's go to Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, police determine reported bear was most likely a raccoon.
What?
A very scared person reported to the cops and to Facebook that there was a bear running around their neighborhood.
It had to be like a baby bear,
and
small baby bear.
When investigated, it was most likely a raccoon.
So, but they have no confirmation, though.
Well, there was an uptick of bear sightings, so the assumption was that it was a bear. But no, of course, there was no confirmation on the bear.
Well, who among us hasn't confused a bear for a raccoon?
How did this end up in an article? How is this a story?
It's kind of what I thought.
I thought that was an apple, but it was actually a pear. Like, what the hell?
This is the truth section? This is the crap section. This is where people call the police for stupid, inane things.
Somebody published this?
Yeah.
This isn't a story.
Also,
a person posted on Facebook of footprints, and when viewed, the footprints were much too small to be a bear.
Also, do the police release everything when it comes to reports?
Well, this is in Avon, Massachusetts. I'm not sure it's a real hotbed for crime. I don't think anybody's flying from Cartagena with a a wig full of cocaine.
It was a toupee.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm going to trash Tim's car after ripping us off, telling us we were going to get one more story, and that was hardly a story.
Yeah. I don't blame Tim for that one. I blame the people that actually published that article. Or story.
Trying to find where this last one was located. I'll give you one more. How about just a headline? Woman goes to jail after battering hubby with a dildo.
That's all we need to know.
That's all we had. See, you should have gone with that one.
Yeah.
You should have led with the dough.
Yeah.
That one would have got us.
I usually go with dildo over bear. Or raccoon even.
All right. That's going to do it for the crap section or over raccoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work, crap section. Yeah, dude, 707 says thanks for nothing. Tim.
You're welcome.
Well, thanks for nothing.
Blaming Tim for wasting our time. This is what they said. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. We will put the show to bed next. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Watch out for those bears. You thought KNBR was the only media outlet having beef? Not so, my friend. Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz got into an F-bomb fest in a Starbucks. Who says the Combine isn't spicy? Tell us about your favorite beef on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to pick fights with other porn bots.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group, reminding you that you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, that number 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.